How are you guys? Like this video now, your like encourage me. Chapter 1. Tianyan Sect, Courtyard of Outer Disciples. Third Young Master, this is your expenses for the second half of the year. The old servant respectfully presented 1,000-tael silver note with both hands. Gu Yu took the banknote, glanced at it casually, and put it in his arms. Well, my family has been flooded with gold coins again, and I feel a little ashamed. Gu Yu casually asked with concern, how is the situation at home? Are my parents in good health? The old servant Gu Fan smiled and said, everything is well at home, the master and his wife are still in good health. The family business is still prosperous under the control of the eldest young master. It's just that my wife often misses the third young master. The master said that if the third young master gets tired of staying in the sect, it's better to go home and reunite, and you can also help take care of the business at home. Gu Yu nodded, let me think about this for a while. After sending away the old servant, Gu Yu sat in his room, also a little hesitant. It has been 18 years since Gu Yu transmigrated into this world. When I landed, my family background was pretty good. I found out that there is also a martial Dao cultivation path in this world. As soon as Gu Yu could walk, he wanted to practice martial arts. After laying a good foundation by teaching at home, at the age of 8, he showed some strength and became a member of Tianyan Sect, a famous nearby sect. Now he has been practicing in the sect for 10 years. However, Gu Yu's qualifications can only be regarded as middle-class qualifications. After 10 years of hard training, now he only has the cultivation level of the 8th grade peak. In the Tianyan sect, he can only be regarded as a disciple at the middle level of the outer sect, and he is not outstanding at all. There is still a big gap between the 6th grade and the threshold for entering the inner gate. It is hard to say whether it can be achieved after another 10 years of training. It is quite difficult to cross from 7th grade to 6th grade. Gu Yu has seen many fellow students get stuck at this level and find it difficult to advance. In the end, I can only go down the mountain sadly and find another way out. The clan membership of the outer sect is not particularly strict. If you want to leave at any time, you can pack up and go down the mountain. So Gu Yu also hesitated and continued to waste time in this mountain gate. Or should I go down the mountain to practice spiritual practice and see if there are any other opportunities? While he was thinking about it, Gu Yu suddenly saw a line of words appearing in his mind. It is detected that the host is over 18 years old and the system is being bound. Good guy. After 18 years of waiting, the system is finally here. With the binding completed, Gu Yu saw the system panel in his mind. Name, Gu Yu. Age, 18 years old. Level 20, 90%, World, 8 grade peak. Qi and Blood, 1000/1000. Internal interest, 500/500. Physique, 25. Strength, 25. Agility, 25. Spirit, 25. Innate luck, external observer, red, mediocre qualifications, white, 3 inconsistent views, black. External observer, red as an observer from outside the world, you can gain insight into more truths about the world. You can get more prompt information, and you can also see other people's data panels. Mediocre qualifications, white, you have qualifications that are consistent with ordinary people, neither too good nor too bad. You won't make much progress if you work hard, and you won't fall behind if you lie flat. Your proficiency progress bar will not go backwards. 3 views are inconsistent, black, you have 3 views that are different from the aborigines of this world. Your behavior is often different from the normal patterns of the world, and sometimes attracts the attention of others. Trigger different results, sometimes good things, sometimes bad things happen. Even if you do nothing, you can easily mock others and cause hostility and aggression. Kung Fu, profound level, low grade, Yang Kong, level, proficient, 7%. Martial skills. Yellow level high grade Loxia Sword Art, level, basic accomplishment, 15%. Profound level low grade Burning Heart Palm, realm, basic accomplishment, 2%. Is this my system panel? Guyu looked at his various data and found that they were indeed too ordinary. After 10 years of practicing Kung Fu and martial arts, I am only at the level of proficiency and basic accomplishment, and my various attributes are quite mediocre. Why is the level 20? Could it be that the peak level of 8th grade in this world, converted into the system's calculation method, is level 20? In terms of luck, except for the red observer luck, which seems to be of some use, the other two seem to be of no use at all. Why is there still a black luck that pulls hatred? Damn, how are you doing this? What a waste! Guyu tried to communicate with the system. Can you give me a big gift package or something? Ding! A mature luck seed has arrived in your account, and you can start a new luck directly. I open. Congratulations on getting the red luck fortune multiplier. Fortune multiplier, red. You have the power of fortune far beyond ordinary people, and the dungeon rewards you receive will automatically increase by 10 times. Hiss. Opened a red luck, looks good. According to the detailed information on the panel, luck is divided into several levels: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, etc. Now I already have 2 red luck buffs, but I feel like they are not very useful. 10 times the dungeon reward. Don't you have to clear the dungeon yourself to get the reward? It's a bit uncomfortable not being able to be invincible while lying down. Wait, a copy? Is there a copy in this world? Isn't this a fantasy world? Was it sent to the wrong system? Guyu pondered slightly and remembered something. A copy, it can't be that thing, right? Chapter 2. Guyu remembered that he had read in some miscellaneous books of the sect that there had been some changes in the world. About 50 years ago, the heaven and earth shook violently, causing frequent disasters in various places. Floods, droughts, earthquakes, locusts, famine, turmoil. The common people are in dire straits, and bandits are everywhere. The entire Dayan dynasty almost collapsed, and some counties could only be opened to various martial Dao sects to govern themselves. The situation was finally suppressed and he managed to breathe a sigh of relief. Although it is gradually calming down now, there seemed to be various undercurrents surging underneath. After that catastrophe, the landscape of some places underwent tremendous changes. Secret realms of various sizes appear in various places. Some people have gained a lot of benefits in Secret Realm, rising quickly and dominating one party. There are also many people who directly hang up in Secret Realm and never come out after entering. Practitioners all over the world are trying to find out the secrets of these secret realms and want to gain benefits from them. The size and location of these secret realms are very random. And there are a lot of them. Even within the Tianyan sect, there are several secret realms. Are these secret realms the copies the system says they are? Guyu had also explored a very safe secret realm in the sect several times before. But nothing strange was found, and it was dismissed later. But it's different now. With the 2 red lucks of External Observer and Fortune Multiplier. Why should I study it? The back mountain of Tianyan sect. At the entrance of a path, a middle-aged deacon guarding the thatched cottage on the roadside stopped Guyu, who was about to enter. Old rules, outer disciples enter, 1 low-grade spirit stone at a time. Deacon Su smiled and accepted the ticket money. This secret realm has existed in the sect for many years. At first, many people were interested and lined up to pay money to enter and explore. Various bosses and elders of the sect also went in to conduct detailed research, and indeed found nothing special. Then it gradually became deserted, and no one wanted to waste money at all. There are also some disciples who have just entered the sect and have never seen what secret realm is. Only then would I be taken advantage of and pay to go in and experience it. Guyu paid the ticket fee with some heartache. A piece of low-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 taels of silver. Guyu can't afford to deal with this a few times. Go in. Deacon Suo accepted the spirit stone, but secretly shook his head in his heart. After waiting for so many days, I finally found another wrongdoer. I'm afraid that before long, this secret realm will be completely abandoned. What a hot secret realm, no one comes at all. You have entered the level 10 novice copy of Green Grassland. Copy description: in the novice copy, there are no level restrictions for entrance and they will not be killed. After the HP drops below 10%, it will be removed from the dungeon. Pass-through reward: if you kill 100 sheep monsters in a row, you can get an additional 5 points of strength attribute, once, as well as other resource rewards. As soon as Guyu entered the secret realm, a prompt message appeared on the panel in his mind. Sure enough. Secret realm is a copy. And you can also see relevant information about the copy. My own Red Luck external observer worked. This is information that has never been obtained before entering this secret realm. In this way, my other Red Luck fortune multiplier will also be effective. 10 times the reward. Will the 5-point strength attribute reward become 50 points? I am currently at the peak of 8th grade and only have 25 points of strength attribute. Can I get 50 points of strength by clearing this dungeon? It seems that the ticket price for a low-grade spirit stone should be worth the price. Just 100 sheep monsters. Enlightenment. Guyu rubbed his hands and walked toward the center of the grassland. In front of you is an endless green grassland, with a cool breeze caressing your face. After actual testing, if you walk about 1,000 meters away, you will encounter an invisible wall, and the real range is limited. When you reach a certain range in the center of the grassland, monsters will appear. Guyu walked slowly, and after crossing a certain limit, there was movement on the grassland, and a black monster appeared instantly. Level 10 sheep monster appears. It turns out that this monster is level 10. Guyu has tried to kill this kind of monster before. With his 8th grade strength, it would be relatively easy to kill him. It's just that there doesn't seem to be any benefit from killing them. If you kill a few more, you'll get tired of them. Only now do I know that it turns out that you have to kill 100 heads in a row to get the reward. It seems that everyone in Tianyan sect has a hot temper, and no one has the patience to kill 100 goat monsters in one go. So no one has discovered the secret of this dungeon reward yet. At this time, the level 10 sheep monster spawned was already rushing towards Guyu. This monster is said to be a sheep, but the only thing that resembles a sheep is that it has horns on its head. If a person stands on 2 feet, he would probably be over 2 meters tall. The muscles on his body are taut and full of strength. There is still a malicious and evil expression on the human face. The 2 horns on the head are like 2 sharp spears. Guyu turned sideways to avoid the impact of the sheep monster. He raised his hand and slashed towards the monster with a sword. Brush! A green plasma suddenly exploded. As expected, it is a novice copy, very harmonious, and not very scary in appearance. The sheep monster looked up to the sky and howled. In anger, he braked suddenly, turned around and kicked with both hooves. Guyu's 10 years of training in martial Dao were not in vain. He stepped lightly, took a few steps back dexterously, and easily avoided the attack of the fierce sheep monster. Going around to the side of the ferocious sheep monster, Guyu slashed out with his sword again. Loxia sword technique. Coupled with Guyu's Yin-Yang Kung Fu, the scorching inner breath makes the sword glow with bright red light, and the dancing sword technique is as dazzling as the falling clouds. Swish, brush, brush. After a few sword blows, the ominous goat monster let out a scream and sent it on the spot. 1 end. Level 20, 90.1%. Guyu noticed that there were changes on his data panel, and his experience progress increased. It seems that you can gain experience points by killing monsters in the dungeon. Now I am at the pinnacle of 8th grade, and I have been stuck at this level for 2 years. I haven't found an opportunity for a breakthrough yet. I wonder if the level improvement given by this system can also increase the level of my martial Dao? Thinking of this, Guyu's interest in killing monsters became even stronger. It's only 100 heads, I can do this all day long. Guyu walked towards the center of the grassland again, and several more sheep monsters appeared. Chapter 3. Continuously pulling, unceasingly killing. I don't know how long it took. Guyu finally saw the reminder message he had been dreaming of. Your level has increased. Level 21, 1%, World, 7th grade first time entry. Chi and Blood, 2000/2000. Internal interest, 1000/1000. Physique, 50. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Spirit 50. Free attribute, 10 points. Sure enough, after upgrading, my martial Dao level also improved. There is no shackles of martial Dao level at all, and it rises very smoothly. Moreover, the attribute values when entering 7th grade are fully doubled compared to those at the peak of 8th grade. Guyu focused all 10 free attributes on physical fitness. Chi and Blood, 2400/2400. Physique, 60. The health bar is indeed much thicker. This is not all yet, there are other prompts on the panel. Congratulations! You killed 100 level 10 fawns in a row. Clear the green grassland dungeon. You have received the following rewards: innate luck as strong as an ox, green. 10 strands of luck x10. Roasted lamb leg x10. Strong as an ox, green. You are born with great strength, one person can withstand the strength of 50 people. Strength attribute plus 50. The power of luck, the luck floating between heaven and earth, can be used to upgrade your innate luck entries or hatch luck seeds. Roast leg of lamb, food, eating it can satisfy your hunger and restore your energy and blood. If you put it in the panel and don't take it out, it will last forever and will not corrode. Success! Jajaja! Looking at the prompt information on the data panel, Guyu couldn't help but sneer. Red luck fortune multiplier really works. 10 times the reward. Originally, the reward for clearing this dungeon was only 5 points of strength, but now you have 50 points. I originally had 10 strands of luck, but now I have 100 strands. Going to Secret Realm by yourself has many benefits over others. Guyu quickly received the reward. I saw an extra luck entry on my panel, and there were other changes. Innate luck, external observer, red, fortune multiplier, red, as strong as an ox, green. Mediocre qualifications, white, can be upgraded, 3 inconsistent views, black. Strength, 50/50. As strong as an ox, luck brings an additional 50 points of strength. Guyu has been practicing martial Dao for 10 years. At the peak of 8th grade, he only had a strength attribute of 25 points. This next green luck adds 50 points, which is really shocking. With 100 points of power, Guyu felt as if 10 calves were constantly galloping and colliding in his body. It seems like endless strength overflows from the muscles of the whole body. He is several times stronger than his previous self. Quite nice. Guyu discovered again that his white luck mediocre qualifications could be upgraded. After checking the instructions on the panel, you only need to consume the 100 innate luck you just obtained to upgrade this luck to green. Upgrade. Congratulations! Your mediocre luck, white, has been upgraded to outstanding understanding, green. Outstanding comprehension, green. You have superior comprehension than ordinary people. You can more easily understand various complex concepts. Learn faster and you'll occasionally have an epiphany. Your proficiency growth rate has been increased. Good. Much better than before. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Guyu's mind, and he seemed to have grasped some key point. You have an epiphany and understand some of the tips for using Loxia sword technique in the battle just now. Your yellow-level high-grade martial skill Loxia Sword technique has reached perfection. Martial skills have reached the perfect state, and you have obtained a white luck seed. As long as you pour 10 strands of luck, you can create new innate luck. Seeing the prompts on the panel in his mind, Guyu smiled evilly again. As expected of Goldfinger. I have practiced the Loxia Sword technique hard for several years, and I have only reached the level of basic accomplishment. As a result, thanks to an epiphany of green luck, I achieved perfection immediately. And it seems that you can get new innate luck seeds when you reach the perfect level of martial arts. Although it is only white, it can be upgraded in the future. But where to get these 10 strands of innate luck? It seems that we need to find some copies to grind. Not urgent. Guyu sat down, took out the roasted lamb leg and started to chew on it. It smells so good, and the lost energy and blood are quickly replenished. Now, this level 10 novice copy is not of much use to me anymore. According to the description of the dungeon, key rewards such as 5 points of strength and 10 strands of luck can only be obtained once. If you brush again, you can only get roasted leg of lamb. In addition, I don't have much experience in farming level 10 sheep monsters. Guyu withdrew from the copy. As soon as he walked out, Deacon Su, who was guarding the entrance, felt a little moved. This guy, after staying in there for almost a day, his martial Dao level actually improved? Got benefits in Secret Realm? Deacon Su has been staying here for many years and calls it the Secret Realm. But there is really no one who can really benefit from it and come out. Deacon Su couldn't help but ask, have you understood the mystery of this secret realm? Chapter 4. Guyu smiled lightly and shook his head. I can't talk about the mystery, but I have gained a little. I had an epiphany during the battle and broke through the 8th grade peak. Deacon Su's eager heart suddenly cooled down. It turned out that he broke through on his own and had nothing to do with the secret realm. Sure enough, there is nothing magical about this secret realm. Guyu thought for a moment and then said, Deacon Su, after I killed 100 goat monsters in a row this time, the strength seems to have increased a bit. If others are interested, they can try killing 100 heads. If you kill 100 heads normally and pass the level, you can only get 5 points of strength and 10 rays of luck. For martial artists who have just entered 9th grade, it is somewhat helpful. But for people above 6th grade, I'm afraid these 5 extra points of power won't make any sense at all. The benefits are too few. After all, this is just a novice copy, so the requirements cannot be too high. In the past 10 years, Guyu has lived a very comfortable life in the sect and has not suffered any bullying. I get along well with the elders and brothers of the sect. So I provided this little information. As for whether anyone is willing to spend some effort to verify, it is not a question that Guyu cares about. Those who are destined will get it. Look at the time, it's getting close to dark. I spent a whole day in this copy. Guyu did not rush back to rest, but rushed to the assessment hall inside the sect. The assessment hall can conduct low-level verification assessments. Duan Hang, the inner disciple who was on duty, saw that it was getting late and wanted to close the palace and leave early. But when he saw Guyu rushing in, he complained a little, "Oh, why did you come at this time? I'm about to close. How about tomorrow?" Before he finished speaking, Guyu dazzled him with a roasted lamb leg. "Brother, take the body refining 7th grade test. The martial Dao practice school in this world is generally divided into body refining or chi refining. Starting from the 9th grade is considered to have truly entered the threshold of martial Dao practice. Beyond the 1st grade, one becomes a super master. Guyu doesn't know the higher realm, he only knows that there are super masters in Tianyan sect. Ugh! Punch this pillar with all your strength." Duan Hang held the leg of mutton in his mouth and was soft-mouthed, so he had to wait a little longer. Guyu did not put on any serious chi-gathering posture, and simply threw a right straight punch. Boom! The force measuring column of 7th grade shook slightly, and the light suddenly brightened. Ha! Duanhang couldn't help but open his mouth, and he didn't even notice that the leg of lamb fell to the ground. The 7th grade force measuring column generally requires more than the strength of 100 ordinary people to light up. This kid's ordinary punch without any tricks can actually easily hit a force that exceeds 100 people? This is a bit strong. However, this can only be regarded as the threshold for entering the 7th grade. Duanhang introduced this junior brother, our Tianyan Sek's assessment of 7th grade, in addition to basic skills. You still need 1 martial skill to reach the great accomplishment realm, or 2 martial arts skills to reach the basic accomplishment realm. I wonder if you can achieve it. The realm of martial arts is divided into several levels: beginner, proficient, basic accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. Guyu actually had basic accomplishment in 2 martial arts before, not to mention he had an epiphany just now. I have practiced Loxia sword technique to a perfect level. Naturally, it meets the standards. Guyu nodded and said, I don't know how to test it. Duanhang led Guyu to a huge empty room in the inner hall and introduced, this is a special martial arts hall. Covering the entire room with formations, you only need to practice your martial arts skills here. The formation will naturally give a fair judgment. Automatically detect the formation of martial arts realm? Guyu's eyes widened slightly. The sect actually had such advanced technology? Seeing Guyu's surprise, Duanhang also explained with some pride, we didn't have such a wonderful formation before. However, in recent years, the elders of the secret pavilion have explored various secret realms and gained a lot of benefits. This formation was obtained from a certain secret realm. The Secret Pavilion is a small organization within the Tianyan sect, specializing in studying the changes in the world in recent decades, as well as the secrets of various secret realms. Guyu only heard about this organization within the sect by chance, but had never been in contact with it. Secret Pavilion? Interesting. If I can join the Secret Pavilion, will I have the opportunity to access more copies? However, the Secret Pavilion's status within the sect is still relatively high, and at least only the inner sect disciples can access it. It seems that I have to hurry up and get some results in the outer sect competition at the end of the year. Junior brother, let's start. Duanhang was still anxious to finish the work, so he urged with a smile. Good. Guyu drew out his long sword and began to practice his Loxia sword technique. After reaching the state of perfection, Guyu also had a deeper understanding of this sword technique. Although he was only practicing swordsmanship routines at this time, he still had an impressive power and magnanimity. I saw patches of red light flashing, illuminating the entire room as if it were shrouded in red clouds. Duanhang was stunned again. Isn't this the sect's most entry-level Loxia sword technique? Duanhang himself had worked hard on this set of swordsmanship. It took him nearly 10 years to practice it, but he had only reached the level of great accomplishment. But now when I saw this junior brother dancing, his level seemed to be much higher than mine. Even more concessions than some elders of the sect. Not only were there no flaws, Duanhang even learned something from it, which improved his own swordsmanship. Soon, Guyu completed a set of sword drills. Duanhang couldn't help but clapped his hands and applauded, okay. Junior brother, what a skill. At this time, the results of the array detection also appeared on a huge piece of jade. Loxia sword technique, perfect realm. Although he was somewhat mentally prepared, Duanhang still shouted out in disbelief, perfection. It's really the realm of perfection. Junior brother, you are really amazing. Guyu was not too excited. He held his sword and said modestly, I just happen to have some insights. Junior brother's strength is undoubtedly 7th grade. I will help you apply for clan registration and seal. Duanhang was not in a hurry to call it a day and went through the relevant procedures for Guyu meticulously. The 7th grade certification means that Guyu can obtain more sect resources and authority. He can already be regarded as a disciple of the first echelon of the outer sect. Duanhang even secretly guessed that Guyu might have considerable talent in swordsmanship. It's only 2 months until the outer gate competition at the end of the year. As long as Guyu shows his sword skills, maybe he will be appreciated by a certain elder. It is also very possible to incorporate the door wall directly into the interior door. Although the general standard for intersect is 6th grade, due to lack of skill, this can be compensated for by using some higher level resources and techniques. It is normal for outer sect disciples to have superficial skills without careful guidance. But if he really has super talent and understanding in Sword Dao, his future strength growth rate will be very amazing. Duanhang has been on duty in this assessment hall for 10 years and has seen the rise of many sect geniuses. Thinking of this, Duanhang also thought about making friends with Guyu. While he was going through the clan registration procedures for Guyu, he chatted with Guyu in a pleasant manner. At this time, Guyu was also a little surprised to find the system panel in my mind has some new tips. Congratulations! The person with great luck wants to make friends with you, and you activate the bond luck friendship of the same family, white. Friendship of the same sect, white. If you make friends with the same sect of great luck, you can get 10 rays of luck every day. Note that bond luck is different from innate luck. Bond luck can only be obtained by forming bonds with other lucky people. Chapter 5. After reading the explanation, Guyu was a little surprised. He thought, only by clearing the dungeon can you get luck rewards. Use it to water your own luck seeds or upgrade your luck. I didn't expect that now I can get it directly every day. If you activate a few more of these fetters and luck entries, wouldn't it be possible to make a lot of money? But the lucky one? This senior brother Duanhang is actually a lucky person? Guyu quickly activated the ability brought by his external observer luck, and as expected he saw Duanhang's data panel. Name, Duanhang. Level, Level 45, World, 5th grade intermediate. Innate luck, guarding for 100 years, purple, beautiful people, green, friendship from the same family, white. 100 years of guarding, the longer you stay in an organization, the faster your cultivation and enlightenment will be, and it will become easier and easier to break through late stage. 8-faced and exquisite, a strong person in society, with a wide network of contacts in the organization, who can get a lot of information from anyone who is willing to sell him 3 points of thin noodles. Friendship from the same family, if you make friends with the same family with great luck, you can get 10 rays of luck every day. Level 45? 5th grade intermediate. Unexpectedly, senior brother Duan, who has a kind attitude and is always easy to talk to, turned out to be a 5th grade master. Guard for 100 years? It seems that it is a combination of accumulated luck. The closer you get to the late stage, the easier it is to break through. This luck is really suitable for guarding the Sutra Pavilion or something in the sect. He has become a hidden master like the sweeping monk elder of the sect. If you have purple luck, you can already be called a lucky person. The so-called purple energy comes from the east. Unexpectedly, this senior brother Duan is still a strong social bull. It will be convenient to find some information from him in the future. Moreover, he also lit up the Bond Luck Fellowship. I don't know if it lit up at the same time as me. In the future, you should get used to observing other people's panels more, and you can also gain some secret information. After completing the sect registration formalities, Guyu casually asked Duanhang, Senior Brother Duan, I am somewhat interested in the secret realm within the sect. I don't know which secret realms are suitable for me to challenge. Anyway, the bond has been activated, so these connections will be used in vain. Oh? Secret realm. Duanhang pondered for a moment. There are indeed many secret realms within the sect, but not many are truly open to outer disciples. Because there are certain dangers in some secret realms, Junior Brother Gu's 7th grade strength is not suitable for the challenge at the moment. To put it bluntly, only Sutra Pavilion and Kyunji Pavilion can be tried. But they are all easily injured. Junior Brother, you have to be careful. Thank you for the tip, senior brother. Guyu saluted with clasped fists. Sutra Pavilion and Kyunji Pavilion? In the circle of the outer sect, I had never heard that secret realm existed in these two places of the sect. This time I really asked the right person. It's getting late today, so I can only go brushing again tomorrow. Returning to the courtyard of the outer disciples. This is a large courtyard surrounded by more than a dozen rooms. There is a large red clay dam in the middle, where you can practice chi refining and practice some punches. Some of the wing rooms are for 4 people, but Guyu spent a little more money and stayed in a 2-person room. The senior brother who lives in the same room is a young man named Kui Cheng who is 2 years younger than Guyu. He smiles a little shyly and doesn't talk much. Kui Cheng worshipped in Dao Palace 2 years ago and has quite a bit of family background. Chi refining martial artist, who is now entering the 6th grade for the first time, is trying to perform well at the end of the year and truly become an inner disciple. Tianyan sect uses the level of martial Dao's cultivation as the criterion. Regardless of age and status, the senior is the senior. After the two briefly exchanged greetings, Kui Cheng went to meditate and practice by himself. Qi refining martial artist, you need to meditate every day. Qi refining, condensing your inner breath. The daily practice of the body refining martial artist is usually pile exercises or horse steps to temper the body. Therefore, there is not much martial Dao experience that can be exchanged between body refining and Qi refining. Kui Cheng didn't have any bad feelings about Guyu, an older junior fellow student. I simply feel that he has just crossed the 7th grade threshold now, and there should be no hope for the competition at the end of the year. After officially entering the inner gate, Kui Cheng had to change his residence, so Kui Cheng didn't plan to have too much dealings with Guyu, and he could just treat him politely. Guyu didn't pay too much attention to Kui Cheng's distance and quietly checked his data panel. Name, Kui Cheng. Level 31, World, 6th grade first time entry. Innate luck, children of aristocratic families, blue, becoming more courageous with every setback, green, young and mature, white. Children of aristocratic families, he has a good family background, which brings many benefits. He has received perfect training guidance since he was a child, and his foundation has been laid quite solidly. The more frustrated you become, the more courageous you become. Even if you encounter setbacks and failures, you can get back on your feet and make greater progress. Young and mature, although he is young, he has seen through some of the laws of the world. He looks a little cold on the outside, but he is actually a kind and loyal person. This guy's innate luck is actually quite good. To be able to achieve 6th grade cultivation at the age of 18 is considered a little genius. Guyu felt a little embarrassed. Others are already at level 31, but he is only at level 21. It seems he has to work harder. I woke up early the next morning. Kui Cheng has disappeared, but this boy is still very diligent. Guyu took a shower and checked his dashboard and found that the 10 rays of luck generated by the bond friendship of the same family today have arrived. Just right, it can be used to hatch the white luck seeds you obtained. Open. You have obtained new innate luck sword Dao seed, white. Sword Dao seed, you have extraordinary sword Dao talent. Your swordsmanship proficiency grows faster, it is easier to gain enlightenment, and your power is stronger. Your sword skill learning speed is increased by 50%, and your sword skill attack power is increased by 20%. Chapter 6. Seems pretty good. The luck seeds obtained from the perfection of swordsmanship seem to be related to swordsmanship. I saw that I should practice a few more martial arts skills such as swordsmanship. Just in time, go to Sutra Pavilion and find out what the secret realm is like there. After having breakfast in the dining room and taking a short walk to eat, Guyu came to the Sutra Pavilion of the sect. There are not many secret books of exercises that outer disciples can borrow at Sutra Pavilion. And it cannot be taken out of the Sutra Pavilion or copied, and can only be memorized and meditated in the pavilion. after saluting and registering with the guarding elders. Then I walked into the Sutra Pavilion and found a row of bookshelves recording swordsmanship. Guyu casually picked up a profound level low-grade Binghuo sword manual and opened the first page. Binghuo sword, based on our fire attribute skills, it is best to practice Loxia sword technique first. With the blessing of 2 Lux, outstanding comprehension and sword Dao seed. In addition, Guyu's Loxia sword technique is already perfect. Learning this Bing fire sword now is like divine help. He can directly understand every page in the secret book. So I flipped through the books faster and faster, and while standing in front of the bookshelf, I learned a lot about Binghuo sword. Your martial skill Binghuo sword has basic accomplishment. Seeing the prompt, Guyu was also surprised. Good guy. Without even making any gestures, it is already in the realm of basic accomplishment. The difference in understanding between people is sometimes greater than the difference between people and dogs. Moreover, my outstanding comprehension and sword Dao seed are just green and white luck. Wouldn't it be scarier if upgraded to blue or purple? Thinking of this, Guyu shook his head, waved away his distracting thoughts, and continued to read the next sword book. I read several books, and they were all easy to master, and at worst they were at the beginner level. Among them, Yang Yang sword technique of yellow level high grade and Wu Tu sword of profound level low grade have been basic accomplishment. Guyu couldn't help but shake his head again. It's too cruel. In less than an hour, he mastered several sword techniques. If you go down and digest it, you will definitely gain more. Maybe you can have some enlightenment again. My sword Dao strength can easily increase several times. Alas! The previous 10 years of hard training had really transformed me into a dog. Guyu sighed slightly in his heart. Unexpectedly, Guyu shook his head and sighed again, which aroused the dissatisfaction of a female disciple next to him. I only heard her speak sternly. This junior brother, when practicing martial Dao, should be undistracted and concentrated. How can you possibly learn from it when you look through it casually and look absent-minded? Not only did he gain nothing, but he also affected others. It's better to restrain yourself, calm down and study. Guyu knew that it was a side effect of his black luck 3 views that were inconsistent with each other. I accidentally made fun of other people. However, I heard what this senior sister said was kind-hearted and also made some sense. Guyu didn't take it seriously either. Then he lowered his head to accept the instruction, cupped his fists and said, "Senior sister, you've taught me the right lesson. The attitude is quite respectful." The senior sister stopped pursuing it and went up to the 2nd floor. Guyu quietly raised his head and took a peek at the other party's data panel. Name, Qianyu. Age, 20 years old. Level 33, World, 6th grade first time entry. Innate luck, supported by noble people, gold, superb appearance and skills, purple, good teacher, white. Good guy. He is actually a person with great golden luck. What the hell is this amazing appearance and art? Guyu checked the detailed luck description information. Support from noble people. It is very easy to meet the support of noble people. It is easy to soar into the sky and take off the blue shirt for a red robe. Excellent appearance, having an extraordinary appearance, suitable for being next to noble people and showing off their extraordinary appearance. Good as a teacher, I like to give advice to others, and sometimes I can benefit from it. This? Ha! Or, what the hell? Does it mean that if you are very beautiful, you will be favored by noble people? Guyu is a little confused, but his system is somewhat unorthodox, and he can't delve into it even if he writes the luck entry randomly. He withdrew his attention and was about to continue reading his sword manual. Guyu suddenly heard a conversation coming from the 2nd floor. It seemed that it was senior sister Qianyu who was begging, "Elder Fei, just let me in. If there is danger, I will naturally withdraw as soon as possible. And I've gone in several times, haven't I always come out fine?" Elder Fei was puzzled. "Hey, if you get hurt in any way, how can I explain it to Elder Qi? Qi Yunyu persuaded softly, although the gatekeeper of Secret Realm is a bit cruel. But every brother who broke through the barrier came out intact in the end. How could anything happen to me? Elder Fei, I have learned some tricks of superb martial arts from this gatekeeper. If you want to understand further, just let me in. Elder Fei couldn't make any trouble, so he had to let him go. Be careful. Know it. Gu Yu downstairs heard the movement upstairs and immediately understood, so the secret realm of Sutra Pavilion is on the second floor? Gu Yu pondered for a moment, then came to the second floor, walked to Elder Fei, shamelessly lowered his head and said respectfully, Elder Fei, I want to break into this secret realm. Elder Fei's beard and hair were grey, and he only opened one eye. He narrowed his eyes and took a look at Gu Yu's condition, and then said calmly, wait here, there is someone. Gu Yu secretly rejoiced, hee hee. Sure enough, there is a door. Chapter 7. Gu Yu nodded and took a few steps away, waiting for Qi Yunyu from the copy to come out. While passing the time, he took a peek at Elder Fei's data panel. Name, Fei Xian. Age, 66 years old. Level 90, World, 1st grade. Innate luck, deep internal strength, blue, intuitive understanding, blue, meticulous, green, extraordinary perception, green. Profound internal strength, having a much deeper internal energy than ordinary people, practicing internal strength is faster and the harvest is greater. By analogy, being able to easily master the same type of exercises and martial arts, and spending the same time practicing, the effect is several times that of ordinary people. Over time, I will be able to master very profound knowledge of martial Dao cultivation. Meticulous, even if you practice very quickly, you will not be arrogant and push forward. You will still practice step by step and have very strict requirements on yourself. Excellent perception, has a higher perceptual ability than ordinary people, and can detect subtleties that others ignore. After reading Elder Fei's innate luck, Gu Yu couldn't help but secretly nod, 2 blue and 2 green, although they are not very powerful innate luck, they work well together and meet the needs of practicing martial Dao. No wonder Elder Fei is not too old and can reach the peak of 1st grade, only one step away from super grade. As expected of the elder who guards the Sutra Pavilion of the sect, he is really capable. Although Elder Fei closed his eyes, he suddenly felt something. He understood that the young disciple in front of him was quietly sizing him up. In this situation, every new disciple who comes to Sutra Pavilion will peak like this. He has long been accustomed to it. But why does this young disciple look like he has seen through himself? It makes people feel so embarrassed. Ahem. Come here. Elder Fei said seriously, isn't it your kid who was flipping through the sword manual down there just now? If you flip through the book like this, what can you see? What have you learned? Let's see with 2 moves. If you can't even perform a decent move, you will definitely be punished today. All around, the disciples of the sect who were memorizing the secret books beside the bookshelf suddenly looked at him with gloating eyes. Elder Fei has always been known for his strictness. This kid hit the muzzle of the gun again. Hiss. I just looked at you twice so that I could mock you, old man. Gu Yu was a little speechless, but he could only clasp his fists respectfully. In this way, my disciple has made a fool of himself. This was not the right place to draw a sword, so Gu Yu made a sword trick with his index and middle fingers and carefully performed a few moves of the Binghuo sword he had just learned. Well, it's Binghuo sword? You've learned this sword technique before, right? No, I'll change it to the one you just watched. Elder Fei is very familiar with the Sutra Pavilion's martial arts skills. One look at Gu Yu's starting moves, and one can tell that he already has basic accomplishment in the Bing Fire sword. You must have been practicing for many years, and you want to use it to fool me. How can I let you pass easily? Gu Yu didn't explain much, and changed to Yang sword technique as he was told. Hey? This must be something you have practiced before, change it again. Elder Fei's face showed no expression, but he was a little surprised in his heart. This kid has also practiced the yin-yang sword to basic accomplishment, so he has some talent. Yes, please give me some advice from Elder Fei. Gu Yu changed to Wu to sword again. Basic accomplishment again? Elder Fei was also a little surprised. This boy is not very young, but he can learn swordsmanship very quickly and very complexly. No, no. Change to another one, and it must be the one you just learned. Gu Yu practiced a few more sword techniques that he had just learned. The more Elder Fei watched, the more frightened he became. Good guy, this guy knows a lot. Moreover, these swordsmanship is at least at the entry level, most of which are proficient in basic accomplishment, not random gestures. How long will it take to practice all these 10 sword skills to this level? Elder Fei has been in charge of this sutra pavilion for many years, and he knows very well which disciples often come here to memorize and study exercises and martial arts. The disciple in front of him is definitely a stranger. He has not come to Sutra Pavilion often to study, otherwise he would have made an impression. But where did he learn these more than 10 sword skills? Didn't you really just watch it? Elder Fei also prides himself on being a master in learning martial arts, and can master many martial arts easily and quickly. But this kid mastered more than 10 sword techniques so quickly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Have you met the genius of Sword Dao? Hold on, let me ask you, what is your best swordsmanship? Let me show you 2 moves. If you just learn miscellaneous skills, it is not considered a skill. Elder Fei wanted to see how far this boy's best swordsmanship could reach. Yes, Elder. Gu Yu still used the finger to refer to the sword and practiced Loxia sword technique. At this time, I learned several more sword techniques, and my understanding of Sword Dao became much deeper. Although he was just gesticulating casually, there was an indescribable freedom and perfection in his movements. It seems to have improved a little bit more than before in the assessment hall. But the panel is still in the state of perfection and has not changed. However, the disciples around who were ready to watch the fun were all stunned. This Loxia sword technique is originally the basic skill of the sect and everyone can do it. There are also inner disciples in the field, and many of them are practicing quite well. But when I look at Gu Yu's random sword moves, it feels like this sword technique has come alive. It's like transforming into a human form and personally teaching this set of swordsmanship. Elder Fei on the side was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. This is sword intent. Although there is only a trace of the prototype, it is undoubtedly a sword intent. Sword intent is one of the true meaning of martial Dao. If a martial art is practiced to perfection, it will produce a little bit of the true meaning of martial Dao. As this level of perfection deepens, the true meaning of martial Dao will become stronger and stronger. Of course, the higher the level of martial arts, the easier it is to produce the true meaning of martial Dao. Loxia sword technique is only yellow level. Elder Fei cannot imagine that a young disciple from the outer sect can do it. Not only have I perfected this swordsmanship, but I have also mastered the sword intent. What a genius! In our Tianyan sect, when did this kind of sword Dao genius appear? Chapter 8. After Gu Yu finished a set of Loxia sword technique, he cupped his fists and saluted, "Elder, please give me some advice." "Well done. Well done." Elder Fei touched his palms and praised. Elder Fei, who was always known for his sternness, now had a smile on his face. "Just kidding, my little disciples have realized that sword intent is coming, can you not praise me?" Elder Fei has learned a lot and is not considered a top expert in Sword Dao. Although he had the idea of taking on a disciple at first. But I soon realized that I was not the right candidate. Based on Gu Yu's understanding of Sword Dao, it is more suitable for a real Sword Dao expert to teach him. Otherwise, it will delay other people's future. Forget it, Elder Fei put aside his plan to recruit disciples. After thinking about it, he took out a secret book and handed it to Guyu. I think you are quite talented sword Dao. Take this small 5 elements sword score and read it in detail. This is my private collection, not the sect's collection. You can safely take it out of Sutra Pavilion and practice it carefully. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. In 2 months, it will be the outer sect competition, you have to perform well. When the time comes, I will introduce you to a few elders, and you should be able to join the inner sect without any worries. For the sake of the martial Dao future of the sect and Guyu, although Elder Fei does not intend to accept Guyu as his disciple personally. But he still wants to be grateful for this kindness of guiding the way. Thank you, Elder, for your support. Guyu's face was calm and he didn't delay, so he directly put away the sword manual. Elder Fei is pretty good, and he doesn't put on airs or make things difficult for himself. He also pointed out a clear path for himself. It's our first time dealing with each other, and it's already good to be able to be honest with each other like this. Guyu accepted Elder Fei's friendship. Elder Fei was about to have a few more in-depth exchanges. But as soon as the figure flashed, a woman covered her head and walked out from behind a row of bookshelves. I saw that she was not very tall and was wearing a moon-white martial artist robe. Her face is somewhat rounded, and her originally delicate and small facial features. At this time, his face was a mask of pain, twisted and twisted, making people feel pity but also couldn't help but want to laugh. This made Guyu immediately think of a word, Yan Yi is extraordinary. It seems that this is senior sister Chi Inyuki who just entered Secret Realm. Elder Fei was a little frightened when he saw Chi Inyu's appearance, and quickly asked, have you been injured? Chi Inyu twisted her neck and felt for herself. She was really beaten badly by that guy in Secret Realm just now. But when he came out, he found that his body was unscathed, but the pain and fear were still felt. This Secret Realm is indeed the same as the information provided by the brothers. It's obviously an illusion, but the experience is very real. Elder Fei, don't worry, I'm fine. Chi Inyu replied, this Secret Realm is indeed magical. This is the first time I have encountered such a real illusion. However, the gatekeeper was very powerful and I was unable to defeat him. After struggling for a long time, I still lost. Elder Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. So who, don't you also want to enter the Secret Realm? Look, this senior sister of yours has already entered the 6th grade, but she still cannot pass this level. Do you still dare to enter? Guyu said without fear, even if I can't win, I still want to give it a try. Please ask the elders to help me. Hearing that Guyu also wanted to break into the Secret Realm, Chi Inyu quietly took a look at it. Isn't this guy the guy who just randomly read the sword manual? You don't even have 6th grade, how dare you break into the Secret Realm of Sutra Pavilion? What a stupid boy! Chi Inyu kindly reminded, the strength of this Secret Realm gatekeeper has probably reached the peak of 6th grade. And he is a pure chi refining martial artist, good at hurting people through the air with his finger power. Junior brother seems to have the strength of body refining 7th grade. After entering, be sure to protect your head carefully. Although this Secret Realm is an illusion, injuries will not take effect in reality. But junior brother must not be careless and try not to be fatally injured. If you can't defeat it, you'd better quit early. Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. Guyu sincerely thanks, this information is quite useful. Elder Fei saw that Chi Inyu had clearly explained the precautions. In addition, although Guyu is only 7th grade, he is very good at swordsmanship and may be able to create some miracles. This Secret Realm has level restrictions, and old guys from the sect can't even enter if they want to. The younger generation went in, but they couldn't defeat the gatekeeper inside. The benefits and secrets of this Secret Realm have not yet been discovered. It would be great if Guyu can successfully break through the level. Elder Fei let him go. After this row of bookshelves, keep walking in and you will enter the Secret Realm. yes. Guyu followed the instructions and took a few steps, only to see the surrounding scenery change, and he had stepped into the Sutra Pavilion secret realm. There are still rows of bookshelves in front of you, but the light is a little dim. The layout is much narrower and simpler than the Sutra Pavilion of Tianyan sect. The old wooden bookshelf had not been cleaned for a long time and was covered with a thick layer of dust, with spider webs still hanging in the corners. Guyu tried to pick up the book on the bookshelf, but found that he couldn't reach it at all. You have entered the level 35 novice copy Sutra Pavilion. Dungeon description: level 35 or below can enter, or you can enter as a team of 2. This dungeon is a novice dungeon. If you are injured in the dungeon, you will not die. If your HP is below 10%, you will be automatically teleported out. Pass through reward: defeat the elder guarding Sutra Pavilion, and you can get a permanent 10% experience increase, as well as other resource rewards. Sure enough, it is a novice copy again, and it will not die in it. Hiss, this reward looks a bit tempting. A 10% experience increase: if Fortune Multiplier takes effect, wouldn't it become a 100% experience increase? Permanent double experience. Then when you refresh the dungeon, wouldn't it be faster to upgrade? This customs clearance reward must be obtained. Whoosh! Just when Guyu saw the prompt clearly, the sound of breaking through the sky rang in his ears. He quickly raised his arms to protect his head. Bang! There was a sharp pain in my forearm, which had been penetrated by a strong energy. You were attacked and your health dropped by 180 points. How dare you come to my Sutra Pavilion to steal something? I heard a stern scolding. It was the gatekeeper who came out. Chapter 9. This dungeon boss seems to have taken part in a certain scenario and is guarding the place conscientiously. People who enter the dungeon are regarded as thieves who broke into this place. Guyu covered his face with both hands and turned towards the dungeon boss. Peering through the gap between his arms, he found that the other party was an old man in blue robes. His face was somewhat gloomy and stern, and his hands were hanging down and tucked into his sleeves. Without waiting for Guyu to react, the old man flicked his fingers, and 2 more Qi-Jin popped out from the air. Shoot Guyu directly in the head. Sure enough, it's Qi Refining Martial Artist. Qi Refining Martial Artist is good at condensing and compressing the inner energy, and then controlling the outward release with the power of the soul. Even at a low level, there are ways to hurt people from a distance. What's more, the Qi Refining martial arts used by this old man seems to be of a high level. Bang bang! Guyu had no time to dodge and was already hit again. Immediately blood splattered and severe pain was felt. Although he is a body refining martial artist, his level is too low and he does not use the spiritual object body tempering foundation building. Apart from internal swordsmanship, I have never practiced any decent light kung fu movements. Suddenly faced with Qi Refining, a peak 6th grade player, it was difficult to dodge the opponent's attacks. Mud, you can only force yourself. The space here is narrow, as long as we can close the distance. Maybe you can use your own strength to fight hard and get a chance. Guyu drew his sword, and all his strength exploded. Like a cannonball, it bounced off the ground and quickly passed the distance of 7 or 8 steps between the two people. Use all your strength to stab the opponent in the waist and abdomen with one sword. There are no tricks and no tricks. But there is a hint of sword intent integrated into it. With a bonus of 100 points of strength, this sword is quite powerful. Hey, rat! The boss elder sneered and didn't dodge at all. He raised his hand and fired a few energy bullets over him. Guyu protected his face with one hand, and the sword move in his hand went away without any return. I want to have an extreme exchange. Puff puff puff. Guyu has withdrawn from the copy. Wipe it, it was seconds. The 3 finger snaps actually stacked together, first breaking Guyu's fingers, and then shooting out Guyu's eyeballs. The last shot went straight into the brain. Really, it's a blast. The boss of the level 35 dungeon is indeed not that easy to grasp. If you want to cross so many levels and instantly kill the opponent, of course you can only think about it, but in the end you will be defeated instantly. Guyu covered his head. There was no actual wound on his head, but the pain was still there. His expression was exactly the same as Qi Yunyu's just now. There is also a prompt message on the brain panel. Failed to clear the level. You have received the following rewards: Finger Divine Ability Fragments X50, Little Experience Book 1 Volume X10. Looking at the number of items, it was naturally exceeded by his own 10x reward increase. Check the details again. Sure enough, the fragments of Finger Flick Divine Ability require 100 pieces to synthesize a complete martial skill. Under normal circumstances, if 5 fragments can be dropped every time. You also need to clear this dungeon 20 times to obtain the complete Finger Snap Divine Ability. But now, Guyu has a good chance of getting it if he swipes again. Let's look at the introduction of the small experience book. Using one book, you can gain 10% experience if you are below level 30. Don't think about it, all 10 books were clicked at once. It's just a failure reward anyway, not a precious treasure. And after clearing the level, you will have permanent double experience. If this is not enough, let's upgrade first. As a trace of warmth flowed into his body, Guyu was directly promoted to a level. Level 22, 1%, World, 7th grade lower level. Qi and Blood, 2440/2440. Internal Information, 1220/1220. Physique, 61. Strength, 51. Agility, 51. Spirit 51. It seems that by increasing a small level, each of the 4-dimensional attributes will only automatically grow by 1 point. You have to cross a large level to achieve considerable attribute growth. At the same time, you will also get additional free attribute points to strengthen the direction you want to improve. However, although this wave failed, it was not a loss at all. Fortune Multiplier is really easy to use. The reward increases by 10 times, even if it fails. The rewards are almost as good as those gained by others who have successfully cleared the level. Guyu walked out of Sutra Pavilion. Elder Fei, who was guarding the door, opened his eyes and looked at him with a suspicious frown. It doesn't seem like he has successfully passed the test, but his strength seems to have improved a little. Why is this? Seeing Guyu come out so quickly with his head covered, Qi Yunyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Junior brother, this is too fast. How many breaths have you entered now? Why did you come out? This stupid junior brother is just talking hard and is of no use at all. Qi Yunyu was kindly laughed at. Guyu was not annoyed. He thought of the description of the copy he had just seen and had a plan in mind. With my current strength, it is indeed quite difficult to defeat this peak 6th grade defensive boss alone. He is a long-distance person, so if he pulls a little, he will collapse before he even gets close. Besides, this boss may have other means. Even if I practice for another 10 days and a half, I still won't be able to win with full confidence. There is not much time left until the outer gate is reached. You have to hurry up and get this permanent double experience reward. Guyu remembered that after practicing several sword techniques just now, this senior sister Qi was defeated, which shows that she can really get through with the guarding boss. This dungeon can be played in a 2-player team. With senior sister Qi in check, you can stab him a few times when you have the opportunity. The success rate is naturally higher. However, from my own observation, with the temperament of senior sister Qi, she is definitely not willing to form a team with others to pass the level easily. We have to come up with some other bait. Well, yes. Guyu changed his mind and reported to Elder Fei with a faint smile, although I failed to break through the barrier, I was lucky enough to gain something. Elder Fei raised his eyebrows. Oh? What's the gain? Guyu said confidently, if I can pass through the level 2 more times at most, I should be able to learn the finger snap martial arts of the old man guarding the level. What? Impossible. Chi Yunyu on the side couldn't help blurting out. Most of the brothers and sisters who have come here to break through the secret realm have some understanding of it. I have touched the threshold of the finger-flicking martial arts. But no one really learns. Some elders analyzed that the real benefit of this secret realm may be the inheritance of this set of gatekeepers' finger-flicking martial arts. And it is very likely to be the chi-refining martial skill of earth level. No one has learned it so far. First, no one can really succeed in breaking through. Second, even if you try it many times, you will gain less as you get to the back. In the end, there will be no progress and you can only give up. There is no way to learn by accumulating times. Chi Yunyu has broken through 5 times so far. This time, although she has been able to compete with the opponent for a while. But his understanding of finger-flicking martial arts is getting weaker and weaker. At this time, I heard Gu Yu's tone was very loud. He wanted to fully understand it twice, so he naturally scolded him. Junior brother, you are too arrogant to speak so arrogantly. So many people can't learn it, but you can learn it in 3 times. Doesn't it mean that we are all useless? However, Elder Fei twirled his beard and said thoughtfully, if other people talk so shamelessly, they will definitely get a slap from me today. But you, junior brother Gu, maybe it's really possible. Even Elder Fei said this. Chi Yunyu was shocked. Why? Chapter 10. Elder Fei smiled and praised, this junior brother of yours has an excellent understanding. He can even practice the Loxia sword technique and sword intent. But he is the only one in the sect so far. Having said that, I am somewhat looking forward to him realizing this finger-flicking martial art. Chi Yunyu's beautiful eyes flashed, with an incredible look on her face. What? Practice sword intent? Then at least it has to be perfect. The lower the level of martial arts, the harder it is to practice the true meaning. Even yellow level like Loxia sword can realize sword intent, so how about learning high-level swordsmanship? I have never heard of such a sword Dao genius in the outer sect. With such an astonishing understanding, maybe he can really understand that set of finger-flicking martial arts 3 times? Thinking of this, Chi Yunyu felt a little ashamed again. It seems that I wrongly blamed junior brother Gu just now. People must want to draw inferences from one example and learn from the strengths of other schools. Only after repeated comparisons and verifications of multiple swordsmanships can I read through various sword manuals so quickly. I scolded others superficially, but they didn't care at all. Instead, they bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. Compared with my junior brother's realm and spirit, I am far behind. Chi Yunyu's face was red with embarrassment. She lowered her head and clasped her fists, saying, Junior brother Gu is so understanding. Senior sister, I really admire you. Seeing Chi Yunyu's various expression changes, Gu Yu also secretly admired in his heart, senior sister is really good at facial expressions. Gu Yu said politely on his face, Senior sister, you are so complimentary. It's just an occasional gain. If we really fight. But it was nothing serious and was easily dealt with by the old man guarding the gate. Seeing that Chi Yunyu had given in, Gu Yu took the opportunity to make his request. By the way, senior sister, I would like to ask senior sister for information about this chi refining martial artist and the old guard. I wonder if senior sister can lend me one to talk to? In the refreshment shop inside the sect. Hey, this pastry is so delicious. Why haven't you tasted it before? Chi Yunyu held one in one hand and tasted the new snacks. Ha, this is the recipe I provided to the master chef of the catering room. It has just been developed and has not yet been officially launched for sale. Senior sister, as long as you like it. Gu Yu smiled lightly and took a sip of the osmanthus tea. As long as there is sugar and eggs, this cake will be easy to make after a few tries. After staying in the sect for too long, I'm tired of all the refreshments. Gu Yu then provided the recipe from memory, hoping to improve the taste, but he didn't expect it to be made so quickly. Whatever junior brother wants to know, I will tell you everything. Chi Yunyu sucked her fingers, looking like she was getting high. Gu Yu then said seriously, "Senior sister, actually today I got some information in that copy, ahem, secret realm. This secret realm allows 2 people to form a team. I would like to invite my senior sister to enter with me. Even if we can't succeed by then, we will have the help of our senior sister. I can also learn more about the martial arts of the old man guarding the gate. After I understand it, I will definitely share it with my senior sister." After listening to Gu Yu's proposal, Chi Yunyu instinctively wanted to refuse. The 2 of them broke through secret realm together. Even if I can pass the customs, it will still be a bit meaningless if it is spread out. Coupled with the fact that it is a combination of men and women, it is more likely to be criticized. But if Gu Yu can really understand that high-level finger-flicking martial arts, share what you have learned with yourself, and your combat power will surely rise to a higher level. This made Chi Yunyu hesitate. She is the granddaughter of Elder Chi from the inner sect. However, cultivation talent is not very high, even after years of hard work. There are also rich resources provided by Elder Chi. But the level is never improved quickly. To become a true disciple of the sect, you need to be at least 3rd grade. Now that she has just entered 6th grade, the gap is really big. She is unwilling to miss any opportunity for advancement. Especially this set of finger-flicking martial arts is quite consistent with the martial arts she is currently practicing. Besides, she heard that the Sutra Pavilion secret realm sometimes produces a spiritual creature. It is shaped like a book. After using it, the level can be improved quickly. That's what she wanted so much. Seeing that Chi Yunyu was a little tempted but also a little hesitant, Gu Yu added a little more fire and said seductively, "Senior sister, if you can be the first to pass the level, presumably Elder Chi will also be happy." "Senior sister, you don't want to disappoint Elder Chi, right?" Gu Yu is still very skilled in this kind of small talk. Chi Yunyu gritted her teeth and decided to form a team. If they could get the honor of the first pass, even if they got it together, it would still be worth it. "Junior brother, I am willing to go through the barrier with you, but I have to add a condition." "Oh? Senior sister, do you want to hear it?" Gu Yu took a sip of tea and kept a calm expression on his face. "This guy, is he still trying to make terms with me?" Chi Yunyu said shamelessly, "Junior brother's level is still a bit low. I will put more effort into blocking that old thief in this battle. If it happens, my junior brother will not only teach me the martial arts of finger snapping, but also other rewards from this secret realm, such as a spiritual book that can increase your power, will also belong to me." "Haha, senior sister is talking about the experience book, right?" "Oh? You know. Luckily, I just got it once, but I have already used it. It can indeed increase my skill a little. If I get it by then, why not give it all to senior sister?" Gu Yu said quite generously, "Of course, give it all. How could it be possible to give them all? Anyway, Gu Yu's fortune multiplier can increase the reward by 10 times. If you really get the experience book, you can give her a 10th of it, which is not a loss at all. All rewards are given, which refers to the normal rewards of the dungeon. Gu Yu's own luck increase is of course not included." Seeing Gu Yu agreeing so readily, Chi Yunyu was also overjoyed. "Junior brother Gu is so happy. Then we'll have tea instead of wine, it's an agreement." "It's a deal." The 2 clinked their teacups, raised their heads and drank the tea in the cup. "We are all from the same sect, so there is no need to establish any written agreement." The 2 discussed their tactics and agreed to break into the Sutra Pavilion secret realm tomorrow. Back in his room, Kui Cheng went out to practice and has not returned yet. Gu Yu took out the small 5 elements sword score given by Elder Fei and took a closer look. Elder Fei's move is actually quite impressive. This small 5 elements sword manual is actually an earth-level martial skill. If you sell it, it will be worth hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. There are great things that no amount of money can buy, Earth-level martial arts are also precious treasures in sects like Tianyan sect. That's why senior sister Chi is so interested in the finger-snap martial arts in Sutra Pavilion Secret Realm. Guyu opened the sword manual and began to study it carefully. After taking a look, I discovered that Elder Fei definitely did not throw this high-level cheat book at him randomly. This sword technique is quite useful to me. The small 5 elements sword method includes Binghuo, Wutu, Ancient Gold, Yumu, and Gishui 5-way sword styles. All of them are practiced and integrated, and together they become the 5 elements sword method. Among them, Guyu has already practiced Binghuo and Wutu's swordsmanship at Sutra Pavilion. So now I only need to learn 3 more subjects. The 5 sword styles can be disassembled and used individually, and all have the power of profound level martial arts. Together, the power is greatly enhanced, reaching earth level. Relying on the 2 lux of outstanding comprehension and sword Dao seed. It is quite easy for Guyu to learn the 5-way split sword style, but when it comes to combining it, it cannot be solved by reading the sword manual. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Guyu came to the small courtyard. Start studying this set of earth-level sword techniques. After some gestures, Guyu finally figured out the secret of this sword technique. Chapter 11. The so-called fusion is actually a harmonious transformation. In the 5-way sword style, not every move can be connected directly. Rather, there is a principle in which the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. If it is a sword move from the Binghuo sword, fire generates earth, it can be used as a sword move from the Wutu sword, and the power can be doubled. And if you take the ancient gold sword, fire can overcome gold. Although you can perform it, the power of the sword moves will become weaker. But if you follow the sword move of the Gishui sword, the water will defeat the fire. Not only will you not be able to follow it smoothly, but you may also suffer internal injuries if you are not careful. These key secrets are not recorded in the sword manual, and they must be taught orally between master and apprentice. If someone only takes the sword manual and does not receive the oral secrets, and practices forcefully, it is very likely that he will suffer internal injuries. I don't know what Elder Fei was thinking, but he probably wanted to test his sword Dao skills. That's why the words are unclear. And he also said that if you have any questions, you can ask him for advice in time. Forget it, ask this old boy again when you have time. Guyu tried the fusion of sword moves again, and discovered something extraordinary again. This little 5 elements sword method, if it can continue to produce the 5 elements. One move after another, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water. The power of each sword will be twice that of the previous one. If this combo is connected, it will be terrifying. Infinite connection of the 5 elements. If you think too much, the power will double, and the internal energy consumed will also double. With the little internal energy Guyu has now, if he can only hit 5 consecutive rounds at most, his internal energy will be exhausted. This set of swordsmanship is especially suitable for those with great internal strength. Guyu immediately understood why Elder Fei wanted to practice this set of swordsmanship. Didn't he just have the luck of deep internal strength? Tisk, this old boy like Elder Fei is digging holes everywhere for me. He really learned this swordsmanship. It was inevitable to ask him again to teach him a set of powerful internal energy techniques. The sex internal skill Yin Yang Kong that I practice is completely inadequate. Thinking of this, Guyu also smiled and shook his head. I finally understand that some people become possessed by practicing Kung Fu, and will do whatever it takes to get higher level Kung Fu and martial arts. If you have great martial arts skills, you want to have great internal strength. When the time comes, I will also want to learn more powerful body refining techniques and Qigong to keep getting stronger. Just like when you buy a car, you want to buy a house. If you live in a high-rise building, you want a villa. The human heart is always endless. Guyu put away his sword and returned to his room. He had already started learning the little 5 elements sword technique. After all, it was an earth-level martial skill. In addition, the fusion of the five-way sword style is still very difficult. It will take some time to master. I have to break into the Sutra Pavilion secret realm again tomorrow, so I'll take a break today. Early the next morning, Guyu and Qianyu arrived at the second floor of Sutra Pavilion early as promised. Let's do it first while there's no one around. Hey, let's try it through the level first. You two coming in together? Isn't this against the rules? The gatekeeper was still Elder Fei, looking at the two of them with some suspicion. Qianyu smiled and said, Elder Fei, there is no rule in the sect that two people cannot enter the level together. As long as we can enter the secret realm, isn't that enough? Elder Fei tilted his head and closed his eyes and thought for a while. If someone else had proposed it, he might be more likely to refuse. But Qianyu's grandfather, Elder Qi, is a powerful figure in the sect, so it's hard to offend him. Forget it, let them try. Anyway, no one has been able to successfully break through this secret realm for so many years. So he nodded and said, okay, pay attention to safety. By the way, you kid, you have to pay. Elder Fei looked at Guyu and stretched out his hand. Guyu opened his eyes wide. Ah? Why? Hey, sect rules, you are an outer disciple, you only have one chance to enter the Sutra Pavilion secret realm for free once a year. If you want to enter again, you will get 10 low-grade spirit stones once. So expensive. Guyu was shocked. 10 pieces of low-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. Didn't this empty out the living expenses he had just received? Elder Fei shrugged, the rules set by the sect are not set by me, just this price. The operation of this secret realm still consumes a lot of spirit stone. Besides, old man, I've been working so hard here, why don't I pay for the tea? That's all, as long as you can pass the customs, it's worth the price. Guyu had to pay with heartache. Senior sister, are you ready? We are going in. Come on, let's go together. Qianyu hesitated for a moment, then quietly stretched out her fingers and pulled Guyu's sleeve. Guyu has set up a team on his own panel, but only Guyu knows this setting. Qianyu wouldn't notice any difference. The two looked at each other and nodded gently, then stepped together into the Sutra Pavilion secret realm. The scenery in front of her changed. Qianyu found that Guyu was still beside her, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, two people could enter together. You have formed a team to enter the level 35 novice copy Sutra Pavilion. Guyu also saw the hint. Rat, how dare you come? The familiar roar sounded again, and the gatekeeper boss came out. Senior sister. Guyu stepped aside and handed over the responsibility of defense to his senior sister. Junior brother, don't panic, senior sister is here. Qianyu had a slightly petite figure and stood in front of him without hesitation. I saw her arms spread open, with hot inner energy condensing on her palms. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the energy came as promised with a snap of the fingers. Flame knife. Qianyu's left palm suddenly slashed down, and a ball of scorching inner breath glowed with red light, flying towards the front with a snap of his fingers. Bump! Two condensed and compressed inner auras collided in the air and exploded. The power seems to be about the same. Guyu has also heard of this set of flaming knife, which is a famous chi refining martial arts. Can shoot flames from the air with palm power to hurt people. It can be performed with palm techniques or with a knife. It is a powerful martial arts at profound level high grade. I didn't expect that senior sister Chi would use this martial art to defeat the old guard's finger snaps. Guyu saw that Qianyu was not at a disadvantage for the time being, so he drew his sword and stood aside to sweep the formation, taking a closer look at the details of the opponent's use of finger snaps. Bump, bump, bump. The two fought against each other in the air, and the internal forces they released continued to collide, and only balls of flames flew out from their palms. They were scattered by blasts of energy that were like projectiles. Qi Yunyu's skill level was a few levels lower, and his martial arts level was not as advanced as his opponents. After some fighting, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. The opponent's attack speed was extremely fast, and Qi Yunyu could not completely catch the opponent's attack. There was often a flow of energy that had been missed, causing a shower of blood to appear on Qi Yunyu's body. But this little girl didn't even say a word. She just gritted her teeth and attacked him without giving in at all. This made Guyu also admire a little. The senior sister is really tough. But if this continues, senior sister may not be able to hold on for long. Guyu did not immediately raise his sword to help, but used his external observer luck ability to try to observe this old guard. Unexpectedly, I could actually see his data panel. Chapter 12. Name, Li Yang. Age, 58 years old. Level 40, World, Peak of 6th grade. Innate luck, amazing finger power, green, jealous of evil, white, conscientious and conscientious, white. Amazing finger strength, with finger strength beyond ordinary people, you can achieve greater achievements by practicing martial arts like fingering. Aversion to evil, hate all evil deeds very much and want to suppress the villain on the spot. In anger, it is easy to lose reason and do extreme behavior. Responsibility, I will do my best to complete my job. I didn't expect that the gatekeeper boss in this dungeon would also have a description of innate luck. 1 green and 2 white, I can only say that it is so-so. But there seems to be something that can be exploited? What the hell, there's no harm in giving it a try. Guyu changed his mind and rushed forward with his sword in hand. Instead, he took out the fire folder in his arms and started setting fire everywhere in the Sutra Pavilion. This place is entirely made of wood, and there are also a large number of secret books stored there. Although these books cannot be flipped, Guyu tried a little and they burned easily. Qi Yunyu, who was struggling to hold on, frowned and saw Guyu setting fire everywhere. I was also a little shocked. What is this for? Junior brother Gu is really naughty. Can setting fire help? However, the old man guarding the gate was heard shouting loudly, "How dare you, little thief! Burn my Sutra Pavilion!" The old man guarding the gate was about to have his eyes split open. I wish I could eat Guyu alive. He dropped Qi Yunyu and gave up the advantage of Qi refining martial artist's long-range attack, and rushed towards Guyu. The old man guarding the gate jumped up in the air and flew downwards, pointing with his right hand. Huge inner energy gathered at the fingertips, and the terrifying force seemed to blow Guyu to pieces. Humph, good time. Guyu was already prepared. The long sword in his hand changed 3 moves in succession and was held out. Starting a prairie fire style, switching to thick earth style, then turning to cracking air style. Small 5 elements sword method, Bing fire produces Wu earth, and Wu earth produces ancient gold. Guyu's inner energy is output like a rising tide, one wave higher than the next. Go to the third formula. The tip of the sword already has a touch of golden ancient gold power, which is extremely sharp. A small 5 elements sword style with 3 consecutive swords and 3 times the power. He handed it to the old guard in the air. Coupled with the 50 points of strength bonus from strong as an ox luck. The power of Guyu's sword is comparable to that of 6th grade. Boom! The old man guarding the gate took action in anger, but after all, it was just a copy of the boss, with certain rules, restrictions and weakenings. He is Qi refining martial artist, and such close combat is by no means his strong point. Collision with Guyu's 5-element sword with full strength, which increased its power several times. The flesh and blood body was suddenly unable to withstand the huge force coming from the tip of Guyu's sword. The fingers exploded with a bang, and the whole person flew out screaming. Senior sister! Destroy him! The opportunity is not to be missed. Qi Yunyu didn't hold back her hands at all. She swung her palms forward and slashed out a huge flaming sword. Hit the old man guarding the gate and kill him. Congratulations! Successfully kill the gatekeeper, you have passed the level. Congratulations on winning the clearance reward, the dungeon experience is permanently increased by 100%. Great Experience Book 1 Volume X10. Finger Divine Ability Fragments X80. 20 Strands of Luck X10. Rewards are in hand. I got everything I wanted. Sure enough, they were all increased by 10 times by Fortune Multiplier. The experience that was originally increased by 10% has now become 100%. Chi Yunyu on the side also shouted in surprise, "Junior brother! I seem to have received a secret realm reward." At this time, the entire Sutra Pavilion secret realm has gradually turned into a sea of fire, and it is not suitable to stay for a long time. Sister, let's evacuate first. By the way, please keep the matter of arson a secret. Know it. Before leaving the dungeon, Guyu said hello first. This method was a bit tricky. If others can't think of it, they should just rely on their strength to break through. The two walked out of Secret Realm. Elder Fei outside was already standing up with excitement. With control over this secret realm, he can know that Guyu and the two have successfully cleared the level. It actually happened. How did you win? No one has successfully cleared the level for more than 10 years, but this time he was actually cleared. Elder Fei originally had no hope. Although there were 2 people. But a 7th grade lower grade, a 6th grade lower grade. Altogether, they are no match for those at the top of the 6th grade. To say that it is still possible to understand the opponent's finger-flicking martial arts past the customs directly? It's simply a fool's dream. Guyu knew that if he just said it was good luck, it would definitely be difficult for him to do business. Then he smiled and briefly introduced the process. It all depends on the small 5 elements sword score given by Elder Fei yesterday. I took it back and studied it all night, and finally figured out a few tricks. Today, senior sister had a stalemate with the old man guarding the gate. I saw the opportunity and used the combo sword style. He got close and severely injured his finger, and the senior sister seized the opportunity to kill him. It's not a lie to omit the part about setting fire to anger the old man guarding the gate. Chi Yunyu also knew that it would be unseemly to spread the word about setting fire. I was afraid that I would be laughed at secretly by others, so I didn't say much. Elder Fei took a closer look at 1st grade. Well, it's quite reasonable. There are no flaws. Suddenly, Elder Fei was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. What did you say? Have you figured out the 5 elements sword? Can you still use combos? Are there no obstacles? Guyu nodded, yes, as long as you follow the law of the 5 elements mutual generation and transformation, the sword styles can be connected and the power will be doubled. Chi Yunyu on the side was also shocked. The last continuously changing sword style that junior brother used was actually the small 5 elements sword? Sadness can drive away the gatekeeper with one sword, but didn't you just get the sword manual yesterday? What kind of genius understanding is this? Understand the earth-level swordsmanship in one day and be able to use it in actual combat. No wonder junior brother was able to master the martial arts of finger snapping just 3 times before. They really have this kind of strength. The look of wonder in Chi Yunyu's beautiful eyes gradually turned into envy and reverence. Junior brother Gu is such a genius, I'm afraid it won't be long before he soars into the sky. Become the top genius of my sect. Guyu could only modestly say, it's not even a day. In fact, I have already mastered the Binghuo sword and the Wutu sword. I just practiced the ancient gold sword a little more. By chance, I discovered that the 3-way sword style can transform and connect the 5 elements, and I was lucky enough to master that move. There is no other way. To be honest, I just learned the Binghuo sword and the Wutu sword yesterday. You shouldn't be scared to death on the spot. This statement really made Elder Fei feel a little better. This guy is so lucky. He learned the 5 elements sword style in the right order. If he is more clever, he can connect it. Forget it, teach him the real formula another day, otherwise you will still blame me for hiding it. Elder Fei had originally intended to give Gu Yu a little difficult problem and wanted to sharpen his spirit. Unexpectedly, it is not difficult for people to learn it. Quite disappointed. Not in the mood to care about the Sutra Pavilion secret realm being cleared, Elder Fei waved his hand outside and said, "You go, it's so early in the morning, let me be alone. That little guy Gu, come to my place when you have time, and I'll teach you the formula for the 5 elements sword technique." "Go, I'll go." Gu Yu and Qi Yunyu winked, and the two of them said goodbye and quickly walked out of Sutra Pavilion. Divide the spoils. Chapter 13. A refreshment shop within the sect. The two of them specially requested a private room on the second floor and waited until the tea and pastries were served. Qi Yunyu couldn't help laughing and said, "Junior brother, I got a spiritual object, a good thing called the Great Experience Book. Can improve certain skills. By the way, I seem to have received a revelation somewhere. In the future, when I fight in this secret realm, my strength will increase faster." Gu Yu immediately understood that the senior sister also received a dungeon reward that permanently increased the experience value by 10%. It's just that she doesn't have a system and can't see the panel, so she only has a vague perception prompt. "That's right. I'm a transmigrate user, so I don't think it's strange when I see the panel. If the natives of this world could see the panel directly, they would probably feel controlled by their inner demons." Gu Yu took a peek at Qi Yunyu's dashboard and found that she had been promoted to level 1. The level has been upgraded to level 34. It seems that the experience value of killing the old guard is quite high. "Junior brother, have you gained anything?" Qi Yunyu looked over expectantly. Gu Yu naturally understood what his senior sister wanted, so he nodded with a smile and said, "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my destiny and got the finger-flicking martial arts skill." With a thought, Gu Yu synthesized the fragments into the earth-level martial skill finger-flick divine ability in the data panel in his mind. It turned into a pale golden book and was stored in the inventory. Gu Yu clicked on the golden book again, and a lot of knowledge and insights came into his mind. There is one more skill on the panel. Divine ability, Qi refining martial skill of earth level high grade, realm, beginner, 10%. The obtained fragments are all consumed, providing more proficiency. Gu Yu concentrated his inner strength on his fingertips, raised his hand towards the window, flicked it lightly, and a finger force flew out, hitting the trunk of the big tree outside the window. There was a soft sound, and a small hole appeared on the tree trunk. "It looks like it was poked out of the dirt with your finger." Qi Yunyu's beautiful eyes lit up. It was really the finger-flicking martial arts of the old guard. After only watching it twice, junior brother Gu actually learned it. "Junior brother, you are truly a martial Dao wizard." Qi Yunyu sincerely admired. Gu Yu chuckled lightly, his face neither arrogant nor arrogant. "How could this be so bad? If senior sister praises you like this again, my chin will be raised to the sky. This martial art is quite powerful, it is earth level high grade. It's called finger divine ability and it's perfect for the Qi refining martial artist. I'll go find some pen and ink and copy the secret book for you." After Gu Yu used the light golden secret book, the entire set of martial arts skills had been engraved in his head. "We have made an appointment before, so Gu Yu doesn't hide anything, and he will definitely get a lot of good things in the future. What's more, senior sister Qi is blessed with golden luck. If we can make good friends. I wonder if I can activate a bond of luck like Duanhang did. Then you can use the power of luck every day for free." Thinking of this, Gu Yu took out another great experience book, put it on the table, and pushed it to Qi Yunyu. "Senior sister, I also obtained this spiritual object and gave it to you as agreed. Since it is a big experience book, it is naturally more effective than a small experience book. If you are below level 40, you can directly upgrade to a level by using one volume. This level is the numerical level of the system, not the level of martial Dao. The level limit for the Great Experience book is level 40 or below. Gu Yu obtained 10 volumes this time. He was originally level 22, leaving 9 volumes to upgrade to 6th grade. Junior brother really trusts people. Qi Yunyu naturally understands the preciousness of this spiritual object, which can directly improve one's skill. It is only available in very few secret realms, so it is rare to find it. Unexpectedly, Gu Yu did not fall in love. Qi Yunyu felt more and more that this junior brother was worth making friends with. Senior sister will take advantage of you this time. You should accept the money first. If there is any place where I can be of use to my senior sister in the future, just ask. Qi Yunyu gritted her teeth and took out 2 banknotes and pushed them over. She doesn't have much pocket money, and she has a lot of expenses for practicing. This is already the most valuable thing in her body. Gu Yu glanced at it and saw 1 Qian Liang denomination, 2,000 Liang in total. Okay, now the living expenses are covered. Then thank you, senior sister, I'll treat you to this meal. Gu Yu couldn't put it off and accepted the banknote with a smile. The atmosphere between the two became more and more harmonious, they chatted and laughed, ate refreshments, and then began to study divine ability. While Gu Yu was copying, Qi Yunyu was reading. Gu Yu is not familiar with Qi refining martial artists' practice method. Qi Yunyu's careful explanation made up for Gu Yu's lack of many basic knowledge. My understanding of divine ability is much deeper. The difference between body refining and Qi refining is not very big at low grades. But the higher you go, the way you practice will be somewhat different. Body refining requires the use of a large number of spiritual objects. Body tempering, blood refining, organ refining, skin refining, and bone refining. The physical body will become extremely powerful and brave in close combat. Qi refining, on the other hand, has more powerful inner Qi, using Qi to control energy and objects. And it requires soul refining to be able to condense true Qi, control magical weapons, and hurt people from a distance. It is very difficult to practice to a high level in both ways. Walking alone will already consume countless mental and financial resources. So there are very few people who can do both. At this time, Gu Yu's introduction to finger divine ability can only be regarded as a superficial understanding. The inner breath is not condensed enough and cannot be released very far. It cannot be controlled in subtle ways after leaving the body. The power is quite average. The two of them studied until after dinner, when the refreshment shop was about to close, and then they called it a day. Junior brother, please do your best for the outer sect competition at the end of the year. I'll be waiting for you in the inner sect. Before parting, Qi Yunyu pumped her fist to cheer Gu Yu up. Understood. Gu Yu cupped his fists and saluted. Naturally, he had a plan in mind. He could go to 6th grade after going back and checking out the experience book. The outer door competition was easy to handle. The two said goodbye and turned their backs on each other. After taking a few steps, Gu Yu suddenly saw a prompt in his mind. Congratulations! You make friends with people of great luck, activating the bond luck both teacher and friend, green. Both teachers and friends, you are each other's mentor and friend, and each of you can make great progress and be happy. You can get 100 rays of luck every day. Haha, yes. 100 strands a day, which is much more than Duanhang's 10 strands a day. Maybe it's because the senior sister is a golden lucky person, and the activated bond luck is green, so there are so many. Gu Yu stopped and looked back, wanting to see any changes in Qi Yunyu's panel. Sure enough, Qi Yunyu also gained the bond of being both a teacher and a friend, luck. You can also harvest 100 rays of luck every day. Although she does not have a system panel and cannot directly use the power of luck to upgrade luck. But if a person accumulates a lot of luck, his destiny will change in a better direction. When it reaches a certain amount, it can even change your destiny. Gu Yu suddenly had a thought in his mind and thought of senior sister Qi golden luck. No, is it possible that the noble person is myself? It seems to make sense. As if sensing Guyu's gaze, Qianyu, who had walked some distance away, turned around and said. I found that Guyu was still stopping there and looking at me. She had a pure mind and didn't have any messy thoughts. She just responded with a bright smile. He waved generously towards Guyu, then turned around and drifted away. Guyu couldn't help but smile easily. Just support me. Hey, senior sister, you have to follow my footsteps. Chapter 14. Return to the outer door and walk into your own small courtyard. Kui Cheng, who was in the same room, was sitting on the couch doing qi nurturing. When he saw Guyu coming back, he just nodded with a calm expression and continued to close his eyes. The two of them have always been in harmony with each other, and Guyu also started his own evening class, Iron Pile Kung Fu. He stood up in a steady horse stance, and his own internal energy technique Yin Yang Kong started to circulate in his body. Let the inner breath flow slowly through the body. Yan Yang Gong has a certain tempering effect on the physical body, making the muscles more active. Accommodate more inner breath. Having been doing this for 10 years, Guyu can practice it effortlessly and his body can run automatically. Guyu quietly clicked on the panel in his mind to check today's harvest. In addition to finger divine ability, I also received 200 rays of luck today. In innate luck, next to the white luck sword Dao seed, there are already words that can be upgraded. Other green ones strong as an ox and excellent comprehension cannot be upgraded. It seems that the power of luck is not enough. It takes 100 threads to rise from white to green, and it may take 1000 threads to rise from green to blue. But don't worry, now that I have Sister Key lucky little cow that produces 100 strands a day, I can save it very quickly, hee. As for the bond of luck, it cannot be directly upgraded through the power of luck. Try sword Dao seed first. What can this achieve? Guyu directly consumed 100 rays and upgraded. Congratulations! Your innate luck sword Dao seed, white, has been upgraded to sword Dao genius, green. Sword Dao genius, you are a natural talent for practicing sword pavilion. Your understanding of sword Dao practice is very fast. Any level of swordsmanship can be easily mastered in your hands. The same move, the power you use will be greater. When practicing swordsmanship, you are more likely to have epiphanies. Your sword and martial arts learning speed increases by 200%. The attack power of sword skills is increased by 100%. Good guy. The speed of learning sword skills is doubled, and the power of sword moves is doubled. If you raise the level of little 5 elements sword a little further, even if the level is not raised, you can still brush the Sutra Pavilion and guard the old man alone. The effect of this innate luck is really good. Innate luck, which is also a green grade, brings different benefits. For example, strong as an ox is also green, so the effect is not as good as sword Dao genius outstanding comprehension. It seems that the growth potential of various innate lucks still has a certain priority. After upgrading innate luck, Guyu clicked on the big experience book on the panel in his mind without feeling any need for enlightenment for the time being. Try using one volume first. Upgrade. Congratulations! You used the Great Experience book and your level has been improved. I just felt a burning sensation in my body, and the flowing inner breath seemed to be heated. The muscles all over my body seemed to suddenly become stronger. The inner energy stored in the danshan in the abdomen has also become much more powerful. Guyu looked at the panel and saw that the level had been upgraded to level 23, and the martial Dao level had also changed to the lower level of 7th grade. Easy to use. After digesting the improved skill for a while and feeling no discomfort, Guyu clicked on the big experience book to upgrade again. Congratulations! You used the Great Experience book and your level has been improved. Congratulations! You used the Great Experience book and your level has been improved. Congratulations! You used the Great Experience book and your level has been improved. In an hour, Guyu had used up all 9 large experience books. View panel. Level 30, 90%, World, 7th grade peak. Chi and Blood, 3200/3200. Internal interest, 1600/1600. Physique, 80. Strength, 60+50. Agility, 60. Spirit, 60. Every time you upgrade to level 1, the 4 dimensions can automatically grow by 1 point. Occasionally get 1 to 3 points of free attributes, which can be allocated by yourself. Guyu used 8 large experience books to reach level 30. However, when I clicked on the 9th big experience book, I did not get the corresponding upgrade effect, and the progress bar was stuck at 90%. A prompt message appears on the panel. Upgrade failed. You need to complete the job transfer mission before you can cross level 30 and be promoted to level 31. Note, after changing jobs, your innate luck has a certain chance to advance and you will have stronger innate luck blessing. Professional transfer mission, clear 5 copies to successfully change your job. Current progress, 2/5. Guyu nodded slightly in his heart, understanding the current situation. Even for martial Dao practice, there is a big threshold from 7th grade to 6th grade. If it is body refining, you usually need to find a suitable spiritual object to complete the first body tempering. Chi refining requires obtaining a picture of God's intention and understanding the most basic God's will. The system level is stuck here, but it is still acceptable. The job transfer task does not seem difficult, and you only need to clear 5 dungeons to complete it. Now I have cleared the 2 novice dungeons of Green Grassland and Sutra Pavilion. All you need to do is find 3 more secret realms. Duan Hangu said before that the Sex Kyunji Pavilion also has a secret realm, so you can go check it out tomorrow. Chapter 15. Tianyan Sect, Kyunji Pavilion. Tianyan Sect is huge in power and has various large and small organizations within it. A relatively important part of the sect is the 12 pavilions. Each pavilion is commanded by a pavilion master, who has several pavilion elders and dozens of deacons responsible for various affairs. Below there are many inner disciples on duty in the pavilion. The functions and responsibilities of each cabinet are different. As for Kyunji Pavilion, the main research direction is hidden weapons and mechanisms. All kinds of hidden weapons and strange weapons needed by the sect, as well as various mechanisms, secret passages, formations, etc. for the sect's defense, they are all developed and arranged by Kyunji Pavilion. Kyunji Pavilion's status within the sect is not weaker than Sutra Pavilion, and it is also a first-class small organization. At this time, Guyu stood outside the attic of Kyunji Pavilion. This is a group of inconspicuous buildings with a somewhat grey appearance. There are only 3 floors at the top, connected by winding paths, like a giant beast crawling in the valley. Most of the disciples who came in and out of the pavilion were dressed in black, and they all had cold expressions on their faces, making them look very inaccessible. Guyu has heard before that most of the disciples of Kyunji Pavilion are proficient in hidden weapons, disguises and assassination techniques. Some activities that are inconvenient for the sect to be put on the table are all handled by the disciples of Kyunji Pavilion. Therefore, Guyu had always stayed away from this pavilion. At this time, Guyu showed enough courtesy to stop a disciple, asked for the direction of the secret realm, and then came to a 3-story building. A slightly older senior sister in black clothes with a pale face received Guyu, "Come to break into the secret realm of my Kyunji Pavilion? 20 pieces of low-grade spirit stone once. If there is any death or injury, you will be responsible for it. After paying the money and signing the life and death documents, go in by yourself." The senior sister's tone was quite cold. Guyu hesitated. Is this copy of Kyunji Pavilion dangerous? I still had to sign a life and death document, but I didn't see anyone else coming in. Moreover, 20 low-grade spirit stones per time is too expensive. Guyu only has a total of 2,000 taels of silver notes given by senior sister Chi. He has given them all here. Living expenses will be difficult. Seeing Guyu's embarrassment after hearing the price, the pale-faced senior sister sneered. If you don't have money, go to the mission hall to pick up work. What's the use of standing here? Not everyone is qualified to enter the secret realm of our Kyunji Pavilion. Activating this secret realm once will consume a lot of money, but there are many benefits after completing it. You really need 20 spirit stones to get the benefits of clearing the level, so just have fun. It sounds like this senior sister seems to know the specific rewards after clearing the secret realm. Guyu took a peek at this senior sister's panel. Name, Shen Hong. Age, 34 years old. Level 45, World, 5th grade intermediate. Innate luck, Master of hidden weapons, blue, posture of the willow, black, greedy for money and love for little things, white. Hidden weapon master, he is naturally very good at concealed weapon skills, and there are many people who have been killed secretly. Puliu's Haizi, the body is relatively weak and prone to premature aging. It is not advisable to stay up too late. Covetous for money and fond of small things, although he is greedy for money and loves to take advantage of small things, he is not a treacherous person, and sometimes he does some righteous things. He is actually a master of concealed weapons. He cannot be offended. And I found another black luck. It turns out that he is not the only one with black luck. Guyu breathed a sigh of relief. After looking at senior sister Shen's panel, Guyu has already made a plan and is ready to conduct some social engineering practice. He calmly took out a low-grade spirit stone, flicked his fingers, and dropped it behind senior sister Shen. Then he exaggeratedly pretended to be surprised. Ah! Senior sister, your spirit stone fell off. Guyu's little moves naturally cannot escape the eyes of senior sister Shen, who is good at concealed weapons. She calmly picked up the spirit stone and held it in her hand. He inquired with some vigilance, "You little disciple, who introduced you here?" Guyu took a step closer and whispered, "This is senior brother Duan from the assessment hall. If you have any questions, you can ask senior sister for advice." Shen Hong then let down his guard and put the spirit stone in his arms, with a smile on his cold face. "Tell me, what do you want to know?" Guyu sighed, "Sure enough. Senior brother Duan Hang, who likes to socialize, must have some friendship with these key disciples on duty. The sex laws are strict. If you want to give a gift for nothing, they will definitely not accept it." The relationship with Duan Hang became much closer. "Senior sister, I would like to know the difficulty of Kyunji Pavilion Secret Realm. What are the dangers? Are there many people who have passed it?" Guyu gave a lot, and Shen Hong introduced it carefully. "Our secret realm of Kyunji Pavilion is actually divided into 3 floors. The first level is a test of physical skills, which requires passing through a zigzag passage hundreds of feet long. There are various hidden weapons on both sides that are fired randomly. You can only avoid them with your body, but you cannot block them. If you block them, you will fail. If you can't avoid being hit 3 times, it's considered a failure. It sounds dangerous, but according to the experience of past passers-by, even if you are injured inside, you will be intact when you come out, which is quite miraculous. If you pass the level, your 5 senses and body sensitivity will be enhanced. As for the number of people who pass the customs, there are always a few in a year. According to my observation, it is almost impossible to pass the level without the physical training of profound level grade accomplishment or above. You can weigh it yourself and don't waste spirit stone in vain. As for the second and third floors, they are really dangerous. And it's only open to inner disciples. Let's wait until you pass the first level." As expected of the money spent, senior sister Shen's introduction was very clear and concise. Guyu speculates that the first level of Kyunji Pavilion Secret Realm is also a novice copy and will not die in it. The reward should be related to the agility attribute, but it is worth a try. It's just that Guyu doesn't know any body skills at all. Can't break through at all. Today, Gu Yu's strength level and martial arts have surpassed the threshold of the inner sect. On the contrary, he is quite lagging behind in terms of body skills. If you meet an ordinary body refining martial artist, you won't be afraid. If you meet a chi refining martial artist of the same level who has good movement skills and is good at long-range attacks, it's not easy to deal with. It is easy to be kited by the opponent, and it is also very uncomfortable to beat but not catch up. It seems that I really need to make up for my shortcomings in body skills. It would be even better if you could get the rewards from this copy and improve your agility attributes. This copy of the first floor of Kyunji Pavilion must be captured before the outer gate competition. Gu Yu asked again, Senior sister, do you know which body technique in the cultivation sect is more suitable for breaking into the secret realm? There are also many types of body skills. Some are good at short-distance sprints, and some are suitable for long-distance attacks. Some are suitable for dodging between moves and confusing the opponent. Senior Sister Shen smiled and said, You have asked the right person. The 6th Academy of the Outer Sect teaches body skills. The person teaching this year is none other than the young pavilion master of our Kyunji Pavilion. If you go to learn a few tricks from her, your chances of passing the level will naturally be higher. However, this year's teaching has come to an end, so hurry up next year. The teaching at the outer door is a large lecture hall, divided into dozens of courtyards. The content taught in each school is different. Gu Yu learned internal skills in the 2nd Academy, and practiced palm skills and sword skills in the 3rd Academy. I still haven't found the time to go to the 6th Academy to learn Chen Fa. At the end of the year, each college will have final exams. If you go to study now, you will definitely not be able to learn. After gathering enough information, Gu Yu resigned from Senior Sister Shen and turned towards Sutra Pavilion. If in the past, you wanted to quickly learn the body skills and clear the first level of the secret realm of Kyunji Pavilion, there will definitely be no hope in a short time. But it's different now. With the green innate luck outstanding understanding, Gu Yu went to Sutra Pavilion to learn Kung Fu by himself. What's more, in less than 10 days, 1,000 strands of luck can be harvested from the little cow Senior Sister Chi. When the time comes, upgrade outstanding comprehension to blue luck, and it will be even more stable. Chapter 16. In the past few days, Gu Yu did not just lie down, but practiced very diligently. After visiting Sutra Pavilion a few days ago, not only did I get the true instructions of the little 5 elements sword method taught by Elder Fei. Under the guidance of Elder Fei, he practiced the profound level movement shadow chasing to the entry level. It is said that this movement technique is the standard equipment for disciples of Kyunji Pavilion. It has extremely high dodge and concealment effects. Moreover, this body technique also has a higher earth level. When practiced to the extreme, one can change shape and hide in the shadows. But only a very few people in the sect know how to do it. Whether it can be taught depends on chance. In a quiet place inside the mountain gate, Gu Yu quickly walked through the bamboo forest. After practicing the shadow chasing body technique for a while, I practiced the small 5 elements sword method in the open space for a while. Both are good gains, each has increased their proficiency by several points. Relying on the blessing of outstanding comprehension luck, after a few days of hard training, Gu Yu's shadow chasing body technique is not far from basic accomplishment. The improvement in swordsmanship is even more astonishing. Sword Deo genius luck has caused Gu Yu to have epiphanies several times. All 5 elements sword styles have been practiced to the level of great accomplishment. The fused small 5 elements sword method has also reached the threshold of the peak of basic accomplishment. It's just that because of his lack of internal strength, he can only hit 3 times in a row of 5 at most, and all his internal energy will be exhausted. Regarding internal strength, Gu Yu also consulted Elder Fei, a chief master. Elder Fei was born with strong internal strength, but he did not have much experience in improving in this area. We can only let Gu Yu join the inner sect first, and then switch to high-level skills. Accumulate over time, and as you age, your internal strength will naturally become stronger. According to what Elder Fei said, there is no need to rush in cultivating internal strength. Gu Yu just listened to this statement. He also had an idea of how to deal with it in his mind. If he could also practice Yin Yang Kong to perfection. Is it possible to generate a white luck seed of internal strength like Loxia sword technique? Then using the power of luck to upgrade, wouldn't it be possible to achieve it quickly? The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was quickly getting dark. Gu Yu was still practicing tirelessly in the bamboo forest. He took a horse stance. Close your eyes and perform body tempering, the mental method of Yin Yang Kong. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a message appeared in my mind. The power of luck plus 100 rays. Great! Senior sister Key Luck has arrived today. Gu Yu quickly checked the panel, adding what was generated by senior brother Duanheng and what was left after breaking into the Sutra Pavilion secret realm. I have collected 1000 strands of luck. Look at various innate luck. Behind the green luck of strong as an ox, outstanding comprehension, sword Deo genius. The word upgradable appears on them all. Sure enough, 1000 wisps of green turn blue. Without thinking too much, Gu Yu directly chose to upgrade outstanding comprehension. This luck can speed up the practice of all martial arts skills. Like the engine of cultivation, it is naturally the first choice. Upgrade. Congratulations! Your outstanding comprehension, green, has been upgraded to amazing comprehension, blue. Amazing understanding, blue. You have amazing understanding and learning ability. Able to quickly understand various complex things, and more easily integrate them. You often have epiphanies. The growth rate of your proficiency in various skills has been greatly increased. Great! Gu Yu quickly stood up and began to learn the shadow chasing movement technique that was urgently needed for practice. My strength is much stronger than others. If I make good use of this extra strength, my movement can actually be faster. Shadow chasing body technique. The transformation and connection of footwork is actually similar to the sword-style transformation of Little 5 Elements sword technique. By incorporating a little bit of the concept of the 5 elements into each other, the transformation of footwork can be smoother and more precise. Flexible. The pile skills of Yin Yang Kong are very helpful in tempering the thigh meridians, which can be transformed into the explosive power of body skills. Gu Yu soon came up with various ideas to improve his body skills, and started various attempts and exercises. Not only did his body skills progress rapidly, but he also integrated his body skills better with his own swordsmanship and internal strength. Just comprehending and practicing at such a high speed, it was about midnight. Gu Yu saw the prompt message. Congratulations! Your shadow chasing movement technique has been perfected, and you have obtained a green luck seed. By pouring 100 strands of luck, you can create new innate luck. Sure enough, you can get luck seeds by perfecting your martial arts skills, and this time they are green. It seems that the shadow chasing body technique is of a higher level than the Loxia sword technique. You have to harvest enough luck tomorrow. Gu Yu had to put aside the seeds first. Start trying the shadow chasing body technique in the perfect realm. Under the moonlight, only a dark shadow was seen running wildly in the bamboo forest. Although the speed is very fast, it is silent, pauses occasionally, and then seems to melt into the shadows and disappear. The perfect state of chasing shadows is indeed suitable for hiding. If you wear black clothes and the moonlight is dimmer, it will be difficult to detect small activities at night. This level is definitely enough to break into the first level of Qinji Pavilion secret realm. Gu Yu went back to his room and slept until midnight. My physical condition has returned to its peak, so I'm going to brush up on the dungeon today. Gu Yu was familiar with the road and arrived at Qinji Pavilion, but he was surprised. The entrance to Secret Realm was actually very lively today. A tall woman with outstanding temperament wearing a long tulle skirt and veil. He was standing on the steps, speaking to the 17 or 8 outer disciples below. My fellow disciples, you are all the outstanding ones I have brought out this year. Everyone is qualified to challenge the first level of my Kyunjij secret realm. Whether you can pass the level depends on your performance today. If you can pass the level, you will not only get many rewards, but also have the opportunity to join my Kyunji pavilion. Let's start in order. Yes. Teach. The disciples below, both men and women, responded loudly with fists in their hands. Lectures in large classrooms at the outer sect are not a true master-disciple inheritance, so they are generally called teaching. Guyu immediately understood that today was a coincidence, as he happened to catch up with the Shenfa class of the 6th courtyard of the outer courtyard for an assessment. The title is to break into the copy of Kyunji Pavilion. Anyway, if nothing happens, let's take a look at the clearance rate of these fellow students. I saw the veiled woman leading a group of people in. Guyu followed him to the door, stretched out a pale hand, and blocked the way. Hey, you are not from this class, are you? Why are you wandering around like this? The person blocking the road was none other than senior sister Shen Hong, an old acquaintance. Hey, senior sister, let me go in and observe. Guyu said with a cheeky smile. According to the rules, you have to hand over the spirit stone when you enter this door. Senior sister Shen still had a straight face. It seems that the effect of giving a low-grade spirit stone last time has expired. 10 pieces of low-grade spirit stone, right? Guyu took out 1,000-tael silver note and came out. The exchange of low-grade spirit stone and silver is relatively smooth and can be used universally. Ah? Are you really trespassing today? Shen Hong was surprised. This kid, when he came here 10 days ago, wasn't he still trying to figure out what kind of movement technique was better? Did it take just a few days to practice? Could it be that he is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Shen Hong was suspicious, but he still accepted the check and said, "Come in, you'll be the last in line. Look at other people's performance and weigh it yourself. If it doesn't work, come out quickly. As for the banknote, please put it here for me to press." This is already a small back door for Guyu. The implication is that if you don't break through the barrier before entering, there is also a chance to get your money back when you come out. Thank you, senior sister, for taking care of me. Guyu cupped his hands and stepped into the first floor of the secret realm of Kyunji Pavilion. The scene in front changed. Guyu had already received the prompt message. You have entered the level 30 novice copy of the secret passage. Introduction to the copy: pass the entire secret passage safely, and you will be rewarded with clearance rewards. If you use brute force to resist and force your way through, it will be a failure. Since it is a novice copy, you will not die in the copy. Copy reward: if you successfully pass the level, you will receive a 20% increase in the acuity of your 5 senses, a 20-point increase in agility, and other rewards. Seeing the description of the reward, Guyu was also delighted. What a good thing! It's not in vain that I have been preparing for so many days. The acuity of the 5 senses is not even shown on my own data panel, it has increased by 20%. After your own fortune multiplier increase, it will increase by 200%. Twice the improvement. There are also 200 points of agility attributes. You must get this reward. Chapter 17. Guyu walked forward quickly, following behind those in the 6th courtyard. Some of them seemed a bit familiar, and they must have taken courses together in other colleges before. After all, they were all outer disciples, and Guyu's joining did not attract much attention from others. This copy of Kyunji Pavilion is much grander than the previous 2 copies. Everyone stood on a 3-story city wall. In front of you is a building like an underground palace, with winding passages extending in all directions, forming a complex maze. That is the secret passage that everyone wants to break through. The bottom of the passage is very deep, with walls several feet high on both sides. You can faintly see some holes for launching concealed weapons hidden in the wall. There was an inexplicable feeling of chilling. Everyone can feel that if you enter this secret passage rashly, you will basically be a dead end. Who comes first? The tall woman with a gauze mask asked softly. Standing on this tower, you can have a clear view of the situation in the secret passage below. But you can watch and see how others get through it. So no one said anything, and no one wanted to take the lead in exploring the way. Guyu stood in the back row and took a peek at the tall woman's panel. Name, Lu Piao Piao. Age, 27 years old. Level, Level 68, World, 3rd grade. Innate luck, Fairy demonic body, black gold, noble bloodline, purple, 1000-hand guanyin, purple. Fairy demonic body, black gold with a charming appearance like a fairy, the body is extremely suitable for practicing the Demon Dao technique. Born to be an excellent cauldron for Master Demon Dao to practice evil arts. Dual cultivation with it can greatly increase the cultivation speed of both parties. If you voluntarily fall into Demon Dao, you can easily become the Demon Dao Jade. Noble bloodline, purple queens of famous families, royal bloodline, with the help of this bloodline. It can suppress and resolve many dangers and threats brought by black gold luck. 1000-hand guanyin, purple a natural master of hidden weapons, his shooting speed is extremely fast, as if he has 1,000 arms. He also has strong control over his limbs and can use his hands and feet flexibly while being distracted. 1 black gold, 2 purple. Such a powerful innate luck, Guyu couldn't help but secretly praise, awesome. Black gold luck, although it is also a gold level, can easily bring about some unknown things. For example, this senior sister Lu Piao Piao, although Zion's a demonic body is a powerful luck. But it requires Demon Dao and double cultivation to exert its huge effect. It is also easy to become a cauldron for others, and life or death can be unpredictable if you are not careful. How difficult? I don't know, after I change jobs and advance. Does this system have the ability to change fate and eliminate black luck? After all, I also have a black luck hanging on me. Thinking of this, Guyu couldn't help but shake his head slightly, and let's focus on the challenge in front of him first. At this moment, Lu Piao Piao suddenly felt as if someone had peeked into her deepest secret. I couldn't help but feel shocked. I turned my head and looked around, but I didn't find anything unusual. Through the veil, she saw Guyu, and felt a little strange. Who is this? Judging from the clothes, he is also an outside disciple, but is there such a person in the class I teach this time? Lu Piao Piao glanced around again and found that no one was willing to break through first, so she called out, He Xiang, your strength is obvious to all. You have already reached basic accomplishment in the shadow chasing realm. Come out and show everyone. Yes. Teach. He Xiang is a handsome young man, estimated to be 25 or 6 years old. Her hair was neatly pulled up into a bun, and her white clothes were a bit gorgeous. He lifted up his hem and tied it into his belt, stretched out his arms. It flew out like a big bird and jumped down very lightly. As soon as I landed in the secret passage. Whoosh! An arrow had been shot from the wall of the mechanism, hitting He Xiang's neck directly. He Xiang's body swayed and he easily avoided it. Without any pause, the whole person turned into an afterimage, flying through the secret passage. At this time, he fully demonstrated the strength of the shadow chasing movement technique. He kept jumping up and down, easily avoiding all kinds of hidden weapons shot from both sides. He rushed out nearly 100 feet in one breath. When many people thought he was going to succeed. Suddenly, a huge stone ball rolled out of the secret passage. This stone ball almost occupies the entire width of the secret passage, and there is no way to avoid it. He Xiang was forced to keep retreating, and suddenly stepped on a trap. A nail board suddenly rose up from the ground and stuck firmly into He Xiang's back. He Xiang screamed like a slaughtered pig, and was in so much pain that he couldn't break free at all. At this time, the stone ball in the front had rolled over and crushed it directly. Everyone on the city tower covered their faces. However, after the stone ball rolled over, He Xiang's figure also disappeared, and he must have been teleported outside the copy. Everyone grimaced and gasped at the sight. The leader must have died miserably. Lu Piao said calmly, although it hurts a little, there is no danger to my life. I just got kicked out of the secret realm. Does anyone know why He Xiang failed? Lu Piao asked again. Everyone was quiet, and no one dared to reply. They felt that if they did, they would be clicked to pass the level. Lu Piao patiently pointed out, the reason for He Xiang's failure is that he pays too much attention to appearance and posture. This is a secret passage, not a show of physical skills. It's great to be able to dodge hidden weapons, but if you can prevent hidden weapons from being fired, wouldn't it mean that you don't even have to dodge? Others didn't react much. But after Guyu listened to Lu Piao's with his ears pricked up, his heart suddenly shook. To prevent the concealed weapon from firing? Yes. The reward for this copy is to enhance the acuity of the 5 senses. Reverse speculation, passing this copy actually requires the acuity of the 5 senses. How to use? Of course, it is used to observe the location of the mechanism, and be careful not to trigger it. I accidentally triggered it, so I used my body skills to avoid it. This is the real gameplay of this copy. He Xiang failed just now because he didn't pay attention at all. A burst of running, triggering all the triggering mechanisms. In the end, there was no way to avoid it, and he was finally crushed to death. After understanding the essence of this, Guyu remained calm and waited for others to break in first. Lu Piao clicked on several people in succession, including men and women. They were all the most skilled ones this time. But without exception they all failed. Only the last female disciple carefully broke through the level and activated far fewer mechanisms than the others. But when the female disciple was still 10 feet away from the exit, she finally gave up her caution and he rushed out and was cut into pieces by several sharp threads that were difficult to detect with the naked eye. Ouch! Everyone felt a burst of heartache. Although they would be teleported out after failure, their lives were safe. But the painful experience is still quite real. It hurts to think about being cut into pieces alive. Although all failed, they have provided Guyu with a large amount of reference and agency information. At this time, Lu Piao reminded everyone again, in the secret passage, some mechanisms are unavoidable. At this time, you must pay attention to avoid fatal injuries. Sometimes it is more cost-effective to sacrifice an arm than to lose your head. Anyone else dare to try it? Several of the most powerful ones failed one after another, and the remaining people were left to their own devices. It didn't seem like he was going to be able to successfully break through, so they all bowed their heads and were ready to give up. Lu Piao sighed slightly in her heart, alas, I still can't find anyone who can break through this secret passage. From now on, I can only take risks myself. Thinking of this, Lu Piao's face became more stern. In that case, let's all get out. After going down, continue to practice diligently and reach a level that can pass the level as soon as possible. It's all gone. Suddenly, a voice sounded, "Excuse me, can I interrupt?" Chapter 18. Everyone turned around following the sound and looked at Guyu, who was standing at the back. Guyu walked up calmly and said to Lu Piao, "Lord Pavilion Master, if you all have tried it, I want to go down and give it a try. I have already handed over the Spirit Stone." Through the veil, Lu Piao looked at Guyu suspiciously. Where did this kid come from? After seeing so many people fail, he still dares to go down? Are there really 2 brushes or are they just dumbfounded? However, it won't be long before you find out. Are you an outer disciple? Who did you learn the movement technique from? What method? Lu Piao asked. My disciple also learned chasing shadows by himself at Sutra Pavilion. There have been some results recently, and I wanted to test it out. As soon as Guyu said this, everyone else was in an uproar. Good guy, this is a bit of a kick in the A. Everyone else followed the young pavilion master, Professor Lu, to learn how to chase shadows. As a result, no one could pass the level. You're so self-taught that you came here to pass. If you can pass, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of Mr. Lu Xiao Pavilion Master? Lu Piao was not sullen, but instead said with some anticipation, okay, since you are confident, then go and give it a try and let your fellow disciples see how good your self-taught skills are. Guyu was not in a hurry to go down and asked, Master Lu Pavilion, can I borrow a pair of night clothes? Lu Piao narrowed her eyes slightly. Did this kid realize some key to this secret passage? You, take off your clothes for him. Lu Piao pointed to a disciple who was similar in stature to Guyu. This person was wearing a neat, brand new black night suit, but he didn't dare to try it on. Guyu changed his clothes in public without any scruples. Several female disciples covered their faces with their hands and quietly looked at Guyu's strong figure between their fingers. Pavilion Master Lu, I'm fine. Guyu tore off a piece of the extra hem of Yezing Ai and covered his face. Let me wipe it, I bought it new. The disciple who had his clothes torn off felt a pain in his body. Seeing Guyu dressed up like a snitch, everyone else laughed secretly. Dressed up like this, does he really want to be a thief? Only Lu Piao looked solemn and didn't find it funny. Go ahead, be careful. Yes. Guyu did not jump down like a big bird like He Xiang did before, but found the dark corner of the tower. The shadow chasing body technique was used, and only black shadows flashed past. He slipped down along the corner and came to the secret passage. Lu Piao's beautiful eyes behind her veil suddenly lit up. What a handsome body! At least it's the chasing shadow of the great accomplishment realm. This kid has something. Go down into the secret passage. Guyu's perspective suddenly changed from the bird's eye view just now. There are towering black walls on both sides. There was no light source in the secret passage, so it looked very eerie and dark. Guyu huddled in the shadow of the corner, wearing black night clothes again. If you don't look carefully, you can't detect his whereabouts at all. Although several disciples had passed the first half of the stage just now, Guyu has also memorized the locations of several agencies. But he was not careless at all. When his eyes got used to the darkness, he began to observe carefully to determine the exact location and type of these mechanisms. With such a calm mind, you can even hear the subtle turning sound of some machine gears. Guyu suddenly thought that his Red Luck external observer could see people's panel data. Can I check the items? So he tried to focus on one of the walls of the mechanism. There was an arrow trap that he had discovered. Suddenly, a perspective-like image appeared on the panel in Guyu's mind. Explanatory information is also marked next to it. Item name, Mechanism Wall. Level, Level 20. Type, Arrow. Explanation, block the light transmitting hole on the front and it will automatically shoot 3 arrows in a row, in the shape of a Huxia character. Even the location of the light transmitting holes has been marked. Guyu searched everywhere one after another. Various arrows, nail boards, traps, falling rocks, wires. Various light blocking triggers, gravity triggers, and timed automatic triggers. Everything is clearly visible. Guyu quietly crouched in that corner, combined with the experience of his previous brothers who had broken through the barrier. Start planning a fairly safe route forward, while not forgetting to leave a few loopholes. Choose to actively trigger a few traps that are easier to avoid. If you really see through every flaw, it will definitely arouse others' suspicion. When the disciples on the tower saw Guyu huddled there motionless, they all started to make some noise. Oh, what is this kid doing? Why don't you dare to leave? Are your legs weak from fear? Fortunately, Guyu in the secret passage below couldn't hear the sounds above at all. After planning the route, Gu Yu moved. I saw him like a black shadow, quickly jumping a distance. Then stop in a safe place and continue to hide as if you don't exist. Observe the surrounding agencies and wait patiently for the next opportunity to act. Stopping like this, it took me several times longer than others. Although several traps were still triggered, they were all narrowly avoided. The disciples on the tower didn't dare to criticize anymore. His level was obviously very high. He seems to have used his shadow chasing technique to its extreme. When it stops, it looks like a shadow, but when it moves, it disappears in a flash. Lu Piaopio's delicate and pretty face behind the veil couldn't help but show an expression of surprise, with a hint of appreciative smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. Good guy. The perfect state of chasing shadows. Unexpectedly, I encountered such a talented person today. Moreover, this young disciple has actually mastered the essence of the shadow chasing body technique, which is not about speed, but about concealment. When breaking into a secret passage, he is like an experienced thief, planning before acting, being extremely cautious. Already has a hint of the style of the shadow thief back in the day. Shadow thief was a very famous thief decades ago. Later, because he broke into the palace and stole things he shouldn't have stolen, he angered the emperor of the dynasty and used the whole country to hunt him down. It was rumored that he had been caught and executed secretly, and his whereabouts gradually disappeared. However, there are still rumors in the world of shadow thief treasures. This set of shadow chasing movements is rumored to be the basic movement technique left behind by the shadow thief. Lu Piaopio's thoughts disappeared in a flash. Gu Yu had passed the last trap, leaving only a straight road of more than 10 feet in front of him. The former senior sister was torn to pieces here. After Gu Yu checked it, he understood the problem with this straight road. The senior sister who just chose to rush over was a last resort. Just like what Lu Piao mentioned, this is a mechanism that will be triggered no matter what. The entire ground is triggered by gravity. Unless you have excellent light skills and can cross more than 10 feet without falling to the ground. Otherwise, the mechanism will definitely be triggered. Silk thread, stone balls, arrows, nail boards, there is always one suitable for you. Even if Gu Yu is now able to chase shadows perfectly, it is still impossible for him to fly directly over a distance of 10 feet. What should I do? It seems that we can only rush over in the same way as the previous senior sister. Launch faster than the machine. Gu Yu took a breath. The internal energy suddenly poured into the meridians of both legs, and the strength attribute also exploded at the same time. One leap covered a distance of 4 to 5 feet. As soon as he landed, the mechanism was randomly triggered. Arrows? No, it was a rain of arrows that filled the sky, almost filling the entire passage. It's not much different from the previous stone balls. It's also inevitable. At this time, Gu Yu brought the shadow-chasing body technique of Perfection Realm to its extreme. His body turned into several black afterimages, and countless arrows narrowly missed his body. But none of them could really scratch his body. His footwork is perfect and seems to imply some kind of mutual transformation principle. Every step that is taken can be transformed through transformation, and the next step will be born very quickly. This makes his body shape transformation a little higher than the upper limit of the shadow chasing technique. This improvement, although not the true meaning of martial Dao, has raised the level of shadow chasing body technique to a higher level. On the tower, Liu's beautiful eyes behind her fluttering veil almost burst into starlight. She was so surprised that she opened her little mouth, which could almost fit a duck egg in it. This kid actually improved his shadow chasing technique? The shadow chasing movement is profound level, and there is a higher level earth level movement called phantom. But at this time, Gu Yu's improvement is a brand new idea and approach, which coincides with the law of the 5 elements. If he had figured this out on his own, he would really be a wizard of movement. Lu Piao could not help but be completely tempted. She must receive him into Qianji Pavilion and train him to become a core disciple. You can help me when I go through that underground maze in the future. At this time, when Guyu's body shape changed, he had already dodged the last arrow. Standing at the exit of the secret passage. Passed successfully. Chapter 19. Seeing Guyu who had safely passed through the secret passage, the disciples on the tower were stunned. Hey? The arrows are raining all over the sky, and the eyes are dazzled. How can you still rush through them? I'm afraid this junior brother's shadow-chasing body technique has been practiced to the extreme, right? Lu Piao couldn't help stroking her hands and laughing softly. Okay. Well done. This guy was so unexpected, and she didn't expect him to be able to force his way through like this. If it were her, it would take a lot of effort to avoid the rain of arrows from such a secret book. In fact, the distance of more than 10 feet in the last level is not something that people can directly fly over or forcefully break through. Instead, you can use tools, such as hooks and ropes, to borrow strength. Or use a blindfold to guide a small number of machine launches first. Just seize the gap filled by the mechanism and cross over. Unexpectedly, this young disciple actually relied on his perfection realm body skills and his own magical transformation. To force his way through, it's really brave for a skilled person, it's really amazing. At this time, Guyu was also delighted to see the prompt message. Congratulations! You have cleared the first level copy of the secret passage. You have obtained the following rewards: Innate Luck Light as a Swallow, blue. Innate Luck 5 Senses Sharp, green. 10 Strands of Luck X10. 2 pairs of sleeve arrows X10. Light as a swallow, your body is quite light and flexible, and you can make small adjustments freely even in the air. Your agility attribute plus 200. You have obtained the luck included skill Yan Hui. Yan Hui, even when there is nowhere to rely on, you can still change your body shape out of thin air. Acuity of the 5 senses, your acuity of the 5 senses is much higher than that of ordinary people, and you can easily distinguish more details. The acuity of your 5 senses increases by 200%. Great! Got the reward for this copy. All increased tenfold. And the rewards are given in the form of innate luck, which means that if you gain the power of luck in the future, you can also choose to continue to upgrade these lucks. This allows for more choice and freedom than purely adding attributes. At this time, Guyu felt that his body was much lighter than before, as if he could fly with a little force. The acuity of the 5 senses has also been completely upgraded to a new level. Not only are the ears and eyesight clear, but the sense of smell and touch are much more sensitive than before. The whole world around me seems brand new. Guyu felt that it would be quite easy for him to break into this secret passage dungeon again. A full 200 points of agility made my speed and flexibility much stronger than before. Not having time to pay attention to the disciples on the tower who were still chirping, Guyu chose to exit the dungeon. By the way, I took a look at my data panel. Level 30, 90%, World, 7th grade peak. Chi and Blood, 3200/3200. Internal Interest, 1600/1600. Physique, 80. Strength, 60+50. Agility, 60+200. Spirit, 60. Innate Luck, External Observer, red. Fortune Multiplier, red. Amazing Understanding, blue. Light as a Swallow, blue. Sword Deo Genius, green. Strong as an Ox, green. 3 views are inconsistent, black. Bond Luck, both teacher and friend, green. Friendship from the same school, white. Exercise Method, Profound Level Low Grade Yin Yang Gong, State, Basic Accomplishment, 71%. Martial Skills. Earth Level Small 5 Elements Sword Method, Realm, Basic Accomplishment, 99%. Earth Level Divine Ability, Realm, Entry, 65%. Earth Level Chasing Shadows, Realm, Perfection. Luck Seed, Green Seed X1. Power of Luck, 110 rays. Professional transfer mission, clear 5 copies to successfully change your job. Current progress, 3/5. Because I was suppressed by the job transfer mission, my level and experience points did not increase. However, after clearing another dungeon, I was only 2 dungeons away from being able to change jobs. I have just obtained 100 rays of luck power, which is just used to hatch the green luck seeds obtained after practicing the shadow chasing movement skill to perfection. Guyu walked out while looking at the panel. Suddenly, another pale hand blocked his way. Why are you going? You don't want the banknote. It turned out to be senior sister Shenhong who was guarding the door. No way. Looking at your dejected look, you won't go down and give it a try, right? Tisk, 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 I saw those people coming out in front, but none of them passed. Why would you go down there and die? Then you can't get the ticket money back. Ha ha ha. Senior sister Shenhong laughed loudly and put the banknote into her arms. Guyu looked up and was about to say that the banknote is indeed yours, but I have also passed the customs. Suddenly, a figure floated behind him silently like a ghost. With Guyu's current acuity of 5 senses, he can naturally detect it. He almost shuddered and instinctively took a few steps back. Looking back, it turned out that Lu Piao had chased him out of the secret realm. This fellow disciple, please stay and tell me your name. Lu Piao's face remained calm behind her veil, but she was shocked again, so fast. The speed of those few steps was several times faster than in the secret passage before. It turns out that this kid didn't try his best just now. Just now, I accidentally wanted to play a prank and used the shadow movement technique that was a bit like Piao. I wanted to quietly stand behind him before speaking. Unexpectedly, he noticed it immediately and avoided it. There is absolutely no loophole for plotting. It's really awesome. At the outer gate Guyu responded politely. It turns out to be junior brother Gu. I wonder if junior brother Gu is interested in joining our Kyunji pavilion? With his junior disciple's attainments in physical skills, there is absolutely no problem in becoming a core disciple in the pavilion. If junior brother is willing, I can even accept a disciple on behalf of the pavilion master. Promise to let the junior brother obtain the true biography of the pavilion master. Lu Piao extended a sincere invitation. Her mother is the master of Kyunji Pavilion. In recent years, I have been in seclusion for a long time. The affairs of Kyunji Pavilion have always been managed by the young pavilion master Lu Piao. Therefore, she is fully qualified to accept disciples on behalf of her mother and admit Guyu into Kyunji Pavilion. Shenhong on the side was already dumbfounded. What? The young pavilion master has always had a very high vision. There were many inner disciples who wanted to join the Kyunji Pavilion as duty, but she didn't like it. Now she actually invited an outer disciple to directly join the pavilion and become a true successor. The true disciple of the pavilion master has a much more respected status than the ordinary inner disciples. If you hang around for a few more years, you will have great hope of becoming the powerful elder of Kyunji Pavilion. With such a generous offer all at once, could it be that this kid actually succeeded in breaking through? Not only did he successfully break through the level, but he also showed extremely high physical talent. To make Pavilion Master Lu Xiao also fall in love with talents? Shenhong felt a little overwhelmed. It's over. If this kid really joins Kyunji Pavilion, he will call him Senior Brother Gu. Maybe I will spit out double the spirit stone I accepted before. Chapter 20. However, facing Lu Piao's invitation, Guyu refused without thinking. His face was full of apologies and he said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Mr. Young Pavilion Master, I haven't considered joining a certain pavilion yet. I just want to. If we want to improve our strength as much as possible, we must first pass the outer sect competition at the end of the year. After all, body skills are only auxiliary, and the real combat power is more important." Guyu didn't want to be tied up in Kyunji Pavilion early. With the luck system, my future is very broad. I haven't really enjoyed the world yet. Of course, you must be sincere when rejecting. Guyu does not want to offend the master of Pavilion of Fiao, who is good at concealment and hidden weapons. When Shen Hong heard this, she couldn't believe her ears. Ju actually refused. Such a precious opportunity, this guy is really ignorant. If you don't give me face like this, the young pavilion master will probably go crazy, right? However, what made Shen Hong even more unexpected was that Lu Piao, who was flatly rejected, did not show any anger or dissatisfaction at all. Instead, he said softly with a smile, "What I'm saying is that the outer sect competition is also very important. Junior brother Gu, you have to work harder. Also, don't call me young pavilion master, just senior sister Lu. From now on, you can come and sit in my Qionji pavilion often when you have time, and we can share our experiences in cultivation together." Lu Piao didn't want to appear too eager. What she needs is an absolutely trustworthy partner. Even if Guyu agrees to join, she will make a judgment after a long period of investigation. This matter should not be rushed. "Thank you, senior sister Lu, for your understanding." Seeing that Lu Piao was so talkative, Guyu casually changed the topic. "By the way, senior sister Lu, I heard that there are 2 levels of the Qionji Pavilion secret realm. I wonder what conditions are needed to break through." The last 2 floors of the Qionji Pavilion secret realm are also secret passages, but they are very different from the first floor. You can actually get hurt or even die inside. The second floor of the secret passage tests not only physical skills, but also the ability to use hidden weapons and injure enemies from a distance. You need to fight a type of secret realm guard called a secret guard. On the 3rd floor of the secret passage, there are more test contents. You need to crack the mechanism and fight with large-scale mechanism puppets. It has high requirements for body skills, long-range attack, armor piercing, mechanism and other abilities. Of course, the difficulty is a bit more difficult, and the rewards for clearing the level are also quite generous. Lu Piao patiently introduced Guyu. As for the conditions for passing the barrier, generally, inner disciples, 6th grade or above are required to advance to the 2nd level. Only 5th grade and above can advance to the 3rd level. In addition, some spirit stone and sect contribution points need to be paid. If junior brother Gu is really interested, none of this matters. I will just take junior brother Gu in to experience it myself. Lu Piao is willing to personally lead the way into secret realm. Guyu wouldn't dare to take advantage of this. Needless to say, he owed favors. Just Lu Piao's black gold levels Ian's a demonic body luck may bring some unpredictable and troublesome results. If you don't have enough strength, it's better not to have too much dealings with this senior sister Lu. Thank you, senior sister Lu, for your kindness. The next disciple of the outer sect should do everything according to the rules of the sect. In this case, I will take my leave today." Guyu bowed his hands and ran away decisively. Before I had gone very far, I already saw the reminder in my mind. Congratulations! You make friends with the person who has great luck and activate the bond luck thirsty for talents, black and green. Quest for talent, black and green. Your talent is coveted, and I am extremely eager to take you under my wing. Although it is black luck, it can still bring 100 rays of luck every day. I just wonder if being fed by such luck for too long will have any side effects? Ouch! He didn't run away, he was still remembered. Guyu knew without looking that senior sister Lu Piao might have some trouble for her. With the addition of luck, a black and green bond, there may be more unexpected surprises in the future. Fortunately, I can gather 100 rays of luck every day. Let's improve our luck and strength first, so that we can be able to handle things in the future. Seeing Guyu running for his life, Lu Piao, who had always been flattered by the stars, was also quite surprised. I couldn't help but feel angry and funny, and cursed in a low voice, Humph, you brat, running so fast, do you think I'm going to eat people? Seeing Lu Piao turning around and using the shadow movement technique to move sideways away, Shen Hong couldn't help but exhaled in his heart and shook his head secretly. Young pavilion master, you use this body technique to walk. She really looks like a female ghost who wants to eat people. However, if you let that boy see your face openly, he will probably be happy to deliver it to you and let you eat it. Go back to your own place. Gu Yu took out the hidden weapon sleeve arrow he obtained this time and played with it. Name, Shijian. Item level, level 30. Description, a common concealed weapon placed in the wrist cuff. The machine launcher can be activated very quickly. Within 1 foot, the 7th grade martial artist's defense can be easily penetrated by surprise. If the poison is quenched, the power will be even greater. Tip: decent people don't recommend playing this way. It's a pretty good concealed weapon. I got 20 sets at once, and I couldn't use them all even if I tied my hands and feet. And it can only deal with the level of 7th grade martial artist. I'm afraid it won't be long before Gu Yu won't be able to use it at all. Therefore, Gu Yu is planning to sell a few units to see if he can exchange for some loose money to replenish his shortfall. Gu Yu plans to ask Duan Hang in the assessment hall another day. That guy should be more knowledgeable. Put down the arrows in your sleeves, Gu Yu will see if your luck is enough, and 210 arrows will arrive in your account every day from now on. I spent these 100 strands first to get the green luck seeds before hatching. Incubation. Congratulations! You get innate luck like a shadow, green. Like a shadow, you are born with the ability to mark a spiritual thought into the shadow of others. Even though they are thousands of miles apart, they can still sense the direction and distance of that divine thought. Very convenient for tracking and monitoring. The spiritual mind level needs to be several levels higher than yours to detect your mark. You have obtained the luck associated skill appendix. The shadow skill is to mark. After marking, luck like a shadow can gain perception. This luck ability is a good tracking method, and it should be useful in the future. Nowadays, Gu Yu's strength has been greatly improved, and his shortcomings are. It's still because his internal strength is relatively weak, and martial Dao's grade is stuck at the peak of 7th grade. According to normal circumstances, at this stage, you need to find foundation building spiritual objects to break through body tempering. Gu Yu plans to find spiritual objects to try and see if he can break through with normal means. This can also cover up your flaws through system upgrades. Foundation building spiritual items are not cheap, often costing hundreds of low-grade spirit stone. It seems like it's time to do some sect tasks. Not only can you earn some spirit stones, you can also accumulate sect contribution points and exercise your actual combat abilities. As for the second 2 levels of copies of Qianji Pavilion, Gu Yu estimated that his strength was limited. Moreover, it is no longer a novice copy, and there is a risk of failure. It's better to be on the safe side first. When going down the mountain to do sect tasks, you can actually explore the surrounding counties. See if there are any easier secret realms that you can miss. Just brush 2 and you can change jobs. When the time comes, your strength will skyrocket again and you will enter the 6th grade. Whether it is the outer sect competition or the secret realm of Qianji Pavilion, it will not be a problem. Chapter 21. The next day, Gu Yu came to the assessment hall. Hey, junior brother Gu is here. Duan Hang, who was still on duty here, saw Gu Yu. He greeted him quite enthusiastically and said with a teasing smile. Junior brother Gu, the market is booming recently, why do you have time to come to my place? Gu Yu asked strangely, the market is booming? What can senior brother Duan say? Ha ha ha. Junior brother Gu has done a lot of big things recently. Loxia sword technique is completed and the sword intent is realized. He broke the Sutra Pavilion secret realm and was appreciated by Elder Fei, who passed down the little 5 elements sword method. Later, he destroyed the first floor of the secret realm of Qinji Pavilion, and even refused the solicitation of Pavilion Master Lu Xiao. Why, you still have to hide these things from your brother? Duanhang smiled proudly, with a sense of strategizing and control. Gu Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised, "Senior brother Duan is indeed the Bai Xiao Sheng of my sect. Junior brother, I admire you." What happened at Sutra Pavilion at that time was seen by many people around. She was seen by Shen Hong again in Qinji Pavilion, so it was not unusual for word to spread. But the speed at which Duanhang obtained information was indeed quite fast. Hearing Gu Yu's flattery, Duanhang was also very pleased and said with a smile, "To be honest, junior brother, I have been on duty in this assessment hall for many years. Although my strength is not very good, I know a lot of people in the sect. They also like to tell me some of my experiences. I even compiled a list of hot topics within the sect. If junior brother Gu is interested, you can take a copy and look through it. It's just that, as a brother, I have to pick up my pen and polish my meaning. There is no other way. After listening to other people's stories, I have to treat them to a cup of tea." Gu Yu complained in his heart, "You just like gossip." Gu Yu didn't have much interest in the various gossip news within the sect, and he didn't have the spare money, so he had to do business first. So Gu Yu took out a pair of sleeve arrows and stuffed them into Duanhang's hand. "I went to the secret realm of Qinji Pavilion before and got a few pairs of sleeve arrows. The workmanship is quite good. Senior brother Duan will take one to play with." Duanhang smiled lightly and did not delay. He played with the sleeve arrow in his hand and commented with a smile, "Yes, it is a good thing. It should be at the level of 7th grade. What, junior brother Gu, do you want me to ask for something? Can you tell me?" Gu Yu smiled and said, "I can't hide anything from my senior brother. I came today to ask for 2 things. First, it's these sleeve arrows. I have a few extra pairs here. Please give me some advice on how to get rid of them. The other thing is that I want to go down the mountain to look for the foundation building spiritual object, and take over the sect's tasks by the way. I also need to ask my senior brother to help me with the details." After hearing this, Duanhang smiled casually, "Haha, easy to handle. Although our Tianyan sect is a well-known and upright sect, it is quite reasonable to have a pair of sleeve arrows for self-defense when traveling in the world. This thing is easy to get rid of. I don't know how many junior brothers have in hand. 10, 15 pairs. Gu Yu kept 4 pairs for his own use and sold all the others. Hey! Junior brother has gained a lot in Qinji Pavilion secret realm. 15 pairs, I'll contact the people in Zongmen's black market, 3 low-grade spirit stones for a pair should be fair. Although the sect has an item hall to collect and sell various sundries and equipment, but the purchase price is relatively low. Therefore, many disciples also like to trade privately and negotiate prices freely, and have established a large-scale black market. It's all up to senior brother Duan to make the decision." Gu Yu calculated a little and found that 15 pairs could be sold for 45 yuan of low-grade spirit stone, which is 4,500 taels, which is well worth the price. Duanhang mused again, "As for going down the mountain to do tasks, there is a bit of a problem. Junior brother is now in outer sect, and his registered strength is 7th grade. The range of tasks that can be accepted is also below the 6th grade, and most of them are physical work such as running errands and doing odd jobs. The contribution points are not much. I am afraid that the junior brother will not look down on them. The really profitable tasks are all above the 6th grade and are monopolized by the inner sect." "Oh? So, senior brother, please give me some instructions." Gu Yu could tell that Duanhang should have other suggestions to recommend. Duanhang suddenly said seriously, "Junior brother Gu, if you are asked to defeat the lower 6th grade, how sure are you?" Gu Yu nodded calmly and responded, 9 times out of 10. With his current strength, he can get close with super high agility, and then use a set of small 5 elements sword techniques to get close to him. 5 swords in a row, let alone the lower 6th grade, even the peak 6th grade cannot be withstood. Okay. Seeing Gu Yu's confidence, Duanhang put forward his own plan, although junior brother Gu has broken through 2 secret realms. But there is no actual record that can be achieved. If you can beat the lower 6th grade in public, I can then use the privilege of the assessment hall to mark junior brother Gu's strength as from 6th grade. In this way, you can take on 6th grade difficulty tasks in advance. Oh? Does senior brother Duan have any target candidates for me to challenge? Just lead the way. Gu Yu knew that although his cultivation had improved rapidly during this period, he lacked actual combat skills. This is a good time to test your own strength. If you can't even win against fellow sect members, then you might as well just do some errands and deliver letters with your tail between your legs. Haha. Junior brother Gu is really happy, let's talk while walking. Duanhang took Gu Yu towards the arena inside the sect and introduced the whole story on the way. It turns out that the outer sect competition is coming soon, and many outer sect disciples can no longer hold themselves back, and often compete in martial arts as a preview. An outer disciple named Zhuang Tianhong actually set up the arena in advance and challenged all the outer disciples. I want to have the title and momentum of being invincible before the competition. He is also quite strong and has already reached 6th grade. Entering the inner door this time is a sure thing. At this time, when the arena was opened, he was still a little arrogant. Duanhang said with a look of shame, "To tell you the truth from my junior brother, I have done some small business of gambling and bankrolling for my brother. Zhuang Tianhong has already won 4 games in a row. If he continues to win, he will lose a lot of money to his brother." There was no other way but to ask junior brother Gu to save the situation. From the information Duanhang collected and his own judgment, Gu Yu had a certain chance of winning. Even if he can't win, with his physical skills that can break through the Qunji Pavilion secret realm, it should be no problem to drag him to a draw. As long as the opponent's winning streak can be stopped, the situation can be settled without having to pay too much. Senior brother Duan, just leave it to me. Okay. If I can win, I will never treat you badly as a brother. On the way, Duanhang talked about Zhuang Tianhong's methods and strength in detail, and Gu Yu already knew it. Soon, the two came to the sex arena. On the octagonal stage, I saw a young and majestic man with 2 raised sword eyebrows and a somewhat fierce and domineering appearance. Standing calmly in the center of the ring with eyes closed, chi nurturing. Waiting for others to come up and challenge. There were hundreds of disciples watching the excitement around, both inside and outside the sect. They were all talking excitedly, but no one dared to challenge him. Hiss! It seems that no one dares to challenge today. The boy's arm was broken last time, who dares to go up easily? Senior brother Zhuang has won 4 games in a row. If he wins another one, I can double my bet 10-fold. I didn't expect that the other top 10 in the outer sect would be able to hold their own, and they are not willing to take action against them head-on. Haha, that's natural. After a while, it will be the outer sect competition. When the time comes to draw lots, you may not necessarily hit this evil star. If you come to fight him now, you are asking for trouble. Yes, if you get hurt now and lose to others in the outer gate competition, wouldn't it be unfair if you can't enter the inner gate? While everyone was discussing, a figure had already jumped onto the ring lightly and skillfully. Outer gate Gu Yu, please give me some advice. Chapter 22. Gu Yu put the sword on his shoulder with a very relaxed posture. Suddenly someone came up to the stage to challenge, and the people around him suddenly became excited. I'll go. Is there anyone really not afraid of death? Gu Yu? Who is it? I've never heard of it. The one who wields the sword? He's the body-refining martial artist, right? Tisk, 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 it's hard to get up close. I bet he won't last 20 breaths. Zhuang Tianhong suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Gu Yu with sharp eyes like a man-eating beast, and said in a deep voice, "Fists and feet have no eyes, junior brother, be careful. Come over now." Gu Yu raised his fingers, seeking death. Zhuang Tianhong's eyes widened angrily, and he set up the arena. It's about showing an invincible posture from outside. Gu Yu, a frivolous and provocative person, naturally has to be beaten until he kneels down and begs for mercy. Skiclaw. Zhuang Tianhong drew out the air with one hand, and his fingers seemed to tear apart the air. Out of thin air, he grabbed 5 claw marks where the inner energy condensed. It was like 5 giant sickles scraping down on Gu Yu. This Zhuang Tianhong is tall and strong, and he is actually following the path of Qi refining martial artist. Splitting claw is a Qi refining martial skill of profound level high grade. It has amazing ability to tear through the air. And it's extremely fast. If you don't deal with it carefully, you may be able to knock down the 7th grade martial artist with one move. Gu Yu had already listened to Duanhang's detailed introduction before, and he had just peeked at Zhuang Tianhong's panel from the audience. Name, Zhuang Tianhong. Age, 19. Level, Level 33, World, Lower 6th grade. Qi and Blood, 4800/4800. Internal interest, 4000/4000. Physique, 120. Strength, 100. Agility, 80. Spirit 50. Innate luck, ferocious animality, black and green, high self-esteem, black. Cruel bestiality, born to be as ferocious as a beast, he likes violence, tortures and hurts people, and takes pleasure in doing so. But such ferocity makes his body much stronger than ordinary people and looks like a beast. Helps to practice brutal and ferocious martial arts. High self-esteem, I think I have abilities and talents that are superior to others, and prefer the cruel competition of the weak and the strong. Treating other people as trivial and unable to accept one's own failures. Martial skills. Profound level high grade hollow claw, realm, great accomplishment. Secret method. 1 page of residual skills, realm, understanding, a simple residual scroll of blood burning secret method, which can increase the upper limit of skills in a short period of time. He is worthy of being a guy who dares to be invincible in the outer sect. Cruel bestiality. This green level of luck strengthens his physique a lot. His energy, blood, and internal strength far exceed his own. His strength and spirit were similar to his own, but his agility was far behind. For a while, I was a little confused about who is body refining and who is Qi refining. I also learned some explosive seed techniques of unknown origin, but I need to guard against him. Seeing the claw shadow approaching, Gu Yu's body swayed slightly and he had emerged from several paw prints in the air. As if strolling in a courtyard, carrying his sword, he walked step by step towards Zhuang Tianhong. Such exquisite movement skills dazzled everyone watching the battle. Duanhang was particularly shocked. He could tell that Gu Yu was using the shadow chasing movement technique. I go. This body technique is absolutely great accomplishment even if it is not perfected. No wonder junior brother Gu can pass the Qunji Pavilion secret realm. He was also actively recruited by Pavilion Master Lu Xiao. Just the shadow chasing hand is handsome enough, and the swordsmanship of the same perfect state. Duanhang's assessment of Gu Yu's strength has risen to another level. Zhuang Tianhong, who was facing the enemy head-on, was also a little surprised. Where did this kid come from? I had never heard of such a person among the top 10 in the outer sect before. This method of avoiding his own claw marks is too easy. However, if this is all, you can't defeat me. We can't let the body refining martial artist get close to you easily and tear you apart. Zhuang Tianhong grabbed several claws in succession. However, they were all avoided by Gu Yu with his exquisite movements, and he continued to approach step by step, as if he was playing with his prey. This made Zhuang Tianhong's eyes turn red, veins popped up on his forehead, and violent emotions surged crazily. At this time, the distance between the two people was less than 2 feet. Gu Yu suddenly accelerated and charged forward. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Zhuang Tianhong's mouth, and the inner energy in his dantian suddenly exploded. The skin all over his body was red, and his aura was much higher than before. He waved his hands wildly, grabbing hundreds of claws in a row, and countless claw marks poured out towards Gu Yu's head and face. Dragnet. Zhuang Tianhong didn't hold back, facing Gu Yu who was charging forward. He unleashed his strongest moves to attack him. Tisk, there's going to be blood. An elder on duty who was quietly watching near the ring jumped up lightly. Be prepared to help block some of the dangerous claw marks. In this sex arena, red-eye killings often occur, so there are usually elders on duty in the dark. Although Duanhang knew that there were elders taking care of him here, he still looked anxious and sweated. Zhuang Tianhong actually hid a way to explode his inner energy. This move, Drawing Net, has the attack power of the peak of 6th grade. At such a close range, I can only draw my sword hastily to deal with it, which may be a bit embarrassing. Junior brother Gu was tricked this time, although it wouldn't cost him his life. But junior brother Gu may have a few permanent scars on his handsome face. Other onlookers' disciples also exclaimed. Ouch! I can't hide. This kid is pretending to be brave. He draws his sword as soon as he comes on stage. He won't be so passive at this time. Hurry up and draw your sword. However, facing the sky full of claws and shadows, the sword Gu Yu carried on his shoulder was still unsheathed, as if he was scared to death. Seeing that the claw marks had covered his face, Gu Yu's body rushing forward with all his strength suddenly resembled Anomaly's lateral movement. He suddenly jumped to the side of Zhuang Tianhong and instantly avoided a large number of frontal attacks. Although there are still a few claw marks escaping from the side, the threat is no longer great. Secret skill, Yan Hui. When charging forward at full speed, he can still turn at right angles and drift without any burden or incoordination on his body. This is the benefit of being as light as a swallow. Combined with the shadow chasing movement technique, the effect is even more incredible. Such Anomaly's powerful performance surprised the elder who rushed to protect him. What method is this? Can the meridians withstand such forced twisting? Before anyone else could react, Gu Yu turned his left hand and flicked his fingers. A projectile-like inner breath flew out, scattering a claw mark that had already arrived in front of him. Divine ability at the snap of a finger. At the same time, Gu Yu handed out the sword in his hand with the scabbard, and changed 3 moves in a row, bringing up 3 afterimages. He hit Zhuang Tianhong's ribs hard from the side. Small 5 elements sword method, 3 consecutive swords. It also has an agility of over 200, combined with the shadow chasing movement technique. The action is extremely fast. The power of this sword is more than tripled. This immediately made Zhuang Tianhong, who was born with a strong physique, quite uncomfortable. Although he mobilized his inner breath protection in time and added the defense enhanced by the blood-burning secret method. Still groaning miserably, he spurted out a mouthful of old blood and flew sideways out of the ring. When he was about to land, the guardian elder threw out his sleeves and picked him up, losing a lot of his strength. It is estimated that the ribs were broken quite a bit and it may not be fully healed within a year. The Tianyan sect has strict rules against fighting between members of the same sect. Gu Yu is not a cruel and reckless person like Zhuang Tianhong. You have to be careful when taking action, otherwise if the long sword is unsheathed or 5 times the sword style is used. This guy probably sent it on the spot. If you want to show off my appearance, just lie down obediently. In the blink of an eye, the victory was decided. Gu Yu easily gestured to the surroundings and jumped off the ring with his sword in hand. Ha ha ha! Well done, brother! You must be the chief of the outer sect. Duanhang was overjoyed. The win was so beautiful. In fact, he only made one move. He defeated Zhuang Tianhong, who dared to claim to be invincible in the outer sect. At the lower level of 6th grade, Guyu's true combat power has not been measured at all. Only then did the onlookers burst into applause and exclamations. Who is this? Since when did the outer sect have such a powerful person? Is it called Guyu? Isn't it too easy to win? Tisk, 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 that anomaly's movement, the sword is not out of the sheath, but it is already extremely exquisite. It's amazing. Chi refining is really unlucky to meet such a superb body refining. Let's go and report to senior brother Lu. There was all kinds of noise and excitement in the crowd, and Duanhang had already escaped with Guyu. Don't worry, brother, with such an amazing record, there will be no problem in qualifying for 6th grade. The reward for this fight will be paid in full later. Just leave it all to my brother and I will take care of it. Duanhang excitedly patted Guyu on the shoulder, becoming much closer than before. At this time, Guyu also saw the prompt message on the panel in his mind. Congratulations! You showed your amazing strength in front of everyone and got the Fetter Luck Tea Talk, green. Congratulations! You are on good terms with the person who has great luck, and your luck bond of fellowship, white, has been upgraded to true brotherhood, green. After dinner talk, your astonishing performance has become the basis for after-dinner discussions within the sect. Everyone is optimistic about your strength and potential, and you have received continuous infusion of the power of luck from the sect. You can get 100 rays of luck every day. Brother Genruo, those with great luck sincerely regard you as a brother and are interested in establishing further friendship with you. You can get 100 rays of luck every day. Chapter 23. This kind of harvest gave Guyu some unexpected surprises. He never thought that he could gain luck by appearing as a saint in front of others. It seems to have attracted more people's attention and optimism, and has been continuously discussed. It can form a vortex that absorbs the power of qi absorption and obtains the infusion of luck between heaven and earth. Duanhang also sincerely wanted to make friends, which triggered the escalation of the white bond of luck. In this way, Guyu has 4 green bonds of luck, and can gather 400 strands of luck every day. Now it will be much faster to upgrade other innate luck. It takes 1000 wisps to upgrade from green to blue, which means it can be upgraded in more than 2 days. From blue to purple, it is estimated that 10,000 wisps are needed, which is a bit long. As for purple rising to gold and gold rising to red, there is no need to think about it now, it's not enough. In the several dungeons I have entered before, the rewards for the power of luck produced were too few. A 10-fold increase is not enough. I can only think of ways to make more friends with good luck people and build some bonds of luck. However, if you want to make friends with someone with great luck, your own strength is the hard currency. That night, Duanhang set up a private room at Ziwiwulu, the sex restaurant, to celebrate Guyu's victory in the ring and also talk about business. Ziwiwu Tower is 5 stories high and is run by the sect itself. Its quality is much higher than that of the dining room. Mostly used to entertain distinguished guests from outside. Sometimes the elders of the sect and the old deacons of the pavilion would come here to have a drink, talk about things, and improve their lives. At this time, in the private room on the 3rd floor. Come on, brother, drink this cup first. Duanhang was already flushed with alcohol, and he was very drunk. Ahem, please, senior brother. Naturally, Guyu would not spoil his interest. They are all martial arts practitioners anyway, so drinking is not a problem. It can be easily forced out with internal force. Duanhang drank happily and did not forget about business. He placed a small box on the table. After opening it, a pile of spirit stones were neatly stacked inside. 3 of them are in good condition and are larger in size. At first glance, they are middle-grade spirit stones. Guyu quickly postponed, "Senior brother Duan, this is impossible. The theoretical value of a middle-grade spirit stone is 100 low-grade spirit stones, but it usually takes 110 to exchange for it on the market. The spiritual energy in the middle grade spirit stone is relatively pure and can be used by the chi refining martial artist to practice soul refining, so it is even more precious. The price of 3 middle grade spirit stones is equivalent to more than 30,000 taels of silver, and there are also a bunch of low grade spirit stones. The total price is close to 40,000 taels. This is really too much. Duanhang smiled, pushed the box over, and said, "Junior brother, don't refuse in a hurry, and listen to my explanation. These broken spirit stones are the profits from my junior brother's sleeve arrows. After deducting some processing fees, there are a total of 40 low-grade spirit stones. This middle grade is the appearance fee for this competition. This gambling ring is also a small fight, the amount is not large, otherwise it will arouse the interest of the penal palace. Therefore, the appearance fee is not much, so please don't dislike it, junior brother. As for the other 2 middle grades, they are my investment in junior brother Gu. I hope that junior brother Gu can choose a suitable foundation building spiritual object and his strength will be even higher. Entering the inner door, there will be a wider world." Duanhang held the wine glass, sat on the edge of the window, and said quite freely, "Junior brother may think that I will ask for some personal reward, but that is not the case. If junior brother can achieve something in the future, just give it back to our section." Looking up and drinking another cup, Duanhang analyzed himself and explained, "Junior brother, do you know that I am actually just an abandoned baby? If it weren't for the elders of the sect who picked me up, I don't know where I would have been reincarnated. I grew up in this sect, all the elders are my elders, and all the brothers are my brothers. This sect is my home. If Tianyan sect can grow stronger, my home will be safer. It's a pity that my cultivation talent is not good, so I can only stop at 5th grade. Therefore, the future of our sect depends on geniuses like you." After hearing this, Gu Yu also smiled indifferently. Senior brother Duan is indeed a true-hearted person. It also matches his purple luck guarding for hundreds of years. In fact, in just over 10 years, your cultivation speed will explode after a long period of accumulation. Where does it stop at 5th grade? Of course, Gu Yu is not planning to act as a prophet. The 2 middle-grade spirit stones were still in love, so they raised their glasses and said, "Then I'll be disrespectful. Senior brother, I'll give you a toast." Ha ha ha. So refreshing. Waking up from a hangover, Gu Yu knocked on his head and after cleaning up. Then he took the sect seal from the 6th grade given by Duanhang and ran to the mission hall to see if there were any useful missions. Following the instructions, Gu Yu found a deacon named Feng Ping. "Oh? You are the Gu Yu introduced by that guy Duanhang, right?" Feng Ping's long hair was disheveled, his expression was a little lazy, and he looked like he hadn't woken up. "Yes, Deacon Feng." Gu Yu took a peek at his data panel. Name, Feng Ping. Age, 38 years old. Level, Level 66, World, 3rd grade. Innate luck, Xianyun Yehi, Blue, Born Sword Intent, Blue, Qualified, White. Xianyun Yehi, I like a leisurely and unfettered life. When a person is alone, his cultivation speed and understanding are greatly improved. Born Sword Intent, if you practice any swordsmanship, it will be easier to realize the sword intent. You will be a born sword Dao master. Acceptable qualifications, with certain cultivation qualifications, it is easier to improve various proficiencies than ordinary people. 2 blue and 1 white are considered good luck. No wonder he could become a deacon of an important sect institution like the mission hall at such a young age. Deacons already belong to the management and have much higher status and authority than disciples. I heard that you have realized the sword intent in Loxia swordsmanship. Feng Ping took Gu Yu to check the mission album and asked about topics he was interested in. Yes, I get it occasionally. Haha, humble. Feng Ping's attitude became a little better. When you were fighting Zhuang Tianhong that day, I actually happened to pass by and took a look. Yu knew it in his mind, passing by to take a look. I take it you have placed a bet? You have to focus on practicing swordsmanship and don't waste your talents. Some chi refining martial arts skills can be put aside first. I know that at your age, you are interested in everything and want to learn everything. Believe me, you can't learn it. Only by mastering the sword can you make faster progress. When you truly become a master in one area, you can then learn other skills as well. Feng Ping mentioned a few words in a calm tone. Yu understood that at that time, he had used the divine ability. Naturally, he cannot escape the eyes of a third-grade master like Feng Ping. Based on Feng Ping's understanding of Sword Dao, these suggestions are indeed quite pertinent. But he didn't know that Yu was cheating. However, when we met for the first time, he was able to make suggestions so sincerely, regardless of whether they were adopted or not. Yu was still very grateful. Thank you, Deacon Feng, for your guidance. Well, you are more reliable than that guy Duan Hang. Tell me, what type of mission do you want to take on? Feng Ping opened a thick book. The pages and paper were quite new. There was also a faint scent of ink, which seemed to be newly recorded tasks. Well, I want to go down the mountain to look for the foundation building spiritual object. By the way, I can pick up a task that is more flexible in terms of time, has a higher sect contribution point, and it is best to earn some spirit stone, and the difficulty is not too high. Hiss. I take back the reliable part of your request. Damn it, how could such a good thing happen to you? Chapter 24. Feng Ping gave several task number suggestions and asked Yu to check them by himself. Then he went about his business. Yu flipped through the mission album casually, and it was exactly what Duan Hang said. The tasks that can be taken on below the 6th grade level are all quite boring. Most of them are delivering letters, delivering goods, or following the team to a designated location. Acting as a thug, setting up a scene to build momentum, etc. There are also more difficult tasks such as mining and terrain exploration. There is little oil and water, it is heavy, it is of little benefit to martial Dao practice, and it does not allow freedom of movement. There are many more missions available for 6th grade and above, but the dangers are also much higher. Kill beasts, hunt down bandits, and engage in small-scale fights with other sects. Moreover, in some places, there will be anomaly events that are difficult to explain by common sense. It requires a strong martial Dao to investigate and solve it. Yu looked at several tasks given by Feng Ping. They were relatively easy. They all act together with their fellow disciples. It's more suitable for a novice like me, but the freedom of movement is slightly less. Yu flipped through it again and found a somewhat anomaly task. Number A615, the Immortal's niche. A represents the degree of urgency, which is very urgent and needs to be solved urgently. 6 represents the difficulty level, which can be taken from 6th grade and above, including Guyus from 6th grade. Brief description of the mission: in the Qingnian and Huanan counties under the jurisdiction of the sect, a flower picker has appeared in recent months. They specially select the wedding night, and when the couple enters the bridal chamber, they restrain the groom and kidnap the bride. Sometimes they even engage in some of the evil deeds that my husband is currently committing, which are quite bad. There have been more than a dozen cases now, and the bride has disappeared and her life or death is unknown. This thief was so good at lightness that he could easily plunder the county wall with one person on his back. The county lieutenants and police officers on duty in Huanan County once stayed on guard and caught this thief. He was shot dead on the spot, but not long after, the thief appeared again and committed crimes in other places. There were also disciples in the sect who took over the task of catching this thief, and they killed him on the spot or severely injured him. But after he escaped, he returned to his original state within a few days. Coming out to commit crimes again, very anomaly. There were rumors in the county that this thief had some kind of undead magic, and they were extremely frightened. Nowadays, several surrounding counties dare not marry anyone anymore for fear of being targeted by this thief. There is a later comment, it is suspected that this thief is a multiple birth, or maybe a member of the same family disguised as the same person. After all, resurrecting from the dead, even a super master cannot do it, there must be a mystery in it. This thief is not very powerful, and 6th grade can already kill him. The difficulty lies in how to eliminate them and prevent them from resurrecting to commit crimes again. This is the Immortal Snitch mission. Mission reward, 100 sect contribution points, 100 pieces of low-grade spirit stone. After reading it, Guyu suddenly felt an inspiration in his heart, feeling that this matter had something to do with Secret Realm. In the previous Sutra Pavilion novice copy, Guyu had already experienced being killed in Secret Realm. Then he will be resurrected outside, intact as before. But this kid was killed in reality and then resurrected in Secret Realm? This intuition flashed through, maybe it was possible. Some kind of unique innate luck effect? You can take a look. And the rewards for this mission are quite generous. 100 sect contribution points are equivalent to 1000 low-grade spirit stones. Sect contribution points cannot be traded or resold as gifts to others. It can be used to exchange and pay for some precious items and opportunities within the sect. If the sect contributes enough points, the chance of becoming a deacon, pavilion elder, or elder will be greater. Since this task involves some anomaly matters, and the livelihood of people in several neighboring counties has been affected. Therefore, the contribution points given are relatively high. For general 6th grade tasks, getting 20 contribution points is already considered a lot. Since the great changes in the world a few decades ago, the imperial court was unable to deal with a large number of riots, bandits, famine, refugees and other disasters. So the governance of some counties was handed over to some large martial Dao sects. Tianyan sect is the largest sect in the southwest, so it has the power to govern more than a dozen counties around Shanmen. Qingnian and Wannan are two of these counties. These counties are completely governed by the Tianyan sect, appointing county officials and county officials. And let the disciples of the sect serve as some patrol officers and county officials to ensure public security and people's livelihood. Only a small part of the tax burden collected must be paid to the current court. It can be said to be a territory of sectarian autonomy. Nowadays, there is a big problem with public security, and there is such an anomaly snitch coming out. It caused people to panic and even dare not get married. If we can't deal with it as soon as possible, we will definitely be ridiculed by other sects. There may even be a crisis where people move their families and flee to other counties. Deacon Feng, I plan to take on the mission of A615, the Immortal Snitch, how about it? Guyu handed back the mission album and asked Feng Ping for his opinion. Hiss, you chose this thing? It's hard to handle. The impact of this incident is huge. The sect contribution points rewarded by missions have been increasing. Because it is a bounty mission, there is no limit on the number of people who can claim it, and the difficulty level is only 6th grade. At the beginning, many disciples wanted to try it. But then several disciples blocked the snitch and killed him on the spot. But not long after, we met again. The same face, the same movement and martial arts, and even the detailed memories from before. Several disciples thought they had encountered an unkillable anomaly. I was so frightened that I fell seriously ill, and it took me a long time to recover. Later, fewer disciples dared to deal with this matter. You have to think clearly, since it is the person introduced by Duan Hang, I don't want to trick you. I heard that these disciples have now recovered from health. Guyu is even more certain that this is definitely not an anomaly. Anyway, as long as I can take a look at this guy's panel, I will definitely be able to see a lot of clues. The problem can be easily solved. Guyu said righteously and solemnly, since this thief is a womanizer, how can he be an anomaly? It has made the people so panic, we should get rid of it quickly. I've accepted this task. Even if it's anomaly, I don't believe my sword can't kill him. Feng Ping's lazy expression turned to one of awe, and he praised, good. You are brave. I will write down the sign immediately, take it, and cooperate with the county lieutenant and patrol to arrest this thief. Feng Ping wrote the seal and handed it to Gu Yu. Just as he was about to leave, several disciples wearing black embroidered clothes walked in. The leader was a woman with a stern face and extremely delicate features. The two following were young disciples with the same cold and arrogant expressions. They all wore crowns and tied their hair, and carried swords at their waists. Gu Yu was also very familiar with this kind of dress. He was from the Zongmen Punishment Hall. Gu Yu stepped aside and the three of them headed towards Feng Ping. The leading woman held her hands and said, Deacon Feng, let's get the mission album of A615. This matter will be handed over to the punishment hall from now on and will no longer be assigned to ordinary disciples. Ah? This? What about those who have received missions before? Feng Ping looked at Gu Yu. Gu Yu calmly put the token into his arms and stood quietly watching. Those who have received it before, just let them go, there will be no results anyway. Now the sect attaches great importance to this matter, and it will be handled by our punishment hall. The cold woman collected the album and tokens and hurried away with the others. Gu Yu quietly peeked at her panel from behind. Name, Ji Qingying. Age, 24 years old. Level 53, World, lower 4th grade. Innate luck, ice clear jade bones, gold, sword dancing posture, blue, pure thoughts, blue, outstanding understanding, green. Bingqing jade bone, the body is naturally suitable for practicing ice attribute skills. If you practice in a cold environment, your progress will be very fast. If the body is suffering from heat poison, it can be reconciled with its dual cultivation. No matter how severe the heat poison is, it can be resolved immediately. Knife dance posture, extremely good at using knives, it is very easy to achieve success by practicing sword skills. The power of sword skills has been greatly increased. A pure thought, a pure mind, very easy to focus, able to easily condense spiritual thoughts, and will not go crazy. Practicing beside him will not easily create inner demons. Outstanding understanding, possessing understanding beyond ordinary people, and occasionally have epiphanies. Chapter 25. Amazing! Seeing this woman's innate luck, Gu Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up quietly. Golden lucky 1. 1 gold, 2 blue and 1 green, luck is much stronger than ordinary people. Judging from the description of the effect of luck, it is more realistic than Qianyu and Lu Piao Piao, and is more suitable for practice. He is the person with the strongest luck that Gu Yu has met so far. This is actually an idea to tie up luck. When Ji Qingying led people out of the mission hall, Feng Ping came to Gu Yu's side and said, Don't look at her, she's already gone. Deacon Feng, who is this? Although he already knew a lot of information through the panel, Gu Yu still pretended not to recognize him. Tisk, this is Ji Qingying, our sect's top genius. The youngest patrol captain in the penal palace. His understanding is extremely high, his sword skills are advanced very quickly, and he is one of the few young people who has reached the level of Suanpin in his mind. Among the younger generation of our Tianyan sect, he is the most promising one to surpass the first grade. The levels of spiritual thoughts are generally divided into 5 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, arcane, and mortal. If you want to become a super-level master, one of the necessary conditions is for your spiritual thoughts to surpass the mysterious level. Most people have mortal spiritual thoughts. Gu Yu was previously in the Qunji Pavilion copy. Having obtained the innate luck of 5 senses acuteness, my spiritual mind has been raised to the pinnacle of mortal level. It's only 1 step away from the Austrian level, but it's still a little short of the mysterious level. Gu Yu guessed that Ji Qingying's ability to reach the level of Suanpin has a lot to do with her luck pure thoughts. What? You're attracted to him? Seeing Gu Yu's thoughtful look, Feng Ping made a rare joke. Not really. Gu Yu shook his head. He didn't like this type of cold goddess. He preferred a warm girl who was sympathetic. Haha, it's better if you don't have it. The discipline inspector is famous for being cold as ice, and he doesn't show any pretense to any man, so don't think about it. After receiving the order from the penal palace, you have to apply to the palace before you can go down the mountain. It will probably take a day or two. Time. Hurry up and prepare your horse and arrive early, otherwise people will find out by then and you will be fooling around. Feng Ping suggested kindly. Gu Yu was also a little worried. This Ji Qingying had Sun Pin's divine mind and might have unique investigation methods. You really need to hurry up. Immediately, Gu Yu left the mission hall and borrowed 2 fast horses from the Sex Post station, traveling day and night. It only took 1 day and night to reach Wannan County. According to Deacon Feng's instructions, this is where the Immortal snitch committed his first crime. And a total of 5 murders occurred here. It is also the place most cared for by the undead snitch among the surrounding counties. People are already in panic now, and no one dares to get married at all. There are even many young ladies who hide at home every day and are very frightened at night, worried that undead snitches will come to their door. In the early morning, the city gate had just opened. Gu Yu led the horse into the city and all the way to the county seat. After informing the disciples, a county clerk came out to receive him. Gu Yu was dressed as an outer disciple, and the seal he handed over was from 6th grade. Therefore, although the county magistrates and county captains in this county are all inner disciples of the sect, however, they did not come out to receive him in person. They only sent a chief clerk to casually dismiss Gu Yu, an outer disciple. After all, because of this case, too many disciples came to the county to investigate. How can I have time to receive them one by one? It is enough for an outer door from 6th grade to send a master registrar. After a while of greetings, tea, and explaining why we were here, the chief bookkeeper named Huang Shen also called the county's Captain Chen and asked him to cooperate with Gu Yu to do some related investigation work. Hello, Senior Brother Gu, I'm Chen Chao-Xing. Captain Chen has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his attitude is quite respectful. Gu Yu glanced at his data panel. Name, Chen Chao-Xing. Age, 26 years old. Level 29, World, 7th grade peak. Innate luck, calm and down to earth, green, loyal and capable, green. Calm and down to earth, be very calm in everything you do, and improve step by step. It is very beneficial in the cultivation of martial Dao, and his strength steadily increases with age. Loyal, brave, and capable, can perform assigned tasks well and is good at handling various mundane affairs. One look at this luck, it seems that he is a person who can do something practical. Put him in the position of catching the head. It is a blessing for the people of Wannan County. Since Chen Chao-Xing is only at the peak of 7th grade, even though he is a few years older, he still calls Gu Yu, who has been a senior since 6th grade. Both of them were outsiders. They talked about their resumes and found that the exercises were taught by the same teacher. We are much closer to each other. Chen Chao-Xing introduced himself. 2 years ago, he was unable to break through the shackles of the 7th grade peak. By the way, I also want to earn some money to buy suitable foundation building spiritual items. So I took this job at the mission hall. He went to Wannan County to work as a patrolman. Later, he made some small achievements and apprehended several groups of bandits, and was promoted to the position of chief catcher. I didn't expect that the Immortal snitch case would come out this year. Not only did it make people panic, but he was also fined a lot of money because of his inability to catch the leader. If the case can't be solved before this year, the head catcher's position will probably be removed. Speaking of this, Chen Chao-Xing also sighed with a sad look on his face. Gu Yu consoled him, before I went down the mountain, the sect had sent experts from the punishment palace to investigate the case. I'm a fast horse, so I'm a day or two ahead of schedule. It's estimated that the real master will arrive tomorrow or the day after. If the masters of the punishment hall are unable to handle it by then, they will naturally not punish you, the little head catcher. Chen Xiaoxing was not happy after hearing this. Oh, actually I also want to catch this thief myself. He is worthy of the people of Wannan County and several girls who died in vain. Unfortunately, we had blocked it last time and shot him into a hornet's nest with arrows. Unexpectedly, he escaped and committed another crime in a neighboring county a few days later. It was really hateful. At this point, Gu Yu quickly raised his doubts. I heard that you killed this guy several times? Are you sure you killed him? One time, even the head was chopped off. But not long after he inspected it, the body suddenly disappeared. Can you believe this? It made several of my old patrol officers think they had seen a ghost, so they quit their jobs and went home to farm the next day. Chen Xiaoxing was talking about anomaly, but he couldn't figure out the key to it. Gu Yu knows more about the copy. Is this really like being transported somewhere after death and then resurrected? If we can find the copy associated with the undead snitch, we should be able to solve the problem. Gu Yu asked for a few more details, since you already know the face of this thief and have been patrolling the streets for a long time. When I entered the city gate today, I also checked very strictly. It stands to reason that this thief is not in the city, but how does this thief know exactly which family will get married on what day? And then showed up at the bridal chamber on time at night? I'm afraid there are still his accomplices in the city, right? Chen Xiao. These few times, whenever someone wanted to get married, we would just sit around and wait. However, this guy is so good at light work. How can we, with dozens of patrol officers, be perfect? Later, after this guy succeeded, he tied the bride to his back and used it as a human shield. We also dare not release arrows and hidden weapons easily. So I was kidnapped in front of him several times, which was really embarrassing. There are at least tens of thousands of people in Wannan County, but only a few dozen patrol officers. This is indeed not enough manpower. Nowadays, the sex tax burden on each county is not very high, and there is not much spare money to maintain a large-scale patrol team. After all, there are other counties to take care of, and some surrounding gangs, Lotus Rebellion, and various mountain bandits to deal with. No matter how many disciples you have, it's not enough. After talking to this point, Gu Yu had no idea for the time being, so he asked Chen Xiaoxing the direction of the market. Let's first take a look at the prices of foundation building spiritual items. If you can buy the right one and break through to 6th grade, you will be more confident in handling the case. Chapter 26. Wandered around the martial artist market in Wannan County for a few times. I originally wanted to use my external observer to peek at the real levels and information of various items. After a little bit of picking up and missing, I realized after shopping for a long time that I had thought too much. There is no leakage to pick up at all, it is basically spicy chicken. After all, Wannan County is just a small county, so there is no good product. I visited several martial artist stores. The largest shop among them is opened by Tianyan sect himself. Several types of foundation building spiritual items are in stock, and the prices are sky high. Some of the better ones have various restrictions, such as the need to use sect contribution points in exchange for purchase qualifications. After looking through the albums of foundation building spiritual objects in the store, Gu Yu gained a lot of knowledge. Body refining martial artists' foundation building spiritual objects refer to a type of special items that can strengthen the body. Generally divided into big medicine, treasures, rare objects, word and so on. Great medicines are refined medicines that are highly safe, stable in effect, and moderately priced. However, they are generally out of stock, or require special conditions to qualify for purchase, such as consuming a certain amount of sect contribution points. The treasure category is a foreign object and cannot be taken directly, but it can be worn close to the body, nourished and refined for a long time, and can also achieve the effect of body refining, but it is very rare and the price is extremely high. Rare objects are the parts of various beasts, or precious herbs and essences. It can be taken directly without refining. It is very effective and has certain side effects. It requires an adaptable physique to successfully refine it. There is another category, which is weird, which generally sounds like something you wouldn't dare to put in your stomach. Even some things are unheard of. They are all quite heavy-mouthed, and they need to be combined with some more anomaly usage methods. For example, one kind of 1,000 rat goo is to imprison thousands of rats together. Without feeding food, wait until after 77-49 days. If you take the refined form of a still living rat, your body's agility and spiritual awareness will be greatly improved. Others include taking body parts of strong people, or special body modifications, etc. They all fall into the weird category. Guyu shook his head when he saw it. It was so cruel. This was simply a demonic cultivator. This weird thing is probably made up to tease people. Forget it, let's find a way to solve this case and earn some contribution points in exchange for safer medicine. Walking out of the shop, Guyu wandered around the market for a while. In addition to some fixed shops, there are also many stalls operating. There are the flesh and blood of beasts hunted in the wilderness, some medicinal materials, fruits collected, etc. After looking around, there are some things that are useful for martial arts training, but they are not to the level of foundation building spiritual objects. I was about to leave and find a hotel to stay at. Suddenly, in the noisy environment, a very clear sound came into Guyu's ears. These are some special effects brought about by his five senses. It can automatically filter out noise and collect some potentially useful information. I heard someone not far away asking, "Master, I am going to Beijing to participate in next year's spring exam, and I would like to ask Master to help calculate an auspicious day for the trip." Haha, easy to say. Let me do some calculations. Well, 10 days from now, the first day of the auspicious month will be the auspicious day of the zodiac. With everything going well and being number 1, it is a perfect day to go out and rush for the exam. The master's voice is deep and rich, full of a unique magnetism that makes people believe without even realizing it. Guyu was shocked. Yes, it depends on the date of taking the exam, and it also depends on the date of getting married. We also need to calculate the direction and time for welcoming the bride. Naturally, you will know which family is getting married and when. If this fortune teller is an accomplice, he can perfectly help collect information on marriage. At this time, the scholar said again, "Master, if I rush to take the exam this time, will I have a chance to go to high school?" Haha, don't worry, wait until I make a divination for the young master. Guyu glanced in that direction pretending to be nonchalant. What a coincidence! I saw this master's panel expanded. Name, Mirong Xian. Age, 58 years old. Level 46, World, 5th grade intermediate. Innate luck, born evil, black and blue, master of poison, blue, master of disguise, blue, cunning, green. Born to be evil, a born bad embryo, born to be an evil and cunning bad guy. Although this kind of luck will not end well, it will kill many innocent people before he dies. Poison master, good at making and using all kinds of strange poisons, you can easily fall into his trap if you are not careful. Master of disguise, able to disguise himself as various characters and easily gain the trust of others. Sophisticated, make decisions before acting, like to hide behind the scenes and make various calculations, and don't like to end up personally. Cheats. Earth levels blood poison manual uses blood as a material to make various strange poisons with unpredictable effects. At first glance, he is not a serious master. Generally speaking, fortune tellers traveling around the world would be pretty good if they have an 8th grade martial deo cultivation level. A 5th grader can become a deacon in any small sect. Even among the big sects, you can make a name for yourself with a little diligence. How could he run away and become a fortune teller? And he's also good at using poison. This person must have something up his sleeve. Could he be the person behind the Immortal snitch? Thinking of this, Gu Yu did not go up to do fortune telling or look around in order to avoid disturbing the situation. Instead, he quietly turned around and left. Arriving at the county official's house, Gu Yu found the head catcher Chen Chaoxing again. Captain Chen, I suspect that the suspect is pretending to be a fortune teller. Help the victim's family to calculate the auspicious date of the wedding, so as to obtain the specific marriage information. Then he used a certain technique to pass it on to the Immortal snitch, and then let the latter commit the crime. Gu Yu stated his conclusion straight to the point. Fortune teller? This is possible. But does Brother Gu have evidence? There are only 18 or 9 fortune tellers walking around in this county. I can't just arrest them all for questioning based on your words. Moreover, this kind of investigation will easily alert the enemy. Chen Chaoxing knew that many fortune tellers did not live in Wannan County. Instead, they are traveling around several nearby counties to solicit limited business. In other words, it is consistent with the way the Immortal snitch commits crimes, and he commits crimes in several counties. Hey, not all of them. But one. What a coincidence, I met a fortune teller in the market today, and his behavior was quite suspicious. To be honest, Junior Brother Chen, I have a unique skill. I am born with an extremely sensitive sense of smell. Otherwise, I would not come here to take on this task. As soon as I smelled it, I could smell the strong smell of blood on this guy. And it smells like poison, so he must be a master of poison. Gu Yu knew that he needed to use some persuasive means. After all, you can't say that you saw it through the data panel. Oh. Already have a target? I'll send someone to get him right away. Chen Chaoxing suddenly became excited. It was quite easy to achieve only one goal. Even if he is not the real owner of this case, he is a master of poisoning. Those who came to the counties under the jurisdiction of Tianyan sect must be uneasy and ready to cause trouble. Just take it first and ask questions later. Junior brother, don't worry. This person's strength is probably not inferior to mine, and he is good at disguise. Not that easy to deal with. I want to find a way to verify it first. Gu Yu thought to himself, what the heck, he is a 5th grade master, even if you and I bring a dozen patrol officers together, we are no match for him. And this guy is not the real owner yet. Finding a way to pull out the undead snitch and deal with it is the key to the mission. How to verify? Chen Chaoxing was curious. Tomorrow, the masters from the Zongmen's criminal law hall should arrive. Let's discuss things with them first. Gu Yu smiled evilly and touched the corner of his mouth, feeling a little drooling. Hey, I suddenly want to get married. Chapter 27. Wannan County Public House, above the hall. At this time, even the county magistrate of Wannan County could only sit on the left side, because the person sitting in the main seat was Ji Qingying, the patrolman of the criminal law hall from the sect and a master of 4th grade. She was dressed in black embroidered clothes, her figure was straight and stretched, and she had an indescribable noble temperament. Behind her are 2 of her men, both holding waist knives and standing in the back calmly. Wannan County's County Magistrate Tang Huiran, County Lieutenant Guan Jun, and Chief Registrar Huang Shen both had only 5th or 6th grade. Normally, it is okay to coerce ordinary martial artists in the county, but facing the strong ones from the sect, I could only bow my head and call out senior sister respectfully. Of course, a headhunter like Chen Chaoxing didn't even have a seat and could only stand in the back. As for an unorganized bounty hunter like Gu Yu, he had to rely on Chen Chaoxing to enter this hall, otherwise he would not even be qualified to participate in the meeting. This is the situation now. I would like to ask my senior sister for advice on how to investigate and handle this case. County Honorable Tang Huiran cupped his hands with a flattering smile on his face. He is over 40 years old, with 3 long beards that look very elegant, and his strength is in the middle of 5th grade. Gu Yu looked at the panel and found that Tang Huiran only had 2 inconspicuous green lux, which were passers-by. After all, those who have strength and development potential are all practicing hard in the sect. How can I take on the task of working as an errand in the county? Only those who think that martial Dao practice is hopeless will choose this way out. After searching for so long, there is no clue. What do you do for food? When I solve the case, you can go to the criminal law hall to be punished. Ji Qingying looked cold and patted the tea table. The table was not cracked, but all 4 legs were drilled into the ground an inch deep. This powerful hand made everyone a little scared. Such a young 4th grade master is indeed the genius of the sect. Tang Huiran's heart ached. Hiss, my golden Nan Mu. Very expensive. County Lieutenant Guanjun was a rough man. He cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, Senior sister. We have killed this thief several times, but our martial arts have no effect on him. With all due respect, this kind of anomaly needs to be solved by the masters of the sect's heavenly flame. Tianyan sect can become a first-class sect and dominate one side because it has mastered the power of Tianyan. Legend has it that 100 years ago, a strange fire fell from the sky and landed on the mountain behind the sect. It remained unquenched for a long time. After the ancestor of the sect conquered it, he founded the sect and established the Tianyan sect. Tianyan is not an ordinary flame. It can effectively restrain all kinds of anomalies and weirdness. It is the top treasure of the sect. In the past, when we encountered a powerful anomaly that was extremely difficult to deal with, the sect sent first-grade masters down the mountain with heavenly flames in hand, killing them easily. Gu Yu had only heard the rumors within the sect about the reputation of the Master of Flame, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Nonsense! This kind of thing must be caused by someone pretending to be a ghost. Why should a Master of Flames take action? Do you think I'm not qualified to take charge here? Although Ji Qingying is the genius of the sect, she has not yet reached the level of a Flame Master. After being stabbed secretly by Guanjun, he suddenly became furious. Alas, I'm a rough man and can't speak. I'm the one who slaps. Guanjun slapped himself a few times. This guy said he was a rough guy, but he was actually very slick. The county lieutenant is in charge of the county's security, taxation, engineering, and other work. He has close connections with the small gangs and wealthy businessmen in the county and has rich opportunities. Having stayed in this county for a long time, he is no longer the same species as the martial artist who is practicing hard in the sect. Your strength is so weak, what's the use? Why don't I take control of it? The deputy Guozhen standing behind Ji Qingying rolled up his sleeves and was about to slap Guanjun when he came down. The chief registrar and the county magistrate hurriedly came up to persuade him, but Guanjun stretched his neck and let Guozhen whip him casually. The whole scene was in chaos. Gu Yu sighed softly in his heart. It seemed that Ji Qingying was still a little too young to control the situation. In order to close the case as soon as possible, I have to settle it. Ahem, Senior Sister Ji, can I interrupt for a moment? When Gu Yu spoke, the scene suddenly became quiet. He is originally a great luck person, and he also has the black luck taunt of 3 views are not in harmony. So all the firepower was concentrated at once. If you don't insert the mouth well, at least you will be kicked out, at worst you will be served by the criminal law hall. Who are you? Ji Qingying asked coldly, feeling that Gu Yu looked familiar. Senior Sister Ji, I'm Gu Yu, I also accepted the mission of Immortal Snitch. I met Senior Sister once in the mission hall before. Gu Yu's attitude was quite respectful. Haha, the case of the Immortal Snitch has been returned to the criminal law hall. All the disciples who have taken over the task no longer need to worry about it. You can leave. Ji Qingying saw Gu Yu wearing the clothes of an outer disciple and knew that he didn't even have 6th grade. Whatever it is worth, just send it away. No. Senior Sister G, Senior Brother Gu has found out some clues and is about to verify further. Chen Chaoxing was anxious and quickly came out to speak to Gu Yu. Oh? You already have something in mind. Huang Shen, the chief clerk, remembered that he only received Gu Yu yesterday. I didn't expect to find something out so soon. It seems that anyone who dares to take on such a hot potato task at this time really has two skills. What's the clue? Let's hear it. Ji Qingying was not willing to let go of any clues, so she just wanted to hear it. If it's not reliable, throw it out anyway. So Gu Yu told the fortune teller and some of his speculations. Everyone pondered deeply, and the county magistrate Tang Huiran twisted his beard and said, "This can explain the suspicion that the immortal snitch clearly knows the family and time of the marriage." Ji Qingying also thought it made sense, but she still had doubts about why Gu Yu could confirm that there was something wrong with this fortune teller. Supernormal sense of smell? What the hell kind of ability is this? Ji Qingying was simple-minded and directly asked Gu Yu to verify her ability in public. You said that your sense of smell is far beyond ordinary people, then smell it. What do I smell like? Everyone else blushed secretly. Is this something that can be said in this lobby? Gu Yu's nose twitched slightly, and after a moment, he confidently said, "It tastes like seafood." What? You kid is looking for death. Guo Zhen, who was standing behind, drew his sword directly. It tasted like seafood. Isn't this making fun of the brothel woman? If you dare to say that to Senior Sister Ji, I will kill you. Go on. Ji Qingying's expression remained unchanged and she stretched out her hand to stop Guo Zhen. Well, that's the smell. I guess that when Senior Sister Ji entered the city gate this morning, I encountered a carriage transporting salted fish, so I got a hint of seafood flavor. I didn't have time to change my clothes after I arrived, so the aftertaste was still on my sleeves. Gu Yu's sense of five senses is not just a show-off. His sense of smell is indeed several times that of ordinary people. Ah! It's so accurate. Another of Ji Qingying's subordinates, Yu Tong, couldn't help but marvel. The three of them entered the city in the morning and did encounter a convoy transporting salted fish. One of the horses lost control and went crazy. Ji Qingying grabbed the back of the car with one palm, so she got a hint of salted fish smell. After a few hours, I thought the smell had dissipated long ago, but I didn't expect that this kid could still smell it. Sure enough, you have some skills. Your nose is comparable to the sex spirit dog. You can stay here. Ji Qingying nodded and recognized Gu Yu's ability. The others all laughed secretly. Isn't this a human-shaped spiritual dog? Gu Yu didn't take it seriously. Now that you've heard that there's something wrong with this fortune teller, how do you plan to verify it next? Ji Qingying was eager to solve the case, but she actually had no clue. Now that she had this clue, she naturally wanted to seize it. She doesn't care who gets the credit, she just wants to eliminate harm for the people. Here, I wonder if Senior Sister Ji is willing to get married to me. Gu Yu smiled lightly and went straight to the point. Puff. Guanjun spit out a sip of tea. Tang Huiran and Huang Shen both looked embarrassed. Guo Zhen and Yu Tong drew their swords at the same time. Sure enough, they should kill this kid first. Chapter 28. Facing the knife placed on his neck, Gu Yu did not panic. Instead, he laid out his plans one by one indifferently. That's my plan. Gu Yu looked at everyone with a smile. Please take a look at the details. Are there any flaws? The knives that everyone had drawn out were slowly withdrawn. Very bold, but careful. Tang Huiran nodded first. We have fished like this once before. We promoted it with great fanfare and did not follow the path of a fortune teller. So the other party saw through it from the beginning, but in the end the other party didn't take the bait. He went directly to a neighboring county to commit crimes. County Lieutenant Guan Jun also felt that the method this time seemed more realistic and in line with the current situation. Everyone feels that this plan is a bit overt and provocative. If the right person is found, he can really catch a big fish. Ji Qingying listened to Gu Yu's words while running her mind. I finally got my blood under control and didn't blush on the spot. I've seen some bold men's confession scenes before. But when I came up, I asked if I could get married. This was the first time I met someone. Even a 4th grade master like Ji Qingying can't help but feel a little shaken. Fortunately, it turned out that they were just pretending to be married to lure the undead snitch out. I rushed over here so early in the morning, my teeth were not even brushed or washed. He suddenly opened his mouth and asked if he could get married. It was really scary. In this case, the bride will have to go to battle in person, Senior Sister Ji. Gu Yu explained that if an ordinary girl were to act, although it would be real enough. But on the one hand, it will damage the girl's innocence, and it is more likely that in an unexpected situation, the lie will become true, and King's life will be accidentally killed. Only 4th grade masters like Senior Sister Ji can do it in person, even if the undead snitch touches the bridal chamber. You can also catch your opponent off guard by counter-killing them, and you may even have the opportunity to capture them on the spot and solve an unsolved case. Ji Qingying just breathed a sigh of relief, but in the blink of an eye she became a bride again. Although it's just a disguise, it's very embarrassing to welcome a bride, pay homage to the bride, and enter the bridal chamber at the same time. Although Ji Qingying is as cold as snow on weekdays, she mainly does it to stop the harassment of all kinds of wild bees and butterflies. In fact, my heart is purer than pure milk. I have never experienced such a battle. What? Senior Sister Ji is scared. Gu Yu's provocation is obvious, but quite effective. Humph, how could I be afraid? We will get married when we get married. Just wait for that snitch to enter the bridal chamber, and I will chop off his murder weapon with one knife. Although Ji Qingying was a little reluctant, she had already accepted this setting. Well, then I'll just do it. Gu Yu was just about to say that he was pretending to be the groom, but was interrupted by a group of people. This matter is important, why don't I play the role of the groom? County Honorable Tang Huiran twisted his beard and pondered, with a solemn look on his face. No, the county magistrate needs to take charge of the situation, so I'll do it. Guan Jun puffed up his chest. Fart, it's us who are coming. How can I trust you to leave Senior Sister Ji to you? Guo Zhen and Yu Tong were not far behind. Gu Yu cursed in his heart, damn it, you are so active in taking advantage of me. In the end, it was Ji Qingying who had the final say. Guan County Lieutenant, you go arrange the home and background of the bride and groom, be careful and don't reveal your secret. Mr. Chen, when the time comes, you will lead your men to set up an ambush around the groom's house. Mr. Tang Xian, please lead the county soldiers to guard the walls around the city and follow orders to contain the snitches. Master Huang, you are in the middle to provide support and deliver the news. Guo Zhen and Yu Tong were lying in ambush next door to help me. You, Gu Yu, right? Since it was your idea, come and get married with me. Yes. Everyone accepted the order. Gu Yu added, when Guan County Lieutenant has arranged the background of the two families, we will lay the bait. How to bait? Ji Qingying asked. Of course I have to go to the fortune teller to tell my fortune. This matter is the most critical. If it is seen through, there is no follow-up, so I will go and meet the master in person. Gu Yu is worried about leaving this task to others. He believes that with his acting skills and a bit of sarcastic luck, he should be able to catch the master. I'll go with you, and we'll look out for each other so we don't miss any holes without even realizing it. Ji Qingying is not at ease with Gu Yu and wants to see if he is reliable before deciding whether to act with him in subsequent scenes. One day later, Guan Jun relied on his contacts in the county to reasonably fabricate the information of the two families who were getting married. After everyone analyzed it, they really couldn't see any flaws. The birth dates and horoscopes are all real people, and they are all at the age of marriage. In 3 days, Guyu has harvested 1,200 strands of luck. You can already upgrade to blue once. I looked at the green luck on my panel. Sharp 5 senses, strong as an ox, sword Diogenes, like a shadow. The improvement of strength as an ox and sword Diogenes should both directly improve combat effectiveness. But this case is not focused on combat effectiveness. The 4th grade, Yuki-senpai, is responsible for the fight anyway, so just make your own plans. 5 senses played a good role in the past. Allow yourself to notice more details. Anyway, there should be 1 luck upgrade before the wedding day. Guyu then chose to upgrade 5 senses first and forget it. Upgrade. Consume 1,000 strands of innate luck, and your 5 senses, green, has been upgraded to 6 senses, blue. Supernormal 6 senses. Not only do you have 5 senses that are far superior to ordinary people, you also have a mysterious 6th sense, which allows you to detect more unknown things. At critical moments, you can trust your instincts. Your spiritual mind level has been upgraded to the Austrian level. It seems not bad. The 6th sense, also known as the mind's awareness, can be said to be a short-term predictive ability. Critical moments can play an unexpected role. The level of spiritual thoughts has been upgraded from ordinary to arcane level. It is a great help for practicing martial arts like Qi refining. Qi refining type martial arts techniques require spiritual energy to be injected into them. Only in this way can subtle adjustments be made at long distances, making the opponent even more difficult to guard against. Moreover, mixed with the inner power of divine thoughts, it can also deal damage to some anomaly objects. The power of Guyu's finger flick divine ability has been raised to a new level. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the room. After opening the door, Ji Qingying came. Junior brother Gu, it's time to go lay the bait. Senior sister, do you know the art of disguise? Guyu asked with a smile. I just know a little bit. What do you want to look like? Of course I'm pretending to be a groom. I look too young like this. I need to put on some beard. If the face is painted a little browner, the clothes and hairstyle should be more similar. What about me? What do I pretend to be? You just pretend to be my servant. This time you are going to calculate the auspicious day for the wedding. The bride cannot go with her by herself. Hey? Pretending to be a man? I can't. It's okay, just change your clothes and stand up straight. Looking for a fight? Ji Qingying was a little angry. Are you implying that I have no breasts? Humph, how could I tell you that I was wearing a bra wrap? For those who practice martial arts, this is of course more convenient. Don't do it. You have to get used to taking on the role now. How can a young boy do something with his master just because he doesn't agree? Lower your eyebrows and be more pleasing to the eye. That fortune teller is an expert at observing words and emotions. Senior sister doesn't want to expose herself and ruin the whole plan, right? Okay, master, just obey your orders. Chapter 29. In the market. Guyu stuck on 3 short strands of beard and tied up her hair. Wearing clothes borrowed from Chen Chaoxing. He looks much older, holding a folding fan. He looks a bit like a wealthy young man. Ji Qingying dressed in men's clothing and pretended to be a follower, and painted her skin a darker yellow. The two of them wandered around for a long time, until the sun was setting in the west. Carrying large and small bags, they are all red candles and red paper bought at the market. Various things needed for the wedding banquet were all wrapped in blue cloth, bulging with only a little bit of red exposed. As if he was tired from shopping, Guyu sat down in front of the fortune teller's table. This was the first time I saw the fortune teller face to face. I saw him dressed up as a deist, which gave him a somewhat fairy-like air. The fortune-telling banners are also very delicate. There is a burner of agar wood burning next to it, and the whole stall is very elegant. Even before people start to calculate, they have already believed 3 points. Haha, this young master, what do you want to calculate? Murongxian showed an enigmatic smile. His eyes quietly looked at the appearance and attire of Guyu and Ji Qingying, the packages in their hands, etc. Master, please help me choose an auspicious day. There will be a banquet at my home. Guyu lowered his voice and looked sincere. Hey, there are many kinds of banquets. The one you want to host is a wedding banquet. Murongxian had already seen a red candlestick protruding from the package and asked deliberately. Shhhhhhh. Master, please keep your voice down. Don't dare to make any noise. Guyu looked frightened, put his finger on his lips to silence, and whispered nervously, Master, I don't want to talk about this. You also know that in today's world, you may get into trouble if you do this. However, since the Master has seen through it, I really want to hold a happy event, so I would like to ask the Master to help me do the math. Guyu took out 2 copies of the birth date and placed them on the desk. However, Murongxian did not read the post on the table, but looked directly at Guyu with cold eyes. Since the young master is so afraid, why did he choose this time? Wouldn't it be better to wait for the snitch to be caught later? Just now, the young master and his servant came out of the tailor shop, walking side by side and whispering to each other. It seems that he is plotting something. Could he be pretending to be a master and servant, coming here to trick the old man into playing tricks? Murongxian saw that something was wrong with Guyu and Ji Qingying. This young boy is a little too handsome, and he has a bit of a powdery air. Moreover, when the two of them were far away just now, their appearance and behavior did not look like ordinary people. It is easier to attract attention than ordinary people. So Murongxian also tried a little trick to see if he really had any other intentions. As for the fact that his identity had been revealed, Murongxian didn't think about it. Hearing Murongxian's stern question, Ji Qingying was also shocked. This old guy has some eyesight, has he been seen through? What to do? Capture this thief on the spot? Then the whole plan is ruined. When I was hesitating. Guyu, on the other hand, looked shocked. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised repeatedly, Master is awesome. You are worthy of being a master. You have seen through this. An awkward smile appeared on Guyu's face. He reached over with one hand and squeezed Ji Qingying's little hand. He sighed and said, to be honest, Master, I have a good relationship with Long Yang, and I have been friends with my young master, Mr. Yu, for a long time. Usually we just poke each other and play with each other, it's so fun. However, my mother at home is old and her days are short. Before she left, she just wanted to see me get married. I had no choice but to let the matchmaker choose a beautiful girl. Just make do. After saying that, he raised his eyebrows at Ji Qingying. Ji Qingying understood instantly, shyly withdrew her hand, deliberately pinched her throat and said in a low voice. It's disgusting. You can't treat me like this in front of a large crowd. Come back after you've finished. Murongxian looked shocked, then showed an expression of disgust, damn it. No wonder something doesn't look right, it turns out they are two dead assholes. I immediately had no intention of communicating more with Guyu. Murongxian picked a random day and said, 3 days from now, it will be an auspicious day, and I will be rewarded with 1 tael of silver. When I casually wrote down auspicious days and auspicious days on the post, I quickly sent these 2 guys away. Thank you, Master. Guyu paid the money and Qi Shiran led Ji Qingying away. He turned around and deliberately blocked Ji Qingying's slender waist, but received an elbow. Murongxian watched from behind and shook his head, it's really eye-catching. Isn't it a scam to marry someone who has the habit of cutting sleeves? Well, then this order will actually do a good thing and let the bride get relief as soon as possible. GGG. Gu Yu and Ji Qingying walked out of Murong Xian's sight, but still did not dare to look back. After walking some distance, Gu Yu's supernormal sixth senses was able to determine that there was no one following him. The two turned into an alley and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, I'm so nervous. I thought I had been seen through at that time. How do you know that Daoist hates people as good as Long Yang? Ji Qingying asked curiously. Gu Yu shook his head, I don't know, it's just a gamble. Look at how neatly his fortune-telling stall is kept. His appearance and beard are also immaculately groomed, and he also likes to murder virgins on their wedding night. I guess he's a guy with extreme misophobia. Isn't it normal for this kind of person to hate messmakers? Shit stirrer. Ji Qingying didn't understand. That's it. Gu Yu leaned into her ear and explained a little. Ji Qingying suddenly felt numb after hearing this, and my ears were no longer clean. Then what should we do next? There is no one responsible for keeping track of this fortune teller, so how do we know if he has taken the bait? Turning back to business, Ji Qingying was a little confused about Gu Yu's arrangement. Hey, I have a secret technique that can track him from a long distance. When he closes his stall, I can naturally find his whereabouts. Gu Yu had already used the tracking skill attached to his like a shadow to mark Murong Xian's shadow. At this time, he could already feel Murong Xian's presence remotely. You actually have such ability. Ji Qingying was surprised again. She really didn't expect that Gu Yu, an outer disciple with no background, would. Not only does he have an extraordinary sense of smell and amazing tracking abilities. Moreover, he is thoughtful and does not panic when things change. He is truly a top-notch crime-solving talent. Ji Qingying was already a little shocked. If this case can be solved, junior brother Gu should be regarded as the first contributor. Although his strength is a bit lacking, with my recommendation, it shouldn't be a problem to join the criminal law hall. His abilities have also been put to use. Gu Yu didn't know that Ji Qingying had planned to help him arrange his future. He just smiled and said, without diamonds, how dare you take the porcelain job? Now that the bait has been laid, you still need to wait patiently for the fish to take the bait. Late at night. On the roof of a house in Wannan County. Gu Yu and Ji Qingying were dressed in night clothes and black scarves, lying on the tiles, quietly looking into a courtyard not far away. That was where Murong Xian settled. Humph, a fortune-teller Daoist can actually afford to live in such a luxurious courtyard. There is something wrong with this guy. Ji Qingying said in a low voice. She looked around. This is the area where wealthy businessmen in the county live. Unexpectedly, a vicious thief was hiding here. Shhh. There's movement. Gu Yu noticed that Murong Xian, who had been indoors, made some movement. I saw that the candles in the room suddenly went out. There was no moonlight tonight, and the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. With a creak, the wooden window opened. Something fluttered out and quickly shot up into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Both Gu Yu and Ji Qingying had weak eyesight, and they could tell that it was a red-eyed hawk carrying a message. The two of them looked at each other and knew that they had swallowed the bait firmly this time. This fortune-telling Daoist should be delivering a message to the immortal snitch. Just wait 3 days before the snitch takes the bait. Chapter 30. 3 days later. Gu Yu got up early in the morning, and today was the wedding day. In the past few days, Ji Qingying and the others have been taking care of various affairs, while Gu Yu has been left free. After the baiting incident, Ji Qingying already trusted Gu Yu very much and had a respectful attitude. Even though the 4th grade masters were like this, Tang Xianzun and others were of course very kind to Gu Yu and did not dare to neglect him. Gu Yu has been staying in the yard these days, practicing internal skills and sword skills as usual. I practiced ancient gold sword this morning, and my swordsmanship has finally reached perfection. Congratulations! Your ancient gold sword has been completed, and you have obtained a green luck seed. Do you want to consume 100 strands of innate luck to hatch it? Gu Yu looked at the panel and saw that there were now 1,400 strands of innate luck, so of course he turned it on. Incubation. Congratulations! You get innate luck natural sword energy, green. Innate sword chi, you have an innate and unique understanding of sword dao, and you can easily practice sword chi. You can easily condense 3 feet of sword chi with each sword. The power of all your sword skills has been increased. Good. Gu Yu casually swung a sword. Originally, the internal force could only cover the sword itself. But now he can naturally stretch out a 3-foot-long solid sword energy. A deep sword mark was cut on the blue stone floor. Although not as good as chi-refining martial artist's long-range attack. But the attack range is much higher than that of the ordinary body-refining martial artist. By surprise, the opponent thinks he is out of attack range and is easily caught off guard by the sword energy. The remaining 1,300 strands of innate luck, Gu Yu is going to save for now. Strong as an ox, sword dao genius, innate sword energy, like a shadow are all green. You can upgrade at any time and adapt accordingly when the time comes. Sir, the auspicious time has come. It's time to go and get married. Chen Kaoxing's somewhat excited loud reminder came from outside the door. Prepare your horses. I will personally bring that beauty to the bridal chamber, ha ha ha. Gu Yu put on a red dress, with a big red flower on her chest, and rode a tall horse. Follow the wedding team and rush towards the bride's home. This ceremony was much simpler than usual. There were no gongs, drums, instruments, or music to clear the way. Just like thieves, the whole team trotted all the way. He quietly welcomed the bride into the sedan and carried her back. There were also many passers-by pointing and talking on the road. This family is so brave, they dare to marry. Hurry up and finish the burrow, then the snitch won't come. Yes, I heard that the snitch only likes virgins on their wedding night. Hey, getting married nowadays has to be done secretly. In Wannan County, let me take a look at the pills. Among the crowd, there was a man wearing a bamboo hat, who was also quietly looking at the procession of welcoming the bride. He smiled secretly in his heart, he, do you think you can escape by doing things quietly like this? Your auspicious time has already been known to me. Let me make you happy first, and I will come back after the worship service. This person is naturally the immortal snitch. He obviously used the art of disguise, and his appearance was completely different from the portrait in the sea fishing documents. After receiving the message from the fortune-teller Daoist Murong Xian, he took the time to sneak into the county town. I haven't done this for a long time, and I'm already a little hungry. There were so many people on the road, even with Gu Yu's observer ability, he couldn't scan all the information from everyone at once. Therefore, the existence of the immortal snitch was not discovered. After hurriedly picking up the bride. Again, according to the regular procedures, various kinds of worship to heaven and earth were carried into the bridal chamber. Since we were getting married quietly, we didn't invite too many relatives and friends, and we just simply set up a few tables in the inner hall. After 3 rounds of drinking, Gu Yu was a little drunk and was about to enter the bridal chamber. In the bridal chamber, the red candle was lit, illuminating the surrounding area with red light and shadows. The atmosphere was very festive and warm. Ji Qingying, wearing a red hijab, sat beside Babu's bed. The mood is also a little exciting, now he is also a person who has paid homage to the court. Although people in martial Dao do not need to care about these secular etiquette. Now it's just a strategy, but when I experience worship for the first time, I always have some strange feelings. At this time, there was a gentle knock on the door. Madam, my husband is about to enter the bridal chamber. Gu Yu gently opened the door and walked into the room, holding a brass scale in his hand. This is a wedding scale used to lift the hijab. He used the wedding scale to lift Ji Qingying's hijab. I saw Ji Qingying's white and greasy complexion looking even more delicate under the light of the red candle. He seemed to be really blushing. Before, Ji Qingying always wore men's clothing with black embroidered clothes. Now put on red makeup and lightly apply powder. This color. Gu Yu, who had seen many pigs running around, couldn't help but feel dazzled. Madam, a moment of spring is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Gu Yu pretended to blow out the candle. No, 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 sir, I'm shy. I haven't even had a glass of wine yet. Ji Qingying was really scared. If she blew out the candles, something might happen. After a while, the snitch hadn't come yet, but he was eaten by this thief. That's fine. I just drank a few too many drinks and I'm a little feverish. I'll take it easy and open the window to get some fresh air. Gu Yu reached out and pushed the window open, stood by the window and looked out. When will this snitch come? I can't move up or down now, how can I move on to the next level? If the snitch doesn't come, we can't just sit here all night. The moonlight is really nice today. Gu Yu sighed softly, but suddenly saw a black shadow passing through the middle of the moon. That's a huge bat. Such a mysterious blinding method has no problem dealing with ordinary people. But Gu Yu's observer ability has already seen the other party's data panel. Name, Yin Kang Song. Age, 32 years old. Level, Level 38, World, 6th grade upper level. Innate luck, Resurrection from the dead, Black and purple, Blood desire puppet, Black and blue, Blinded by a leaf, Blue, No trace in the snow, Green. Resurrection from the dead, affected by the dungeon, he has become a gatekeeper boss controlled by the dungeon. After death, he can be resurrected in the dungeon. Although he has the ability to be immortal to a certain extent, he is also forever bound by the copy. Blood desire puppet, a puppet who is controlled by blood desire and is willing to degenerate into evil ways. He has lost his conscience as a human being and has committed countless evil deeds. Everyone can punish him. Ye blind, has a powerful blinding talent and is good at all kinds of confusion and concealment techniques. Tug Zhuohen, born with the aptitude to practice Qinggong, the Qing Shen Qinggong is so good that he can easily escape tracking and roundup. Chapter 31. Good guy. The real owner came straight to the door. Judging from the opponent's luck, as Gu Yu had guessed before, this guy's ability to survive had something to do with the dungeon. I just didn't expect that this guy actually became the guardian boss of a certain dungeon, and was controlled by the dungeon to a certain extent. Just like the old man in the Sutra Pavilion copy, he became a gatekeeper. Once it dies, it won't take long to revive again. I didn't expect that this guy could actually leave the scope of the dungeon and use this ability to do evil. He really deserves to be killed. Gu Yu quickly said the secret code to Ji Qingying, Madam, it's time for the bridal chamber. Ji Qingying knew that the real owner was coming. She quickly reached out and touched the knife under the pillow. Gu Yu walked to the candlestick and was about to blow out the candles. The level of their spiritual consciousness is both high, and they can move freely in the dark. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in from the crack of the window. I saw a huge bat suddenly fly into the room, fluttering a few times. The black mist surged up and instantly transformed into a young man wearing rich clothes. He was quite handsome, but his eyes were evil and had heavy dark circles. Gu Yu and Ji Qingying were both stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to show up so arrogantly. Ha ha ha, what? Did I come at the wrong time? Or are you just too impatient to wait for me? Yin Kang Song seemed to have entered his own home, with a relaxed and indifferent expression on his face. Yo yo yo, with such a beautiful lady, I really made a lot of money today. Seeing Ji Qingying's appearance, Yin Kang Song's eyes suddenly lit up and he smiled evilly. Why, Tianyan sect sent disciples of your caliber to capture me. Isn't that too disrespectful? What about the Flame Master? Call it out? Gu Yu and Ji Qingying exchanged glances. It turned out that this guy already knew that this was a game. You actually dare to barge in directly, why are you so confident? Ji Qingying shouted, now that we know our identities, let's capture them quickly. Yin Kang Song looked up to the sky and smiled without any fear. What can you do to me? Even if I stick my neck out for you to cut, I will be intact again tomorrow. How can ants like you understand this kind of divine power? Gu Yu finally understood. This guy understood his ability to resurrect in the dungeon. Already a little bloated, thinking that he is an immortal and indestructible existence. That's why he was so arrogant and unscrupulously broke into this ambush circle. Court death. Ji Qingying was furious and drew her sword to take action. However, she found something was wrong. She couldn't even use the knife, and her arm muscles were sore and weak. Ha ha ha! How effective is this Shixiang Ruin Jin powder? The deeper your internal energy is, the more you will be unable to use your internal energy and become paralyzed after being poisoned. Yin Kang Song laughed proudly. You know how to pay tribute to that fortune teller, how come you don't know? Did I buy the red candle shop in this market from me? These red candles are filled with colorless and odorless poison. After burning them for so long, even first-grade experts have already become numb. Gu Yu was also surprised. This group of people is indeed cunning, and there is also a fortune teller who is a master of poison. He poisoned the origin of the red candles at the wedding banquet in the market in advance. If he missed this move, he would be fooled. Gu Yu tried to raise his qi, but it turned out that he could not use his internal energy, and his limbs were a little sore and numb, but it was not too serious. After all, his internal strength is not very high, and he was not too poisoned not long after entering the bridal chamber. But Ji Qingying has been staying here, and her combat effectiveness is probably temporarily reduced to 0. Gu Yu quickly clicked on the panel in his mind and added 1000 strands of luck to as strong as an ox luck. Upgrade. Congratulations! Your innate luck strong as an ox, green, has been upgraded to carry a cauldron and subdue a tiger, blue. Carry the cauldron and subjugate the tiger. You have terrifying power and can easily lift the cauldron and subdue the tiger with your bare hands. Your strength attribute plus 200. Gu Yu suddenly felt as if a giant dragon was churning inside his body, and terrifying power was flowing through his body. This is the power of the body refining martial artist. Even without the use of internal force, the body alone has terrifying lethality. Nowadays, Gu Yu has 2 blue luck blessings, carrying a cauldron and subduing a tiger and being as light as a swallow. Added 200 points of strength attribute and 200 points of agility attribute respectively. Coupled with the bonus of supernormal 6 senses and the spiritual thoughts of the arcana. Facing a 6th grader like Yin Kang Song, it is not impossible to fight. After all, in addition to being great at Qinggong, this guy's internal strength and martial arts skills are ordinary. Compared with disciples from large sects like Gu Yu, he is far behind. But this guy is very cunning and cunning. Just killing him here won't directly eradicate him. It won't take long for him to be resurrected. If you miss this opportunity, the next time you try to get out, it may not be so smooth. The current plan is to let him go so that he can return to his copy, so that it can be operated easily. Anyway, Gu Yu had immediately marked his shadow with like a shadow. Just hang on from a distance and follow him into his lair copy. Only then can we truly solve this serious problem that can be resurrected. So Gu Yu also pretended to be exhausted and paralyzed. Suddenly he fell to the ground and knocked over the candlestick. The red candle fell to the ground and gradually lit the tablecloth on fire. Tisk, 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 it's worth it to be able to get such a beauty without bringing out the master of holding flames. Let's go, let's avoid long nights and dreams. Yin Kang Song wrapped Ji Qingying's head in a festive red quilt and tied it tightly like a rice dumpling. Throw it on your shoulder, climb out of the window and leave. Ji Qingying was already paralyzed by Shixiang's soft tendons and was unable to move at all. She couldn't even open her mouth and scream, so she could only be at the mercy of others. Gu Yu pretended to be paralyzed on the ground and was unable to save people. He experienced a slight suffering from the perspective of the host and watched Yin Kangsong run away on the roof. Reluctant to let the child catch the wolf. Relying on like a shadow, Gu Yu can be hung up half a mile away, and can be rescued at any time if necessary. This guy shouldn't be in such a hurry to start eating halfway, right? At this time, Chen Chaoxing, who was guarding outside, had already blown the whistle to warn. When Yin Kangsong came, he could still do it silently by relying on the blinding method of transforming into a bat. But now that I was carrying someone on my back, I couldn't do it without alerting the ambush around me. Bang! The door was slammed open, and Guo Zhen and Yu Tong, who were lying in wait in the yard next door, heard the whistle and broke in. When the two of them saw the situation in the room, they both exclaimed, "Oh no! Senior sister has been kidnapped." Before Gu Yu could speak, the two hurriedly chased him out. Gu Yu sat up on his own, without looking, with the help of 6 senses and like a shadow. I can already imagine all the movements outside. Chen Chaoxing led his men to surround Yin Kangsong. This guy's Qinggong was really good. I can easily carry a person on my back and jump up the city wall in just a few steps. There was a bang explosion, and several people screamed and coughed miserably. Yin Kangsong should be using smoke screens. He pushed back a few rushing defenders and temporarily covered his body. A moment later, someone shouted in another direction, "The snitch is over here. The one with the red sheet on his back is the snitch. Chase, chase, chase." Gu Yu in the room immediately put his forehead on his hands and sighed. People like Tang Xianzun and Guan Xianwei are really useless. Being lured away by fellow snitches. It is very likely that Mirong Xian, the fortune teller, is trying to find a way to deal with this. Gu Yu can easily sense the direction in which Yin Kangsong escaped, which he marked. It is completely opposite to the direction of the noisy pursuit of the pursuers. I had no choice but to save senior sister Ji on my own. Well, without the interference from pursuers, Yin Kangsong should have fled directly back to the dungeon's lair. Gu Yu stood up and took off his festive robe, revealing the black night clothes underneath. Although there is no internal strength, relying on the powerful strength of the body, one can still perform the shadow chasing technique. He turned into a black shadow and easily swept out of the city wall, disappeared in a flash, and tracked in the direction of Yin Kangsong. Chapter 32. Yin Kangsong didn't dare to pause at all along the way. He carried Ji Qingying on his back and started running Qinggong. He was also afraid that Tianyan sect would really send out flame-wielding masters. After all, I don't know if my anomaly's resurrection ability can resist the power of the heavenly flame, even if I haven't tried it. Running wildly towards the wilderness outside the county town for most of the night. The surroundings were deserted, and an unknown beast roared dully in the distance. Yin Kangsong's body flashed and he crashed into a mountain wall. It suddenly opened up and turned out to be a natural cave. Entering the depths of the cave, Yin Kangsong finally relaxed. This was already his home court. Ever since I gained the ability to resurrect from the dead here by chance, Yin Kangsong has turned this place into his own cave mansion. He even fantasized about establishing his own immortal dynasty here. However, after meeting a strange old man, Yin Kangsong had a little doubt and lack of confidence in his abilities. In the end, he became a seasoned partner, helping with calculations and operations. It's useless to think too much, let's enjoy today's prey first. Yin Kangsong opened the bedroll, and a short knife suddenly split open the red quilt and stabbed towards his face. He. Yin Kangsong had quick eyes and quick hands, avoiding the sharp edge of the short knife. Young lady actually still has strength. At this time, Ji Qingying had a bitter look on her face. She had just recovered a little strength and failed to attack in a sneak attack. It seemed that tonight was a doom and gloom. Her physique recovers relatively quickly from poison. If it had been anyone else, they would have been paralyzed for at least one night after being hit by Shixiang Ruinjin powder. Ji Qingying put the dagger to her throat and said sternly, "Don't come here, I will kill myself if you come here. Yin Kang Song rolled his eyes and smiled evilly, you can't die. In this secret realm, I have absolute control. Even if you wipe your neck, I can guarantee that you will not die for a stick of incense. Yin Kang Song pointed to the table next to him. There were a large number of bottles and jars there, which seemed to be various tools for refining medicine. Have you seen those medicine jars? As long as you are still breathing, I can hang your life. When I have had enough fun, I don't care whether you die or not. He he he. Yin Kang Song's gloomy face was distorted, and his laughter was quite terrifying, which made Ji Qingying shudder, fearing that he would still be humiliated after death. Evil thief! You have kidnapped so many brides. Where are they now? Although she herself was in danger, Ji Qingying still did not forget her duty to investigate the case. Those brides and their families must be given an explanation. Human? Let me think about it. I will torture them in every possible way first and make them shed tears of blood in resentment. In fact, I have no interest in this aspect. I just want to collect the blood and tears of resentful girls as materials to refine a strange poison. After it was done, it was buried underground in the cave to be used as fertilizer. As the saying goes, one general's achievements lead to the death of thousands of bones. I am the one who wants to establish an immortal dynasty. How would this cave mansion look like if there weren't some bones in the ground? Yin Kang Song seemed to be showing off his achievements, detailing his various experiences in committing crimes bit by bit. After talking for a while, Yin Kang Song suddenly smiled sinisterly and said, "Are you stalling for time, waiting for your internal strength to recover?" Ji Qingying held the knife across her chest and sneered, "I have recovered to 60% or 70%, killing you is enough." Her constitution is not prone to poisoning, so she took a universal antidote in advance this time. But I didn't expect that the snitch's poison was so powerful. No, it should be the poison from the old master. It took her a long time to recover some of her internal strength. Her hands and feet are still a little limp, but with her 4th grade skills, it should be enough to deal with a 6th grader. By the way, I just said that the old Taoist wanted to refine a strange poison, but he has actually already refined it. It was originally intended to be used against your flame-wielding masters, but I didn't expect you, a little lady, to bump into it, so let's try it on you. Yin Kang Song rummaged through various bottles and cans on the table, as if looking for poison. Suddenly he turned around and said, Hey, I forgot to tell you that the poison has already been put into the candle. If you feel your face is a little warm after smoking it for so long, you should be poisoned. Don't worry about me, this poison only works on women." Ji Qingying felt a chill in her heart. She felt her face was a little hot just now. She thought it was caused by forcibly operating her internal energy, but she didn't expect that she was poisoned again. This evil thief is so cunning. There is no way, this is someone else's lair, and it has been carefully arranged, and it looks like. The purpose of setting up the bride game is to bring out a flame-wielding master in the sect, and it is very likely that she is a woman. So who is trying to plot? Ji Qingying suddenly had a surprising idea, Lord Sect Master. The group of thieves in front of me were definitely not just trying to murder a few brides to satisfy their own animal desires. But it's for the entire Tianyan sect. Maybe it was because he thought he would die today that he confided so much to the other party. It seems that my situation is quite dangerous. Ji Qingying clenched her dagger and took a deep breath. She couldn't die yet. She had to find a way to escape and report the news to the sect leader. Otherwise, if you fall here, the next person who comes will most likely be the sect leader who avenges you. Aren't you curious about what kind of poison you were poisoned with? Yin Kang Song seemed to want to show off, and also liked the helplessness his prey felt when facing despair. He continued. The poison you were poisoned is the crimson resentment newly developed by the old Taoist. The blood of the resentment girl is one of the main ingredients. After being poisoned by this kind of incense, after one stick of incense, they will be like a sow in heat, and will kiss a man when they see him. And what's even more exciting is that after having S**X, you will be absolutely obedient and loyal to the man who possesses you. It's really a good poison. The veteran still has some ideas. How about it, do you feel something? Ha ha ha. Yin Kang Song laughed wildly with pride. He was very satisfied to be able to take in such a beautiful slave girl and a master of the 4th grade. Ji Qingying's mood hit rock bottom again. It's such a shameless poison, it's really miserable now. Are we really going to fall here today? He had been innocent all his life, but in the end he died in such a miserable way, and might even become someone else's slave girl. This is worse than stabbing his throat with a knife. There is no need to know what happened next. Suddenly, Ji Qingying thought of a possibility. Guyu. He has tracking skills. Could he be on his way to save me? Junior brother Gu. Senior sister's life and innocence are all in your hands. It's almost time to burn a stick of incense. Is this dish ready to be heated? Yin Kang Song rubbed his hands, already impatient. Suddenly, Yin Kang Song turned his head alertly and shouted towards a shadow in the cave, Who? Who is there? Chapter 33. Haha, you actually discovered me. In the darkness, a figure appeared, naturally it was Guyu. He had already arrived for a long time, and at the distracted moment when he was waiting for Yin Kang Song to start the operation impatiently. Then he quietly went up and stabbed him with a sword. Unexpectedly, the snitch had some spiritual sense and noticed his whereabouts. Previously, Guyu followed along and found that Yin Kang Song's position no longer changed significantly. Guessing that he had reached his destination, he ran after him. Relying on the observer's ability, he easily found and entered this secret realm. As soon as he entered, Guyu saw the prompt message. You have entered the level 60 copy undead lair. Note that this copy is no longer a novice copy. If you die in the copy, you will die immediately in reality. Introduction to the copy, the lair of the undead hides the secret of resurrection from the dead. Kill the gatekeeper boss Yin Kang Song, and you will receive a dungeon reward, a chance to be resurrected after death in the dungeon once a day. Seeing such a reward, Guyu was also a little happy. It's actually resurrection armor? There is a chance of resurrection every day. After increasing your fortune multiplier luck, wouldn't it be possible to resurrect 10 times a day? This is a bit awesome. With this ability, you can no longer be afraid to explore any secret realm. You must find a way to get this copy. However, Guyu doesn't have a clue yet on how to kill the guarding boss. At this time, since Yin Kang Song called him Po Xing Zhang, Guyu stood up generously. Seeing Guyu appear, Ji Qingying was so excited that she almost cried. Junior brother Gu is the one who is reliable. There's help now. The master of our sect will be here soon, so just go ahead and capture him. Guyu looked calm and composed. He would deceive this kid first and then see if he could get some useful information out of him. Master? What if the master comes? In my territory, I am immortal. Yin Kang Song spread his arms, looking confident. It seems like this guy has completely expanded. It's just an immortal ability. How can it be so clumsy? Guyu sneered, it's just that you can die and resurrect here? What's so great about it? According to my observation, your strength is only 6th grade. Our sect can easily defeat you by sending out just a few upper 3 grades masters. Death is too easy and pleasant for you. Our sect's criminal law hall and medicine king hall have many ways to make your life worse than death. For example, I could capture you first and chop off your flesh one by one with a knife. Then I'll give you medicine to make sure you don't bleed to death. I'll hang on to your life with powerful nutritional medicine, waiting for you to slowly recover from your injuries. Another 1,000 cuts. Or just get a dripping device on top of your head. Every time you take a breath, a drop of water falls, right between your eyebrows. Not only was it extremely itchy, but I couldn't sleep at all. This is the punishment of water drops. It won't be long before you go crazy and become a useless person. I can't live, I can't die. If you are imprisoned like this for several years or decades, you will not be allowed to die until you grow old. What's the use of you being resurrected? You're just an old and crazy useless person. What, you don't think that this secret realm has the power to rejuvenate you, do you? It's just a level 60 copy. How could it have such strong power of rules? Guyu sneered and spoke mercilessly. He said that cold sweat broke out on Yin Kangsong's forehead and his vest became cold. This kid is so cruel. Indeed, if you don't let yourself die immediately, but tie yourself up and torture yourself. If you hang yourself with big medicine and can't die even if you want to, that's really miserable. In fact, I was reminded by a veteran before that my ability to resurrect the dead is because I am afraid of all kinds of strange poisons that are worse than death. That's why I reluctantly surrendered to the old way. I am still too weak. The martial arts of the 6th grade are simply unable to compete with the existence of the upper 3 grades. Escape. Escape from here first, don't let the masters of Tianyan sect block you in the lair, then you still have a chance. Find the poisonous old man and let him think of ways to improve his strength. Only when Martial Dao levels up, and with the ability to resurrect from the dead, can he truly do whatever he wants. Thinking of this, Yin Kangsong's eyes moved and he activated a hidden weapon at Guyu without any warning. Whoosh! A steel needle was fired from the tip of Yin Kangsong's toe. Guyu was well prepared and dodged sideways. Yin Kangsong had already rolled up and rushed forward. A dagger slipped out of his sleeve and stabbed Guyu in the abdomen. In the 6th grade, martial artist's strength explodes at full strength, coupled with his lightness far beyond the 6th grade. The speed of this knife was extremely fast, and the distance between the two was instantly reduced to within 1 foot. Ji Qingying couldn't help but exclaim, "Junior brother, be careful." At this time, Guyu's internal strength has not fully recovered and he is unable to use sword skills. However, Guyu raised his hands, it was also a hidden weapon. 2 sleeve arrows were fired from the wrist. At such a short distance, Yin Kangsong was caught off guard, and his body twisted weirdly. Finally, he narrowly avoided 2 hidden weapons, but his face was also scratched. Guyu had already deftly flown back, easily avoiding the sharp edge of the dagger. Yin Kangsong still wanted to pursue him, but found that the wound on his face was itching unbearably. He couldn't help but get furious. You actually tempered poison on a hidden weapon. Isn't your Tianyan sect a well-known and upright sect? Guyu smiled nonchalantly and said, Jija, isn't poisoning just the right thing to deal with a flower-picking thief like you? Don't worry, it's not some strange poison, it's just an anesthetic used to incite pigs. Later I will chop off your DK with my own hands and feed it to the dog. Ah! Kill you! Yin Kangsong was furious and waved the dagger in his hand wildly. His attack was fast and hateful. The martial arts this guy is good at seems to be more like assassination and backstabbing. There were a lot of sinister feints and plots, and from time to time, hidden weapons like steel needles were ejected from unexpected places on the body. But Guyu's agility of more than 200 points, coupled with supernormal 6 senses, eyesight and hearing have given full play to their great advantages. The 6th sense can even alert the opponent in advance of the opportunity to launch a hidden weapon. Therefore, although the internal strength is insufficient and the level is not as good as the opponent, he can still easily deal with the opponent. This stalemate lasted for some time. Under the influence of anesthesia, Yin Kangsong's steps were already a little messy. The only Qing Kong skill he was good at was ineffective. Guyu saw the opportunity and raised his hand to strike. Although the move of Burning Heart Palm does not contain any internal power, but an explosion of more than 200 points of pure power. The edge of his palm hit Yin Kangsong's nose as hard as an iron ruler, deforming his face. It hurts. Yin Kangsong flew out, sat up and covered his mouth, 7 or 8 teeth fell out in a row. It hurts. I will use this palm force to break all the bones in your body bit by bit, so that you can experience what torture is. Don't worry, I'll be gentler and I probably won't die. Guyu's strong body contains explosive power. Carrying the cauldron and subduing the tiger allows him to easily tear apart ligers and beasts with his hands. At this time, it was no problem to deal with Yin Kang Song, who was paralyzed by anesthesia. Although it felt a bit violent, Ji Qingying felt unusually relieved. To deal with such villains, only such ruthless methods are effective. Ji Qingying's eyes almost glowed with peach blossoms when she looked at Guyu. She was instantly alert. It was over, the crimson resentment in her was about to break out. She quickly used the mental technique King Zhenju, which was a secret meditation technique she learned when she was a child. When it works, it can detoxify well according to her constitution. At this time, Yin Kang Song smiled ferociously at Guyu and stuck out his long tongue. It doesn't matter, I can resurrect him. After saying that, he violently wiped his neck with the dagger in his hand. The whole person died instantly and disappeared without a trace. Ji Qingying was a little anxious. This guy is really fierce, junior brother, can he really be resurrected? Guyu said calmly, it should be, but there may be a gap between the sticks of incense. If you crack this secret realm now, you can completely eliminate this thief. Senior sister, how are you doing? Guyu quickly used his observer ability to look around to find out the key to this secret realm. Ji Qingying on the side blushed, I'm fine, junior brother, why don't you come over and touch me to see if I have a fever? Chapter 34. Hiss. Guyu looked sideways at Ji Qingying and asked, he knew she must have a fever without touching her. As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Qingying suddenly felt that she was dead and finished. How could she say such words? This is the effect of poison. It's not my idea. Okay, stop talking nonsense and quickly close your eyes and adjust your breathing. How can Guyu have time now to take care of this senior sister who is about to suffer from poisoning? He must hurry up and find a loophole in secret realm. Looking around, there seemed to be nothing unique in this cave. Suddenly, Guyu's eyes focused on a place. The table placed in the middle of the cave was piled with various bottles, cans, and sundries. An inconspicuous look. Guyu waved his arms and swept everything to the ground, revealing a huge jade stone. It is very similar to the jade screen I saw in the mission hall before. It seems that it should be the key to a certain formation. The prompt message has been displayed. Item, Dungeon Core Jade Certificate. Introduction, with the help of the Jade Order, you can control the entire copy. If it is destroyed, the copy will be permanently disabled. However, the dungeon rewards you receive will not be lost. It turns out that the copy is controlled by this thing. Kyunji Pavilion could control the secret passage copy very well before, and it should be because they obtained this Control Jade Certificate. Crush it for me. Without thinking, Guyu raised his hand and hit the Jade Certificate hard with his palm. Take that immortal pervert to die with you. Boom. An obvious crack appeared on the Jade Certificate. Suddenly, a string of writing quickly appeared on the Jade Certificate. Become the master of Secret Realm and you can gain the ability to resurrect from the dead. Press your palms on the Jade Ultimatum and say silently in your mind to agree, and you can complete this operation. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't miss it. Seeing such words appearing, Guyu sneered in his heart, this thing seems to have predicted that it will be destroyed, and it is still deceiving people? Maybe it's some kind of intelligent being? But, what good results can come from becoming a dungeon guardian boss like Yin Kang Song? Sorry, I already have a system. Guyu didn't hesitate and punched hard again, smashing the entire Jade Certificate into pieces. Boom! The table shattered and disintegrated inch by inch. The newly resurrected Yin Kang Song showed his body and let out a heartbreaking scream, no. What did you do? I guess now I just need to kill you one more time to solve the problem. Guyu pulled out his long sword. The potion of the medicine had gradually dissipated, and his internal strength had been restored to some extent. I will tear you apart. I will tear you apart. Yin Kangsong's gloomy face began to distort, and the muscles on his face and body began to expand and mutate irregularly. The energy the copy exerted on him was completely out of control. Turning him into a monster with an anomaly appearance, all the tissues in his body were kneaded together in a mess. It is over 3 meters tall, with large jagged mouths on its body. The appearance is extremely terrifying. Ji Qingying on the side was also frightened by this sudden change, but what she was more worried about was junior brother Gu may not be able to deal with this monster. The aura exuded by this monster has clearly surpassed the 6th grade and reached the upper level of the 5th grade. Junior brother Gu is just an outsider from the 6th grade, how can he compete? Ji Qingying secretly hated herself for being useless, why she had been poisoned by some strange poison at this time. My mind is filled with strange images, and I have no ability to do anything. It seems that I can no longer peek at those shameful story novels at night. Ka. Yin Kangsong clicked his sharp teeth and made an anomaly sound. It seemed that he could no longer speak. Terrible power burst out from his whole body, and his arms were like crocodile tails, and he threw them down at Guyu's head. The terrifying power of this attack might not be able to stop even 10 6th graders. Swish, brush, brush. Guyu dodged with great dexterity and at the same time waved the long sword in his hand in the air. Innate sword chi. Guyu's inner breath was fully activated, and a 3-foot-long white sword light shot out from the tip of the sword. From a safe distance, he made countless cuts on monster Yin Kangsong's body. Well! The monster screamed, and its arm had been cut off by Guyu's sharp sword energy. Ji Qingying was stunned. A body-refining martial artist from the 6th grade could actually produce such a solid air sword energy. Moreover, the swordsmanship is very exquisite. I am afraid that it has a perfect artistic conception and is not far away from the true meaning of martial Dao. His figure is unusually flexible, and his strength doesn't seem to be much weaker than this monster. Is this the kind of strength a 6th grader can have? Simply outrageous. Ji Qingying suddenly remembered the scene when Guyu was asked to leave on her own during the first meeting. If we really coaxed him away at that time. Now I don't know how to deal with this situation. Suddenly, Guyu's swordsmanship suddenly changed. The sword moves flowed 5 times, creating 5 different forms of sword moves. With every sword strike, the internal force on the sword tip seems to be superimposed, doubling its power. With the strength of Ji Qingying 4th grade, her eyesight is naturally not weak. This is Sutra Pavilion Elder Phase unique skill Little 5 Elements Sword Method. Unexpectedly, Guyu actually knew this set of swordsmanship and was able to strike 5 swords in a row. Ancient gold splits the sky. Guyu's sword energy turned golden at the last moment. Dozens of sharp golden sword lights continued to penetrate and tear through the monster's body. Bang 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 bang. The monster Yin Kangsong shattered into blood clots and exploded to death. Congratulations! You killed Yin Kangsong, the dungeon guardian boss. You have obtained the following rewards: Innate Luck 10 Life Monster Cat, Gold, 100 Strands of Luck x10. High Level Incense 1 Piece x10. 10 Life Monster Cat, you have gained a powerful ability to resurrect from the dead. After dying in the dungeon, you can choose to be resurrected outside the dungeon. You have 10 chances to be resurrected every day. When you are not resurrected, you are in a phantom state that cannot be selected. Only high-level telepaths can detect your presence. Great! After working for a long time, I finally got the reward for this copy. 10 lives every day in any instance. With such a powerful life-saving ability, what kind of dungeon would you not dare to break into? And it is provided in the form of innate luck, which means that the power of luck will be enough in the future, and it can be upgraded. What would it look like if this life-saving ability were upgraded to a higher level? I have some small expectations. Congratulations! Your job transfer progress has been improved. Copy completed, 4/5. There is still one dungeon left before you can change jobs and break through level 30. However, Guyu didn't have time to look at the panel at this time, so he put Ji Qingying on his back and said, "Senior Sister Ji, let's go. This guy has accomplices, so we shouldn't stay here for a long time. The undead snitch has definitely been killed, but there is another poisonous old man who may appear at any time. That guy is even harder to deal with." Ji Qingying fell into the hands of the poisonous old man Murongxian indirectly. "If you bump into me here, I'm afraid you won't get much benefit. It's better to withdraw first." Guyu carried Ji Qingying out of the cave, but did not dare to go back directly towards the county seat for fear of bumping into Murongxian on the way. Relying on his astonishing sixth senses, Guyu walks on level ground in this wilderness. Accurately avoid various beasts or potential dangers. Make a circle first and then return to the county town. After running for a while, Guyu suddenly felt a trace of liquid dripping down his neck. Ji Qingying's charming voice sounded in her ears, "Junior brother, you smell so good. Now we are far away from danger, and there are no people around. Are you tired from running? Why don't you sit down and have a rest? Senior sister, can you warm me up?" Chapter 35. Hiss, this is crazy. Guyu said calmly, "Senior sister, I am a normal man. Although you have been poisoned, it is easy for me to lose control if you keep talking like this. It will be bad if the gun goes off later." After all, he has many years of experience as a yellow connoisseur. At this level, Guyu can easily resist. Ji Qingying didn't know whether it was because of shame or the effect of crimson resentment. Her face was already extremely red, but she still worked her mind and tried her best to restrain herself. "Junior brother, I'm poisoned. The poison is so strong that I can't control it." Guyu said, "What should we do? How about staying here? Senior sister won't blame you." When I listened to the flower-picking thief explaining the effect just now, he didn't seem to say that he would die if he didn't do that, right? How about you, senior sister, be patient a little longer. I can't bear it anymore. Ji Qingying's limbs were already wrapped around her like an octopus. "Alas senior sister, don't be like this. I'm not that kind of person. Besides, the weather is too cold, and I don't like to play jungle in this wilderness." Guyu knew very well that this was the effect of the medicine, and once it happened, according to the effect of the crimson resent, Senior Sister Ji will be absolutely obedient to herself for a period of time. It's quite refreshing to think about it. But the key is that Crimson Grudge needs to be taken continuously to maintain its potency. Once she has served her time, with Ji Qingying's usual pure as ice and jade arrogant temperament, it would be weird if he didn't stab himself through with a sword, or he might end up killing himself in shame and anger. It is impossible for me to refine an evil medicine like Crimson Grudge. So let's face it, it's better not to jump into the trap just because it's a little sweet. You are a body-refining martial artist, why are you afraid of the cold? Stop talking nonsense and come quickly. Anyway, I have already paid my respects to the court. I will rectify the law on the spot right away. Hey, there seems to be a hot spring pool there. Ji Qingying suddenly saw a pool not far away, with white mist steaming continuously. It's actually a natural hot spring. Guyu sweated. No, the venue is ready? Seeing Ji Qingying's anxious look, she was indeed deeply poisoned. Guyu suddenly remembered that when he was looking through the Foundation Building Spiritual Objects Atlas at the market, he had seen a special foundation building body tempering method. Senior sister. I guess your physique must be a little special, right? Yes, I am born with a cold constitution and have a certain resistance to poisons. Otherwise, now that I have been poisoned by the strange poison of crimson resentment, I will be unable to control it. Senior sister, you don't want to lose your innocence in such a confused way, right? Do you have any other ideas? Yes. Double cultivation. Help me foundation building body tempering. In the steaming hot spring water, Gu Yu and Ji Qingying were dressed coolly but in good condition. With most of their bodies soaked in the water, the two of them touched their palms and began to use their internal energy. This is an orthodox double cultivation technique, not the evil cultivator supplement technique of Joyous Union sect. Gu Yu is operating the Yan-Yang Gong, and Ji Qingying is operating the Han-Yu Gong. The two of them came from the same sect, and their internal skills are inherited from the same origin. There are also fellow disciples in the sect who are married and use this method to quickly improve their internal strength. The palms of the two people are touching each other, the meridians are connected, and the internal energy circulates in the two bodies, forming a complete circuit. Ji Qingying's Bingqing jade bone physique began to exert a unique effect. Waves of icy cold internal energy began to enter Gu Yu's body. Keep helping him temper his body. This is what is recorded in the Foundation Building Spiritual Objects Illustrated book. A rather rare type of foundation building body tempering method. Different from big medicine, strange objects, weird and other methods. But the special body tempering. This method can only be used by people who are extremely close to each other. If one is not careful, the inner strength will go crazy, and both of them will be disabled. And it can only be used once. After that, Ji Qingying's Bingqing jade bone physique can no longer help anyone with foundation building body tempering. Gu Yu felt as if his whole body was being eroded by waves of cold air, as if his whole body was about to be frozen. Fortunately, there is a hot spring pool outside, which can help to relieve some of the cold. And Gu Yu's Yan-Yang Kong also caused the inner energy in Ji Qingying's body to start moving. Inhaling the strange poison into his own body, due to the setting that men will not be poisoned. Coupled with Ji Qingying's own mental methods, she can resolve the crimson resentment bit by bit and drain the toxins into the pool water. Such double cultivation of foundation building is also of great benefit to Ji Qingying. It can regulate the yin and cold energy accumulated in her Bingqing jade bone over the years, harmonize yin and yang, and combine water and fire. The overall strength has improved further, and it is not far away from breaking through the threshold of the upper 3 grades. The two of them practiced until dawn and both benefited a lot. Ji Qingying eliminated the influence of crimson resentment and her thinking has returned to normal. Gu Yu has also broken through the 6th grade threshold by relying on her special constitution foundation building body tempering. Not only has his internal strength become much stronger, his physique has also become stronger, and he has excellent resistance to the invasion of various cold air. Officially a 6th grade martial artist. But on the data panel, the system level has still not been improved. It seems that you still need to clear 5 copies before you can change jobs and get the level improvement provided by the system. At this time, Ji Qingying was so embarrassed that she almost dived into the water. Her previous wild words. It's so terrible to think about it. Fortunately, junior brother Gu relied on his great concentration and wisdom to control it. If something really happened, once she escapes Crimson Resentment's control, she will inevitably chop off junior brother Gu's guy with a knife, and then wipe his own neck to end it. Junior brother Gu is such a good man. If it had been anyone else, they would definitely be eager to take advantage of him. Junior brother, is the foundation building finished? We should go back. Ji Qingying carefully asked Gu Yu's opinion. The tempering has been completed. Thank you, senior sister. I should thank you for saving me many times tonight. Senior sister, this life belongs to you. If there is anything I can do to help you in the future, senior sister, I will never give up. Haha, let's talk about this later. Senior sister, I'll get up and light the fire first, and let's dry the clothes and tidy up before going back. To avoid gossip and damaging senior sister's innocence. That's fine. Gu Yu used fire folding sticks to raise the fire. The two of them were wearing wet clothes, warming themselves over the fire while using their internal energy to steam them dry. By the way, they calculated the amount of money they would have after returning this time. What kind of rhetoric should be used to communicate? Finally, it was agreed that the part about being hit by the crimson resentment and then practicing dual exercises to detoxify it would be hidden. It's just that they agreed to pretend to be poisoned, take the initiative to be captured, and enter the undead snitch's lair. Guyu used his special sense of smell to track and come to support. Finally, after cracking the secret of this secret realm and knowing the origin of the undead snitch, Yu Ji Qingying killed him. The secret realm was also destroyed. In this way, this case is basically settled. After the discussion, the clothes were almost dry, and the sky was getting brighter. One night's torment is over. Ji Qingying's beautiful eyes were full of gratitude and admiration for Guyu, and she expressed her gratitude softly again. Junior brother, thank you very much this time. If you were not here, senior sister would have suffered terrible consequences. Ji Qingying was a little scared when she thought back. It would be fine if she could die easily. But if you are controlled by Crimson Grudge, you will not only become someone else's plaything. I'm afraid he will do more things that harm the Master's sect, and life would be worse than death. Guyu smiled lightly and said, Hi senior sister, I'm serious. They all have a relationship of worshipping each other together, which is almost the same as having worshipped each other. For a lifelong friendship, senior sister will never say thank you again in the future. Ji Qingying's eyes were as gentle as water, and she said softly, That's right, I've already paid my respects to you, and then senior sister won't say such things to others. At this time, Guyu had already seen the prompt in his mind. Congratulations! You form a bond with the person of great luck. You got the bond luck half-day couple, blue. Half-day couple, 1 day for husband and wife, 100 days of kindness. As for half-day couple, you can calculate how much kindness you have. You can get 200 rays of luck every day. Chapter 36. This. Half a day, does it mean that half of it has been demolished? Ahem, regardless of this. Just talking about the blue bond of luck, you can gather 200 rays of luck every day. Together with the previous green bond luck, the daily output of luck power has reached as high as 600 strands. It only takes a day or two to wait from green to blue. From blue to purple, it is not out of reach, it only takes half a month. As long as the blue amazing comprehension is upgraded to purple, the cultivation speed will definitely increase dramatically. You can easily practice a few more martial arts, and after reaching perfection, you can harvest luck seeds for hatching. Then you can upgrade it to green or blue luck. This goes on and on. With the blessing of a lot of innate luck, my strength at the basic level will improve much faster. Guyu looked at the panel. In addition to the half-day couple bond luck, I just used Sister Ji's Bingqing Jade Bone Foundation building body tempering. I also got a white innate luck. Ice skin and snow skin, you have a special ice type physique, and your skin has certain ice properties. In addition to improving your physical fitness, your charm has also been greatly improved. Only then did Guyu realize that his skin was much whiter and more delicate than before, a bit like senior sister Ji's skin. Although Guyu was quite handsome before, after all, he had been practicing martial arts for many years and was in body refining. The skin is healthy in color and slightly rough. But after Sister Ji's special foundation building body tempering, the skin becomes cool and white without any trace of powder, and has a natural nobility. With his appearance, he looks like a handsome nobleman. This is the effect of different constitutions. Guyu looked at the panel and added the 1000 rays of luck he had just obtained from clearing the undead lair copy. I still had 1400 strands of luck left, so I took out 100 strands and upgraded this white luck. Congratulations! You got innate luck Ice Muscle Jade Body, green. Ice Muscle Jade Body, you have a special ice type physique. Not only is the skin like snow, it can easily resist the invasion of cold air. The body has also been tempered more strongly, making it tougher and able to withstand stronger impacts. The speed at which you can practice ice-type internal skills has been greatly increased, and your resistance to various poisons has also increased. Not bad, only 100 strands of innate luck were consumed. Not only does it enhance physical fitness, it also increases poison resistance. It seems that the physical type of innate luck is still worth upgrading. The two of them had packed up and their internal strength had been fully restored. Then he started his Qinggong movement and ran towards Wan'an County at full speed. At this time, in the cave where the undead lair copy was located, an old Taoist figure appeared, naturally the poisonous old Taoist Murong Xian. He saw various traces left in the cave, as well as Yin Kangsong's completely deformed remains and torn into pieces by the sword energy. There was not much surprise or anger, just a curl of the corner of the mouth and a sneer. Humph, the younger generation of Tianyan sect is still somewhat capable, and they were able to see through this secret realm and kill this dead silver insect on the spot. It seems that it is not easy to scheme against the Master of Zion, and it requires long-term planning. Forget it, I have collected a lot of materials to make Crimson Grudge this time, and then go to other places to develop a few female slaves for fun. Wahahaha. Murong Xian's figure swayed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Guyu and Ji Qingying returned to Wan'an County. Tang Huiran, Chen Chaoxing, Guo Zhen, Yu Tong, and others eagerly came forward. Guyu and Ji Qingying laid out their previous remarks. Several people heard that they had killed the undead snitch and destroyed the secret realm. The two of them were also intact, and they were both surprised and happy. I originally thought that this operation was a complete failure, but I didn't expect that it was completely solved by Guyu and the two of them. Chen Chaoxing praised, Junior Brother Gu is so brave. This matter must be Junior Brother Gu's first achievement. Although Tang Huiran also knew that Guyu had done a lot in this case, he could not disgrace the criminal law palace. He scolded, "Don't talk nonsense, this matter should be the first contribution of everyone in the criminal law hall." Ji Qingying didn't care about this at this time, and said with a smile, "This case really depends on Junior Brother Gu to uncover the secret of the immortal secret realm. Junior Brother Gu can't escape with his first contribution. When I go back and report it to the mission hall, everyone can rewards based on merit." Everyone was bursting with joy, but they seemed to be unable to rejoice. Ji Qingying only found out after asking Guo Zhen. Previously, County Lieutenant Guanjun led a few people to pursue another route. It turned out that the fortune teller was pretending. Everyone wanted to surround and kill them, but they didn't expect that the fortune teller was extremely powerful. He killed several people on the spot with poisoned weapons, including Lieutenant Guan Xian. Later, Tang Xianzun arrived with the soldiers guarding the city. Seeing that there were so many people, the old Taoist didn't want to fight for a long time, so he ran away. Several fellow disciples died, and no one was happy. This undead snitch has come to an end, but there is another extremely poisonous old man, so he can only report it to the criminal law hall. Experts have been sent to hunt down this thief. After spending a day in Wan'an County to rest and deal with the aftermath, Guyu then prepared to follow Ji Qingying and the others back to the sect for business. Before leaving, Guyu called Chen Chaoxing aside and said, "Junior Brother Chen, it's all up to you to take care of me this time. Only then can this case be successfully concluded. I see that you have a calm and down-to-earth personality. It should not be a problem for you to be promoted to county captain in the future. However, we martial artists still have to improve our cultivation as our top priority. There are 3 middle-grade spirit stones here, you can use them to buy foundation building spiritual items. If you break through the 6th grade as soon as possible, you will have more opportunities in the sect in the future." These 3 middle-grade spirit stones were originally given to Guyu by Duanhang for use in the foundation building. Guyu has now broken through to the 6th grade through Senior Sister Ji Foundation Building, and it won't be of much use if he keeps it on hand for the time being. So he just used it to support his junior brother, which was also in line with Duanhang's original intention. Looking at Chen Kaoxing's luck, although he is not very outstanding, he is a steady and hard-working person. With him serving as county captain here, the people here should be able to live a good life. If he can grow up, he can be a good errand boy in the future. You can't do it. Junior brother, you also need the foundation building to destroy the 6th grade. Chen Chaoxing postponed it repeatedly. Although he had some affinity with Guyu. But the value of tens of thousands of taels of silver was given to me in just one sentence. Chen Chaoxing did not dare to accept it. Haha, take it, I had some opportunities before and I have already reached the 6th grade. What's more, if this case is solved, there are still a lot of rewards waiting for me in the sect. Don't worry, take it to the foundation building. When your strength increases, we can work together to do some big tasks. Guyu smiled and stuffed the spirit stone directly into Chen Kaoxing's arms. In that case, thank you so much, senior brother Gu. Chen Chaoxing lowered his head and clasped his fists, with some heat surging in his eyes. His family was poor since he was a child, and it was not easy for him to get here all the way. In order to practice martial Dao, I am quite frugal on weekdays, and I owe a lot to my family's support. Now with Guyu's huge financial support, it will be much easier. This was the first time that he had received such care and support, and he was very grateful to senior brother Gu. Congratulations! You help people change their lives against the will of heaven, and you gain the fetter luck of the grace of knowledge, White. You can get 10 rays of luck from each other every day, and the other person's life trajectory will also be improved. Guyu took a look at the panels between himself and Chen Chaoxing. They both had a new bond, luck. The power of luck harvested every day can help him nourish innate luck. Accumulate more time. It is also possible for Chen Chaoxing to obtain a higher level of innate luck. It seems that you don't necessarily have to make friends with someone with great luck to gain the bond of luck. It is also possible for ordinary people to gain the power of luck and change their fate against the will of nature. The case of the immortal snitch in Wannan County has been concluded. Guyu was invited to ride side by side with Sister Ji. Guo Zhen and Yutong followed and hung from a distance. The group of people went back to the sect to resume their duties. Chapter 37. Inside the Tianyan sect, in the mission hall. What a joy! I didn't expect junior brother Gu to really solve this unresolved case. Deacon Feng Pingfeng on duty was overjoyed. He took a pen to write and draw in the album to record the completion of the case. This time, he chose the right executor, solved difficult cases, and his performance evaluation was improved again, which made Feng Ping unable to hide his smile. Thanks to my colleagues from the Criminal Law Hall, this case was successfully settled. Guyu did not take any credit and responded with a slight smile. Ha ha ha, I heard about it. When the discipline officer returned to the Criminal Law Hall, he had already praised junior brother Gu so much. I have never heard a discipline inspector praise a fellow student so much. Hehe, junior brother Gu has some chance this time? Feng Ping had a rare smirk on his always serious face. He has seen the success of Guyu Foundation building body tempering, breaking through the 6th grade. After the discipline patroller reported the incident, he also went back to retreat to prepare to break through the 3rd grade threshold. After all, the disciplinary patrol has a special physique, and both of them got the opportunity to break through at the same time. It's hard not to think of some strange operations. Of course, since they are all from the same sect, Feng Ping will not gossip behind his back. But there's no harm in asking Guyu face to face. Well, I gained a little bit and passed the 6th grade. Guyu's expression remained unchanged, and he revealed it with an understatement. Seeing Guyu's flawless reaction, Feng Ping felt bored and shook his head. That's all, the reward for this mission was originally shared equally between the Criminal Law Hall and you. However, according to the situation reported by the disciplinary patrol, you should be the one who deserves the most credit. It's up to me to decide and reward you with 80 sect contribution points and 80 low-grade spirit stones. The remaining 20% will be divided equally between the criminal law hall and the fellows in Wannan County. Do you have any objections? Naturally, Guyu didn't care about the gains and losses. He cupped his fists and said, "Everything is at the discretion of Deacon Feng." Feng Ping nodded secretly. This kid is not greedy for merit, and he is much calmer than his peers in doing things. Okay, take out the sex seal and I'll register the contribution points for you. Although you have succeeded in foundation building, to practice to 5th grade, you need the blood transformation spiritual object. Don't spend your contribution points indiscriminately. Save it first, wait for the outer door competition to get rewards. In total, if you change to a better blood transformation spiritual item, it will be much easier to step into 5th grade. Feng Ping said a few more words. He was also very optimistic about Guyu, and it was no problem for him to enter the inner sect. There is a big threshold from 7th grade to 6th grade. Once you enter 6th grade, finding the right blood transformation spirit item and entering 5th grade is a sure thing. Thank you, Deacon Feng, for your guidance. After coming out of the mission hall, Guyu went to the assessment hall. Ha ha ha, I'm going to win this time. Duanhang smiled and seemed to have obtained information about Guyu's solving of the strange case through his own channels. Haha, I really can't hide anything from my senior brother. Senior brother, I want to test my strength level. It's just 6th grade, so there's no need to hide it, the test is completed. Wouldn't it be great to be able to receive an extra portion of the sex supply subsidy? As a result, Guyu's daily expenses will be much easier. Oh! Junior brother, have you improved again? Duanhang immediately took Guyu and conducted the 6th grade body refining martial artist test. It's still the force measuring column first, and then the martial arts drill. Guyu played several small 5-elements sword tricks and naturally met the promotion criteria easily. Junior brother's 6th grade strength is beyond doubt. Duanhang had already funded the Guyu Foundation building spiritual objects, so it was not surprising that he was able to break through to 6th grade. After helping to complete the update of the sect registration procedures, Guyu asked again, "Brother, I want to change to a cleaner yard. Can you recommend a good one?" Now that he has enough contribution points, Guyu no longer plans to squeeze into a double room. Changing to a smaller yard would be more convenient in terms of privacy and practice. Yes, there is a nice yard available at Keking's side, but it requires 1 sect contribution point every month. Junior brother, can you bear it? Blood transformation spiritual items are not cheap. Duanhang naturally knew that Guyu had received a large amount of contribution points as a reward. It doesn't matter, you can make money after using it. Haha, junior brother is so brave. With Duanhang's help, Guyu quickly completed the room change procedures. I came to the quiet place in the back mountain of the sect and moved into a small courtyard halfway up the mountain. 1 contribution point a month is equivalent to 10 low-grade spirit stones, which is 1,000 taels of silver. This month's rent is really expensive. This kind of mid-mountain yard can only be exchanged for contribution points, but you can't pay for it. However, the overall environment is much more comfortable than before. It is a standard room turned into a villa, and the quality of living is not improved at all. After moving here, Guyu lived in seclusion, concentrated on practicing, and waited patiently for the start of the outer sect competition. 20 days passed in a flash. On this day, Guyu looked at the panel and saw that the 610 strands of luck generated by fettering luck had arrived again. The power of luck, more than 13,000 strands. Okay, now I have enough luck power to upgrade a blue luck to purple. Guyu looked at the many innate lucks on his panel. The blue amazing comprehension already has the words upgradable behind it. Sure enough, it takes 10,000 rays to upgrade blue to purple. As the engine of cultivation, amazing comprehension will definitely bring more benefits after upgrading than the blue luck benefits of carrying a cauldron and subduing a tiger, light as a swallow, and supernormal 6 senses. It's up to you. Upgrade. Congratulations! Your innate luck amazing comprehension, blue, has been upgraded to excellent comprehension, purple. Excellent understanding, you have transcendence excellent understanding, not only martial Tao's practice is rapid. The speed at which you learn any subject is astonishing. You often have epiphanies, and can easily comprehend and draw inferences. You are an undoubted genius. Great! As soon as Guyu lit up this purple luck, he already felt an epiphany in his heart. With no time to rejoice, Guyu pulled out his long sword and started making moves in his small courtyard. After a while, congratulations! Your Gishui sword technique has been completed. Your Yumu sword technique has been perfected. You have obtained 2 green luck seeds. Do you need 200 strands of luck to hatch them? An epiphany actually made 2 sword techniques perfect, and Guyu's earth level small 5 elements sword technique also improved a lot. I also got 2 luck seeds, which is really good. Incubation. Congratulations! You got innate luck, sword intent, green. Congratulations! You got innate luck, hidden swords in the forest, green. Sword intent, your sword moves hide the true meaning of flowing water. When you make moves, they flow continuously, like a big river. Each move can also restore a certain amount of inner energy, making your inner strength more durable and durable. Hidden swords like a forest, sword intents are hidden within a 1-foot radius around you. You have not made a move, but there are sword intents everywhere. Just like a forest composed of sword intents, any intruder will destroy the balance of the sword forest and naturally trigger an attack opportunity. You have the prototype of the sword intent field. The luck obtained by swordsmanship is indeed related to swordsmanship. The sword intent Mian should come from Gishui sword, and the hidden sword Ru Lin comes from Yumu sword. They all belong to the realm of martial Tao's true meaning. It has a good auxiliary effect. Guyu swung a sword casually, without any special technique, but with dozens of ghosts of sword intent. After sheathing the sword, I can clearly feel that about 10% of the internal energy I punched out comes back. If this move is continued, the amount of internal energy recovered is not a small amount. The same internal interest value can also be more durable. If you use your inner strength, you can take back some of it with the help of the opponent's counterattack. This idea can be tried. It's just that there can be no conflict in the movement of the meridians of pushing out and withdrawing. Guyu had another epiphany. Chapter 38. He quickly sat down cross-legged and started to use the yang-yang cone to deduce the meridian's path of internal force withdrawal. Nowadays, Guyu's weakest thing is probably his internal strength. However, after a while, Guyu completed the breath adjustment. Congratulations! Your Kong Fu Yang cone has been completed. You got a white luck seed. Does it take 10 strands of luck to hatch? The level of Yang cone is not high and only produces a white luck seed. But it doesn't matter, luck can be upgraded. Incubation. Congratulations! You get innate luck, deep inner strength, white. Profound internal strength. You have deeper internal strength than ordinary people, and your recovery speed after exhaustion of internal strength is faster than ordinary people. Upgrade. Congratulations! You get innate luck, inner strength, green. Strong internal strength. By practicing the same technique, your internal strength will be several times that of ordinary people. And your internal energy can automatically recover a little after each move. This allows you to fight fiercely against people of the same level without falling behind. Great! The shortcomings in internal strength have also been somewhat made up for. Guyu plans to save the remaining 2,700 strands of luck for emergencies. After all, you can still practice other levels of better internal strength in the future. After consummation, you can also obtain innate luck with other characteristics. When the time comes, compare the quality of each luck, and it's not too late to upgrade. Guyu looked at his panel. Level 30, 90%, World, 6th grade intermediate. Chi and Blood, 9600/9600. Internal interest, 12,000/12,000. Physique, 240. Strength, 120 plus 200. Agility, 120 plus 200. Spirit, 120. Innate luck, external observer, red, fortune multiplier, red, strange cat with 10 lives, gold, excellent understanding, purple, carrying a cauldron and subduing a tiger, blue, being as light as a swallow, blue, and having extraordinary sixth senses, blue, like a shadow, green, sword Deo genius, green, innate sword chi, green, sword intent, green, hidden swords like a forest, green, strong internal power, green, ice muscle and jade body, green, 3 views are inconsistent, black. Bond luck, husband and wife for half a day, blue, both teachers and friends, green, true brothers, green, thirsty for talents, black and green, chatting after tea, green, kindness from acquaintances, white. The power of luck, more than 2,700 rays. Professional transfer mission, clear 5 copies to successfully change your job. Current progress, 4/5. This wave of going down the mountain to do the mission is really not a loss. Not only do you get a lot of luck. Moreover, after the foundation building enters the 6th grade, its basic attributes have almost doubled. Under the influence of ice muscle jade body and strong internal strength luck, the values of physique, internal breath and chi and blood are much higher than those of the ordinary 6th grade. Relying on a lot of luck bonuses and high-level martial arts, Guyu's combat power can be said to be invincible at the same level. It can easily defeat the average 5th grade even if it is a leapfrog level. Even if it encounters a somewhat weak 4th grade, it still has the strength to fight. 5th grade blood transformation, 4th grade Zhang refining. If you don't choose a more precious spiritual object to improve and temper yourself. I don't have any powerful martial arts or other unique skills at my disposal. He is really no match for Guyu. But when it comes to the upper 3 grades, it's different. That's another huge threshold crossed. Anyone who comes out can easily defeat Guyu at this time. Therefore, we cannot take it lightly and continue to practice and upgrade in a low-key manner. Guyu tried to communicate with the system, what specific benefits can I get from changing jobs? There is only one dungeon left before he can change jobs, and Guyu is still a little itchy. A prompt appeared on the panel in my mind. After the job transfer is successful, you can choose to directly upgrade an existing luck. Or get a new red luck. Your various attributes can also grow several times. The system may open new functions. Please keep up the good work. Hiss. By directly upgrading an existing luck, wouldn't it be possible to obtain a luck beyond the red level? Or get another new red luck, which is also quite exciting. In a few days, there will be a big competition for the outer sect. When the time comes, join the inner sect in a crushing manner. Not only can you get the qualification to pass the Kyunji Pavilion secret passage dungeon, you can also get more sect copy information. Of course it would be better if you have the opportunity to join the secret pavilion. It's only a matter of time before you clear the 5th dungeon. So, just wait for a few more days. In the past few days, Guyu has been practicing a little bit, and has sufficient funds on hand. From time to time, I would invite Duanhang to the Ziwihu Tower in the sect to have a toothpaste and have a few drinks. Listening to him gossip about all kinds of news and old news in the sect, life was very pleasant. Enjoying a sense of relaxation is also an important part of allowing your body and mind to recover and grow. On this day, Gu Yu was performing routine body refining in the hospital. Suddenly, a strange medicinal fragrance floated from not far away and penetrated into Gu Yu's nostrils. Most of the nearby courtyards are occupied by guests. It seems that some guest who is good at refining large medicines is starting a furnace to refine the medicine. This medicinal fragrance is really good. Gu Yu's sense of smell was already very sensitive, so he stomped his steps and walked out following the scent. I am going to take a short walk and peek at others making medicine to relieve their boredom. Soon, Gu Yu came to the door of a small courtyard. The courtyard had no walls. Instead, a fence was woven with bamboo strips so that you can easily see the scene in the courtyard. I saw a white-haired old man guarding a small medicine stove, controlling the heat while nervously paying attention to the changes in the medicine stove. The strange medicinal fragrance came from the medicine furnace. Gu Yu looked around for a while, then suddenly frowned and couldn't help but remind him, "No, the furnace is going to explode." When the white-haired old man heard the voice, he frowned and raised his head. He was about to scold him. How could a kid with a yellow mouth know how to make medicine? But before the words could be spoken, the inside of the medicine furnace suddenly changed. With a bang, the earthen jar shattered into pieces and exploded, and the medicine liquid spurted out. The white-haired old man is not weak in martial arts, he is not flustered, his sleeves and robes are rolled out. The exploded liquid medicine and fragments have been rolled together and thrown aside. This is not the first time that the medicine refining furnace has been exploded, and it will not shock the white-haired old man. What surprised him was how could the young fair-faced boy outside detect the imbalance in the medicine furnace first. Is this kid a master of refining medicine? The white-haired old man immediately clasped his fists, lowered his head and asked, "Why does this little friend know that you can blow up a furnace? Why do you want to come in and talk?" Gu Yu took a look at the white-haired old man's panel. Name, Ye Huangkan. Age, 69 years old. Level 70, World, Peak of 3rd grade. Innate luck, Grand Master of Refining Medicine, Gold, Taste of Herbs, Gold, Cure Diseases with Medicine, Purple, Strong Body, Blue, Become Crazy by Refining Medicine, Black and Green, Genius of Boxing and Kicking, Green. Grand Master of Alchemy Refining, born with the talent of refining alchemy. If you devote yourself to studying this method, you can become a Grand Master in a short time. Taste all kinds of herbs, have the courage to taste all kinds of herbs, and are naturally extremely resistant to various poisons. Even if poisoned, it will not easily endanger life. Medicine cures the disease. It has unique insights into the use of medicine to treat diseases, making it easier to identify the pathology and prepare appropriate medicines. Better at developing various new drugs for symptomatic treatment. Strong body, the body is extremely strong and the lifespan is extremely long. Even when one is old, one can still move freely. Being obsessed with refining medicine, focusing on the art of refining medicine makes it easier to make powerful potions, but it makes it easy to owe your family and people around you. Because he focused on refining medicine, it restricted Martial Dao's cultivation and wasted Martial Dao's talent. Fisting and kicking genius, he is naturally good at practicing martial arts in fisting and kicking, and has strong combat effectiveness with his bare hands. Chapter 39. Oh, this luck, 2 gold and 1 purple, he is the luckiest person Gu Yu has come into contact with. And he is an expert in refining medicine. However, this face does not look like he is 69 years old, but he looks like he is 96 years old, which is too old. Thinking of the other party's luck, Gu Yu estimated that the old man must have eaten the medicinal herbs randomly. Although he was not poisoned immediately, he also lost a lot of vitality. That's why he turned into this grey-haired appearance. "I'm sorry, I met the old gentleman at the lower outer gate, Gu Yu." Gu Yu stepped into the hospital and greeted him with fists in his hands. "Hey, Yao Huang Chuan, is the guest elder of the Sex Yao Wang Palace. Tell me, how did you find out that the furnace was about to explode?" Yao Huangchuan asked impatiently. I have an extraordinary sense of smell. I happened to smell a trace of paste spreading in the medicine stove. There were signs of imbalance in the potency of the medicine, so he couldn't help but remind him, asking Elder Yao not to be offended by the interruption. Gu Yu actually discovered it through his extraordinary sixth sense, or just casually attributed it to his sense of smell as before. Supernormal sense of smell? Hiss, this ability is a good help for refining medicine. Yao Huangchuan twisted his beard and pondered, thinking about what medicinal materials were burnt and caused the furnace to explode in the end. Sit down, little friend. I'll study it for a while. After moving a chair for Gu Yu, Yao Huangchuan began to tinker with the formula himself. He left Gu Yu behind to prepare for refining later. Let's try again to see if Gu Yu's sense of smell is really useful. Gu Yu then tried to use the observation ability that comes with his external observer. View the names, properties, etc. of various medicinal materials. This ability is really useful. Although Gu Yu doesn't understand pharmacology at all, after reading the introduction of various medicinal materials, it can also be roughly inferred that what Elder Yao refined was an antidote. Okay, I found it. This snake seed is not resistant to high temperatures and conflicts with other medicinal materials. Remove it first. Elder Yao muttered to himself and started a new batch of refining, completely unaware of the presence of Gu Yu next to him. Gu Yu said nothing, sitting aside and quietly observing Elder Yao's various techniques. The refining of this furnace was relatively successful, and the furnace did not explode. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the condensation of the final potion. It formed large and small lumps, and the liquid mixture was not evenly mixed. Elder Yao picked up 2 pieces, sniffed them, and threw them on the ground. It's useless. Failure in refining medicine is a common occurrence. Elder Yao does not have any negative emotions such as disappointment or regret. Instead, continue to study the ratio of various pharmaceuticals. Gu Yu suddenly said, Elder Yao, I feel that the temperature in the furnace just now was not enough, which caused several medicinal materials to not completely melt. This is naturally the information Gu Yu obtained through external observer, and his sixth sense also played a certain role. When the Elder Yao heard this, his eyes suddenly widened, and he was shocked again and said, Little friend, don't pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger to fool me. Do you really don't know how to refine medicine? I really don't understand. Yao Huangchuan sighed, what a guy. What a talent that is visible to the naked eye. It's easy to see through the reasons for failure. Why is transcendent level's sense of smell so useful? So Yao Huangcan stopped refining and started chatting with Gu Yu, regardless of whether Gu Yu could understand or not. He explained in detail what kind of materials he used to make the medicine, what techniques to use, what effect you want to achieve, etc. Gu Yu listened carefully. With his astonishing understanding at this time, he already had many ideas in his mind. He asked tentatively, Elder Yao, are you refining the antidote for Shixiang Ruinjin powder? Yao Huangchuan was so shocked that he dropped the fan in his hand, and in a flash he said angrily, Good boy, you still said you don't know how to refine medicine. You are just kidding me, right? You are the new disciple of an elder of Yaoang Palace, I will tell you go to your master. Haha, Elder Yao, calm down. This poison has something to do with me. Gu Yu quickly recounted the process and feelings of being poisoned. Yao Huangchuan was relieved and informed Gu Yu that he was indeed developing the antidote for Shixiang Ruinjin powder. I went on a wandering trip before and collected a lot of medicinal materials. After recently returning, I took over the mission of the Medicine King Palace. Set out to develop a powerful antidote specifically for Shixiang Ruinjin powder. After all, someone in the sect has fallen victim to the Tao this time, and they will send experts to hunt down the poisonous old Tao later. If there is no antidote, wouldn't it be just a gift of food? Therefore, the task of developing an antidote is very urgent, and even Keqing elders like Yao Huangchuan must go all out. Unfortunately, there is no Shixiang soft tendon powder on hand now, and it has no specific ingredients. We can only rely on speculation. Whether it will take effect by then can only be opened in a 50-50 manner. Yao Huangchuan shook his head slightly. Although he was already the Grand Master of refining medicine. But he was still cautious. How could he not be cautious when something like this could cost someone's life if he wasn't careful? Oh, I almost forgot. Elder Yao will take this and take a look. Gu Yu slapped his head and remembered that in Yin Kang Song's copy before. I have obtained a few sticks of incense, but I haven't used them to study them yet. There is such a good thing. Yao Huangchuan took it and smelled it, and suddenly became excited, and immediately lit it without hesitation. Smelling the smell deeply, I wish I could inhale every trace of poisonous gas into my body. The top note has a soothing effect, making it easier for people to fall asleep. The middle note should be this Shixiang Ruinjin powder. It makes the master lose all his inner strength, and the tail notes are all aphrodisiacal and hallucinogenic effects. This incense is simply a must-have medicine for snitches to travel around the house and pick flowers to commit crimes. Cough, ba, ba, ba. Yao Huangchuan tasted the intoxicating fragrance, and seemed to have some distant communication with the poisonous old man. Very good. With this incense, the success rate of refining the antidote is much higher. Yao Huangchuan was a little excited and said to Gu Yu, "Little friend, I'm going to look for some more medicinal materials. In 3 days, are you interested in helping me refine medicine?" Gu Yu nodded, "Of course I'm willing to come and watch." "Okay, okay. Take this preliminary interpretation of the King of Medicine Sutra and read it if you are interested." Yao Huangchuan threw out a book without explaining much, and wanted to test Gu Yu's talent in refining medicine. Gu Yu happily took it, agreed on a time, and then said goodbye and returned to his small courtyard. When it comes to refining medicine, learning is beneficial, and you have excellent understanding. If you don't learn anything, you won't understand it instantly. It's a waste if you don't learn. Moreover, he will inevitably face the poisonous old master Murongxian again in the future, and he will have a better chance of winning. Chapter 40. After Gu Yu returned home, apart from his daily practice, he casually read the preliminary interpretation of the Medicine King Sutra to pass the time. With his excellent understanding at this time, mastering this introductory textbook on refining medicine is simply a piece of cake. Without much effort, Gu Yu had already read this thick book thoroughly. I also have a lot of my own opinions and speculations in my mind, which need to be confirmed by actually refining the medicine. Congratulations! Your preliminary interpretation of the Medicine King Sutra has been completed. You got a green luck seed. Does it take 100 strands of luck to hatch? Oh! It turns out that by studying other classics to perfection, you can also get innate luck? Incubation. Congratulations! You get innate luck, initial pharmacology, green. Initial introduction to pharmacology, you have mastered the basic principles of medicine refining and have a basic understanding of the process and techniques of medicine refining. Your success rate in refining medicine has been greatly improved. Jijija, yes, with this luck, wouldn't it be easy to open a medicine refining sub-career in the future? After 3 days, more than 1,800 strands of luck were harvested. Gu Yu looked at his own panel and saw that he had 5,100 strands of luck left, so he thought about upgrading it for fun. Today I am going to see the Elder Yao to refine the great medicine again. In order to learn more about his skills and learn from his master. Gu Yu then took out 1,000 strands to upgrade initial pharmacology. Upgrade. Congratulations! Your initial pharmacology, green, has been upgraded to Paper Alchemy Master, blue. Paper Alchemy Master, you have the theoretical knowledge of an alchemy master, but because you have never practiced it and lack practical experience. Therefore, everything remains at the conceptual and theoretical stage, and there may be a lot of omissions in actually making medicine. Only by practicing hard for a period of time can you become a true alchemy master. Well, you have become a master of talking. It doesn't matter, Gu Yu feels that he has integrated many of the theories of medicine refining that he has mastered before. Some questions were instantly understood and solved naturally, and my theoretical level of medicine refining was indeed greatly improved. Let's go and see Elder Yao's progress. Arriving at the small courtyard of Yaohuangkan, I saw that he was already busy. Hundreds of medicinal herbs were laid out throughout the yard, as if there was a large array of medicinal herbs. Elder Yao. Gu Yu cupped his fists as a disciple. Oh, here we go, watch your feet and don't step on these treasures. Yao Huangchuan smiled and asked, how did you read the book of medicine? I've almost learned everything. Gu Yu replied in a low voice. Oh? Do you know all these medicinal materials? Let me test you. These medicinal materials were selected by me. There may be unethical choices among them, can you sort them out? Just give me some advice. Yaohuangkan really doesn't believe that Gu Yu can learn that medicinal classic almost in 3 days, let alone mastering it, it is difficult to read it over again. Gu Yu used external observer to scan the characteristics of all medicinal materials, and combined with his understanding of the preliminary interpretation of the medicine King Jing. In addition, it is the antidote for refining Shixiang Ruinjin powder. Gu Yu quickly pointed out some of the medicines. When I was poisoned that day, I felt that although my internal energy was completely unable to function, however, the body's strength has not been lost at all. It can be seen that this Shixiang Ruinjin powder mainly numbs the meridians and does not harm the body. Therefore, this muscle-stimulating and blood-activating intermittent ointment should not be of much use. There are also aphrodisiacs that are effective for women, but not for men, so the gold-locking root that only helps men increase their concentration should have no effect. Every time Gu Yu talks about the effectiveness of a medicine, he adds his own understanding. Yaohuangkan's face became more beautiful. When Gu Yu finished speaking, Yao Huangchuan couldn't help but slap his thigh and sighed, "Wizard! Have you really just read the preliminary interpretation of the King of Medicine Sutra for a few days? Your understanding of various medicinal properties is not inferior to that of many old medicine masters." "Haha, I just understand it a little bit. I'm asking Elder Yao for some guidance." Gu Yu is not confused at all. "Anyway, if you ask, you will understand a little bit." Tisk, 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 Gu Xiaohu, would you like to focus on the art of refining medicine? I can introduce you to it. Yao Huangchuan moved his mind to accept a disciple. "Sorry, I just want to practice martial Dao intensively for the time being. If it's refining medicine, I can only play games and won't focus on this." Being decisively rejected by Gu Yu, Yao Huangchuan was not unhappy at all and said with a smile, "You are still young, refining medicine is much more fun than martial Dao. You see, I also have the 3rd grade realm, so how can I practice regularly? They are all made by refining big medicines and consumed by first grade people. No problem, you can take a look today. If you are interested later, I will take you to find the blood transformation spiritual object to refine. Help you break through the 5th grade, and then you will know the benefits of alchemist." Good guy, it turned out that this old man relied entirely on drugs to upgrade. Indeed, body refining martial artist, the demand for big medicine is very strong. Like daily body tempering, you can actually use medicated baths, and the improvement will be much faster than just standing body tempering. If each first grade has a suitable great medicine as a spiritual object, the improvement will be much smoother, but the cost will be bottomless. The alchemist can not only consume it himself, but can also refine it and sell it for money, so the life of an alchemist is much better than that of a martial artist. If Gu Yu hadn't been worried, he might have been tempted. Therefore, Yao Huangchuan did not want to persuade Gu Yu with words, but planned to take Gu Yu to experience the charm of an alchemist several times, and he would naturally want to become a disciple. Ye Huangkan adopted all the questions about the medicinal materials that Guyu raised just now. Today's refining began. Researching a new antidote is much more troublesome than simply refining a patent medicine with an existing formula. It requires a variety of attempts. There are also comparisons and verifications of drug efficacy. At first, Ye Huangkan was busy tinkering by himself. Gradually, he discovered that Guyu actually knew every medicinal ingredient. Moreover, during the refining process, some questions hit the mark, and some pharmacological changes can be inferred. This made Yao Huangchuan keep thinking silently in his heart, "What a genius, what a genius." So Yao Huangchuan conveniently handed over some work to Guyu and asked him to help start the process. With Guyu's sensitivity of 6 senses and master-level theoretical level of alchemy, it can really provide some unexpected help to Huangchuan, including insight into the degree of fusion of the medicinal liquid, subtle abnormal changes, etc. The two of them worked hard all day, and finally had a final decision on the basic selection of medicinal materials, proportions, etc. Start truly refining the detoxifying medicine. Look, if you want to become a real master of refining medicine, you can't do it without special techniques. This is the treasure of your Tianyan sect. Yao Huangchuan flipped his fingers, and a purple flame appeared on his fingertips, beating like an elf. Guyu's eyes suddenly widened. "I wiped, strange fire. What a joke, this is the sect's Tianyan." Guyu's super sixth sense can sense that Yao Huangchuan is relying on his own inner strength and spiritual thoughts, supporting the burning of this small burst of heavenly flames. Although the temperature of this purple sky flame is not very high, it belongs to a completely different energy dimension. It doesn't seem to be burning in this world, no wonder it can cause effective damage to weirdos. This small group of purple fire is indeed not the original thing of this world, but fell from the sky. Guyu tried to use the observer's ability to identify, but for the first time an abnormality appeared. Name: a ball of heavenly flame. Grade: well, the red observer luck is no longer enough to determine the level of Tianyan. It is worthy of being the treasure of Zhenzong, and the grade is high. It seems that although Yao Huangchuan is a guest minister, his status within the sect is not low, and he has won the trust of the sect's senior officials. He was actually able to obtain the free use rights of a small amount of Tianyan. At this time, with the unique effect of this heavenly flame, Ye Huangkan finally completed the refining of this great medicine. It's done. Ye Huangkan took back Tianyan and rubbed his hands with a happy face. Gu Xiaohu, do you still have the incense? Let's try it. Chapter 41. As expected of a big shot with taste of herbs luck, he always tests medicine on himself, and there is no ambiguity at all. The two of them burned a third of the incense stick, and could already clearly feel the effect of the medicine, and their internal energy could no longer function. Come on, do it. Yao Huangchuan raised his head and poured a large, sticky, paste-like medicine into his mouth that he had just refined. Guyu took the bowl and looked at the item's information. Name: the great medicine just made. Level 60. Explanation: a universal detoxifier refined from a variety of medicinal materials. It has a strong detoxification and inhibitory effect on Shixiang Ruinjin powder. The side effect is that it contains fire poison. If you take it too much, it will make your mouth dry and your body weak and hot. It doesn't seem to be a big problem. Guyu also raised his head and swallowed half of the large pill. Yao Huangchuan looked on with a smile, admiring Guyu a little more for daring to try the medicine. The front note is slightly bitter, the middle note is strong and sweet, and the base note is a bit dry and hot. You can also add some herbs that cool the blood and heat to balance it out. Ye Huangkan is indeed the Grand Master of refining medicine. As he tasted it, he noticed the side effects of this powerful medicine. Not long after Guyu swallowed it, he found that his meridians seemed to have regained consciousness, and the flow of inner energy in the body began to become active. The antidote is quite effective. Ha ha ha, with this effectiveness, I should be able to deliver. Yao Huangchuan twisted his beard and laughed, turned to Gu Yu and said, "Little friend Gu, I have a lot of help from you this time. How about we share the profit of refining the medicine 50-50? When Gu Yu heard this, I went. Is there any bonus? However, he still said humbly, the help I provide is really limited, and I don't dare to share it equally with Elder Yao. Yao Huangchuan shook his head and insisted, not only did you provide the original poison, but you also made effective improvements to the experience. Not only did you help me during the refining process, but you also avoided several furnace explosions. It was a great help. It must be 5-5. Share. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. Ha ha ha. Refreshing. That's what young people are like, you have to take what you should take, don't be so coquettish. This powerful medicine uses hundreds of medicinal materials and has a warm taste and rich fragrance. It can relieve the paralysis and damage of various meridians. How about naming it Befriending? I think it's okay. Immediately, Ye Huangqin wrote down the prescription and gave a copy to Gu Yu. He took the remaining medicine he made and went to Yaoang Palace to resume his life. 3 more days passed. On this day, Gu Yu was practicing swordsmanship in the yard as usual. Yao Huangchuan suddenly came to visit. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Gu Xiaohu's swordsmanship to be so exquisite. No wonder he couldn't bear to leave Marshal Dao behind. The old man straightened his back, laughed loudly, and seemed to be in a good mood. Elder Yao. If you have anything to do, just call, why bother to come in person? Gu Yu smiled and said a few polite words. It's a good thing. The Baixiangja we developed last time has been fully verified by Yaoangdian. Not only does it have miraculous effects on Shixiang Ruinjin powder, it also has an excellent relieving effect on some poisons that specifically block internal energy. The rewards have been distributed, so I will bring them to Xiaogu. Yao Huangchuan smiled and took out the bag containing the spirit stone and the album of receipts for the sex contribution points. I'll tell you clearly in person, but the old man won't recognize you after that. Thank you so much, Elder Yao. Gu Yu opened the album and saw his clan name, etc. Sect contribution point reward 500 points. There are also 10 middle-grade spirit stones in the bag. 1 contribution point is equivalent to 10 low-grade spirit stones. 1 middle-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. This is a reward equivalent to 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1 piece of low-grade spirit stone, worth 100 taels of silver. The value of these rewards has exceeded 600,000 taels of silver. A wave of fat. Elder Yao, this is too much. Gu Yu was also quite surprised to earn so much money at once. I thought I was just accompanying the old man in refining medicine and stealing some lessons from him, but I didn't expect the rewards would be so great. Yao Huangchuan already knew that Gu Yu would react like this, and said with a smile, I told you before that refining medicine is much more fun than practicing martial arts. Besides, is it a lot? I don't think it's much. Think about it, if this prescription is handed over to Yaoang Palace and used by the sect themselves, it can save the lives of many disciples. Refining big medicines and selling them in stores in various counties can also be exchanged for a steady stream of money and profits. How much effort and time do our alchemists have to spend when developing it? There are also the losses and various expenses of various medicinal materials used in the experiments. If it fails, all of this will be in vain. Being able to develop it successfully and get the reward is already considered a great blessing. If you can successfully develop a solution that is right for you once out of 10 times, it is already a great success. This time could not have gone so smoothly without the help of Gu Xiaohu, so this is what you deserve. Gu Yu finally understood. This is a bit like a pharmaceutical company researching new drugs. The risk is still very high. If it fails, Ye Huangqin will have to bear the loss of most of the medicinal materials. After the prescription is handed over to the sect, the reward will be paid in one go. There is no such thing as a patent in this world. The alchemist cannot continue to profit from this prescription. But there are no pharmaceutical factories in this world. To successfully refine such a complex medicine, the pharmacist himself needs to be prepared. Every time the production is successful, you can also get a part of the manual reward. Generally speaking, alchemists develop and refine new medicines. You can earn much more than a martial artist by accepting tasks, and you don't have to go out to fight to the death, so your life is much less dangerous. Of course, except for people like Yao Huangchuan who just try the medicine on themselves. Gu Yu also has a deep understanding of what Yao Huangchuan meant when he said, refining medicine is much more fun than practicing martial arts. Okay, the old man won't delay you anymore. When you finish the competition and enter the inner gate, if you want to be on duty in the Medicine King's palace, just come and see the old man and I'll tell you. Thank you, Elder Yao. The moment Yao Huangchuan left the small courtyard, Gu Yu already saw the prompt on the panel in his mind. Congratulations! You make friends with people of great luck and activate the bond luck, guiding light, green. Guiding light, the so-called master leads the way, and practice depends on the individual. If the alchemist grandmaster can personally introduce the art of alchemy, the future development of the alchemist will be smoother. You gain plus 100 strands of luck every day. Good. I have the power of luck from the lucky one again. In this way, there are 710 strands of luck growing every day. It only takes half a month to accumulate enough luck from blue to purple. Gu Yu spent another 2 days thinking about the methods and techniques of refining medicine. He understood the principles, but it was definitely not possible in practice. Without heavenly flame in your hands, it would be much more difficult to melt the liquid medicine and control the temperature with ordinary flames. Gu Yu is still unable to make money independently by refining Baixiangja. But this matter is not urgent. Tomorrow is the outer sect competition, let's finish the competition first. The next day, in the huge blue stone square in front of the sect's main hall, hundreds of outer disciples stood proudly. These disciples were at least at the level of 7th grade. Many also have 6th grade, and there are also a few 5th grade mixed in. They are all elites from the outer sect. Those below 7th grade have a very low chance of passing the assessment. Inevitably, he will receive a beating from his fellow disciples, and he may even have his hands and feet amputated. Therefore, those who lacked strength secretly considered it and did not dare to participate in the outer sect competition rashly. Gu Yu is also one of them. He chose to stand with the disciples he knew well when practicing swordsmanship in the same class. He restrained his aura and didn't express himself too prominently. At this time, Zhong Shuheng, the elder of the outer sect, was standing at the front, explaining the format and rules of this outer sect competition. During the autumn harvest this year, the surrounding counties under our sect's jurisdiction will, from time to time, ferocious beasts come down the mountain to disturb the people, devouring children and livestock, causing harm to the countryside. If we wait until winter, food will be even scarcer in the wilderness. It is inevitable that more ferocious beasts will come down the mountain in search of food, and the disasters caused by the ferocious beasts will only become more severe. Following the order from the sect leader, this sect will unite with several surrounding sects for this outer sect competition. Go into the wilderness to wipe out ferocious beasts and eliminate harm for the people. At the same time, disciples from various sects also competed with each other and exchanged martial arts skills. This is a hunting competition, do you understand? Understood. Hundreds of disciples roared loudly, but every one of them instantly put on a mask of pain. This session is so difficult. Chapter 42. In the past, outer sect competitions were just a matter of competing with fellow sects, and most of the subordinates would be able to retain some sympathy. But this time the difference is huge. Not only do we have to compete with elite outer disciples from other sects, we also have to fight the jungle beasts head-on. Maybe it will become the food for ferocious beasts to spend the winter. How miserable! Seeing everyone looking a little depressed, Elder Zhong Shuheng couldn't help but curse in his heart, these little bastards. They are all useless things. This class of outer sect is the worst class I have ever led. I can't overcome this difficulty and still want to enter the inner gate. What a dream! However, Elder Zhong Shuheng still expressed comfort and said, haha, don't be timid and lose your spirit. This time we will send a large number of elders and deacons to lead the team. Senior brothers and sisters from the inner sect will also join in to guard you secretly and help you deal with various emergencies. Just show your true abilities and compete seriously. In addition, if you can't beat the beast, you can try your best. But when you meet disciples from other sects, you must do your best and win. If you lose the reputation of my Tianyan sect, you will really look good when you come back. Can you hear me clearly? Listen clearly. Everyone shouted again in response. Everyone really understands, if you encounter other sects, beat them up hard, don't lose the face of Tianyan sect. If you really encounter a dangerous beast, it's important to save your life. With elders, deacons, and other 3rd and 4th grade masters following, it won't be a big problem. Okay. Let's go. The destination here is the westernmost county among the counties under the jurisdiction of Tianyan sect, adjacent to Longmen Mountain, named Mang County. According to legend, Longmang Mountain was an ancient battlefield, and even demonic dragons fell to their deaths here. The beasts here are extremely ferocious and larger than other places. Even 1st grade masters don't dare to go too deep alone. Decades ago, masters from the martial temple sect led troops and were stationed here. Now that the imperial court has declined, the garrison has long been withdrawn. It became the responsibility of the forces in the surrounding counties to round up the beasts. The martial temple was a major faction in the imperial court, similar to a military academy, specializing in training military masters for the imperial court. People born in the martial arts temple are not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also know how to lead troops in battles. Most of the leading generals who guarded all sides in the imperial court were from the martial arts temple. In contrast, there is the Academy of Literature. Most of the civil servants in the court came from the Literary Academy. The School of Literary and Art emphasizes qi nurturing among seminarians, and the practice of stillness, so there are many masters of qi refining among the scholars. This is just gossip. At this time, Gu Yu is galloping on his horse. Hundreds of people, under the banner of Tianyan sect, galloped along the official road in the direction of Mang County. Along the way, some highway robbers popped up from a distance in the grass to take a look. He was so frightened that he urinated and fell over backwards. If it were an ordinary escort agency, they could still make plans. But these hundreds of elite middle-grade martial artists are members of the Tianyan sect, the largest sect in the area, and they cannot be offended at all. After 2 days of running along the way, we arrived at an ancient county town. The size of this county is several times larger than Wannan County. People in various costumes in the city are active and lively. Although Longmen Mountain is dangerous, there are also a lot of natural and earthly treasures that can be found. There are also legends about the existence of the demonic dragon cave and secret realm in the mountains, so many people come here to try their luck. After another day of rest, the disciples from other sects finally arrived. On the school grounds of the old military camp, disciples from various sects stood side by side in high spirits. The elders of each sect came out one after another to offer a few words of encouragement. The people who came this time were all the surrounding sects that had some connections or good relations with Tianyan sect. Apart from Tianyan sect, the largest one is Shuiyuan sect. Duanhang has popularized a lot of rumors and anecdotes about the sect these days. Gu Yu also knew that the founder of the Shuiyuan sect, the Grand Master, had a close relationship with the Tianyan sect and should be the junior sister of a certain sect leader. Because his body was not suitable for following the Tianyan sect's cultivation route, he founded the Shuiyuan sect. Now that decades have passed, Shui-Yuan sect has also grown in size. It has jurisdiction over several counties and is doing very well. The number of elites from the outer sect who came this time actually accounted for about 70% of the Tianyan sect's number, and their strength should not be underestimated. In addition to Shui-Yuan sect, there are also Golden Sword Martial Arts Hall, Kuruo Temple, and Chongfeng Escort Agency. The Golden Sword Martial Arts School was founded by the outer disciples of Tianyan sect. Kuruo Temple and Chongfeng Escort Bureau also have good relations with Tianyan sect. These forces all operate several counties in their hands. Form an offensive and defensive alliance with Tianyan sect. Together, dozens of counties have firmly occupied the scope of a large state in the southwest. Organizations such as Golden Sword Martial Arts School and Chongfeng Escort Bureau rely on alliances too. Dozens of surrounding counties have their own martial arts schools and escort bureaus operating, with strong people and horses, and considerable strength. This time, 200 to 300 elite disciples were also sent to participate in the exchange. Kuruo Temple has always kept aloof from the outside world. It mainly protects the people of several surrounding counties, cultivates crops, and resists bandits. Those who are willing to practice martial arts can also become lay disciples in the temple. Nearly 100 people came this time, mostly lay disciples, with a few bald heads dotted among them. They are young elites among the monks who came to communicate and improve themselves. Tianyan sect is the most powerful, and all sects respect Tianyan sect. Finally, Elder Zhong Shuheng, led by Tianyan sect, came out and read out the rules of this competition. You can get 5 points by killing beasts, and you can get 1 point by defeating other Dabi disciples. Everyone, please remember that the first priority is to eliminate the ferocious beasts, and the discussion can only go so far. If anyone strikes too hard and hurts someone's life, no matter what sect, he will be severely punished. Each person is given 3 sounding arrows and 1 dose of wound medicine. In case of emergency, they will be activated immediately, and guardians will come to support. Gu Yu stood in the crowd, listening to the lengthy lecture and checking his dashboard to pass the time. It took 10 days this time, and the power of luck had accumulated to more than 13,000 strands. Enough to turn blue into purple once. However, Gu Yu is ready to take a stab at it first and has no luck in upgrading for the time being. Carrying a cauldron and subduing a tiger, being as light as a swallow, the upgrades are probably just for strength and agility, there is no urgent need. Supernormal 6 senses focuses on the spiritual sense, which is enough for now. For luck in several other sword intents, you can first upgrade green to blue, and then upgrade to purple. After upgrading, it should increase your combat effectiveness a lot. However, there are many 4th grade elders and deacons here, and they may not be of much use. The rest, ice muscle jade body s physique, strong internal power, alchemy master. There's no urgency, so it's better to play a few games first, see the situation and then adapt accordingly. The joint hunting competition begins. Elder Zhong Shuheng should have followed the path of Qi refining martial artist. His spiritual thoughts are of a good level, and although his voice is not loud, but a low shout fused with divine thoughts. Everyone present felt shocked, and their whole bodies seemed to be activated and entered a fighting state. Even many beasts in the jungle not far away were affected and began to howl full of hostility. This way, the approximate locations of various beasts were marked. Walk. Haha. I'm coming too. Go, go, go. Kill. I'll come out on top. Chapter 43. Nearly 1,000 disciples from various sects rushed into the jungle one by one. As for the higher-level elders, deacons, and inner disciples, they dispersed into the forest earlier to act as referees and guards. Many disciples soon gathered together in groups. Everyone has understood the rules. Team formation is not prohibited this time. After all, when it comes to fighting ferocious beasts, a group of several people has a better chance of winning. Among them, several 5th grade elites from the Shui Yuan sect and several 5th grade disciples from the Golden Sword Martial Arts School. 9 people who have a good understanding of each other came together. After breaking into the forest for some distance, several people gathered under the tree to discuss. The leader of the disciples of Shui Yuan sect is a handsome young man with a somewhat feminine air. This person's name is Yu Chongkong, and he has already reached the upper level of 5th grade. 3 years ago, during the competition, he accidentally injured a fellow student and was punished by facing the wall for 3 years. Therefore, participating in this session can be regarded as the top group in Shui Yuan sect's competition. Yu Chengkong's father is the powerful elder of Shui Yuan sect. He has many followers from the same sect behind him, and his behavior is also somewhat arrogant and domineering. The leader of the Golden Sword Martial Arts School is a long-bearded man with 9 golden rings on a large sword. This person is a few years older than the others. His name is Xiao Bai. He is also an upper-level 5th grade practitioner. He is a trainee disciple of the Golden Sword Martial Arts School. After his mother died of illness at home, he stayed in mourning for 3 years, so he was postponed to this competition. If you can achieve good results this time, you can become an official disciple of the martial arts school. The rest of the people are also the elites of the 2 factions, and their strength is above 6th grade. Master Chong Kong, I wonder how you want to cooperate this time. Although Xiao Bai is older, his posture is very low. His family is ordinary. Yu Chongkong has some influence in Shui Yuan sect. The 2 are in the same county and have had some close cooperation before. Xiao Bai also earned a lot of benefits from Yu Chongkong. Hey, what's the point of hunting wild beasts? Hunting talents is fun. The people of Tianyan sect have always regarded themselves very highly and regarded themselves as members of the clan. I think there aren't many experts here this time. Our 2 teams of elites joined forces to pull out several groups of Tianyan sect masters and beat them to death, and then we each looked for ferocious beasts to play with. Wouldn't it be interesting to let Tianyan sect be at the bottom in terms of the number of wild beasts hunted this time and lose all face? Yu Chongkong put away the folding fan in his hand and knocked it gently in his palm, with a smirk on his face. Although the Tianyan sect has strict sect rules, the disciples are young and energetic after all, and their actions and words outside are inevitably a bit domineering. Plus some conflicts of interest. Unknowingly, he offended many people from other sects. In particular, the Shui Yuan sect has always been regarded as a branch of the Tianyan sect. The disciples of the Shui Yuan sect are a little aggrieved. The Golden Sword Martial Arts School has the same problem, its status is lower than that of Shui Yuan sect. Xiao Bai pondered for a while, nodded and said, "Okay, but don't be too harsh, lest the people from Tianyan sect come to trouble you later. Of course, according to the rules, it's just a good beating and beating into a pig's head. When they encounter hard bones, they will be forced to lie down for several months with their muscles and bones strained. When we meet people from both groups in the future, they won't be so arrogant." Yu Chongkong acted like a game, just injuring a few outer disciples, it was not a big deal. Okay. Without further ado, let's go. After the 2 teams had reached an agreement, they went to find people from Tianyan sect to cause trouble. Gu Yu did not form a team. He spread out his body skills and jumped and ran on the tree trunks. Use your own ability to identify the direction from time to time. I'm going to find a few people from other sects to warm up first, and then try my hand at hunting a few beasts. Suddenly, Gu Yu's keen spiritual sense discovered that someone was following him. He pretended to be vigilant and glanced backwards, scanning the direction where the man was hiding. I have already seen that person's information. Name, Qianyu. Level 46, World, 5th grade intermediate. It turns out to be senior sister Qi, an old acquaintance. It seems that she has also improved during this period and her strength has been upgraded to a higher level. She must have been sent by the inner sect to serve as a guard. She unexpectedly discovered her existence, so she hung herself up for personal protection. As expected of someone who binds luck, it's very considerate. So Guyu pretended not to notice the little tail and continued to leap forward. In a place with dense foliage at the back, Qianyu, face covered and wearing a tight-fitting black blindfold, patted her chest. He breathed out softly, "Hee hee, I almost thought I was discovered by junior brother Gu. It seems that junior brother Gu has also improved a lot during this time. In this light kung fu movement, senior sister can't even catch up. Feel free to kill the beast. Senior sister will protect you from behind." When Guyu jumped out of the distance, Qianyu quickly used her skills to catch up. Guyu jumped over a few more branches, and his spiritual sense suddenly sensed the presence of a strong man again. He raised his eyes and looked in that direction. I saw a bald head popping out from behind a row of shrubs. He looked like a young boy. He is not tall either, and he should be a lone disciple of Kuruo Temple. GGG, I heard that Buddhist Gate's martial arts skills have always been superb. Let's play with this little monk. Guyu moved lightly and jumped from the tree to the young monk. At first glance, Guyu quickly lowered his head and clasped his hands. "Excuse me, Master." He turned around and wanted to run away. If nothing else, this little monk is actually sitting cross-legged. Even sitting there, my head is higher than the bush. The height of the bush is about 1.5 meters. When this guy stood up, he was already over 3 meters tall. Monster! With such a body type, even someone as aggressive as Guyu has no interest in messing with him. Haha, this must be the senior brother of Tianyan sect. Seeing the visitor's attire, the little monk immediately stood up, as if a giant beast stood up from a lying state. Her little face was filled with an innocent and friendly smile. The body is as strong as an iron tower, and the muscles all over the body are like cast brass, even exuding a faint golden luster. Ha ha ha, Master, please rest first. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. As if locked by the terrifying aura, Guyu didn't even dare to turn around and just walked back. Hey? Why? Could it be that my body scared this senior brother again? Wivu, I originally told Master that I didn't want to come out, but Master just wanted me to come out and see the world. Now everyone treats me like a monster. No one wants to spend even a moment with me. The little monk actually started to cry and howl, looking aggrieved. Master, stop crying. You look even scarier when you cry. Guyu comforted casually and glanced at the panel of the giant monk. Dharma name, Save Disaster. Age, 14 years old. Level 50, World, Peak of 5th grade. Innate luck, King Kong reincarnation, Gold, Compassion, Purple, Martial Deo Soul Boy, Purple, Crazy Demon Rescue, Black Purple, Body Refining Wizard, Blue. Vajra reincarnation. The Buddhist Gate Vajra reincarnation has an extremely powerful body and a mighty and unyielding will. Even if his body is broken to pieces, he will not give in to any evil or oppression. Compassion, having a compassionate heart, willing to sacrifice oneself to save others from fire and water. Your ability to withstand pain is greatly improved. Martial Deo Soul Boy, he was able to have a profound understanding of martial Deo at a very young age, and his cultivation speed was extremely fast when he was young. Crazy Rescue, in an extremely depressing and desperate environment, when faced with an absolutely crushing and ruthless hostile force, in order to save others, he will lose his mind and fall into a state of madness and bloodlust. This is the berserker belonging to Buddhist Gate. Body Refining Wizard, a born body refining martial artist who practices horizontal exercises very quickly. Chapter 44. Looking at this young monk's face, he is indeed not a bad person. Although he has a body that is more terrifying and huge than a beast, he has a compassionate heart. It can be said that he has an animal face and a human heart. Much more reliable than some evil people. Guyu then stopped and consoled him, Master, don't cry. I'm on my way to hunt the beasts. I'm not scared by you. How about you team up with me? The saving monk blinked his eyes and said with some surprise, Senior brother, are you willing to team up with me? But I don't dare to kill. It's okay, you just need to hammer the beast to the ground, and I'll do the finishing touches. How about it? Okay. What do you call me, senior brother? I'm from Tianyan sect Guyu. The young novice from Kuruo temple came to the rescue and met senior brother Gu. The saving monk looked excited, finally someone was willing to form a team with him. Seeing his terrifying body, he was not frightened. Senior brother Gu is really a good person. The panel in Guyu's mind instantly received a prompt. Congratulations! You make friends with people of great luck and activate the bond luck. Thank you and never give up, White. Thanks to Buki, I have grown up like this, and you still don't dislike me. You are such a good person. You can get 10 rays of luck every day. That's okay, so, I'm making some money. Guyu and Jui walked in the forest for a while, but didn't encounter even half a beast. Guyu was very doubtful. With Jui by his side, ordinary ferocious beasts would have been hiding far away, and they were still hunting for nothing. Just as he was about to find an excuse to leave the young monk alone, suddenly, a rapid sound of horse hooves came from behind. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The beast is watching its moves. Get out of the way if you're afraid of death. Guyu turned around and saw 2 young knights with exactly the same appearance and costumes riding towards them. They didn't seem to want to make a sneak attack. The 2 of them shouted warnings. The head of the long gun in his hand was also turned around, and the tip of the gun was rotated and swayed to point the gun upward. It seems that they just want to compare notes and try their hand at each other, and there is no malicious intent. Senior brother Gu, be careful. This is the martial arts shooting technique, it should be someone from the Chongfeng Escort Bureau. Jui clasped his palms together, his body emitting a little golden light, and stood in front of Guyu without any fear, preparing to withstand the impact of the 2 horses with his body. Guyu knew that with 5th grade strength and his king-like body, let alone 2 horses, even a few mad bulls could not knock him over while standing. Then he flew back to the side and shouted, Master, be careful. The 2 Chongfeng escort knights were extremely skilled in equestrian skills. When one of them saw Guyu jump away, he turned slightly and controlled the reins with one hand, causing the horse to deflect a little deftly and continue to charge in the direction of Guyu. The other man also turned his horse's head to the other side, circling around the rescuer, and fired more than a dozen shots with the tail of his spear. He chanted the Buddha's name to rescue him, and used his thick upper limbs to protect his face and head. He only heard a clanging sound, as if he was hitting a copper bell. There was no damage at all, not even a mark on the body. The knight cursed, I'll wipe it, it's so thick. This is indestructible. Second brother, I'll withdraw first. He was not in the mood to take action against Jui anymore, so he just spurred on his horse and ran in the other direction without looking back. They originally wanted to test the strength of this monster-like monk. After trying it for the first time, it couldn't be moved at all. Slip away. On the other side, the knight seems to have a unique skill in riding a mount. The horse can actually stand upright, gallop and jump on its 2 hind legs, and make various dexterous movements. Guyu swayed and used trees as obstacles, and the knight was able to follow him. The spear in his hand didn't rest, and it pointed at Guyu like a storm. Guyu unfolded his shadow-chasing movement and fluttered in the shadow of the gun like a fallen leaf. The long sword in his hand was carried lightly on his shoulder, with no intention of unsheathing it. His posture was indescribably calm and free, which made the knight grit his teeth, but he couldn't hit him at all. Be careful, the knight warned. Suddenly, thousands of gun shadows condensed into a flash of silver light. The sharp spear intention struck Guyu's face, like a flash of lightning. The knight also saw that it was impossible to deal with Guyu with ordinary methods, so he used some real skills to come out. Swish, Brush, brush. The sword on Guyu's shoulder was not unsheathed. Dozens of sword intents have emerged around him, hanging beside him like a dense forest. Several sword intents were triggered by themselves, and a sword was cut on the silver spear intent, and it was easily resolved with a few moves. Hidden swords like a forest, has a certain automatic counterattack effect. When the knight saw it, he was instantly discouraged. This densely packed sword intent was much higher than his own spear intent. What the hell, is the true meaning of 6th grade martial Deo so strong? This guy is actually more monster than that sturdy monk. The knight shouted, "This is a tough idea. Boss, wait for me." After saying that, he clamped his legs and his mount suddenly accelerated and drove away in the other direction. Although Guyu's movement was fast, he was not in the mood to chase the horse, so he had no choice but to let the two of them run away from a distance. Before the two figures disappeared, Guyu glanced at the panel. They were named Rong Fei and Rong Yu. They were only 19 years old. Humph, the boys from Chongfeng Escort seem to be twins. Hiss, it's a pity that they are men. Hey, why should I say it's a pity? The episode subsided in an instant, and Jui asked with concern, "Is senior brother Gu in serious trouble?" "It doesn't matter, these two boys run really fast." Jui said with a smile, "It's the horse riding technique of the martial temple. There are many flying generals in the martial temple, and their spear skills and riding skills are both excellent. Generally, a martial artist would have little chance of winning against a martial temple cavalryman who can combine man and horse into one. Why does Chongfeng Escort follow the martial arts temple's training path?" Seeing that Jui seemed to understand very well, Guyu asked casually. The founder of the Chongfeng Escort Bureau came from the military and trained the escorts using martial arts temple methods. Most of the disciples under his banner are good at spearmanship and riding, and are very capable at walking and transporting darts. Therefore, in just 10 years, Chongfeng Escort Bureau has grown into a big company. Master knows it very well. We at Kuruo Temple often have to transport some money and food to help people in other counties. Every time, Chongfeng Escort Bureau escorts me, and there has never been any mistakes." Jui smiled and explained that he seemed to have great appreciation for Chongfeng Escort Agency, so he just took a few shots. Neither fought back nor complained at all. Kuruo Temple is really compassionate. Guyu sighed in praise. In today's world, the counties under Zongmen's rule are relatively stable. But the people in other places were miserable, and various famines and banditry never stopped. "Master, let's hunt some beasts too." Guyu also wants to contribute to the people in surrounding counties. If he doesn't earn some points, he won't be able to enter the inner gate and will have to wait another year. At this time, nearly 1,000 middle-grade martial artists poured into the jungle on the edge of Longmen Mountain. "We have already captured many ferocious beasts and are fighting them." The screams and roars of ferocious beasts can be heard everywhere. More than a dozen 9th-grade hunters can already use steel forks and fishing nets to round up some small beasts. What's more, these 5 6th-grade elite martial artists use weapons and martial arts to defeat ordinary beasts. The beasts were instantly killed, causing rivers of blood and countless casualties. On a tree not far away, Elder Zhong Shuheng stood on a high place, twirling his beard to gain an insight into the overall situation, and he was somewhat satisfied. Although the little bastards are lazy, they are not too vague when it comes to using their hands. Suddenly, a terrifying howl rang out, several disciples screamed and flew back, and several loud arrows flew into the sky one after another. "There is a situation not far away." Guyu and Jui quickly unfolded their movements and ran over. "I saw a black giant bear man more than 4 meters tall standing up." With a wave of his palms, a disciple screamed and flew out. Chapter 45. Seeing this, the others hurriedly ran away to get out of the way, but the giant bear moved extremely quickly. He leaned over and ran for a few steps to catch up with someone. With a flick of his hand, another Daoist shadow flew out screaming. After throwing away several people, the giant bear looked up to the sky and howled angrily, showing an invincible and provocative attitude. So fierce. The combat power of this thing is definitely far beyond that of 5th grade. Ordinary disciples are no match at all. Master. You go first. I'll take the back seat. Guyu was going to let Jui go up and hit him first, and he would stand by to see if there were any flaws and whether he could steal a few times. Ouch, senior brother Gu, I don't dare. This is Xiongzan, much more powerful than the average human Xiong. Jui's huge body actually trembled, looking frightened. Although he has a strong body, he is timid. He is still just a child. Seeing that he did not dare to rescue him, Guyu felt that he really needed to exercise. He changed his mind and said, Master, do you know that bears don't like to eat dead things at all, they especially like to eat warm living things. When eating humans, bears eat from the feet first and don't let the prey die at all. There was once a little girl who was half eaten alive by a bear. The person is not dead yet, still wailing and screaming, Mom, it's eating my feet. I have no feeling in my legs. Think about it, if you don't go there, how many innocent children will be eaten by this monster in the winter? Master, do you have any girls you know well? You don't want her to be eaten alive, right? Guyu continued to output, and Jui's face gradually turned ugly, as if he was recalling some tragic and terrifying past. No. Xiahua. I can't let Xiahua be eaten. Jui's originally childlike face instantly became distorted and terrifying, his teeth were clenched, and many vertical and horizontal meridians appeared on his face. The muscles throughout the body swelled by 20% again, not only glowing with gold, but also with a faint blood-red light. Ah! I saw a huge humanoid beast rushing out and colliding crazily with the standing bear. In terms of strength, he is not inferior at all. 2, 3 or 4 meter tall monsters were roaring and wrestling with each other crazily. Namo Nambu Nanbu Nanmu. He announced the Buddha's name at the rescuer's mouth, wildly punched hundreds of punches with both fists, and directly performed physical salvation on Xiongyan. Guyu also took a breath after seeing it. This feeling is very similar to wood big. With the blessing of the Avajra Indestructible horizontal practice, the fist with no rules at all has turned the physical body into a perfect killing weapon. Even Xiongzhen was beaten to the point where he had no power to fight back. When several disciples from other sects around saw this, they took advantage of the chaos to surround and kill them. They used all kinds of long weapons to attack Xiongyan with all their strength. Xiongzhen was constantly injured and lost blood, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. This thing is too dangerous. Be careful of its deadly retaliation. Disciples, please move away. An elder from the Shuiyuan sect floated over, carrying a huge gourd on his back. I saw his fingertips pointing forward, and black water spurted out from the gourd and condensed on his fingertips. It quickly condensed into a sharp black shuttle. Go! Elder Gourd's breath trembled, the short shuttle drew an arc, and with one blow it penetrated Xiongzhen's forehead and blasted into his brain domineeringly. Guyu, who was watching the battle on the side, focused his eyes and showed a solemn expression. Is this the strength of upper 3 grades Qi refining martial artist? Martial Dao's true meaning condenses like substance, and with the help of the special texture of black water. It probably contains hard and fine-grained fluid substances such as magnets and black iron sand, which are extremely sharp when condensed. The power of a long-range strike is no less powerful than a shot from a heavy sniper rifle. It is many times more powerful than the flame knife that Senior Sister Qi showed before, or the power of the divine ability at the snap of her fingers. Guyu estimated that if this blow came towards him, it would be a bit difficult to deal with it. I got shot in the head accidentally. Sure enough, we can't relax, we have to speed up our practice and break through to the upper 3 grades as soon as possible. After Xiongzhen was hit in the head by a shuttle, his steps were already staggering, and it was difficult for him to even howl. The black water blasted into his head, and it was still controlled by spiritual thoughts to rush left and right, confusing Xiong Yan's brain. Seeing this flaw, Zhu Yi's huge body suddenly jumped several feet, and his whole body was pressed down like a heavy hammer. Kneel down and hit Xiong Yan's head hard with both knees. Boom! Exploding like a watermelon. Red and white are scattered all over. He cannot die anymore. Xiong Zhen's huge body without his head collapsed to the ground. Save fell to the ground, his eyes were still red. He sat down cross-legged on the ground, clasped his hands, and kept chanting the Buddha's name. The body couldn't help expanding and contracting, as if it was trying its best to suppress something. Seeing that something was wrong with his situation, the disciples around him slowly backed away in fear. Some are still warning in a low voice, "Be careful. This big guy is going to go crazy. Quickly retreat. Where's the net to deal with bears? Prepare it first." Hearing the voices of the people around him, Zhu Yi felt a little chilled and desperate, and a crazy feeling spread in his heart like wildfire. "Why? You want to surround and kill me like a wild beast? How about I kill them all?" At this time, a palm was placed on Zhu Yi's thick shoulder, and a soft voice sounded. "Okay, Master, it's okay. If you kill Xiong Zhen, it is equivalent to saving many innocent children. What you did was a first-class good thing, and there is no need to blame yourself at all." The one who spoke was naturally Gu Yu. When everyone else was frightened and backed away, Gu Yu knew that the monk who rescued him had killed a living being for the first time and was infected with Xiong Zhen's crazy death energy. Affected by the crazy devil rescue luck again, I am already on the verge of losing control. Naturally, he couldn't sit idly by at this time, so Gu Yu took action to comfort him without even thinking about it. Feeling the warm kindness conveyed from her shoulders, Zhu Yi's red eyes gradually softened and dimmed. The aura of madness was completely overcome and suppressed by him. The distorted face also returned to the appearance of a well-behaved young man. Turning around, he said to Gu Yu with a faint smile, "Thank you, senior brother Gu, for the tip. I already understand Zhu Yi, and I won't be confused again in the future." "That's good." At this time, Gu Yu has already seen the prompt in his mind. "Congratulations! You help those with great luck change their destiny and purify their luck. You have gained 10,000 rays of luck. The crazy man saves he, black and purple, has become the poor saves he, purple. Rescuing the poor and rescuing those in distress, you can still burst out with violent power when you help those in distress, but you will no longer have confusion in your heart. The Buddhist gate berserker has been able to control his murderous madness with compassion. Congratulations! You make friends with people of great luck, and you gain the bond of luck. You are like a bright candle, blue. You are like a bright candle, you are like a bright candle, dispel the darkness in my heart. You can get 200 rays of luck every day. Great! It's okay, but the little monk was used by him as a beacon to locate his violent heart. By accident, I purified the opponent's black luck, and actually collected 10,000 strands. Moreover, 200 strands of luck can be received every day, so the daily output will be as many as 910 strands. The daily output will exceed 1,000 just around the corner. Wahahaha! Not far away, Zen Master Kuzi, who led the team from Kuruo Temple this time, was watching the development here from a distance. When he saw that the saved monk had been able to recover from the violent rage by his own strength, he couldn't help but lower his head and clasped his hands together, chanting the Buddha's name. This time he really came to the right place. If Zhu Yi can control the anger in his heart, he will definitely become the top powerhouse in Kuruo Temple in the future. It's really gratifying. Master, please rest here for a while. If someone is in danger, go and help him. Senior brother Gu is leaving. Yes, I have to earn some points so that I can advance to the inner sect. So, please, senior brother Gu. Gu Yu gave up rescuing the disaster and continued to drill deeper into the forest. After walking some distance, suddenly, the scene not far away made Gu Yu a little angry, so he walked up with his long sword. Chapter 46. At this time, in a dense forest, several 5th grade elites from the Tianyan sect had been beaten to the ground, their faces swollen like pig heads. Yu Chongkong of Shui Yuan sect was pulling the hair of one of them and asked with a ferocious smile, "I'm just asking you, do you accept it?" "I'm not convinced." The speaker was actually Kui Cheng, a stranger familiar to Gu Yu and his former roommate. Previously, Kui Cheng followed several 5th grade master teammates to pursue powerful beasts in the forest. As a result, he broke into the ambush of Yu Chongkong, Xiao Bai, and others. There was some connection between the two parties, and they became extremely jealous when they met, so they immediately took action. Everyone was young and energetic, and they all wanted to give each other a good beating to relieve their anger. They never thought of firing arrows as a warning. As a result, several Tianyan sect disciples overestimated their own strength and were outnumbered. He was quickly beaten to the ground by Yu Chongkong and others. Yu Chongkong humiliated every disciple of the Tianyan sect. If he could lower his head and say "I accept it," he would be beaten less often. But I didn't expect to meet such a tough guy as Kui Cheng. This guy is a typical person who takes advantage of the soft and refuses to take the hard. No matter how he is beaten, as long as he is still conscious, he will twist his neck to the right side and say disobedience. This made Yu Chongkong and others even more angry. "How dare you disobey yourself in this way?" This made Yu Chongkong's ferocious nature revealed, and his originally handsome face became a little more arrogant and cruel. "Maid, I will destroy you." Yu Chongkong's breath condensed, and a long needle of black water stretched out from his fingertips. The tip of the needle slowly touched Kui Cheng's eyeball. "Tell me, are you convinced?" Xiao Bai on the side was also a little unable to bear it, fearing that things would get messy and difficult to deal with. If he stabbed the opponent's eyes like this, it would be considered a heavy blow. But then he thought about it, if he didn't do it himself, how could he, a member of the Golden Sword Martial Arts School, take care of Shui Yuan sect's Yu Chongkong? If anything happens, it's not up to Yu Chongkong to fight it alone. So Xiao Bai looked at him coldly and said nothing to persuade him. Kui Cheng had his head pressed down and his eyelids pulled down by several people. He was extremely frightened. But with his character, it is absolutely impossible for him to say a word of submission. He is a concubine of the Kui family. He has been bullied by the legitimate son and slaves of the family since he was a child. Later, his martial arts became more and more sophisticated, and his legitimate son and slave were no longer his match. He did not wait for an opportunity to retaliate, but stayed away from the family and joined the Tianyan sect. I encountered Yu Chongkong's bullying today unexpectedly, but it brought back unbearable memories of my childhood. He yelled angrily, "I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Hee hee. I just like your toughness." Yu Chongkong has already poked a long needle in his hand. Whoosh whoosh. A few flicks of energy, mixed with several sleeve arrows, rained down towards the Yu Chongkong sky. It wasn't just Gu Yu who took action, Qi Yunyu had also just arrived and revealed his figure. The two looked at each other and could see the anger in the other's heart. Qi Yunyu no longer cared about her status as a guard at this time. She just wanted to beat someone up. "Junior brother Gu, we have to fight side by side again. Senior sister Qi should not take action. You should check the situation of Kui Cheng and the other senior brothers first, and then help me raid the formation." Gu Yu glanced at his panel. Just consume 2000 strands of luck. Upgrade natural sword Qi, green, and ice muscle jade body, green. Anyway, I just got a reward of 10,000 strands from the young monk. After using 2000 strands, I still have 21,000 strands left. Still enough to upgrade 2 purple lucks. Congratulations! Your natural sword Qi, green, has been upgraded to Sword Qi Zongheng, Blue. Sword Qi Zongheng, you control the sword Qi with the powerful sword intent, and you can easily induce the sword Qi to reach 3 feet away. The sharpness of your sword is as sharp as substance, cutting iron like clay. Congratulations! Your Ice Muscle Jade Body, Green, has been upgraded to Ice Spirit Body, Blue. Ice Spirit Body, you are born with a cold constitution, and your inner breath has a freezing effect. After it invades the enemy's body, it can easily condense the opponent's meridians and body. Your physical attributes plus 200. Your resistance to poison is greatly improved. You are not easily affected by negative emotions such as violence, rage, madness, etc. Adding 200 points to his physique, Guyu's physique attribute on the panel has reached 440 points. The energy, blood, and inner breath have nearly doubled. The amount of qi and blood is close to 20,000 points, and the inner breath is also close to 24,000. The sudden surge in physique made Yu Chongkong and the others feel a sense of inexplicable pressure. Yu Chongkong used his unique secret method to quietly investigate, and sneered. This guy thought he was some kind of powerful character, but he was just 6th grade body tempering. Brothers, don't be afraid, this kid has no blood transformation at all. He then challenged Guyu and said, boy, if you have the guts, shoot loud arrows to call people. We are so close to each other, Shui Yuan Zone Yu Chongkong, please give me some advice. Guyu glanced at Yu Changkong's panel. Name, Yu Chongkong. Age, 24 years old. Level, level 47, World, 5th grade upper level. Innate luck, Jade-faced fox, black and purple, evil will be retaliated, black and blue, vicious and sinister, black and green. Jade-faced fox, handsome face, cunning mind, born bad. Yaiju must retaliate, any small offense, he will find an opportunity to retaliate. Vicious and vicious, born to be vicious and cruel, he is very good at bullying. Good guy, this is the first time I see all the lucks are in black color. This guy is really a born bad guy. However, I have no intention of helping you purify it. I just want to beat you up. He, a 6th grader comes out to pretend to be a big boss, don't you see all your 5th grade brothers lying here? Several of Yu Changkong's followers surrounded him with evil smiles. At this time, Kui Cheng had already recovered from the pain of his eyeball being punctured. The other eye saw clearly that the person who came to rescue him was actually Guyu. I suddenly became worried, junior brother Gu is not as strong as me. He quickly said to Chi Yunya beside him, senior sister. Release the sounding arrow quickly and ask for help. Junior brother Gu is no match for this group of people. However, Chi Yunya responded with a reassuring smile, don't worry, junior brother Gu is a measured person and will not be so rash. She had seen Guyu's great progress in physical skills before, and heard rumors that Guyu solved the case of the undead snitch. So I am very confident about Guyu at this time. In his busy schedule, Guyu glanced at the panels of many opponents. Although they were all human-level luck, their attribute data were not low. At the 5th grade blood transformation level, the physical fitness has been greatly improved compared to the 6th grade. The average values of the 4 dimensions are all at the level of 4 and 500. Yu Chongkong and another Xiao Bo's physiques have exceeded 600, and they are already in the 5th grade. It's not that easy to get along with a good level of martial arts. At this time, after Guyu's luck bonus, his physical constitution was only over 400, and his other attributes were only over 300. The grade of martial Dao is almost half the 1st grade level compared to Xiao Chongkong. Relying on many other luck bonuses, although you can win. But it won't be particularly smooth, and it will take a long time to win a fierce battle. But now, Guyu looked at the senior brothers who were lying on the ground with bruises and swollen faces. He just wanted to give them a hard Nahu physical attack just like he did when he saved the monk from disaster, in order to relieve his anger. Therefore, after Guyu waited for a moment, he quickly consumed 10,000 strands of luck. Try upgrading carrying the cauldron and Fuhu to purple first. Guyu is a body-refining martial artist. Only by crushing with absolute power can he achieve enough Nemo physical transcendence effect. Congratulations! Your carrying the cauldron and subduing the tiger, blue, has been upgraded to the Wrath of the Dragon and Elephant, purple. Wrath of the Dragon Elephant. The dragon elephant is furious and the earth trembles. You possess terrifying power and can easily crush the earth and destroy iron and stone. When you are angry, your strength will be greatly increased. Increase your strength attribute by 2000. You can activate a furious state, and while continuing to burn your energy and blood, your strength attributes will be greatly improved. Great! This ray of luck is really worth the price of admission. Not only has the strength attribute skyrocketed by 2000 points, almost 10 times as much as before. It also comes with a blood-burning burst skill, which can also improve strength attributes. In this way, it would be much easier to deal with the group of little Karami present. What are you stalling for? I think you're scared to death, right? In the field, 2 fifth graders from the Shui Yuan sect could no longer hold back any longer and rushed forward, one from the left and the other from the right. Chapter 47. Floating Wave Palm. The tall man on the left, 5th grade, has concentrated his inner energy on his palm, and a faint water shadow has appeared. This sun's palm of overlapping waves already has some prototype of martial Tao's true meaning. Every blow can be superimposed with several levels of follow-up power. Each wave is stronger than the next, and it is difficult to resist with ordinary means. The waves crash against the shore. On the other side, a strong 5th grade punched Guyu's head and chest with both fists. This person made Shui Yuanzong's profound level body refining boxing technique Blue Sea listening to the waves. The fist is densely covered with breath, frighteningly green, and the texture is as hard as a reef. This punch hit the body, and the bones were broken. The 2 5th graders showed no mercy when they came up, ready to knock Guyu down with just one move. But I only heard 2 crisp sounds. Both 5th grades screamed and spun upside down, flying out. After landing, both of them had strip marks on their faces, and half of their gums were shattered. The long sword in Guyu's hand was not unsheathed. He just used the scabbard to replace his palm and slapped everyone in the mouth. The strength attribute of more than 2000 points is already about 5 times the strength of these 2 people. Absolute power crushing. Regardless of your deep internal strength and exquisite moves, you can directly suppress it with pure physical power. Everyone else was stunned. 1 6th grade turned into 2 5th grades in an instant. And he didn't use any special means at all, not even martial Tao's true intention. It's the simplest thing, slap you with a big mouth. What method is this? The body and strength of this 6th grader are so powerful? What the hell? Brothers, copycats. Several strong 5th grade men from the Golden Sword Martial Arts School drew out their swords and attacked aggressively. The swordsmanship of the Golden Sword Martial Arts School is fierce, and all of them are very powerful body-refining martial artists, and their strength is not weak. Bang 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 bang. Guyu swung out the scabbard again, and saw the scabbard flash like a whip, and someone screamed and flew backwards. My back molars were shattered all the way. A swollen face can recover, and a broken bone can heal in a few months. If this tooth is broken, it really won't grow back. Seriously, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Guyu's attacks were very measured, but they were enough to last a lifetime for these guys. Go and experience senior life in advance. Kui Cheng and Chi Inyu on the side were stunned. This is too fierce. Although Chi Inyu believed that Guyu could win, she didn't dare to think that it would be such an absolute crushing level. This level of pure power has far exceeded 5th grade and entered 4th grade. And in addition to powerful strength, it also implies exquisite swordsmanship, which can easily break through the flaws in the opponent's swordsmanship. It's like being slapped on the face with a casual blow, so relaxed and freehand. After all, Gu Yu has mastered the sword intent of many sword techniques and has various luck bonuses. How can the realm of swordsmanship be understood clearly by the ordinary 5th graders in these golden sword martial arts schools? Boy. Looking for death. Xiao Bai. Are you dead? Get in first. Yu Chongkong was a little angry. How could it be possible that a boy from 6th grade could have such terrifying power? He is a chi-refining martial artist, with a very crispy body. If you are approached by a powerful body refining like Gu Yu, you will be at your mercy. Let Xiao Bo, the body refining, go up first, and he will seize the opportunity to use remote output from behind. I'm afraid there is still a chance. Excuse me. Xiao Bai danced the 9-ringed golden sword and performed a cloak sword technique. He looks fierce and crazy, but he actually has his head wrapped around his body to protect his body. Mainly defensive, Gu Yu slapped in the face, not much desire to attack at all. Gu Yu glanced at the face of this dull, constipated guy. Innate luck, low-key and forbearing, purple, sword master, blue, loyal and loyal, black and green. Low-key and forbearing, lurking. He will not reveal his true goal easily. Sword technique master, a natural sword technique master who has his own understanding of sword techniques. Like a loyal trader, he looks like an honest and loyal person, but if he is allowed to rise to power, he will show his nature as a traitor. Tisk tisk tisk, it's an old yinbai. Gu Yu's 6th sense can feel that this guy hides his strength. If I really want to slap him in the face, I'm afraid it will cause some extra trouble, and I won't be able to solve it for a while. On the contrary, it may allow Yu Chongkong, the culprit, to escape. So Gu Yu directly gave up on Xiao Bai, and the two of them made a tacit understanding. Gu Yu borrowed the power of Xiao Bai's cloak sword skills. With a flash of movement, he rushed towards the scumbag Yu Chongkong. Death. Heavy Rain Pear Blossom Needle. With a distance of 2 feet, this is the best attack range for middle-grade chi-refining martial artist. At this distance, the other party has no time to react, and his consciousness is completely controllable. Dozens of long black water needles condensed in Yu Chongkong's hand, and they exploded towards Gu Yu at various angles like raindrops. This long black water needle is the same as the flying shuttle used by Elder Gord of Shui Yuan sect. Contains magnets and black iron sand, extremely sharp. Using Yu Chongkong's 5th grade upper level strength to fully stimulate him, it came very quickly. If an ordinary 6th grader were to deal with it, they would inevitably be beaten into a sieve, and they would not die but would have half a life left. The long sword in Gu Yu's hand is finally unsheathed. Swish, brush, brush. Nearly 100 sword energy denser than long needles crisscrossed, knocking down all the black water flying needles. Sword Chi Zong Hung. With the support of this blue luck, Gu Yu doesn't need to use any martial Dao's true meaning, he can just wave it with a sharp sword. These swords are about 2 to 3 feet long, which make up for the shortcomings of the body refining martial artist's inability to attack from a distance. It is an excellent way to restrain chi-refining martial artist. After easily defeating the Heavy Rain Pear Blossom Needle, it attacked Yu Chongkong like countless spears. Yu Chongkong couldn't react at all. He screamed and his clothes were completely torn. There were several blood marks on his handsome face, and his body was covered in cuts and bruises from the sword energy, showing signs of lingering. Gu Yu was very measured and ruthless in his actions. He knew that he could not kill Yu Chongkong here. That would definitely make the Shui Yuan sect people fight to the death. Even the elders of my family can't protect themselves. But the matter of a fellow disciple being stabbed out of one eye cannot just be forgotten. Therefore, 2 of Gu Yu's sword energy went towards Yu Chongkong's wrist accurately. Cut off the tendons of both his left and right hands. Even if he can recover and continue to use Tetsuji in the future, his hand skills will definitely deteriorate a lot. Some dexterous moves cannot be played at all, and the potential has been greatly reduced. The few remaining disciples of Shui Yuan sect were shocked when they saw Yu Chongkong being cut into a bloody man. They all said bitterly, "You kid is so cruel. Ask the elders for help. Don't let this kid get away." A series of loud arrows shot into the sky one after another. Qi Yinyu was not afraid of trouble, and came up to comfort him. "Junior brother Gu, don't be afraid, they were the ones who attacked my sect disciple first, and even blinded this junior brother's eyes. The elders of this sect will definitely deal with it impartially." Qi Yinyu's grandfather, Elder Qi, is the powerful elder of Tianyan sect. She is confident that she can protect junior brother Gu. At worst, they'll each play 50 boards. What's more, junior brother Gu defeated several 5th grade elites from Shui Yuan sect and Golden Sword Martial Arts School with 1 against 10, with overwhelming force. With such amazing strength, the top leaders of Tianyan sect are not fools. It was mostly a symbolic punishment, and then he was trained as a core disciple. Gu Yu was not panicked. He did not initiate this incident. It's just a punishment for those who broke the rules first. It still makes sense. However, just as everyone was waiting for the various elders and deacons to arrive and prepare their own speeches, something unexpected happened. A low, long roar, like a roar coming from the abyss of the earth, came from Longmen Mountain. The atmosphere in the entire mountain forest suddenly became depressing. It makes people feel breathless for a moment. It seems that the sky has become much darker. Some beasts that were hunted, covered in wounds, and already dying suddenly regained their fighting power and began to fight back desperately. Caught off guard, many disciples were bitten and scratched by wild beasts. All kinds of loud arrows shot into the sky, and critical situations appeared everywhere. The elders and deacons couldn't care less about the fight between Gu Yu and Yu Chongkong for a while. Zhong Shuheng and several other sect leaders looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. What was that roar? It definitely doesn't look like something that existed in Longmen Mountain before. Chapter 48. Although ferocious beasts gather near Longmen Mountain, super masters from the sect have also come to sweep them away. Just make sure it's not too excessive. Zhong Shuheng decisively took out the cloud-piercing arrow and shot it into the sky. With a sharp whooshing sound, an arrow shot into the sky and exploded like fireworks in the air. The cloud-piercing arrow is an enhanced version of the sounding arrow. Tianyan sect has a dedicated person responsible for observing it from a high platform. Once discovered, it will be like a beacon, one after another triggering cloud-piercing arrows to report the news. When nearby sect masters receive the message, they will come to the rescue as quickly as possible. The elders and masters of Shui Yuan sect, Golden Sword Martial Arts School, Chongfeng Escort Bureau, and Kuruo Temple have all activated their own sect's emergency reporting tools one after another. There are cloud-penetrating arrows, falcons, etc. The hellish demonic roar sounded again, and the entire jungle of Longmen Mountain shook. It seems like thousands of beasts are rushing out. Disciples of the Tianyan sect, listen to the order. Form and formation. Disciples of the Shui Yuan sect, listen to the order. All release the black water. Disciples of the Golden Sword Martial Arts School. Form a formation. Install the hilt of the sword. Disciples of the Chongfeng Escort Bureau. All mount up and wear blindfolds. Disciples of Kuruo Temple, hold sticks and form Arhat formation. Deacons from all sects mobilized urgently. In order to fight against hordes of bandits and rebels, disciples of each sect have undergone basic training in large-scale combat. It's time to act quickly. The disciples of Shui Yuan sect took out their water bags and gourds one after another, and poured wisps of black water on the ground. All the black water comes together to form a black fluid barrier. This is Shui Yuanzong's unique water control technique. It can be used both offensively and defensively, and is very powerful in group battles. The disciples of the Golden Sword Martial Arts School assembled the double-jointed long handles and formed the golden ring sword into the form of a guandao, which is more suitable for fighting in battle formations. The same goes for the disciples of the Chongfeng Escort Bureau. In the past, some of them removed the gun heads and wrapped them in cloth bags for the sake of convenience. At this time, they all reinstalled the bright silver gun heads, and at the same time put blindfolds on the horses to prevent the horses from being frightened when they saw the beast. The disciples of Kuruo Temple also raised their long sticks, chanted the Buddha's name, and stood ready. Speaking of which, the formation of the Tianyan sect's disciples fighting in groups was more chaotic. Body refining martial artists stood in the front row carrying various long and short weapons. Chi refining martial artists like Chi Yunyu stand at the back and can perform remote output. More than 1,000 people had just finished setting up their formation, when various large and small beasts rushed out of the dense forest. These beasts are bigger and faster than the ones everyone hunted just now. Even more crazy. The number is several times more than before. Without a moment's pause, the two fronts were already fighting together. It's purely a life and death fight between different species. Soon, the smell of blood filled the entire jungle. Following waves of slow and heavy footsteps, a huge creature walked out of the forest. Guyu, who was in the front row of the formation, strangling the beast with his sword energy, almost exclaimed, "Oh my god, Tyrannosaurus Rex! This thing has an extremely terrifying size and looks somewhat similar to a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He is probably over 10 meters tall and weighs at least a dozen tons. This monster is definitely not a normal living creature. Its body is also inlaid with traces of other beasts." It was as if dozens of various beasts were devouring, biting, and merging together. You have me, I have you. It looks extremely scary. Weird. Guyu has also heard of strange legends in this world, but this is the first time he has seen it with his own eyes. And the first time we met, it was a big one. Each weird body shape and ability are different, and the weird direction is also different. But once something strange appears, it usually requires an expert to handle it. Ordinary martial Dao methods are no longer effective. Seeing the appearance of this huge monster, the disciples of all sects began to panic, and many of them were so frightened that their legs weakened. Elder Zhong Shuheng had a serious face and said to the elders of various sects around him, "Old fellows, how about joining forces to stop this monster for a moment or three? Otherwise, if we let this guy charge, the disciples will be in trouble. Do you dare?" The elder Gord of Shuiyuan sect is called Zhang Yu. Although he is somewhat at odds with Tianyan sect. But at this time, he also sneered and said, "What dare you? I can go on my own." After saying that, he floated forward with a gourd on his back, absorbing a large amount of black water by the way, and formed an armor made of black water on his body. All kinds of spikes kept coming out of his body, and he charged into the beasts like a giant sea urchin. Old Ghost Zhang is so arrogant. The leader of the Golden Sword Martial Arts School is the deputy director Ao Chengai. He is huge and has disheveled hair. Carrying two huge golden knives on his shoulders, he also swaggered into the group of beasts. "Let me test this thing's eyesight." Li Julan, the deputy chief of the Chongfeng Escort Agency, also grabbed the horse's belly and jumped out. "It's so good. A few of us can resist for a while." The 3 third-grade leading Zen masters, Kuzi, Kyud, and Kawai from Kuruo Temple, also exuded a faint golden light and chased the other third-grade out. This time, in order to successfully suppress the danger of going crazy, 3 third-graders came to Kuruo Temple. They are all glowing with a faint golden light, which shows that the Vajra Indestructible Hengqing practice has been practiced to the level of great accomplishment or above. "Okay. I'll go there soon." Zhong Shuheng led the 2 third-grade deacons from Tianyan sect and quickly followed him. The group of people were all masters of the upper 3 grades. They easily broke through the harassment of various ferocious beasts and quickly fought their way towards the strange thing. Li Julan from the Chongfeng Escort Agency was the fastest and ran to Weird's side in a flash. Going around the Weird circle, making all kinds of death-defying provocations to attract the Weird attention. I saw the strange but unmoved horse. It didn't follow the horse's movements with its head, but continued to move forward slowly. However, if you look closely, you can see that the eyeballs of various beasts embedded in the strange body are constantly tracking the movements of the horses. Suddenly, Li Julan, who had walked around behind the weird one, suddenly felt a vibration in his senses, and felt a numbness in his scalp. I saw a monster embedded on the weird back actually popped out, and after landing, it crawled towards Li Julan very quickly. It looked like half a crocodile, its legs crawled very fast, and it was near the horse's legs in the blink of an eye. This weird thing can actually use this method to attack remotely. Li Julan was so frightened that he quickly clamped the horse's belly, used the art of riding the horse, and ran away at high speed. Brush! A flying shuttle pinned the half of the crocodile to the ground. It was the black water flying shuttle of Calabash Elder Zhang Yu. Fire Dragon Break! Elder Zhong Shuheng also completed the Qi gathering under the protection of several others, and unleashed his third-grade Qi refining martial artist's full blow. Tianyan Sect Heaven Level Qi Refining Martial Skill Sky Fire Burning City Palm. Chapter 49. A violent inner breath shaped like a raging flame spurted out from his palm, about 5 feet long and as thick as a bucket. It was like a fire dragon spraying towards that weird thing. This is not Tianyan, but the unique fire attribute inner breath of Tianyan sect. It also has a certain burning power and poses a certain threat to the weird. Boom boom boom. The inner flames were like being fired from a flamethrower, burning on the strange body, and there were faint wails of various ferocious beasts. But after a while, Zhong Shuheng used up all his moves and restrained his internal strength. The meridians in his body were already extremely hot and he urgently needed a breath of relief. The inner breath flames on Weird's body also quickly extinguished. I saw that the strange places were burnt black, as if a candle was being baked, and various drops of black blood were constantly dripping. But he didn't seem to suffer any fatal injuries. Whoosh whoosh! Several small monsters suddenly spurted out from Wei Wei's body again, running towards Zhong Shuheng. Kill! Aochengai brandished a pair of golden swords. 3 bronze elders of Kuruo Temple are arranged in a row. The other 2 Tianyan sect body refining martial artists also used their weapons. Several people protected Zhong Shuheng in the middle, giving him a chance to regain his strength and regain his strength. When his meridians recovered, he could use the next flaming dragon break. Everyone knows that in the face of weirdness, ordinary physical attacks no longer have much effect and are just a waste of energy. It's impossible to kill weirdness. Only the Qi refining attack that is integrated with spiritual thoughts can deal a certain amount of damage. Only Zhong Shuheng's Sky Flame Palm and Zhang Yu's Black Water Flying Shuttle had some effect among those present. This weird thing is currently showing momentum, and its combat power is probably between 2nd grade and 1st grade. Several 3rd grade sieges can only have a little delaying effect. If you want to truly kill, you have to wait for the 1st grade master, preferably the Flame Master, to arrive. Zhang Yu did not take action easily. An extremely sharp giant shuttle was condensing around him. He was waiting for the opportunity, waiting for Zhong Shuheng's heavenly flame palm to consume this weirdness and create an effective flaw, so that he could kill with one strike. This weird guy didn't seem to be in a hurry to rush into the crowd and fight. It seems that he is still somewhat interested in the 3rd grades in front of him. Occasionally, he would release a few weird little monsters embedded in his body to sneak attack, as if he was playing. However, the black blood dripping from its body has begun to invade the ground, gradually connecting together to form a sticky network. There were some small pools of water on the ground. After coming into contact with the black blood drops, they were quickly assimilated and connected together. As the slime gathered and approached, Zhong Shuheng and several other 3rd grades also noticed the threat and began to retreat continuously, not daring to easily test the properties of this sticky black blood. The black blood mucus seemed to have some kind of consciousness, stretching out in all directions. When it encountered some dead beasts, it wrapped them up and dragged them back to form new mosaic monsters. Everyone immediately realized that if the black blood on this strange body came into contact with the defense line that was strangling the beast in front, that was when the nightmare really began. There were a lot of beast carcasses piled up there. Once wrapped, swallowed, and embedded in this black blood mucus. This weird figure will only get bigger and bigger, and its strength will gradually increase to several levels that third grade is completely unable to cope with. Did the first grade master of the sect arrive first and kill it, or did Weird come into contact with the pile of beast corpses first, surge in strength and strangle everyone present? Zhong Shuheng and other third graders were starting to feel a little afraid to even think about it. As for running away, that would only allow Weird to come into contact with hundreds of thousands of corpses faster, leading to an unimaginable disaster. These disciples may be able to escape a lot, but what about the people of Mang County behind them? They really didn't expect that hunting and killing ferocious beasts to open up living space for the people would seem to be the ultimate backlash from the ferocious beasts. Such a weird thing happened. I really don't know what to do now. However, in Guyu's eyes, all this is another story. His eyes were full of expectation, and he even couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart. Looking at that weird thing, his features became more and more delicate. It's not because Guyu has any special XP, but through the panel, he has seen this weird data. Name, Blood-devouring Stitch Monster. Level 80. Introduction, the guardian boss of the blood-devouring tomb. It can control other living creatures with the fusion of poisonous blood and integrate it into itself, and its strength will continue to accumulate as a result, thus breaking through the existing level. This weird thing is the guardian boss of a certain copy. Just like Yin Kang Song, this big guy also escaped from the scope of the dungeon for some reasons and ran outside to wreak havoc. The existence of this boss means there is a copy nearby. Guyu is not interested in clearing the level, completing the last copy required for job transfer, and getting excessive job transfer rewards. He just wants to solve the current crisis. I don't know when the first grade masters will arrive. Whether Elder Zhong Shuheng and the other third graders can survive until then is unknown. If the third grade elders cannot hold on, the number of casualties among fellow sects may soar. Thinking of this, Guyu was heartbroken and rushed, saying to senior sister Chi behind him, "Senior sister, I have a way to deal with this weird thing. We need to leave the team immediately. You guys hold on." Chi Yunyu said anxiously, "I'll go with you." "No. It's too dangerous to go here. Be obedient." Having said that, Guyu burst out with a powerful sword intent, and hundreds of sword energy suddenly burst out in front of him, easily cutting a bloody path. The strength of his body exploded with all his strength, and with a kick of his legs, he bounced off the ground like a cannonball. After the whole person broke into the beast's front line. When Chi Yunyu saw Guyu's amazing explosive power, she immediately realized that following him was just a burden, so she immediately gave up the idea of following him. At this time, Deacon He Taegzun, who was supervising this section of the defense line, saw Guyu leaving the team and said angrily, "Guyu, an outer disciple, escaped from the battle line for no reason. He should be executed if found guilty." Chi Yunyu quickly explained to Guyu, "Deacon He, when you escape, you always run to the back, how can you rush into the enemy's formation? Guyu is trying to find a way to solve this weird thing. Don't cause trouble." You. Deacon He was furious for a while, but a little speechless. Indeed, he was charging into the battle, how could he run away? He also recognized that Chi Yunyu was the granddaughter of Elder Chi. Even after swallowing his breath, he shouted to the others, everyone else should keep their positions and no more unauthorized actions are allowed. Guyu rushed into the rear of the beast group alone, and immediately became the target of many beasts, all of them rushed towards him. Just after running for a while, the speed slowed down obviously. One person's strength is really weak when facing all kinds of crazy beasts. "Senior brother Gu. Let me help you." The saving monk who was defending nearby realized that it was Guyu who rushed out and fell into the group of beasts again. immediately burst out his own terrifying power. His fists were like fountains and he was physically opening the way like crazy. He rushed to Guyu's side in a few seconds, and the two of them joined forces with sword energy and iron fists. The advancement speed is much faster. At this time, the two men's behavior of rushing into the beast group in reverse direction has attracted the attention of many people. In the midst of his busy schedule, Zhong Shuheng also turned around and took a look, a little confused as to what these two guys were trying to do. But looking at their methods, they are indeed much better than ordinary 5th grade disciples, and they don't need help from others for the time being. On another section of the front, brothers Rong Fei and Rong Yu from the Chongfeng Escort Bureau also noticed the situation here. Rong Yu asked curiously, "Brother, it's those two people again, the big monk and the sword-wielding boy. Are they trying to stand out?" Rong Fei shook his head and said, "No way. Both of these two people are cautious and low-key, and they cannot take such risks just to steal the limelight. There must be some conspiracy. Let's go, our Chongfeng Escort Bureau won't lose to them either." "Okay. Let's play with them." Chapter 50. The Rong brothers rushed out at the same time, waving their spears like a whirlwind. The art of riding a horse is originally a military formation martial art. The speed of driving a horse is much faster than that of body skills. After several ups and downs, I have caught up with Guyu and Jui. The four of them worked together, and each of them lost another point of pressure. Guyu was a little surprised. He could understand that the saving monk would come to help. But the fact that the Rong brothers also came to help surprised him, and he asked curiously, "Why are you here too?" Rong Fei smiled heartily and said, "How can I just let you guys steal the show? Of course I want to share the pie." Rong Yu also smiled and said, "Me too. Tell me, how to kill? What's the culprit?" Time was running out. Guyu said straight away, "There should be a secret realm near here, you guys help me fight to clear away. I went to look for the place where the weird thing came from. I have some unique secret skills. If I find the secret realm, I am 60% sure to solve this weird thing. Haha, just open a way, this matter is easy to handle." "Second brother, how about we use that killing method?" "Brother, are you talking about the spinner tornado?" "Nature." Rong Yu dexterously turned the horse's head, looking at each other head to tail with Rong Fei's horse. Driven by the special skills of the two people, the two horses ran forward to the right, just like the Tai Chi Yin and Yang fish. The two horses started chasing each other tail by tail. The two men flicked their left hands and stretched out their spears. Their horse riding skills were pushed to the extreme. It spun and rushed out like a tornado. This small tornado composed of a pair of iron cavalry also extended two sharp spears. Wherever it went, it was like a tornado. Stir up the beast that rushes forward into a bloody mess. This kind of martial arts battle formation charging technique is really extremely effective when used against groups of ferocious beasts. Jui helped the rear and tidied up some scattered beasts that rushed up from behind. His indestructible Vajra is not afraid of the bites of ferocious beasts at all. When he feels that a ferocious beast is coming, he won't even turn his head. Punch directly towards the back, and one punch can send a tiger, leopard, and jackal flying backwards screaming. Now Guyu is relaxed. He only needs to use his body skills with all his strength and follow the tornado of the cavalry in front. Under the protection of three people, they rushed through the area with the densest concentration of beasts in a short time. "Be careful when you go back." Guyu said a word and dodged into the dense forest. The Rong brothers don't seem to be interested in Secret Realm, and the saving monk has no idea about it. The three of them fought back the same way. Before leaving, Guyu turned around and glanced at the panels of the Rong brothers. He was pressed for time and had no time to take a closer look. People who intuitively feel that both of them are generous. If there is a chance in the future, we can make some friends. With the help of supernormal sixth senses, Guyu easily identified the footsteps left by the weird one when it ran out. Following along, he soon came to a huge cave. The cave is gloomy and dark, with the cold air constantly gushing out. This is where the dungeon is. That weird thing is the level 80 boss. The level of this copy should be similar, and the difficulty is not low. However, with the golden luck bonus of 10 life monster cat, it can be said that Guyu is much safer inside the dungeon than outside. Anyway, you can resurrect 10 times, but you are afraid of balls. Guyu stepped into the cave with his head held high. You have entered the level 80 copy of Bloody Burial Ground. Introduction to the copy: the ancestor of the ancient beast dragon fell and died here. The remains have long been taken away by unknown powerful people, and only a small amount of the blood of the ancestor is left here. With the infiltration of moisture over tens of thousands of years, a very small amount has melted and been mixed into the surrounding water. The beasts that can withstand the blood of this demonic dragon continue to devour and fuse with each other, forming the guardian boss here, the blood-devouring suture monster. Tips for passing the level: you don't need to kill the blood-devouring suture monster with your own hands. You only need to fuse a drop of the blood of the demonic dragon ancestor to pass the level. After that, you can take back the small amount of ancestral blood remaining on the blood-devouring stitch monster, and the guardian boss will disintegrate on its own. Pass-through reward: you can get a drop of the true blood of the demonic dragon ancestor. Your energy and blood can be restored by 1% of the total amount every second. Hiss. It doesn't seem good to let yourself fuse with the blood of the ancestor of the demonic dragon? Guyu tried to consult the system. After fusion, you won't be controlled by the ancestor of the demon dragon, right? Tip: after tens of thousands of years, the spirituality in monster blood has long been erased. It has become a spiritual object and there is no danger of being controlled. By refining this blood drop through the blood transformation method, you will receive a considerable improvement and have the opportunity to break through to the 5th grade blood transformation level. Note: this is not something that an ordinary body can easily bear. When Guyu was lying down a few days ago, he also went to Sutra Pavilion to study several classics. From 6th grade to 5th grade, finding the right blood transformation spiritual object is the key. Every step of the body refining martial artist's practice actually adds some material and energy to the mortal body that does not exist originally. This is the role of spiritual objects, and the physical body will become stronger step by step because of this. This drop of blood from the ancestor of the demonic dragon seems to be a very good blood transformation spiritual object. Going down layer by layer in the cave, I didn't encounter any other monsters along the way. If you want to come here, with the pressure of the demon dragon's blood drops, other beasts will not dare to come in. Without any dangerous spiritual sensations along the way, Guyu finally reached the bottom. This is a cave formed by groundwater erosion. The cave is quite spacious, with some fluorescent crystals and plants on the rock walls providing a little light. When I reached the end of the cave, I saw a small altar made of white bones. A drop of slightly colorful light red teardrop-shaped crystal was quietly suspended in mid-air. Is this the drop of blood from the ancestor of the demon dragon? Guyu relied on the observer's eye and sixth sense to investigate and found no danger. Then he walked up to the altar and fished out the colorful tear crystals. Item: blood drops of the demonic dragon ancestor. Level 85. Introduction: a drop of blood tears shed by the ancestor of the demon dragon when he died. Its spirituality has been erased by the years, but it is still the supreme grade spiritual object of blood transformation. Guyu was silent for a moment, raised his head, opened his mouth, and directly flicked the colorful tear crystal into his mouth. In the entrance, the top note is a bit cold, and the middle note, feels like it's going to explode. Guyu imitated Yao Huangqin's tone, but he hasn't tasted the final note yet. I already feel as if there is explosive energy surging everywhere in my body. I can't catch it at all. Oh no, this is really poisonous. What kind of bullshit spiritual creature? After a while, Guyu felt that the flesh and blood all over his body had been contaminated by the ancestor's blood, and he had become that weird person. After the flesh and blood all over his body turned into sticky black blood, it completely dissolved into a puddle. Bye. Tip: you can still be resurrected 9 times today. Guyu turned into a shadow, suspended under the altar. The drop of colorful tear crystal has returned to its original shape and is still hanging in place. It seems that although this thing has the effect of blood transformation, it is indeed not something that ordinary people can withstand. Guyu looked at the panel and saw that there were still 11,000 rays of luck, so he clicked on the upgrade behind Ice Spirit Body, Blue, Luck. Ice Spirit Body can increase physical fitness, and also has strong poison resistance and negative resistance. It is Guyu's only physical luck type currently. If this luck can't be sustained after being upgraded to purple, it will be a bit tricky. Upgrade. Congratulations! Your innate luck, Ice Spirit Body, Blue, has been upgraded to Ice Mysterious Body, Purple. Frozen Mysterious Body, you have a super strong physique with ice attributes, and you can practice ice-based techniques to make great strides. You are extremely compatible with all kinds of ice-attributed spiritual beings. You can withstand extremely cold environments, are not afraid of most ice attacks, and are immune to most poisons and negative effects. Your inner breath has its own freezing and frostbite effects. Your constitution plus 2000. Chapter 51. Great. Purple luck is indeed very powerful. Not to mention the other effects, just the 2,000 point increase in physical attributes is already worth the price of admission. Guyu glanced at the panel, and his energy and blood surged to about 100,000 points in one breath. The internal interest rate is also nearly 80,000 points. This wave of combat power is soaring like crazy. The strength level has also been raised to the peak of 6th grade in one fell swoop, spanning more than half of the grades. Come again. With a thought in Guyu's mind, the nihilistic figure after resurrection gradually solidified and appeared. Then he swooped forward, opened his mouth and swallowed the colorful tear crystals. Gilu. I seem to feel a lot better this time, and the 2000 points of physical attributes are not in vain. For the time being, there was no feeling of being so hot that it was about to explode, and the body was not eroded by blood drops and turned into that weird, sticky puddle of black blood. However, the refining speed is a bit slow. And as it refines itself, monster blood increases the coldness in the body. The whole person was gradually frozen, and the body was covered with white frost visible to the naked eye, like a snowman. The cold attribute of this monster blood seems to be too strong. When combined with my own ice physique, it is a bit too much. If it were before upgrading to frozen mysterious body, Guyu wouldn't be able to withstand this level of extreme cold, and would have been frozen into a popsicle. Guyu suddenly remembered the scene where he and Ji Qingying faced palm cultivation in the hot spring. Somewhat similar to this time. Guyu quickly activated his Perfection Realm's Yang Yang Cone. Although the level of this skill is not very high, it is an orthodox Yang attribute skill. Under full operation, bits and pieces of scorching inner breath are constantly emitted, dissolving the cold and cold air in the whole body. After a while, Guyu felt that his condition was getting better. Not only did the coldness dissipate and the frost on his body melted. The speed of refining colorful tear crystals has also been greatly increased. However, Guyu can also feel that after the colorful tear crystal senses the burning inner breath. Changes also occurred, gradually turning from yin to yang, and began to emit various scorching energies, which were continuously integrated into the blood in the body. You are so good at blood and tears, the ancestor of the demonic dragon. You are very good at playing. If I am cold, you will be cold. If I am hot, you will be even hotter. If you don't believe it, I can't cure you. Guyu's mind is running very fast, excellent understanding luck is constantly exerting its effect. It seemed as if a large number of neurons were lighting up at the same time in his brain, making him understand all kinds of things and open up his imagination. After practicing double cultivation with Ji Qingying before, he also studied Ji Qing Ying's internal training Hanyu Gong. I found that this method does have many similarities with Yin Yang Gong. The roots of some meridians. They reflect each other like mirror images in the human body. These two skills are most likely split from one powerful internal skill, specifically adapted to different physiques. The inner breath produced by the two exercises can be seamlessly connected and will not damage the meridians of the other method. At this time, Gu Yu discovered that the colorful tear crystals have strange properties and are unstable in cold and heat, and he couldn't help but have many inspirations. After an epiphany, the two internal skills of Yin Yang Kong and Han Jade Kong have been cleverly connected into a set of exercises. Not completely integrated, but seamlessly connected. As the blood in the body incorporates a large amount of special energy from the colorful tear crystals, it begins to warm up continuously. Gu Yu will run the improved Hanyu Gong to continuously lower the body temperature. When the colorful tear crystals begin to transform and release a large amount of cold energy, Gu Yu started to use the improved Yan Yang Kong again, which kept raising his body temperature. These two sets of exercises are not merged into one set of exercises, but they are practiced alternately in a cyclical manner. Therefore, Gu Yu named it bipolar reversal of cold Yang Kong. With this set of exercises, the speed of refining colorful tear crystals has indeed been greatly increased. And it can adapt well to the anomaly effect of colorful tear crystals, which are unstable in cold and heat. Soon, most of the foreign substances and energy in the tear crystal had been completely refined. But there are still a few unknown substances remaining, flowing in Gu Yu's blood. Gu Yu felt that his internal strength could no longer refine these things. However, due to the presence of these impurities, the blood began to coagulate continuously and the body gradually became stiff. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before he becomes a slow-moving, lifeless living dead. Done. This one hung up again. Before his body became completely stiff, Gu Yu punched and broke his heart. Reopen. Hint. You can still be resurrected 8 times today. The golden luck of 10 destined monster cat is quite awesome. Gu Yu turned into a phantom again, floating in the cave. He cupped his chin and pondered. The failure in the end was due to the unknown substances that could not be refined. In essence, they were still poisons. My own frozen mystical body can already deal with most toxins. But in the face of this strange poison that does not belong to this world, it still cannot be resolved by itself. What should I do? It's all over. If we can't solve this problem, won't we have to enter Basehan and return empty-handed? Gu Yu remembered again that when he read the preliminary interpretation of the Medicine King Sutra, there was a record in the book. For any poisonous spiritual object, there must be a corresponding antidote within 10 steps. Nowadays, these colorful tear crystals are considered spiritual objects. Isn't there an antidote nearby that can restrain them? He quickly showed his body and searched around the altar. Unfortunately, there was no grass growing on the altar, not even a hair around it. Suddenly, a trace of water flow attracted Gu Yu's attention. It is water droplets that are constantly seeping down from the cave. Occasionally when the amount is large, some of it will flow along the edge of the altar. Merge into a low-lying area next to it, and walk along the low-lying area for a few steps. You can see a black pool exuding a cold air. At the edge of the pool, several small green mosses the size of fingernails that are incompatible with the surrounding environment are growing stubbornly. Gu Yu quickly used the observer's eye to check. Item name, Dragon Blood Moss. Level 80. Introduction. The spiritual creature nourished by the water vapor soaked in the blood of the ancestor of the demon dragon took tens of thousands of years to grow into such a few small plants. It is highly poisonous and will kill you immediately if you take it. However, if blood coagulation and body stiffness are caused by the demonic dragon ancestral blood, taking it can activate qi and blood circulation, and the symptoms will be relieved immediately. Good guy. This is it. Gu Yu carefully used his clothes to support him and scraped off these small plants of moss. We came to the altar of colorful tear crystals again. It only takes 3 things, I will definitely win you this time. I swallow it. This time Guyu was familiar with the road, first using the bipolar reversal of cold yang cone to refine it repeatedly. Soon the colorful tear crystals were completely integrated into the blood. Sure enough, the last impurity caused the blood to coagulate again. Guyu quickly drank a handful of dragon blood moss. A burning and boiling feeling surged throughout the body, and the blood condensation phenomenon improved instantly. The strange substances brought by taking dragon blood moss and the last impurities restrain each other and become harmless. Dissolved in Guyu's blood. Guyu's body was finally completely refined and absorbed the blood drops of the demonic dragon ancestor. The blood in the body seems to have not changed much, but in fact it is fundamentally different from before. Guyu felt his breath expand rapidly. The qi and blood of the whole body are constantly transforming between hot and cold states. Powerful energy continuously emerges from the blood and merges into his danshan. The inner breath is also growing continuously. Wait until the inner breath is completely stable. Guyu found that he had entered the 5th grade blood transformation level. Congratulations! You have successfully smelted the blood drop of the demonic dragon ancestor, and you have passed the level. You receive the following reward: 1 drop of the true blood of the demonic dragon ancestor X10. Innate luck, bloody self-sufficiency, purple. 1000 strands of luck X10. Self-sufficient blood and energy. When you are not satisfied with your energy and blood, you can recover 10% of your maximum energy and blood per second. Chapter 52. Done. If you pass the level successfully, you will still get 10 times the reward. The true blood of the demonic dragon ancestor obtained at this time is also different from the blood drops refined before. The drop that was refined before was a mixture of blood and tears. The reward you get now is the pure blood of the demonic dragon ancestor. Not only is it more pure, but it also has different characteristics. If these 10 drops are completely refined, they can easily surpass the limit of 5th grade blood transformation and break through to the 4th grade level. In addition, the dungeon reward of 1% blood return per second, after being amplified 10 times by Fortune Multiplier. It is given in the form of innate luck, which can restore 10% of the maximum blood volume every second. Guyu broke through the level at this time, and his attributes have grown again. The basic physical constitution has reached 1200 points, plus the 2000 points of frozen mysterious body bonus. With a physical constitution of 3200 points, the Qi and Blood Emperor is already close to 130,000. This improvement can be said to be quite terrifying. The health bar is much thicker than before. In addition, self-sufficiency of blood can now bring nearly 13,000 points of health recovery every second. You can now continue to use the blood-burning burst skill brought by Dragon Elephant Wrath without any damage. 813 and the percentage blood return effect of self-sufficient blood is also very abnormal. Facing any attack in the future, if it is not enough saturation or crushing or burst damage, it is difficult to cause substantial and effective injuries to Guyu. 10% recovery per second, small damage. All you need to do is take a breather and take a walk, and your blood will be back to full in the blink of an eye. I also received an additional 10,000 strands of luck power, and I can upgrade my luck power. At this point, Guyu's job transfer task is finally completed. Congratulations! You have cleared 5 dungeons and completed the job transfer task. Your level has been simultaneously upgraded to level 41. Do you want to check the rewards now? Previously, Guyu's level had been stuck at the level 3090% threshold. Now he has completed the job transfer task. It automatically synchronized with the Martial Deo level and was upgraded to level 41, corresponding to the Martial Deo level that the 5th grade in this world first entered. Check out the rewards. Congratulations on the successful job transfer. You can get a new red luck, or upgrade any existing luck. Look at the new red luck. Congratulations! You got innate luck. Many children, many blessings. Red. Many children, many blessings. For each additional descendant you have, you will receive a 10-point attribute bonus. If you reach 10 people, 100 people, 1000 people, etc., you can also get more additional rewards. Guyu. What means? Guyu pinched his eyebrows. This luck is a bit beyond expectations. I have been in this world for nearly 20 years. Judging from the various information available, this world as a whole is in an environment that is slightly higher than pure martial arts. It can barely reach the world of high and low martial arts. Even the average lifespan of a martial artist is not high. The lifespan of various first-grade masters is only more than 100 years old. I have never heard of anyone who has lived over 200 years old and is still jumping around. As for the super masters, the information is limited and unclear at the moment. If you play many children, many blessings in this environment with a low average life expectancy, your whip will break. The income obtained may not be as high as clearing a few more copies. Therefore, Guyu blinked. When I said look at the new luck, I didn't mean that I should choose the new luck. Now that I have finished reading it, I choose to upgrade an existing luck. Number yen % number at yen. Ask the host to select an existing luck that needs to be upgraded. Fortunately, the system accepted Guyu's little mischief very elegantly and tolerantly. There is no need to hesitate, go straight to the biggest one. You have to rely on your own luck to upgrade, but you don't know when you will have to wait. I choose to upgrade Fortune Multiplier. Congratulations! Your innate luck Fortune Multiplier, red, has been upgraded to Ze Bei Kangsheng, orange red. Ze Bei Kangsheng, not only do you have blessings that far exceed common sense, but you can also illuminate the world with your blessings. If this world can survive the darkness, your kindness will be remembered by the world. Your dungeon clearing reward is increased to 30 times. Teammates who enter the dungeon with you will receive 3 times the dungeon rewards. You can temporarily increase the number of people admitted to the dungeon by 10 times. Looking at the new luck on the panel that is blood red and shining with gilded light, I feel a little excited. Speaking of which, the red luck from Fortune Multiplier did play a core engine role when I entered the dungeon on my own. Without this red luck, various rewards would only be 1/10 of what they are now, and they would not be able to grow so fast. Take the current method of clearing the blood-devouring burial ground dungeon as an example. If I didn't have the 10-life monster cat golden luck that increased by 10 times, I could be resurrected 10 times in the dungeon without any damage. It is simply impossible to pass the levels so smoothly and quickly. If you die once, you won't dare to try again today, you can only wait until tomorrow. If we really wait until tomorrow, Elder Zhong Shuheng and other fellow disciples outside may have already been confused. And now I have obtained a more advanced version of this luck, with 30 times the reward. Brushing more copies will help you grow faster. And now you have the ability to take teammates flying. Although it is only a 3-fold increase, it will accumulate after completing a few more copies. The benefits are still considerable. After Guyu finished choosing luck, the system continued to give other rewards. Congratulations on your successful job transfer. You also received the following rewards. Your basic attributes are doubled. You have obtained your own exclusive copy Time House. You can already open the world copy. Time House, a functional copy that is exclusive to you, allowing you to perform some timeline synchronization and other functional operations when entering other world copies. You have gained 100,000 rays of luck. You have gained the ability to fuse luck. With a certain amount of luck, you can fuse 3 lucks of the same color to get a higher level of luck. Tip: the next job transfer requires level 60, and you also need to clear a dungeon to complete the job transfer. Please keep up the good work and wish you a happy life. There is no time to look at the detailed information of Time Cabin, World Dungeon or Fusion Luck. I didn't even have time to take a look at the rapidly increasing attributes on the panel. Gu Yu broke out at his fastest speed and rushed back at full speed. At this time, Gu Yu was able to sense the strange existence outside through the blood connection of the demon dragon's ancestor blood. You can even feel that the strength of this thing is expanding rapidly. It seems that it has broken through the entanglement of several third-grade elders and successfully advanced to the defense line of beast corpses. Begin to absorb various beasts that have just been killed, and continuously integrate them to increase their strength. If this monster breaks through level 80 and reaches first grade, the situation will not be good. When the time comes, Gu Yu, the refiner of the blood drops of the ancestor of the demon dragon. It may not be possible to easily clean up this first grade level of weirdness. Let's get rid of this thing first. At this time, the defense lines of Yin Yangxia and other sect disciples were already in chaos. A moment ago, the Weird One seemed to have lost patience and interest in several third-grade elders. Zhong Shuheng's heavenly flame palm was unable to cause any real damage at all. It just caused this weird thing to continuously bleed out black blood, which in turn accelerated its expansion. After Gourd Elder Zhang Yu gathered all his strength, he took advantage of Zhong Shuheng's opportunity to breathe out fire. I tried my best to shoot a shuttle, but it also burst into the weird eyeballs and brains like the bear. But after a while, the weird thing didn't have any adverse reactions. It can be seen that it is not controlled by the brain of a living creature. Elder Zhang Yu felt that his spiritual connection with the black water shuttle view was constantly disintegrating. Finally lost control of the black water shuttle. The spiritual thoughts were completely consumed by this weird substance. Puff! Elder Zhang Yu spat out a mouthful of old blood and shouted miserably, "No, retreat quickly." Before he finished speaking, the weird 0.8 actually sprayed out several small black water shuttles, and attached a large amount of black blood mucus. This power is much weirder than spraying out a small beast. It's so sharp that even the several horizontal Vajra refiners from Kuruo Temple didn't dare to attack it head-on. Several third-grade elders had no choice but to retreat. As the obstruction receded, Weird began to take steps, a little faster, and charged towards the front line of defense. Retreat! Retreat first! Elder Zhong Shuheng knew that the situation was over, and if he tried to stop him forcefully, he would only harm the Emperor's backbone disciples of the sect. For the time being, it is best to retreat while fighting, delay appropriately, and hope that the masters of the sect will arrive as soon as possible. Disciples of the Chongfeng Escort Agency. Take your bow and guerrilla to harass the enemy. Hold it for a while and protect the other sects from retreating. Li Julan of the Chongfeng Escort Bureau is very righteous. He knows that only the disciples of the Chongfeng Escort Bureau rely on the skills of horse riding and archery. You can fight and retreat at the same time, delaying the time, and then everyone will have a chance to survive. If the people from the Chongfeng Escort Bureau escaped on horseback first, the remaining sect disciples would probably have to face bad luck. This is a huge loss. When the time comes, Chongfeng Escort Bureau will no longer have to hang out in other sect counties. Chapter 53. Weird rushed into the pile of corpses of various ferocious beasts, with black blood spurting out from all over his body. Soon it was submerged and covered a large area, and it began to swallow and absorb continuously. Various dead beasts were partially dissolved by the black blood, and the remaining parts were dragged back and superimposed on the strange body. The weird size is constantly increasing. Zhong Shuheng and other elders with some discernment all screamed inwardly, this weird thing is obviously using the corpses of beasts to upgrade. Even though it doesn't seem to be interested in humans now. If it breaks through to the first grade, I'm afraid it will start a killing spree. However, several elders have no idea at all now. He had to cover the disciples while dealing with the chasing beasts, while retreating in an orderly manner. It's impossible for a few old guys to really go up and give it a try. At this time, Gu Yu had already popped up from the forest not far away. Seeing that the situation was not too bad, Gu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and it was not too late. After several ups and downs, he had already jumped behind Weird. All the eyes on Weird's body moved back at the same time, staring at Guyu. It's like discovering a great food and supplement. That weird thing was originally half dead, relying on the control of the blood of the demonic dragon ancestor. Instinctively absorbing more beast corpses containing the blood of demonic dragons. But after seeing Guyu, those tiny residues are no longer important. If Guyu can absorb the blood of the demonic dragon ancestor, Weird can be promoted to first grade immediately. The weird body began to stretch excitedly, as if countless limbs of flesh and blood had grown, slowly stretching towards Guyu. What? Are you interested in me? What about this? Guyu turned his hand and took out a drop of pure blood of the demonic dragon ancestor, shaking it in front of Weird's eyes. Is this more fragrant? Weird suddenly trembled all over his body, and all the beasts on his body opened their mouths and let out terrifying roars. At an unprecedented speed, he rushed towards Guyu crazily, trying to swallow him up. I'll wipe it, are you in such a hurry? Guyu was startled. His movements had been quite slow before this strange thing. As soon as I saw the true blood of the ancestor, it suddenly burst out like a chicken blood. Guyu quickly took the real blood into his arms and led the weirdo towards the depths of the mountain forest. In the midst of his busy schedule, he clicked on his own panel and clicked upgrade behind the luck of body as light as a swallow. It's important to save your life, and you need to add some agility attributes. Anyway, I just obtained 110,000 strands of luck, so I have plenty of money. Congratulations! Your innate luck light as a swallow, blue, has been upgraded to move like a swimming dragon, purple. Move like a swimming dragon, you are extremely agile and move as dexterously and freely as a real dragon swimming in the water. Your agility attribute plus 2000. You have obtained the skill that comes with luck, Dragon Walk. Wandering Dragon Magic Steps. Using this strange footwork, you can transform into several blindfold clones in a short time. Use the clones to quickly escape in all directions. After one breath, you can choose any clone to be your entity to manifest. This skill seems to be good. It can be used to confuse the enemy at critical moments, and then use the clone to escape. 2000 points of agility bonus. Guyu's figure suddenly became extremely erratic, his feet suddenly increased speed, and he left the weird one behind in a few steps. This time Guyu didn't panic at all, turned around and ran over again. Started taunting with all kinds of exaggerated actions next to weirdness. It provoked a constant chase from Weird, and at the same time allowed the other disciples to escape smoothly. Ho ho ho! Weird, who was a little furious after being walked, suddenly spurted out a huge figure, which turned out to be half of the body of Xiang Zhen before. It suddenly suppressed the head of Guyu. Well done! Guyu was not afraid at all. He swung out the long sword in his hand, and the sword energy spread out in a staggered manner, cutting the bear corpse into pieces. What Guyu didn't expect was that a trace of the demonic dragon ancestor's blood seeped out from the broken pieces. It swept over like black smoke and penetrated directly into Guyu's body. There was no discomfort at all, but Guyu felt a little stronger. It turns out that once the blood energy of these demonic dragons leaves their weird bodies, they will attach themselves to Guyu, whose blood energy concentration is stronger, and be completely refined and absorbed by him. The method of how to kill this weird beast has been found. Cut it into pieces and gradually absorb it to break it apart. So Guyu spread his body skills and kept walking around Weird. The long sword in his hand also slashed out sword energy one after another. Cut off fragments from the weird body, and then absorb and refine the blood of the ancestor of the demonic dragon inside. Wei Wei was beaten until he kept howling angrily, but there was nothing he could do to Guyu. If you are not agile enough, you cannot catch up. My hands are not long enough and I can't even touch a hair on Guyu. Spewing out small weird things is just to deliver food to Guyu. Sure enough, as the previous dungeon prompt said, as long as you refine the blood drops of the demonic dragon ancestor in the dungeon, you can find a way to disintegrate this purely stitched weirdness. Zhong Shuheng and other elders who were guarding the retreat of the disciples also discovered the sudden change in the situation here. I saw a disciple of Tianyan sect, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, crazily seeking death, and jumping in front of him in weird ways. But don't tell me, this kid is not only extremely agile, but his sword skills are also exquisite. You can actually use your sword energy to perform various mid-range attacks. A body refining, like a chi refining martial artist, keeps kiting that weird. The weirdo who was completely uninterested in the elders before was now being fooled around by this disciple. Zhong Shuheng also saw that this disciple was the boy who rashly broke through the encirclement and threw himself into the forest. He actually has a way to deal with that weird thing? As long as he can hold on for one more incense stick, the first grade master in the sect should be able to arrive. You must hold on. At this time, Gu Yu relied on his many luck bonuses to almost suppress the weirdness. However, he did not take it lightly. The opponent's overall strength is still second grade. Although it is suppressed by his own blood, there will be some unexpected means if he is not protected. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. Zhong Shuheng and other elders were surprised to find that the strange power was actually weakened by this young disciple's sword. Every time a piece is cut off, the strange power is weakened by 10 points. This kid is actually able to annihilate strange powers bit by bit. What method is this? Doesn't it look like a divine thought? If this continues, won't this kid be able to defeat this second-grade monster alone? Zhong Shuheng squinted his eyes and felt it, and he could tell that Gu Yu's strength should be at the 5th grade blood transformation level. But not only are his physical skills and swordsmanship outstanding, his inner breath is also extremely strong. Elder Zhong Shuheng had a calm expression on his face, but he was extremely happy in his heart. I didn't expect that there was such a jade in the outer gate. Now as long as he passes the weird level, the old man will definitely recommend this kid to enter the inner sect, worship a famous teacher, and go straight to King Yun. Suddenly, Gu Yu's super sixth sense vibrated. Already noticed something was wrong. Without even a moment's hesitation, directly cast Wandering Dragon Magic Step. At this moment, Elder Zhong Shuheng's pupils shrank and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Be careful! I saw that weird head blooming like petals." A stream of black blood slime wrapped around a huge black shuttle. It shot out like a rope dart, piercing Gu Yu's body. It is the black water shuttle of Shui Yuan sect Elder Zhang Yu who was swallowed by weird before. I didn't expect that this weird thing would be used at this time. The power is even many times stronger than Elder Zhang Yu's full blow. The black shadow is coming in a flash, and it is not something that ordinary 5th grade can avoid. Even Zhong Shuheng, a 3rd grader, felt that he was caught off guard and might have to suffer some damage before he could catch it. Like ordinary body refining, this dart will definitely blow it away. Li Julan, the 3 Zen masters from Kuruo Temple, and several other deacons from Tianyan sect who had been watching the battle all felt their hearts skip a beat and screamed that it was over. This good seedling was cancelled here on the spot. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Gu Yu's figure is indeed explosive. Suddenly, 4 identical figures appeared, leaping 2 or 3 feet in different directions. Looking again after a moment, 3 of the figures have disappeared without end, and only 1 figure is left, holding the sword again and turning around, floating forward. The sword energy crisscrossed, cutting the rope dart spit out by Weird into several pieces. The black water shuttle landed with a sound, and was kicked far away by Gu Yu, making Weird unable to reach it. Okay. Zhong Shuheng was so excited that his thigh almost broke. The situation that was originally destined to die was actually resolved by this kid with anomalies movement. Li Julan couldn't help but nod and praise, "Good boy, none of us 3rd grade old guys can beat him even in 5th grade. Tianyan sect is really hiding its dragons and crouching tigers." The 3 Zen masters from Kuruo Temple and Kuzi also clasped their hands together and praised like a 3rd layer player, "What a joy! congratulations! Tianyan sect has such a wonderful person. Having saved many lives, we at Kuruo Temple also owe Tianyan sect a great favor. Zhong Shuheng and several Tianyan sect deacons were so happy that they discovered such geniuses by accident. What a surprise! Gu Yu dealt with the weirdness for a while. Suddenly, his spiritual sense could feel that a powerful existence without deliberately showing its aura was approaching quietly. Boy, please step back and rest for a while. I will take care of the rest. An old voice sounded in my ears. I saw a strong man wearing a white robe, with disheveled hair, and a face that was a little too old, already standing beside him. It's true, the bags under his eyes were swollen and exaggerated like goldfish eyes, and the skin on his face was falling down as if it couldn't hang on. The skin is covered with age spots. I feel like if I close my eyes and say he is dead for a long time, no one will believe me. Senior, be careful. Although Gu Yu has never seen this person, he also knows that this must be a master from the sect who came to help. As he backed away, he took a peek at the old man's panel. Name, Shen Kongxiu. Age, 125 years old. Level 99, World, Peak of Super Grade 1. Innate luck, Sword Immortal's posture, Gold, Spiritual things to sustain life, Gold, Wind and Wood double mysterious body, Purple, Physical weakness and illness, Black and Purple. The posture of a sword fairy, Sword Dao's talent is incredible, and he has the posture of a sword fairy. It is effortless to practice any swordsmanship and you can easily hit sword intent with ease. Life sustained by spiritual beings, he was born to die young, but relied on the chance of spiritual beings to continue his life. In the blink of an eye, he has lived for hundreds of years, and it seems that he can continue to live. Wind and Wood dual mystic body, born with a wind mystic body and a wood mysterious body, it is extremely compatible with spiritual objects of wind or wood attributes, and can practice wind and wood attribute techniques very quickly. Mu Xian Ti promotes the continuation of vitality. Body weak and sick, I have been weak and sick since childhood, picture. Good guy, he is actually a super master, but he looks like he is too exhausted and not very healthy. Elder Zhong Shuheng, who was not far away, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the old man appearing casually. It was Daoist from Kongxiu who came to help, and the overall situation was settled. Chapter 54. Gu Yu jumped away according to Shen Kongxiu's words, but the weird one still refused to give up. He ignored Shen Kongxiu's existence and wanted to run over the old man directly. I saw Shen Kongxiu blocking the middle, refusing to evade, and stretched out a trembling palm. Fingers gently played a few times in the air like stroking the strings of a piano. But nothing happened. After a moment of dead silence, a breeze blew through the forest out of thin air. Yan 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 yan. Hundreds of huge wind sickles that are more than 10 feet long and palm wide are like huge meat grinders. Under the crisscrossing, that weird moment has been twisted into thousands of pieces. Each huge wind sickle also contains powerful divine thoughts, which can wipe out all the black blood of the demonic dragon that supports the strange existence. Once he uses this move, Weird will die as hard as he can. He didn't even use the heavenly flame, and completely annihilated this weird thing that was close to the first grade simply by relying on his spiritual thoughts. Gu Yu, who was standing at the back, was sweating on his forehead. Damn it! Is this the strength of a super master? This world is full of low-level martial arts. It seems that after surpassing the first grade, the combat effectiveness will have a qualitative leap. Gu Yu can see that this move is by no means a simple body refining martial skill or a chi refining martial skill. The true meaning of martial Dao is perfectly integrated with the high-grade divine thoughts, and the power has been upgraded to another level. You still have to practice. This move gave Gu Yu a lot of insights into the subsequent journey of martial Dao. After killing the strange thing with one move, Shen Kongxiu was radiant with vitality for a moment, and then became visibly old and withered in an instant. 100. Let's go, it's okay. You are very good. Shen Kongxiu took Guyu and walked towards Elder Zhong Shuheng and others who had already greeted them happily. Guyu sighed in his heart, what a pity. How high would such a strong person rise to if he didn't have the luck to be plagued by diseases? What if I could purify his black luck? If this happens, I will harvest some bonds, not to mention luck. It can also bring a healthy super-grade strong man to the sect, and he should be able to hug his thighs a little in the future. When he gets back, he can look for Yao Huangchuan to study it when he has time. He must know exactly what kind of disease Shen Kongxiu has. Chong Lao. You are so lucky to have arrived in time. Otherwise, hundreds of young elites from our sect would have to be accounted for here. Zhong Shuheng came up to meet him, so excited that he almost burst into tears. It doesn't matter, I happened to be collecting some medicinal materials nearby. I saw the cloud-piercing arrow and walked slowly over here. Where does this weirdness come from? Shen Kongxiu asked casually the reason for the matter. Guyu briefly talked about the situation of the blood-devouring burial ground copy here, including how by chance in the secret realm, he refined the blood drop of the demonic dragon ancestor, reached the blood transformation level, and also obtained a drop of true blood. Case. Of course, the places that should be edited still need to be edited appropriately, Chabe. Mainly to explain why that weird thing chases me and can be easily kited and weakened by my 5th grade. Anyway, I got 10 drops of true blood spiritual items, which one person can't use up. Just take a drop to make a deal, earn some contribution points, and gain some sect achievements. However, before handing it over, Guyu also said that this spiritual object has strange poison and must not be used lightly. As for the dragon blood moss that can detoxify this poison. Hey? What is dragon blood moss? A hunting contest ended in panic. From a good perspective, this time we really wiped out too many beasts in one fell swoop. There are thousands of them, large and small, and they won't need to be cleaned again for years. The surrounding people can also live a stable life for a few years without having to worry about attacks by wild beasts. Disciples from Tianyan sect and other sects also received some training from actual combat. Although many people have been bitten and scratched by wild beasts. But there were not many serious injuries, and only a few unlucky ones died. The overall loss is completely acceptable, and the results can even be said to be impressive. As for who can pass this assessment and enter the inner gate, because the points cannot be calculated. The results of the assessment will be decided by the elders at a meeting and will be notified later. As the team returned to the sect, Guyu returned to his small courtyard. This place has become a place where you can rest peacefully. Guyu lay down comfortably and calculated the profit this time. Open the panel. Name, Guyu. Age, 18 years old. Level, level 42, World, 5th grade lower level. Qi and Blood 1760. 160000/160000. Physique, 2400 plus 2000. Strength 1600 plus 2000. 1460 plus 2000. 700. Innate luck, Zibei Kangsheng, orange red, external observer, red, 10 dead strange cat, gold. Excellent understanding, purple, dragon elephant wrath, purple, movement like a swimming dragon, purple, frozen mysterious body, purple, self-sufficient blood and energy, purple. Many other blue and green luck passes by temporarily. Bond luck, Jun Rumingzu, blue. The power of luck, more than 102,000 strands. The power of luck output, plus 910 per day. Professional transfer, when the level reaches level 60, you can change your profession for the second time through 5 copies. Progress of job transfer, 0/5. In this wave, I cleared the blood-devouring burial ground copy and completed a round of tasks, and the harvest was quite good. The skyrocketing increase in basic attributes comes first from the promotion to the 5th grade level. All attribute dimensions have increased significantly. Then the rewards for changing jobs doubled the basic attributes again, coupled with many luck bonuses. The chi, blood, and internal energy values look a bit amazing. From the purely attribute data level, it has far surpassed 5th grade and reached the threshold of 3rd grade level. But in terms of the richness of the inner breath and the level of spiritual thoughts, there is still a big gap compared with the strong ones who have truly crossed the 3rd grade. In terms of luck, I got a blue bond from the rescuer monk, which increased the daily harvest by 200 strands. Upgrade of innate luck. It takes 10,000 strands of luck to rise from blue to purple, and 100,000 strands of luck from purple to gold. According to this calculation, if gold rises to red, it will cost 1 million strands, and if red rises to orange, it will probably cost 10 million strands. If the orange-red color continues to rise, wouldn't it cost hundreds of millions? Calculated in this way, getting promoted by 1 orange-red this time is equivalent to gathering 10 million strands of luck, which is really a loss. It seems that we need to hurry up and complete the next job transfer and get another big one. Level 60's second job transfer, based on the current Martial Deo level, is exactly the time to enter the 3rd grade level. Now that I am only in the 5th grade, I still have to work harder. As for clearing 5 more dungeons, it depends on when the results of the Elders' discussion will come out. After entering the inner door, there should be new copy information. Guyu suddenly remembered that he had obtained an exclusive copy of Time House before, and quickly checked it on the panel. Sure enough, there is a button to enter the time cabin. Enter. The surrounding scenery changes. Guyu found that he had entered a completely black space. He didn't know how big it was. I just feel that in the distance above my head, there are a few stars twinkling, as if sitting alone under the night sky. You have entered the exclusive copy time cabin. Introduction. Although it is a copy that you control, you still need to clear the level before you can activate the corresponding functions. Pass-through reward. Once you have an epiphany in the time house, you can pass the level, and your level of spiritual consciousness will be increased by 10%. Chapter 55. An epiphany? This is easy to handle. Guyu clicked on his own panel and clicked upgrade after excellent comprehension. 100,000 strands of luck are consumed in an instant. Congratulations! Your innate luck excellent comprehension, purple, has been upgraded to Heaven-defying comprehension, gold. Heaven-defying comprehension, you have a heaven-defying understanding, and enlightenment is just a common occurrence for you. Comprehension is as comfortable and ordinary as flowing water. There is no doubt that you are the genius among geniuses. This one will rise sooner or later. Guyu's mind exploded like a supernova in an instant, and he had an epiphany with ease. Suddenly, the distant starry sky in front of us gradually enlarged. Guyu felt that he was flying into the night sky, and the planet under his feet was shrinking. The whole person keeps floating high in the universe. Gradually, the planet beneath my feet turned into a small gravel-like dot, and the speed became faster and faster. The feet turned into galaxies, the Milky Way, and the universe. The universe shrank again and turned into a small ball, side by side with other small universe balls. Guyu could feel his own insignificance, but there was an unyielding vitality that continued to explode stubbornly in his body. Guyu suddenly understood that the background environment of the cabin at this time was actually very similar to God's intention. Divine intention is a must-have for chi-refining martial artists to practice soul-refining thoughts. Only by understanding the power of artistic conception in God's intention can the level of God's thoughts be strengthened and improved. The starry sky background of the time house contains a grand artistic conception of the infinite universe. What I realized at this time was only a very small part of this artistic conception. Congratulations! You have had an epiphany and cleared the time house instance. Your spiritual mind level has been upgraded to the earth level. Many functions of the time house have been activated. It's really easy to clear this copy. The progress of the second transfer was reached to 1/5 without any effort. Now, relying on Ze Bei King Sheng orange and red luck, Gu Ding's dungeon reward has been increased to 30 times. Therefore, the original 10% reward for improving the spiritual mind level suddenly became 300%. Gu Yu's spiritual thoughts suddenly went from being close to the Austrian grade, directly to the level of the Xian grade, and stepping into the Earth grade. The improvement in the level of spiritual consciousness means that Gu Yu's strength has skyrocketed on the path of Qi refining martial artist, and he is no longer inferior to ordinary 4th grade Qi refining martial artist. If you study Earth levels Qi refining martial art finger flick divine ability for a while longer, it's easy to enter the upper 3 grades. After all, Qi refining martial artist practice is not as troublesome as body refining martial artist, which requires blood transformation and internal organs refining. The main thing is to cultivate the soul refining level, coupled with the strong internal strength and the condensation of the true meaning of martial Dao. In these aspects, Gu Yu has basically reached the 3rd grade standard. On the Qi refining martial artist path, Gu Yu accidentally became a quasi 3rd grade, easily surpassing the body refining 5th grade after practicing for many years. Putting aside the Qi refining martial artist thing first, Gu Yu began to look at the many function descriptions of Time House. As an exclusive copy under your control, you can enter the Time House copy under any circumstances, anytime, anywhere. You can also enter other world copies through the Time Cabin. Time Cabin will automatically align and synchronize your timeline for you. The timeline levels of each world copy are different. The time spent in the Time Cabin is consistent with your current main world time. But in most world dungeons, only 1 hour will pass in the Time House for every day that passes. The timelines of all other world copies will flow because of your intervention and stagnate because of your departure. You can also consume a certain amount of luck power to keep the timeline of the world copy flowing at a certain speed. I wipe it. Gu Yu thought about it for a moment, and immediately realized the extraordinary features of Time House. The first is the flow of time. 1 day has passed since you entered the copy of another world, but only 1 hour has passed in the current world. In some low-level worlds, this difference is even greater, such as some original world copies and fragmented world copies. After spending a year in it, only 1 day has passed in the Time Cabin. It truly feels like 1 day in heaven and 1 year on earth. Secondly, it is up to you to decide whether the timeline of the world copy flows. Only when you enter it can the time of this world copy begin to flow and the whole world resumes operation. After you log out, it's like archiving it, and everything in the world comes to a standstill. In this regard, Gu Yu briefly asked the system, to a certain extent, haven't I become the god of these copies of the world? All the worlds rotate because of me. This is just one understanding. You can also imagine that these worlds have countless timelines, with and without your intervention. There are countless possibilities at any moment. All the impacts after your intervention are just one of the possibilities for the development of countless timelines. You are not the omniscient and omnipotent God who exists in all worlds and on all timelines. After actual experience, you will have a deeper understanding. Gu Yu nodded slightly, expressing a certain degree of understanding. At this time, in the Time Cabin, the background of countless stars in the universe suddenly lit up with many rectangular light curtains. Each light curtain represents the existence of a world, showing a dynamic introduction screen about this world, with detailed text explanations underneath. Tip: your existing luck and abilities will continue to play a role in each world copy. Enter with suitable luck, and the difficulty of the world copy will decrease accordingly. If you die in another world copy, your 10-life monster cat luck will come into play and you can still be resurrected 10 times a day. You can choose to be resurrected in the Time Cabin. As Gu Yu thought, many light curtains moved continuously, and one of them slid in front of Gu Yu and stopped. In the picture, there are familiar towering civilization buildings and human beings of various skin colors fighting against each other. All kinds of bows, arrows, and cannon fire are flying in the sky. Technology is developing rapidly. Huge warships cruise on the ocean, mushroom clouds rise among the ruins. There is a description next to it. Blue Star Great World Dungeon contains many derived worlds and sub-dungeons. For example, the Wuchang Dungeons of Normal Difficulty, Raging Sea, Wrath of Winter, Great Wall Watch, The Tower Still Survives, Oliver Twist. You can also choose to challenge various fantasy dungeons with higher difficulty, such as Biological Invasion, Nuclear Apocalypse, Alien Arrival, etc. A minimum of 100,000 strands of luck are needed to open the Blue Star Great World. A gentle smile appeared on Guyu's face. He didn't expect to encounter a familiar world here. He might be able to play with it when he gets stronger. He waved his finger and moved the light curtain away. Another light curtain appeared in front of me again. Wandering Universe Great World, you drive a simple spaceship and go on the road alone. Collect materials and drawings step by step, and synthesize various parts. Defeat all kinds of aliens and interstellar pirates, conquer planets one after another. Build your spaceship into a powerful space battleship step by step and build your own galaxy empire. It can be opened by spending 1 million strands of luck. Hiss, this is so expensive. 1 million wisps are too much to play with. Guyu slid his finger again and checked the instructions of several light screens. Cave World Copy, you are reincarnated into a green-skinned villain. Your body is fragile at first, but you have strong fertility. You lead your people to fight to the death with other races that threaten their survival. 50,000 strands of luck are unlocked. I guess, it turns out that many children, many blessings luck is used in this world. A copy of the Doomsday Zombie World, your world is attacked by zombies, and civilization encounters a test of survival. What kind of luck is needed to survive in such a doomsday? 200,000 strands of luck can be activated. I wonder if Marshall Deo can withstand the countless zombies that are coming one after another? It feels a little difficult. Cyber Marshall Deo World Copy, Weak Flesh and Blood, Mechanical Ascension. Here, you have a powerful metal avatar. Fight against the blackened Skynet artificial intelligence and robots. Guarding the last real material world, you will be the only savior. Open 500,000 strands of luck. The Matrix? Cyber Marshall Deo? I wonder if there is cyber cultivation? It's quite interesting. I checked multiple light curtains in succession. A world where fighting spirit and magic compete. There are fantasy, martial arts, immortality, and ancient worlds. A chaotic and terrifying world where demons are raging and anomalies are rampant. Each world dungeon is divided into many sub-dungeons, derivative dungeons, and plot dungeons. Simply dazzling. However, it requires a certain amount of luck to open. Guyu's pocket is cleaner than his face at this time. With the power of 2,000 luck. It costs 10,000 strands to open the lowest level fragmented world. Play with yarn. And in addition to consuming a lot of luck power to open it, Guyu's priority is to rely on existing luck. Can you improve your strength more quickly and conveniently in these world copies? After all, although you have 10 lives per day in the world dungeon. But in the real world of Marshall Deo now, Guyu only has 1 life. If he dies, he is really dead. Especially after seeing the strength of Weird and Super Masters. Guyu knows that although he has set foot on 5th grade, he has a lot of luck protecting him. In fact, it's still quite crispy. In the real Marshall Deo world, you still have to keep a low profile and seize the opportunity to upgrade. No matter in any world, strength is hard currency. I don't have much extra luck to play the Great World Dungeon at the moment. However, you can accumulate some luck first and try the waters with 2 low-level fragmented world copies. At least I can experience the feeling of not eating beef for once. It's a bad day. Chapter 56. Just when Guyu was having a great time in the copy of Time House, the senior leaders of Tianyan sect are discussing the results of this hunting competition. In the sex meeting hall, the disciples performed quite well this time. According to my opinion, It's actually not a bad idea to all advance to the inner gate. Of course, in the end, it still depends on the sect master's will. Elder Zhong Shuheng briefly reported the entire hunting competition process. As for the detailed process, it has already been compiled into a file and placed in front of the elders and deacons attending the meeting. Everyone silently turned over the files, not many people spoke to each other. Hundreds of people all entered the inner door. Which hall would accept them? When the outer door is upgraded to the inner door, everyone's expenses are increased several times. If you accept too many, it will become a burden. On the main seat above the meeting hall, the leader of Tianyan sect said calmly, "Elders and deacons, please feel free to put forward any ideas you have." Her voice is soft and pleasant, and you can tell that she is not very old. Although he wears a wide robe with big sleeves and a veil 623, you can still see his graceful figure and beautiful facial contours. Why is Tianyan sect so large, but its leader is a young woman? In fact, this sect leader has just taken office and is responsible for the daily management of sect affairs on behalf of the old sect leader. The old sect leader is old and often has to retreat to practice. Now he only comes out when dealing with important sect affairs. When the sect leader spoke up, an elder came out and said with a smile, "Elder Hung, you are the great elder of the outer sect, so naturally you want to drive everyone to the inner sect. It's just that they all passed, there is no precedent for this." Although the tone was friendly, it was implicitly sarcastic, thinking that Zhong Shuheng was exaggerating his achievements. Today, the Yan sect is not monolithic. As the power grows, there will always be some conflicts of interest. Seeing someone taking the lead, another middle-aged deacon also started to attack. "Elder Hung, one of your outer disciples is named Gu Yu. He injured several people from Shui Yuanzong and Jindao Martial Arts School, and also cut off the tendons of both hands of Elder Shui Yuanzong Yu's son, and executed him with 1,000 cuts. Although the person is not dead, he only has half a life left now, and his cultivation future is ruined. People have already come to our Foreign Affairs office and asked us to hand over Gu Yu, and also asked us to pay a large sum of medical expenses. How about the money is not borne by the outer door?" This middle-aged deacon is called Chu Wan, and he is the powerful deacon of the sect's Foreign Affairs Hall. The Foreign Affairs Hall is specifically responsible for dealing with other sects and forces. Therefore, Shui Yuanzong first reported Yu Changkong's injury to the Foreign Affairs Hall. "I have heard about this matter. It's just that Yu Changkong stirred up trouble first and stabbed the disciples of our sect blind. Only then did Gu Yu punish him. Although it was a little harsh, it was still a small deterrent to other sects. You can pay a small amount of money, but handing over the disciple is impossible." The person speaking was none other than Qi Yunyu's grandfather Qi Tianming, who was in charge of the sect's commercial pavilion. He has full authority to manage the sect's various businesses, minerals, and resources, and controls the sect's financial resources. He can be said to be the first-class powerful elder of Tianyan sect. As soon as he opened his mouth, the deacon of the Foreign Affairs Hall couldn't continue. After all, it was Yu Changkong's side who made the heavy move first. Although he was provoked, it was his own fault. This matter is simply untenable in detail. Another inner sect deacon, He Taegzun, said, "This Gu Yu, during the hunting competition, he disobeyed orders and acted without permission. You're so ruthless, I don't think he's a talented person." Zhong Shuheng was a little angry when he heard this and glared, "He Taegzun, if Gu Yu hadn't held back that weirdo, would this hunting competition have been successful? Now that Gu Yu knows how to deal with weird things, of course he has to step forward, so what's the problem with that?" He Taegzun was not afraid of Zhong Shuheng and retorted, "When I know how to deal with weird things, I will naturally do it as soon as possible. Inform all the deacons and elders and work together to come up with specific methods. I think that by taking such unauthorized action, I just want to gain benefits and be in the limelight. It's considered lucky that he can solve it, but if he can't solve it, wouldn't it cost the lives of many disciples?" Now there are some rumors saying that Guyu has gained great benefits in a certain secret realm. It was directly promoted to the 5th grade blood transformation level, which naturally caused dissatisfaction among some people. Chu Wan, the deacon of the Foreign Affairs Hall, also helped. Yes, just like the incident of injuring a Shui Yuan sect disciple, Guyu discovered it at the time. We should also notify the surrounding elders and deacons as soon as possible to solve the problem. How can we use lynching without authorization? I think that although this guy has some strength, he is too arbitrary and arrogant, making him embarrassed for his big job. At this time, Su Lishan, the leader of another faction, also said, what the elders said is indeed reasonable. This kid's behavior is indeed a bit lacking in tempering. If he doesn't discipline him, he will. I'm afraid it will cause great trouble to the sect in the future. In my opinion, we should stay with the clan for a year and then make a decision. Su Lishan is known as the Great Elder of Tianyan sect, and is in charge of the martial pavilions of the sect, the defense of each county, and the armed battles with other sects. All kinds of grabbing mines and turf are decided by Su Lishan. He himself is also a first-grade master, second only to the sect leader in power in the Tianyan sect, and has a higher position than Elder Qi of the commercial pavilion. Su Lishan opened his mouth to set the tone, but most of the elders and deacons did not dare to say any more. There is no need to offend the great elder for an outer disciple with some potential. However, at this time, one person said crisply, it's okay to stay in the clan for inspection, why not be exiled to my Qinji pavilion? I will send people to keep an eye on him and strictly control him. Let's see what the nature of this person is. The one who spoke was naturally Lu Piao, the young master of Qinji pavilion. She was smiling secretly in her heart, okay. Everyone doesn't want to be the best, just leave it to me, and I will investigate it in detail. Elder Qi was also anxious when he heard Lu Piao asking for someone. Qi Yunyu, the family's precious granddaughter, had specifically told him that he must protect junior brother Gu. He said, ahem. I also have many vacancies in the commercial pavilion. This son's family is in Linjiang County, and his family also runs some businesses. I want him to open up our sect's business in Linjiang County. It is much more convenient for local people to do things. How about putting it in my commercial cabinet for a year and keeping it under review? Suddenly someone laughed and said, why did you even find out what's going on in his family? Elder Qi, I'm afraid he has other plans. Ha ha ha, after all, Elder Qi granddaughter has reached the age of marriage. That's right. I heard that Guyu's skin is as white as snow, which is better than that of women, and his appearance is very handsome. Elder Qi suddenly blushed due to various gossips. He actually thought that his granddaughter was attracted to Guyu. Ahem, this matter also depends on your own opinion. In fact, Guyu has an extraordinary sense of smell, so why not put him in my criminal law hall? He should be a good expert in solving cases. Deacon Lu Zhongyuan of the criminal law hall also took the opportunity to ask for someone. At that time, after hearing Ji Qingying's report on the case of the undead snitch, Deacon Lu felt that Guyu was a natural talent for solving cases. Now that everyone is in need of someone, he will come and take a seat, just in case Guyu is willing to come. Elder Qi has a granddaughter, and our criminal law hall also has discipline patrols. We will not lose this time. No. Why don't you come to my Sutra Pavilion? I'll send a young man to keep watch. Elder Fei from Sutra Pavilion happened to be there and joined in the fun. Actually, our Medicine King Palace is also short of a boy who can refine medicine. 0.4. Lien's Hixing, the master of Yaoang Palace, also spoke with some embarrassment. He heard Yao Huangkan's introduction. I knew there was such a genius in refining medicine, but I didn't expect him to be so popular. Forget it, let's take a number and wait. Feng Ping, who was sitting near the end of the meeting hall, immediately covered his face. Okay. I won't join in the fun, I shouldn't be able to rob these big guys. The scene suddenly became a little lively. Originally, an outer disciple who was considered arbitrary and needed to be kept in the sect for inspection. Now it has become a hot commodity. Kyunji Pavilion, Shangxi Pavilion, Sutra Pavilion, Criminal Law Hall, and Medicine King Hall are all vying for important people. Deacon Chu Wang from the Foreign Affairs Pavilion suddenly felt like a fool. What's wrong with me today is that I have to step out and become the villain. Maybe in the future, we will have a rivalry with Gu Yu, a genius. At this time, a sickly voice suddenly said, no matter which palace he joins, leave a few days for me every month. The person who spoke turned out to be Shen Kongxiu, a super master in the sect. Chapter 57. No one in the meeting hall noticed when and how Shen Kongxiu came in. Shen Kongxiu has a transcendent status in Tianyan sect. Although everyone speculates that Shen Kongxiu's lifespan is short and he may die at any time, at least he is still alive. No one dares to disrespect a super master who still has a good tone. Therefore, even the great elder Su Lishan put on an expression like a pug, grinned with a shy face and said, "Oh, it's the old man. I didn't expect Mr. Chang to be interested in Gu Yu. Are you planning to recruit a disciple?" Shen Kongxiu shook his head and said, "If I don't accept a disciple, I might die tomorrow. Wouldn't it be that I have taken the title of master in vain and have to bear some karma? Gu Xiaohu's sword Dao has some talent. I can occasionally communicate with him and discuss swords over tea." As soon as these words came out, the entire meeting hall was in an uproar. Even Shen Kongxiu, a super master and the best swordsman in the sect, admits that Gu Yu has sword Dao talent. Instead of making tea and discussing swords, you should definitely not do it when you meet your son later. At this time, the young sect leader who was sitting on the throne also had waves in his heart. Oh! What is the origin of this Gu Yu? Such an amazing talent has been dormant in the outer gate for so long? Now everyone is rushing to get it. Hum, such a treasure, how can you give it to others? Mine, all mine. The young sect leader did not lower his voice, but spoke softly, easily overcoming the noise of the meeting hall. Gu Yu seems to have some experience in cracking the secret realm. Several secret realms in the outer gate, as well as the case of the undead snitch and the strange hunting competition, were all cracked and solved by him. 27. Let's first bring this person into the secret pavilion and investigate. Have to. After fighting for a long time, the sect leader kept it for himself. Everyone knows that the secret pavilion is directly controlled by the sect leader, and the acting pavilion leader is Shen Kongxiu. But in this half-life state, how can Shen Kongxiu handle matters in detail? It is the sect leader who controls the affairs in the pavilion. The secret pavilion has always been low-key and secretive, and not many people even know the specific members. However, the main purpose of the secret pavilion is to explore the secret realm, and you have to take risks in various dangerous places. This is not easy. The sect's geniuses trapped in various secret realms can't be counted on the palm of a hand. Gu Yu went to 5th grade. It's hard to say how long he can survive. Elders and deacons, there is an undercurrent in the world right now. I'm afraid it won't be long before chaos breaks out again, so you should make plans early. All the disciples participating in the hunting competition this time were included in the inner sect. Each palace can discuss and allocate manpower by itself. The sect leader finalized the result in a few moments and immediately adjourned the meeting and called it a day. Although Su Lishan and other elders were a little dissatisfied, they did not speak out against it. There is not much of a conflict of interest in this matter, and it can be done directly according to the wishes of the sect leader. It's not a big deal if every palace and pavilion can get more heads to use as cannon fodder. That night, when Gu Yu came out of the time house, the sky was already full of stars. Gu Yu was in a good mood, so he set up a small stove in the yard and burned some fruit charcoal. Get some meat, mushrooms, etc., dress them with red willow branches, sprinkle them with various seasonings. We set up a self-service barbecue on the fire. It's been so long since I've had barbecue, I'm so hungry. You bake and sell it yourself, and have a glass of wine to enjoy. Guyu was eating happily. Suddenly, a figure in red robes quietly landed in the courtyard like an elf. Oh, it smells so good. What are you eating? This is a tall and graceful woman with a noble temperament. Half of her face is covered by tulle. Only a pair of beautiful eyes with twinkling stars are revealed. Deep and mysterious, it seems to be more attractive than the stars in the sky. Hello, senior sister. It's just a little skewer. Would you like 2 skewers, senior sister? Guyu quickly stood up, gave up the stool, and handed 2 skewers to the woman in red. Most of the people near this small courtyard in the middle of the mountain live in the upper echelons of the sect. Gu Bao guessed that this should be a sister from the inner sect. The woman in red was not modest either. She sat down generously, took the skewers, lifted her veil slightly and started eating. Guyu brought a small pony here by himself, and while he was working as a kebab master, he also found time to eat a few skewers. The woman in red was quite forthright and bold. She then picked up Guyu's wine flask and drank it happily. The wine flowed down her fair cheeks and neck, and her front was wet, but she didn't care. Guyu was stunned for a moment and felt offended, but he still clicked on the woman's panel to take a peek. Name, Yexing Chen. Age. Level 90, World, 1st grade. Innate luck, Mighty reincarnation, red, Yuan Huang sacred body, gold, peerless beauty, gold, Yuluo Shuangziu, black gold, memory fragments, black and purple, 100 skillful hands, purple. Reincarnation of a great power, the reincarnation of a great power in the upper world. The cause and effect of the previous life has not been resolved, and he is destined to face the stormy waves in this life. Yuan Huang sacred body, a special fire-attributed body, or it is a manifestation of flame, and is compatible with all fire-attributed substances. Peerless beauty, a superb appearance, like celestial immortal descending to earth. Double cultivation of Yuluo, after using the ultimate talent move, it will degenerate into the form of Lolita. As the skill recovers, it will return to the form of Yuja. The change in body shape is like a curse. Memory fragments, the memories of your past life make you confused. Although you can get inheritance by chance, it also brings more doubts, incomprehension, and troubles. Baikia Shao, good at making various handmade gadgets, with very exquisite craftsmanship. Puff. Seeing the other party's luck, even Guyu couldn't help but spit out a sip of wine. Double cultivation of Yuluo. How can this be black luck? This is simply supreme grade luck. It's comparable to orange red. One person has 2 physiques and can transform into each other. This experience is so rare. This is also the first time Guyu encounters a person with red luck. He is so powerful that he can be reincarnated. This woman must have a great background. At such a young age, he is already a 1st grade master. Young? No, why is the age displayed as? It seems to be beyond my level of observation ability. However, Guyu didn't appear too embarrassed. He still chatted and laughed with the woman freely, changing cups and ate hundreds of skewers. After eating, Guyu felt a little uncomfortable sitting on the pony. So I just sat down on the lawn in the courtyard and looked at the thousands of stars with my arms and pillows. It was such a comfortable meal. However, what Guyu didn't expect at all was that the woman in red actually followed suit, resting her head on her arms and lying down not far from Guyu. It's quite familiar and I don't feel afraid of strangers at all. Go ahead, your ability to kill men is so high. Can't you just take me away in one go? As expected of peerless beauty, even if she doesn't show her face, she can defeat herself purely by her temperament. Starry sky, what's there to see? The woman suddenly asked. Guyu said casually, although it looks like just some small bright spots, in fact, on every star. Maybe there is a world like ours. Of course Guyu knows that stars shine, and not every star has a habitable planet full of life next to it. But for people in this world, it can only be simplified this way. Seriously? There is a world on the stars? Are there people like us? Unexpectedly, the woman in red became excited after hearing Guyu's words to coax the child. She moved her head next to Guyu, her black hair hanging down like a waterfall. Well, seriously. There must be. Maybe there are two people lying on the lawn right now, looking at the stars, and having the same conversation as us. After seeing so many worlds in the time cabin, Guyu is quite certain about the existence of parallel worlds. Even if it doesn't happen, no one can prove it. Hearing Guyu's words, the woman in red breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and murmured softly, "It turns out there really are other worlds. I almost thought I was suffering from hysteria." At this time, a meteor flashed across the sky. Guyu then closed his eyes and palms and recited a few words silently in his heart. The woman in red asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "Worshipping the shooting star." Guyu smiled and said, "It's just a wish. Haven't you heard? Make a wish on a shooting star and your wish will come true." "Ah! Why didn't you tell me earlier? I want to make a wish too." The woman in red looked very upset that she had missed the opportunity. "Haha, come with me next time. What are you wishing for?" The woman in red curiously poked her head towards 210 again. "If I don't say it, it won't work if I say it." Guyu was arrogant. "Haha, tell me quickly." The woman in red's eyes suddenly lit up with small purple flames, as if she wanted to use some kind of pupil technique to directly extract a confession. "Oh, don't do it. I said it." Guyu instantly felt the extremely oppressive spiritual thoughts rushing toward him, and he quickly surrendered. Anyway, any meteor wish that doesn't work when you say it is just an overused method of flirting with girls in the previous life. Use it casually to deal with the opponent's man-killing moves. Let's compete among masters, don't take it seriously. My wish is that my relatives and friends will be healthy and free from illness and disaster. The relatives Guyu mentioned include, of course, his relatives in his previous life. He doesn't know how they are doing. Suddenly, Guyu thought that maybe he could go to the Blue Star Great World in the world copy in the future. He didn't know if it was the world he was in before. Upon hearing Guyu's wish, the woman in red's eyes flashed, seeming a little moved. At this time, another shooting star crossed the sky, and the woman in red quickly put her hands together and made a wish. "What did you promise?" Guyu also asked. "Hey, I won't tell you. It won't work if I say it." The woman in red learned quickly. Be stingy. Guyu didn't press her. She would naturally say what she wanted to say. "It's too late, go back." The woman in red stood up from the lawn, just like when she came. In a flash, he disappeared from the courtyard as if he had never appeared before. If it weren't for the fact that the data could be seen on the panel, Guyu would have thought he had stumbled onto something. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on Guyu's panel. "Congratulations! You have made friends with a person of great luck and activated the bond luck wish with you, green. Wish with you, in order to ensure that your wish comes true, I made the same wish as you. You can get 100 rays of luck every day. Who? Is this okay?" As a result, the Nissan King with the power of luck has officially exceeded 1,000. Chapter 58. Early the next morning. He was a little drunk from the wine he drank last night, and Guyu was still sleeping peacefully on the couch. Although the martial artist can use internal force to force the alcohol out, doing so is not considered drinking. It is a waste of food. So Guyu chose to enjoy the rare hangover feeling. Suddenly, someone yelled outside the hospital and barged in. He knocked on the door and shouted, "Brother Gu! Something bad is going to happen. Why don't you get up quickly?" It was Duanhang who came. Guyu got up and opened the door, yawned and said, "Oh, senior brother Duan, are you serious? Duanhang said anxiously, "Brother. Something bad is going on. Yesterday, the sect's senior officials held a discussion, and you became the focus of the meeting. Although every palace wanted to pull you in the end it was the sect leader who made the decision to let you enter the secret pavilion. The secret realm is dangerous. The secret realm's duty is to explore various secret realms. As far as I know, there are at least 5 seniors with outstanding talents and strength who have reached the upper 3 grades. They entered a certain secret realm and never came out. You are a 5th grader, how long can you last? Hurry up and pack up your valuable belongings and follow me to find someone to take care of it. Maybe you can get the sect leader back. Or you can work in a clerical security position in the secret pavilion and save your life." Duanhang was really worried for Guyu. Unexpectedly, when Guyu heard about the secret pavilion, his eyes suddenly lit up and he was not sleepy at all. He said in surprise, "I didn't expect that the sect leader is so discerning. I just want to enter the secret pavilion." Brother, can you eat fried pancakes? Haha. Wait for me to clean up. We'll talk about it on the way. Along the way, Guyu gave Duanhang some psychological training and said that he was quite good at dealing with secret realm. After reluctantly convincing him, he came to the secret pavilion to report. The secret pavilion is not far from the sect master's palace. It was actually the sect master's exclusive library. It's just a small 3-story building with a deserted appearance. Guyu stepped into the secret pavilion and bumped into a short and fat middle-aged deacon. "Master Deacon, I am the newly assigned disciple to the secret pavilion." Guyu cupped his fists and saluted. The short, fat, middle-aged deacon glanced at Guyu and said somewhat strangely, "Didn't you hear that someone is coming? Okay, come with me, sort out the paperwork and clean up first. If a manager comes later, he will assign specific tasks to you. By the way, my name is Zhuang Xiaochun, and I am the clerical deacon here. If you don't understand anything, just come to me directly. Usually there aren't many people here, so be careful and don't be too lazy and get caught by the person in charge." Deacon Zhuang's attitude was so-so. He guessed that Guyu was just assigned to do odd jobs. After all, those true inner sect geniuses don't keep a low profile when they come here. The geniuses of the upper 3 grades of the inner sect all have eyes on the top of their heads. Thanks for the advice. Guyu glanced at Zhuang Xiaokun's panel. Name, Zhuang Xiaochun. Age, 32 years old. Level 28, World, Upper Level 20. Innate luck, photographic memory, purple, cautious, green. Photographic memory, you have a super memory, and the words you have read can form a picture memory. Hardly forgotten, if you can dig it out of the memory pile. Cautious and cautious, naturally cautious and timid, but therefore more lucky. This is the first time Guyu has seen Martial Dao, a person in the sect who is not very good at cultivation, but can achieve the position of deacon. It seems that Deacon Zhuang's photographic memory is quite powerful. In this world, you cannot use mobile phones, computers and the internet for quick searches. This ability of photographic memory is equivalent to having a huge humanoid database if used properly. No wonder he was put to work beside the sect leader, managing various files and documents. From this point of view, Martial Dao's low level has become one of his strengths, which makes people feel comfortable leaving various secrets to him for safekeeping. According to Deacon Zhuang's arrangement, Guyu first mopped the floor once, and then used a feather duster to sweep away the dust on the bookshelf. Deacon Zhuang was sorting out various files and staring at Guyu, a newcomer of unknown origin. After working for a long time, it's almost time for lunch. A tall figure walked into the secret pavilion with brisk steps. Guyu's 6 senses were very sensitive. He looked up and found that it was the woman in red who had masturbated with him last night. It turns out that she is also a member of the secret pavilion. Then he saluted in a friendly manner and said, "Hello, senior sister. A beautiful smile appeared on the face of the woman in red, her eyes were crooked, and she said softly, "Fool, when there are other people around, you have to call me sect master." Guyu. Zhuang Xiaochun. Both of them started sweating on their heads at the same time. Guyu, damn. Sect leader? I remember when I first joined the sect leader who presided over the ceremony was an old man. What's going on? The sect master held a meeting and appointed me to the secret pavilion. Could it be that this person came to interview me personally last night? Zhuang Xiaochun thought more, why is this person called the sect master's senior sister? The old sect master's new disciple? No. You can only call me senior sister when there are no outsiders. Could it be that this is a name for some kind of special situation? I seem to have discovered something incredible. The sect leader did not notice anything unusual about the two of them, but just smiled and said, Deacon Zhuang, give him all the file authority. Guyu, you can mobilize all the power of the secret pavilion. You can study it yourself. If you have ideas or are unsure, you can come to the sect leader's hall next door to discuss with me. I believe in your ability. Yes. Sect master. After the sect master made arrangements, he left easily, leaving only Guyu and Zhuang Xiaochun looking at each other. Ahem, Deacon Zhuang, I want to see the file information within the section. Guyu put aside all kinds of strange thoughts and started to get down to business. It was more important to clear the dungeon and change jobs quickly so that he could get a red luck again. Oh. Okay. Come right away. Zhuang Xiaochun, the deacon, instantly became a handyman. He was very nervous. It's over. I just asked the pretty boy from the sect leader to do the cleaning work for a long time. I don't know if you will hold a grudge against me. If you have a better attitude, you can probably make up for it. Zhuang Xiaochun quickly found a few thin files. Guyu flipped through it and found that he was familiar with the Back Mountain Novice Dungeon, Sutra Pavilion Dungeon, Qunji Pavilion Secret Passage Level 1 Dungeon, etc. There are not many other records. Is this all? I want the kind of high-level secret realm within the sect that inner disciples can enter. Guyu frowned a little. Didn't you hear the sect leader say that you should give me all the file permissions? Are you using this to fool me? Zhuang Xiaochun was so nervous that he sweated and explained repeatedly, well, Gu, brother Gu, that's all we really have. Secret realm is not an ordinary thing in the first place. No one can tell the time and place of its appearance. Being able to appear within our sect is purely a coincidence. Our sect leader is kind enough to open up the secret realm. Like some other sects, ordinary disciples have no access to the secret realm. Today, the two secret realms unique to inner disciples are the Handan secret realm and the Tianyan secret realm in the Back Mountain. Handan secret realm, you need to be 3rd grade or below to enter. There is a weird thing like a big turtle inside. I am afraid that the strength has reached the peak of 3rd grade. If ordinary disciples below 3rd grade enter, they will be eaten to pieces in minutes. So now there are not many inner disciples trying it. As for the heavenly flame secret realm, it is said that the hole was made when the heavenly flame of our sect fell from the sky. The temperature inside is so high that ordinary people can't stand it even standing at the entrance of the cave. Disciples who do not have the ability to control fire will enter and be burned to ashes in minutes. This is a forbidden area for the sect. Therefore, I did not take out the files from these two places. After Zhuang Xiaochun explained, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and cried in his heart, oh my god, it used to be a very comfortable life fishing here, but now a disciple has come and it has become my boss's agenda. Guyu nodded and pondered, it seems that only the Handan secret realm can be visited, and the Tianyan secret realm sounds a bit dangerous. I don't have any special fire control skills, so it would just be a waste of my life. By the way, isn't there a 2nd or 3rd floor of the Qunji Pavilion secret passage? Oh, the situation over there is slightly different. The secret realm of Qunji Pavilion is not owned by the sect, but the private property of the master of Kyunji Pavilion. You need to pass the first level of the secret passage to be eligible to enter the last 2 levels. And due to the request of the master of Kyunji Pavilion, the detailed information was not entered into the sect's archives. Then how many secret realms are there in the counties under our Tianyan sect's jurisdiction? If there are not enough dungeons in the sect, Guyu is ready to go down the mountain and go to other places to do so. Anyway, the main job of secret realm members is to explore other secret realms. There are 7 or 8. According to reports from the disciples who broke through the level, the benefits in secret realm are not high, and one is particularly dangerous. Do you need a dossier? Zhuang Xiaochun briefly introduced the situation of several secret realms. Some of these secret realms have been cleared by other disciples of the secret pavilion. The specific content of the rewards obtained is vague in terms of law manifestation, and it seems that there are not many benefits. You can check it out in the future. Let's go and see Handan's secret realm first. Brother, please come this way. Zhuang Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, but still went ahead in person. The two of them walked deeper into the back mountain, all the way down, and gradually reached a canyon at the foot of the mountain. The entrance is in front, brother, this big turtle is weirdly the 3rd grade. With all due respect, it's too dangerous for you to go in alone. Why don't you discuss it with the sect master before going? Zhuang Xiaochun kindly reminded him that he had seen many masters and could realize that Guyu was not at the level of upper 3 grades. I'm afraid that Guyu is too trusting and will die immediately after entering. How can I explain it to the sect leader? It's okay, just wait for me for a moment, I'll go in and take a look and then leave. How could Guyu tell him that he has 10 lives, so what dungeon is he afraid to enter? Walk. He took a step forward, the surrounding scenery changed, and he had already seen the prompt in his mind. You have entered the level 70 copy of Bishui Handan. Introduction to the dungeon, kill the guard boss spin turtle to pass the level. This dungeon is a general reward dungeon. The reward for clearing the level is that everyone within a certain range around the copy can increase their lifespan by 3 years, as well as other random rewards. It actually directly rewards, Zhao's, longevity? Guyu tried to ask the system, what is the certain range? As long as the level is cleared, everyone can directly obtain longevity yuan. The scope of the rewards of this copy is roughly the entire Tianyan sect mountain gate. After clearing the level, everyone can directly obtain the increased lifespan. If you control the secret realm, you can also see the corresponding reward prompts. This is not bad. If I can pass the level, wouldn't it help Shen Kongxiu extend his life by 3 years? Look at what's weird about this spinning turtle. Guyu walked forward quickly, and a cold pool with green water appeared in front of him. I saw an extremely huge turtle, much bigger than the previous Tyrannosaurus Rex, lying in the pool with its eyes closed. Nurturing spirit. Damn! So big! It's like a small mountain. Can I kill it by myself? No matter what, give it a try. Guyu unsheathed his long sword and began to display his strongest sword move at the edge of the cold pool. Small 5 elements sword method, 1 sword with 5 consecutive spells. As his internal strength continues to condense, Guyu's strength attributes also explode to the extreme. Wrath of the Dragon Elephant. The blood-burning secret method was activated, and Guyu felt that his strength had expanded again, and the strength attribute reached the 3000 series. The blood value is constantly depleted, but it is instantly replenished after 1 second. Self-sufficient blood is activated and blood will be returned automatically. Just when Guyu gathered all his strength and prepared to attack, Weird Spin Turtle also noticed something unusual. He opened his eyes as big as lanterns and stared coldly at the little man by the pool who was slowly making sword moves. Haha, there are snacks to laugh at again. Chapter 59. I'll kill you. Guyu jumped up high and slashed a huge golden sword energy in the air with the long sword in his hand. Small 5 elements sword, ancient gold sword style. This sword energy is 5 feet long and extremely sharp. Coupled with Guyu's power attribute explosion of more than 3,000 points, even with his bare hands he has the power to crack mountains and crack rocks. When this sword is cut down, its power is definitely at the level of Japanese products. When a crisp sound, Guyu felt as if a sword had struck the huge granite. The long sword in his hand shattered with a clang. The turtle seemed to know that Guyu's sword was very powerful, so he closed his eyes and shrank his head. Guyu's sword was completely cut on the turtle's back. The turtle's back had hills bulging out, and its defense was terrifying. Guyu's sword energy didn't even leave any traces. Guyu also screamed secretly in his heart, "Oh, rub it. It's so hard. Is this old turtle's pure defense beyond the peak of 3rd grade? Even if Elder Gord from the 3rd grade of Shui Yuan sect came and used the black water shuttle to strike with all his strength, he would not be able to penetrate this thick armor." Suddenly, a black shadow swept over. Guyu's spiritual sense was sharp, and even though he had no help from the air, he still flipped over dexterously and dodged the incoming black shadow. The tail of the spinning turtle is actually a huge python, which can freely and dexterously attack enemies around it. Looking at this situation, Guyu knew that he would not be able to pass the level this time. My strongest move can't even make a small hole, not to mention this turtle isn't just lying here for you to kill casually. If you were accidentally caught by the python's tail, you would definitely die miserably. Forget it, retreat first, and then think of a solution when you get back. Guyu landed lightly on the water and was about to jump back. The turtle opened its eyes with cunning eyes, as if it had seen through that Guyu had nothing to do with him. It smacked its lips, and instantly several whirlpools of water gathered around it. With a bang, 7 or 8 water dragon whirlwinds shot out from the cold pool and circled towards Guyu. Guyu quickly used his super agility, tumbling and dodging in various ways. With Guyu's strength, he can only jump higher than 407, but cannot maintain flying status in the air. After the strength is exhausted, he can only fall into the pool. Just when Guyu was about to touch the water, his fall was determined and he had not yet borrowed any force. Suddenly, the spin turtle suddenly opened its mouth, and its long tongue flicked out towards Guyu like a frog's tongue. It's so fast that ordinary people can't even see clearly. At this time, Zhuang Xiaochun was waiting a little anxiously outside the secret realm, thinking, "Why haven't you come out yet? I'll quietly go in and take a look from a distance, it should be fine." So Zhuang Xiaochun boldly stepped into the secret realm. He knew that it was still some distance away from the big turtle and would not be hit. He hid behind the bushes and looked into the pool. When he saw it, he was almost scared to death. Just in time to see Guyu being stuck on the long tongue of the spin turtle, he pulled it into his mouth with a swipe. Ah! The sect leader's pretty face was eaten. Zhuang Xiaochun couldn't help but scream like a slaughtering pig. Take 3 steps and then 2 steps to run out of the secret realm and want to report to the sect master. After running a certain distance, suddenly, a hand pressed Zhuang Xiaochun's shoulder and held him down. "Deacon Zhuang, what are you calling?" Oops! The pretty boy got eaten. Deacon Zhuang shouted and turned around, only to find Guyu looking at him with a smile. He was immediately frightened out of his wits. How come it became anomaly so quickly? Ah! There is anomaly. SHH, don't scream, where is anomaly? Guyu pressed Zhuang Xiaochun's mouth and was speechless. He was indeed swallowed by the spin turtle just now and has not yet been digested. Then he punched his heart and opened it again. Otherwise, I don't know how miserable the death would be if it were slowly dissolved in the stomach of the spin turtle. Ah, no, your hands have warmth. Are you alive? I saw you being swallowed by a spin turtle with my own eyes. Zhuang Xiaochun was startled. It's just a cover-up. At the last moment, I used a secret method to escape. That old turtle is really difficult to deal with. Guyu shook his head slightly, underestimating the opponent. Not only could he not break through the opponent's defense, he was also stuck by the opponent's superfast tongue. Originally, he could use Wandering Dragon Phantom Step to escape. However, this strange spinning turtle seems to have some wisdom, and Guyu is ready to save it for later use at more critical moments. What should we do now? Let's eat first. Come on, Deacon Zhuang, I'll treat you to a treat and we'll chat while we eat. Guyu took Zhuang Xiaochun to Ziwiwulu to eat and drink wildly, and finally shortened the distance between the two. Zhuang Xiaochun doesn't have much monthly money, so he doesn't dare to spend like this often. He drank until his face turned red and he said happily, "Brother Gu, there are rumors in the world that the largest secret realm in the world is inside the palace. As long as you can crack it, you can become the master of the world. Is Brother Gu interested?" Guyu smiled lightly and waved his hand. "Deacon Zhuang, don't be ridiculous, who can enter the palace? Even becoming the master of the world doesn't seem to be a good thing. Now there are wars all over the world. If it weren't for various sects guarding the nearby counties, the world would have been in chaos. I guess the current lord of the world must have a headache, he might as well be a super master and live freely." Zhuang Xiaochun chuckled, came over and whispered, "Brother, I heard that you cracked the first level of the secret passage of Qianji Pavilion? Have you heard of a certain rumor?" "What?" Zhuang Xiaochun came closer again and whispered in Guyu's ear, "The first floor of the Qianji Pavilion's secret passage seems to be a replica of the secret passage under the palace. If we can crack the upper two layers, we can quietly reach into the palace and enter the secret realm inside the palace." Guyu was surprised. Damn, this old boy must be drunk to reveal such a secret. If other people heard it, they might just laugh it off as a rumor. But Guyu guessed that this is probably true. Because among Lu Piaopio's luck, one of them is noble bloodline, maybe it is the bloodline of the royal family. Damn it, this is black luck has caught up with me. Back, back, back. In the last two floors of the secret realm of Qianji Pavilion, you must be cautious. It is not a last resort. It is better not to provoke Lu Piao. Guyu pulled Deacon Zhuang away and said with a smile, "Deacon Zhuang, you're drunk, so don't talk nonsense about these things. What is going on in the palace is not something that ordinary people like us can pry into. Don't mention it again in the future." Hiccup. "You kid, you are so boring." Zhuang Xiaochun was very dissatisfied with Guyu's reaction. The two of them talked about this part and continued to talk about other things. Zhuang Xiaochun is indeed a superman with a photographic memory. He can basically recite the original text of any document he has read. This makes Guyu quite trouble-free. He can use him as a humanoid database to conduct various queries and search for the knowledge he, wants. After having enough wine and food, Guyu inquired about the location of Shen Kongxiu's residence and went to visit this transcendent level master. Shen Kongxiu's small courtyard is near a quiet mountain peak. The yard is very simple, but very clean. Shen Kongxiu was sitting on the recliner with his eyes slightly closed. He looked as if he was nurturing spirit and seemed to be dead. Guyu waited for a long time before he dared to speak. "Is Mr. Chang awake? I want to ask you something." "Say, I've been waiting for you for a long time. It turns out that the old man is awake all the time, why don't you make some noise?" "Chang Lao, my moves are not powerful enough. How can I increase the power of my moves in a short time and gain enough armor-breaking ability?" Guyu asked directly. "Anyway, this matter is to extend your life, so you can't come up with any ideas. Use your strongest move to hit me." Shen Kongxiu still maintained his lying posture. Guyu knew that he was not at the level of 3rd grade, so it would be difficult for him to cause real harm to the super master in front of him. Even if you only have half a life left, you still can't hurt the opponent, so just give it a try. It's almost the same move as the turtle spinner back then. The small 5 elements sword has 5 consecutive swords, plus an explosion of blood-burning power. In this small courtyard, Guyu used the long sword he had just replaced to launch a big move directly at Shen Kongxiu. Shen Kongxiu's eyes flashed, showing an incredible look. What the hell is this kid doing? It's just 5th grade blood transformation, this power, the power of this sword move. It has definitely reached the 3rd grade level. Much better than when I was this age, and better than when I was in 5th grade. When it was my 5th grade, I couldn't catch the opponent's sword at all. Fortunately, Shen Kongxiu is now a super master. He didn't move, didn't even raise his hand. He just opened his eyes wider and formed an invisible protective shield with his super powerful martial Dao true intention. Gu Yu felt as if the sword was suspended in midair and stuck, unable to cut down at all, so he had to stop. Holding the sword and lowering his head, he said, "Chong Lao, I'm offended." Shen Kongxiu gestured with 2 fingers. Gu Yu thought to himself, what does this mean? Are you pointing fingers? Do you always transmigrate? Unexpectedly, Shen Kongxiu had a heartbroken expression. In order to block your sword, my life will be shortened for 2 days. You kid, you are so cruel. Clam? Gu Yu couldn't laugh or cry. Wasn't it you who asked Chuan Qian to take action? Fortunately, Shen Kongxiu didn't pay too much attention to this matter. He stood up, took a sip of tea, and analyzed, this move of yours is indeed enough to deal with the average 3rd grade. However, your inner breath is not condensed enough. It should be because your inner strength is not of a sufficient level. In addition, the cultivation time is not long, so the intensity of the inner breath is a bit inferior. The small 5 elements sword method increases the power of sword moves, which is a highlight, but the starting move is too long. If you really meet a master, he won't stand and let you finish a set. Moreover, the amplified sword energy was messy and random, and Martial Dao's true intention was insufficiently controlled. Finally, I used too much force and just relied on strength to smash, like using a hammer instead of a sword. After all, Shen Kongxiu is a super master, so his vision requirements are naturally much higher. With Gu Yu's understanding at this time, every sentence hit his mark. It made him clearly realize his own shortcomings, and he had many ideas in an instant. It will be of great help for subsequent improvements and enhancements. Sure enough, a word of advice from an expert is better than half a year of fumbling on your own. Thanks for the tip. But why is the level of your spiritual consciousness so high? I think it has reached the earth level. Tisk tisk tisk, awesome. If you have some special physique and can be in harmony with the vitality of heaven and earth, I can teach you a quick trick. Shen Kongxiu became interested, stood up from the recliner, paced with his hands behind his hands, thinking about how to explain to Gu Yu. When I reached the 1st grade, I suddenly realized that I could take advantage of the situation, use my own strength as bait, and borrow the power of heaven and earth's vitality. Your own power is always limited, but if you can use your own power to induce 5 times or 10 times the vitality of heaven and earth, then the power of one move will be doubled several times. If you want to take advantage of the situation, you must be able to sense the existence of the vitality of heaven and earth. At least various spirit body levels are required to have sufficient affinity. Shen Kongxiu briefly explained the levels of physique, including mortal physique, spirit body, Xian Ti, sacred body, and Dao body. I am the wind spirit body, so I can use the help of Koyomizu to Oka. Shen Kongxiu stretched out his hand and was about to demonstrate 2 moves to Gu Yu. Unexpectedly, Gu Yu raised his hand to stop him and said with a smile, "Wait a while, I think I have already mastered it." Clam? Shen Kongxiu's eyes almost popped out of his head. I haven't demonstrated yet. I just talked about a few theories and you are good at it. Where do you want me to put this master posture? Chapter 60. Gu Yu could tell that every time Shen Kongxiu made a move, he would consume some lifespan. So it's better to let him take fewer shots. Then he smiled and said, "Isn't this the trick that Mr. Chong used to kill that weirdo last time? After I saw it at that time, I went down and thought about it, and now I have told my boss about the details. Of course I can understand a thing or two, so let me try it first. With Gu Yu's heaven-defying comprehension at this time, of course this level of understanding can only be regarded as a basic function. He has extraordinary sixth senses and can easily perceive various energies floating between heaven and earth. Coupled with his frozen mysterious body, it is inherently more compatible with the power of water and ice energy between heaven and earth than the spirit body level. Soon, Gu Yu's spiritual thoughts were detected, and he had clearly sensed the vitality of heaven and earth, and by releasing his spiritual thoughts as bait, he could easily gather the vitality of heaven and earth. Gu Yu stretched out his long sword, merging his inner strength and martial Tao's true meaning on the tip of the sword, and use his spiritual thoughts to induce the vitality of heaven and earth to gather on the tip of the sword. Soon, a layer of ice condensed on the sword at a speed visible to the naked eye, making it crystal clear and sharp. In Gu Yu's hand, it has turned into an ice sword 10 feet long. If the vitality of heaven and earth can manifest into a material form, it has already gathered terrifying power. Coupled with the compression and fusion of Gu Yu's own inner breath, martial Tao's true meaning, and divine thoughts, the power on the sword is several times more powerful than the previous sword that looked thick and long. Shen Kongxiu's pupils shrank when he saw it. It's really happened. This kid's understanding is really terrifying. Is this an ice-type physique? Come on. Use this move to hit me with all your strength. Shen Kongxiu said excitedly, it looks like that, but the real power can only be known after trying it. Chong Lao? How about forgetting it? Stop talking nonsense and come quickly. I will kill you. Gu Yu's ice sword slashed out, and the surrounding air seemed to be frozen solid. There was also a thick ice mark on the ground. This time Shen Kongxiu did not use his eyes to defend, but pointed his finger towards the ground. The ice marks extending all the way were frozen instantly. A ray of greenery shot up into the sky, and it turned out to be a tree that rapidly expanded and grew in size. It turned into a shrub and blocked Gu Yu's ice sword. The ice sword instantly shattered and the ice melted into water. Gu Yu was a little discouraged when he saw that the sword was easily broken, isn't it? The silver-like spearhead has no power at all? Shen Kongxiu smiled, I forgot to mention that I am also a wood spirit body, and my spiritual mind is stronger. With the water energy you condensed, the wood energy increased sharply, and I naturally broke this sword move. Gu Yu suddenly realized that it turns out that borrowing the vitality of heaven and earth can be used in this way, which is a bit like borrowing strength. Chong Lao, my disciple has learned a lesson. Gu Yu saluted sincerely. With the guidance of this super master, his martial Dao will definitely enter the country much faster. No courtesy. Shen Kongxiu stretched out his hand and made a 6 sign. Chong Lao? What are you doing? Gu Yu sighed, do you mean to deduct 666? Are you hinting to me that you are transmigrate again? Shen Kongxiu smiled bitterly, damn it, this move of yours has consumed another 6 days of my lifespan. Gu Yu suddenly vomited blood in his heart, I am responsible for this again? Didn't you ask me to open up? Well, on the plus side, the power of this sword should be about 3 times that of my previous full-strength sword, and it should be able to break through the tortoise's defense. Shen Kongxiu reminded again, this move of yours can actually be combined with your little 5 elements sword. You only need to adjust the order of the 5 elements of the small 5 elements sword, and use the water attribute sword pose in the last pose. Then you can use your physique to smoothly transform into the ice attribute, and then use this to borrow the vitality of heaven and earth. The double power is superimposed, and even second grade may not be able to withstand this blow. It's just that the starting position is longer. The balance here needs to be grasped by yourself. Gu Yu suddenly understood that the little 5 elements sword connected another move with the heaven and earth Yuan Qi style. This time, his strongest move was at least more than 10 times more powerful. It was really terrifying. Thank you, Mr. Chong, for your advice. I'll go first. Gu Yu didn't dare to practice this move with Shen Chong anymore, so he hurriedly said goodbye and went down the mountain. Before leaving, Gu Yu specifically told Shen Kongxiu not to leave the Yanzong mountain gate of opening heaven within 3 days. After you clear the spin turtle secret realm, you may have unexpected effects. Shen Kongxiu knew that Gu Yu was not lying, so he nodded and agreed. In fact, he spent most of the time lying in this small courtyard, too lazy to move. Just lie down for 3 more days, it's very simple. After Gu Yu returned, he continued to ponder sword moves. As Shen Kongxiu said, although this move is powerful, its disadvantage is that the forward swing takes too long. 1 sword and 5 consecutive moves requires some starting moves, plus condensing the vitality of heaven and earth. There is no one that I really can't beat in a minute or 2. That weird spinning turtle can't lie down and wait for you to use your ultimate move. It seems that in order to pass the secret realm of the spin turtle, you have to shake your talent. Get a few helpers, support them first, then calmly open up and the problem will be solved in a matter of seconds. Anyway, now my Zibei Kang Sheng luck can also have the effect of driving teammates away. Find someone to test it and see how effective the reward is. So, Gu Yu quickly found Duan Hang, who had the most connections, and asked him to help recruit a few helpers. Those below 3rd grade who dare to enter the tortoise secret realm. Gu Yu has 10 lives, but others don't. If he is swallowed by a spinning turtle, he is really gone. Therefore, we must first make it clear that we are responsible for life and death. As for rewards, Gu Yu did not say it clearly. I just say that the rewards for completing the level will be shared equally by everyone. Come if you want to come, and don't force yourself if you don't want to come. *YNTT. Gu Yu also personally invited Ji Qingying and Qian Yu. Ji Qingying is currently in seclusion and has broken through to 3rd grade. She is just stuck at the upper level limit required by the dungeon. If she breaks through, she will not be able to enter. With her strength, she can fight against the spin turtle single-handedly, which can buy herself a lot of time. Qianyu is a long-range attack, although she is only 5th grade. But you can let her gain some experience, so that you can use her in the future. Duan Hang is in the assessment hall, and he knows very well the level of various disciples. Coupled with the large number of contacts gained from Xinyu's attributes, enough people were quickly attracted to help. They are all disciples below 3rd grade, with good nature and easy temper. Among them, Gu Yu specifically highlighted Kui Cheng. This guy was blind in one eye but was not discouraged. Instead, he practiced more and more diligently. Gu Yu gave him a hand. 0. 1 day later, more than 20 people were already in place in front of the spin turtle secret realm. What are you doing? So many people? It's useless. The maximum number of people in this secret realm is 3, so if there are so many people here, you can only stare at them with big eyes. The management authority of Suangi secret realm is in the hands of Zhuang Xiaochun. Seeing so many people coming, Zhuang Xiaochun shook his head. Humph, if we could pass the level with more people, the secret realm of the spin turtle would have been broken long ago. How can we wait until this time? Gu Yu came out and said with a smile, it doesn't matter, just enter, as much as you can enter is more. Gu Yu's Zibei Kengsheng orange-red luck can temporarily increase the upper limit of the number of people admitted to a dungeon by 10 times. At this time, the effect comes into play. The 3-person spin turtle copy is full of difficulties. A copy of the tortoise with 30 people would be like having a party on the tortoise's grave. A crowd of people filed in. Zhuang Xiaokun's eyes widened when he saw it, isn't it? Obviously only 3 people could enter before. Yes, Gu Xiaozi must have done something. This guy really has something, he can even change the rules of secret realm? No wonder he was sent to the secret pavilion, and the sect leader gave him great authority. Amazing! At this time, 27 people had entered, and only Gu Yu, Duan Hang, and Zhuang Xiaochun were still outside. Gu Yu said, brothers, I will go in first to do some work. Duanhang smiled and said, "Wait a minute, I also meet the conditions. It's below 3rd grade, how about letting me come in and get some rewards?" It turns out that this kid has reserved a place for himself, and Guyu certainly won't stop him. "Brother Duan, please." Zhuang Xiaochun on the side also smiled flatteringly and said, "Brother Gu, I'll go and see it too. So many people are hunting for spinner turtles, how spectacular it is. Please, Deacon Zhuang, please also." This time, the number of 30 people was just right, and there was no waste at all. Door. Chapter 61. Under the leadership of the strongest Ji Qingying, the battle soon began. The 5 disciples from Qunji Pavilion, who are the best in lightness skills, use the help of zip lines to shuttle and jump in the air to attract the attention of the spinning turtle. From time to time, they will shoot a hidden weapon to hit the spinning turtle's eyes. 10 body refining disciples with strong physiques and strong defense, including Ji Qingying, are in the front row. Holding a heavy weapon and facing the threat of the spin turtle head-on, he would rush forward and hit the spin turtle's feet with a series of chops. There are also 10 Qi refining disciples, including Qi Yunyu and Duanhang from 5th grade, who are responsible for remote output while standing on the bank of the pool. Deal a certain amount of damage to the spin turtle so that it can end without law manifestation. The remaining few disciples are responsible for coordinating and rescuing emergencies. Zhuang Xiaochun was the weakest, hiding behind a tree to watch the battle from a distance, just for fun. Everyone has practiced the art of dealing with large and strange battle formations, and is quite skilled in fighting them. This spinning turtle seemed to be affected by the power of some copy rules, and could not climb out of the pool. The huge figure has completely become a target. Guyu stood on the bank of the pool, holding in his hand a giant weapon about 1 meter wide and 997 about 1 foot long, the Ape Han's Han. Before coming, Guyu found the sect master and wanted to borrow a more powerful sect weapon to use. An ordinary long sword can no longer withstand his full blow. Without thinking, the sect leader drew his sword Flaming Fairy. It is said that this sword is tempered by the heavenly flames and carries the power of the heavenly flames. It is a sharp weapon for killing weirdos. Unfortunately, Guyu now has an ice-attributed physique, and the energy of heaven and earth he borrows is mainly water and ice-attributed. The effect of the ultimate move is inconsistent with that of Flaming Lady Sword. That's why I chose Han's Han in the sect's arsenal. It can be said that it perfectly matches Guyu's abilities at this time. It has ice attributes and requires super strength to hold it. Under the leadership of Ji Qingying, more than 20 martial artists, including a large number of 4th grade peakers, have been spinning so hard that their heads are full of screams. In the past, it was just snacks for one person, but maybe 2 or 3 people could have a big meal. Why are so many people showing up now? The spin turtle is weird and feels a little unbearable. There is obviously some kind of restriction by the power of heaven and earth, so many people can't come in. At this time, there are 10 long-range martial artists, and the Qi refining martial arts skills played from various angles have already given him a headache. The snake's tail had a lot of wounds. However, there was another threat that was constantly gathering the energy of heaven and earth, which made him feel even more frightened. We can't let him go on like this, it will be very bad. The turtle turned its body crazily, ran a few steps towards Guyu who was Qi gathering, opened its mouth and wanted to spit out its long tongue and swallow Guyu. Senior Sister Ji. Guyu has now reached the final stage of gathering the vitality of heaven and earth. The cold mountain in your hand has been covered with a thick layer of ice energy, raised high and ready to go. Ice Flame Slash. After hearing Guyu's signal, Ji Qingying took action first. The sword in her hand also condenses a lot of ice. Martial Dao's true meaning. Exploding layers of ice flames, he swung his sword in the air and chopped off the turtle's head. With strength that is almost 3rd grade, coupled with a special ice physique and top talent in swordsmanship, the power of Ji Qingying's sword has reached the peak of 3rd grade. The turtle had no choice but to turn its tongue and bounce it upwards. It let go of Gu Yu first and went to catch Ji Qingying's killing move. Zhyla. Ji Qingying's ice knife struck the turtle's tongue, instantly freezing it into an ice stick and making it impossible to pull it back for a while. Everyone attack Snake Tail. Qi Yunyu said hello, and all the Qi refining martial artists went crazy and used their special martial arts skills to almost break the turtle's snake tail. The turtle was controlled from head to tail, and Gu Yu took action. Give it to me. Han's heavy sword was swung out. The small 5 elements sword was superimposed with the vitality of heaven and earth, and an ice cone shot out like a missile. Directly into the mouth of the spin turtle. Burst. The ice pick exploded with a bang, bursting out thousands of spikes at once, and the spin turtle's head was riddled with holes from its mouth. This move, in addition to Shen Kongxiu's teachings. Gu Yu also incorporated some of Gourd Elder Zhang Yu's black water shuttle skills. Blast into the weird vitals and explode from the inside to deal maximum damage. Whoa! The spin turtle let out a shrill scream and suddenly sank into the water. Congratulations! You have cleared the spin turtle instance. You have obtained the following rewards. You have obtained innate luck, turtle year and crane longevity, blue. You have obtained the earth level skill profound water art. You have obtained the power of luck 500 strands x 30. Great! Rewards are out. Turtle year and crane shao, your lifespan is as long as a turtle. You have gained 90 years of life. The basic reward for this copy was originally 3 years of longevity. After Gu Yu's Zi Bei Kengsheng increased 30 times, it became 90 years. And it is given in the form of innate luck, which means Gu Yu can be directly upgraded in the future to directly obtain a longer lifespan. Profound Water Art seems to be an internal skill book. It should be that after the original profound level internal skill reward increased, it became earth level. Plus 15,000 strands of luck. The remaining power of luck on Gu Yu's panel has reached more than 18,000 strands. In addition to Gu Yu, who is happily checking his reward, others are also realizing this harvest. Qi Yunyu said with some surprise, I feel that the strength of my qi and blood has increased a lot. Another disciple said, it's strange, I feel like I'm getting younger. My body feels very relaxed. I think I got a reward, it's actually 3 black earth shields. Ji Qingying also realized the effect of the reward. Not only was her body much lighter, but she seemed to be only a layer of window paper away from the 3rd grade. She could break through after she went back to reflect a little bit. The most shocked person was Kui Cheng. He originally thought that he was just here to make soy sauce, but he didn't expect that after clearing the level, his blinded eye actually recovered little by little. This made him, who had always been silent and low-key, couldn't help waving his arms and shouting to the sky. Zhuang Xiaochun, who was hiding behind the tree, clearly saw his reward, 9 years of longevity. You can make a lot of money this time. The original 3-year longevity reward was turned into 9 years of longevity thanks to Gu Yu's luck increase. Xiao Yuan is not only a lifespan, but also a kind of vitality. It has a good improvement in qi, blood, constitution, and physical health. In addition to longevity, most people received an additional 1,500 strands of luck as a reward, and a few people also received other random rewards. Gu Yu simply told everyone that he had received some longevity enhancements, the specific number of years, and other rewards, but Gu Yu simply ignored them. At the same time, in a small courtyard on a side peak of Tianyan sect, Shen Kongxiu, who was originally lying on the rocking chair, suddenly opened his eyes, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He clearly saw the prompt. You have obtained the reward for clearing the tortoise dungeon, your lifespan has been increased by 3 years. The power of luck has been increased by 500 strands. Shen Kongxiu does not have an all-round system like Gu Yu. However, he cleared the level and controlled a copy, which allowed him to obtain some additional prompt information given by the copy. Shen Kongxiu's originally dying face looked much younger to the naked eye. He could feel that the vitality in his body, which was almost exhausted, had recovered a little, although not much. Use it sparingly. It's enough to last him for several more years. Ha ha ha. This boy really gave me a big surprise. Shen Kongxiu naturally knew that this was the reward brought by Gu Yu after clearing the copy. I originally thought it was just a matter of giving a few tips, but I didn't expect that it would pay off in the blink of an eye with several years of life. Hey, how can I repay this? 0.9. Just when Shen Kongxiu saw the prompt, inside the Tianyan sect mountain gate. The sect leader also looked at the location of the spin turtle copy, with a pleased smile on his face. You did a good job, little brother. In the Qunji pavilion, the young pavilion master Lu Piao Piao and the old pavilion master raised their heads at the same time, and they both saw the look of expectation in each other's eyes. There are also a few old guys who have been in seclusion for a long time. At this time, there is a rare smile on the corners of their mouths. Haha, it's interesting, I actually gained 3 yuan. When did such a genius appear in the sect? God has been so kind to me. He has been able to extend my life for another 3 years. Who cleared the dungeon? I should be grateful. At this time, Gu Yu, who stepped out of the spin turtle secret realm, also saw a new prompt. Congratulations! You have made friends with a person of great luck and activated the luck bond life prolonging grace, purple. Life extending grace, you extend the life of the person with great luck, and the other person will definitely repay the favor. You increase the power of luck by 500 strands every day. Great! This is a big bite, and the power of luck reaches more than 1,500 strands every day, so full. Chapter 62. Duanheng gathered all the disciples who had passed the customs to celebrate together at Ziwihu Tower. After having enough wine and food, I returned to the small courtyard. Gu Yu looked at his panel and said, Job transfer progress has been increased to 2/5. There are still 3 dungeons left, and with the upgrade to level 60, it seems that it will take some time to complete the second turn. Today, the sect only has the Tianyan secret realm and the 2-story secret realm of Qunji Pavilion. If you don't consider passing Qunji Pavilion, you have to go down the mountain and explore the surrounding counties. Just as he was about to go back to the house to rest, a figure in red quietly fell from the sky and landed in the small courtyard. Gu Yu was startled, and quickly turned around and clasped his fists, saying, The sect master came to visit late at night, and the disciples are far away to welcome him. The sect master still smiled with narrowed eyes, looking in a good mood. Fool, when there are no outsiders, it is better to call me senior sister. Oh, senior sister. Gu Yu followed suit. You don't want me to come in and sit down? Isn't it inconvenient to do this in the middle of the night? Gu Yu always felt that the sect leader seemed familiar to him, and his sixth sense could clearly detect that the other party did not have the slightest malice. Okay, let's sit down in this small courtyard and talk. The sect master still came to the small stove where the two of them were eating skewers before. He stretched out his finger and a purple flame had already lit the fire. He waved, Come here quickly. The weather has turned cold in the evening. You drank again. Don't do that. Caught a cold. Now that it is almost the end of the year, the nights in the mountains are indeed a bit cold, and we urgently need someone to warm the bed, cough cough. Gu Yu put away his distracting thoughts and sat in front of the stove. The two of them warmed themselves by the fire quietly, neither of them seemed willing to break the peaceful feeling. After a while, the sect leader finally said, You cracked the tortoise secret realm this time, and several elders in the sect have benefited a lot. You are all praising you vigorously in front of me and asked me to get you some reward. What do you want? Gu Yu smiled and shook his head. Actually, the income from clearing secret realm is already good, so there is no need for other additional rewards. You are honest, you still deserve the award. Let's do this, the sect's contribution points are 200 points. The hand sword will no longer be taken back to the arsenal and will be used for your personal use. You are now in the 5th grade. You can choose one of the spiritual objects in the sect to help you enter the 4th grade as soon as possible. In addition, if you are promoted to the acting master of the secret pavilion, all monthly salary and expenses will be the same as those of the pavilion master. Are you satisfied? The rewards given by the sect leader have seriously exceeded the rewards within the sect for clearing a copy. 200 contribution points, twice as much American Samoa the previous case of solving the case of the undead snitch. What's more important is that he actually gave himself the position of acting master of the secret pavilion. This is not on the same level as a disciple. He suddenly became a powerful figure in Tianyan sect. His status within the sect has soared. From now on, only the sect leader and the powerful elders can overwhelm him. It is simply impossible for other palaces to manipulate him easily. This is naturally much more comfortable than being an inner disciple. Very satisfied. Guyu nodded and accepted the job and many rewards. Okay. Is there anything else you want to ask? The sect leader stared at Guyu, his beautiful eyes full of smiles. By the way, senior sister, I would like to ask, is Tianyan secret realm difficult? Naturally, no one knows Tianyan secret realm better than the sect leader. This opportunity is rare, so Guyu of course wants to ask. It's very difficult. You have to be at least a good spirit body level to be able to walk around the entrance of the cave. To go deeper, you need a higher fire attribute affinity. Even I can't get to the deepest point. Ordinary disciples would have been burned to ashes even if they were close to the entrance of the cave. The sect leader put away his smile and specifically warned, although you are good at cracking the secret realm, the Tianyan secret realm is too dangerous, so you must not take risks. Guyu thought in his mind, it really does require a special physique. His ice-type physique is not compatible with it, so he might not be able to withstand it for long if he goes in. But where can I get a fire attribute physique? Physique is usually brought out from the mother's womb. If you want to get it the day after tomorrow, you need some adventures. Suddenly, Guyu thought of a way to figure out where his physique came from. If he tried again, he would have a chance. Therefore, Guyu also said with a solemn expression, "Senior sister, I have an unkind request." The sect master said softly, "You say it." "Senior sister, I want to practice dual cultivation with you," Guyu, with a resolute and upright face, added, seriously. "As long as I can practice dual cultivation with the sect leader, I should be able to acquire a fire-attributed physique just like I did with Ji Qingying before. Then it will be easy to handle. Save some luck to upgrade. Isn't it as easy as going home to go to Tianyan secret realm?" Hearing Guyu's excessive request, the sect leader's eyes widened at first, a little unbelievable that someone actually dared to ask him this in person. However, she does not have any negative emotions such as shyness or anger. I didn't ask Guyu why he wanted to do double cultivation. With a bright expression and a smile on his face, he shook his head and said, "You can't do it." "Why? That's too much. How can you say that men can't do it? Unless you have a sacred body level ice physique and your strength reaches 1st grade, I will consider dual cultivation with you." The sect master smiled and stretched out his white jade arms, without any deliberate chi gathering concentration, and the purple flame was already ignited on his palms. "I'm very strong, you can't handle it. Once you practice dual cultivation, these heavenly flames will directly enter your body, and even I can't control it. Yuan Huang's sacred body is really scary." The sect leader has refined how much heavenly flame he has refined. Without the same level of physique, he really can't catch it. But the sect leader's answer also made Guyu have countless daydreams. What she meant was, "It's not that I don't want to, it's that you are useless." But it's not a big problem. With only 100,000 strands of luck, your frozen mysterious body, purple, can rise to the golden level, which should be the sacred body. On the contrary, first grade strength will take some time to reach, but it is only a matter of time. It's just sacred body and first grade. It won't take long for me to reach it. Senior sister, you have to be prepared. Guyu will draw a cake for her first. Hey, if you are ambitious, then I will wait for you. In Guyu's mind, a reminder has appeared. Congratulations! You have made acquaintance with a person of great luck and activated the bond of luck. Double cultivation ambition, green. The ambition of dual cultivation, I don't care, I just want to cultivate dual cultivation. You can get 100 rays of luck every day. I'll go, is that okay? Guyu felt that he had found a bond with the sect master. Luck seemed to be particularly easy. Last time we played skewers together, we came up with a song called Yu Jun Tong Yuan. This time we warmed up by the fire and chatted about dual cultivation and came up with dual cultivation aspiration. If they really practiced dual cultivation together, wouldn't they create a big bond? Guyu pondered in his heart, so, 220, does it mean that I have a deep bond with the sect leader? He thought for a while and couldn't help but ask, Senior sister, have we met before? Although Guyu asked vaguely, he actually meant something. He had seen it before, but not in this world. The sect leader nodded quite naturally, I've seen it. I have some vague memories that seem to be left in my previous life, and there is a person in them who looks very much like you. Guyu secretly exclaimed, sure enough. There is indeed some of my existence in her memory fragments, so she is so close and friendly to me. Can you tell me what kind of memory it is? Well, that world is a little different from here. The world is very vast, and the smell between heaven and earth is also very good. At that time, I was still very weak, and I always sat on your shoulders and was protected by you. The sect leader seemed to be remembering the past, returning to those carefree days, looking a little relaxed and intoxicated, and said with a smile. I have never told anyone that these memories appear out of nowhere. I almost thought I was hysterical and crazy. Then, do you remember me? Guyu shook his head, sorry, not really. Guyu's memories of his previous life were all on Blue Star. He went to school, found a job, worked as a social worker, and never even had a girlfriend. None of the people I met had an image that overlapped with that of the sect leader. No need to apologize. You should not remember it in order to live a good life. You don't need to take it to heart. It's late, go to bed early. The sect master naturally stood up and left, disappearing like an elf. However, she felt a little wistful in her heart, is it you? My master. Chapter 63. Get up early the next morning. Guyu looked at his panel and saw that the power of luck had accumulated to about 20,000 strands. Now the daily luck output has reached more than 1,600 strands. Even the 100,000 strands of purple Shenzhen don't seem so out of reach. Although he became the acting master of the secret pavilion, Guyu was not in a hurry to give orders and exercise management authority. Your own strength is the foundation of everything. After searching through his many lucks, Guyu found that internal strength had become his shortcoming. Currently, the only luck in the direction of internal force is strong internal force, which is just a green luck. Guyu took out 1,000 strands of luck and upgraded it at will. Congratulations! Your innate luck strong internal power, green, has been upgraded to superior internal power, blue. Superior internal strength. Your internal strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. If you continue to practice, the star of Yingxi will be very terrifying. Hey? This luck seems to have an average effect. Guyu looked at it and found that his inner breath had doubled again. Reached 320,000 points. This is indeed soaring. Long-term battles can provide continuous output and are not afraid of group challenges. But as Shen Kongxiu pointed out before, his own internal weakness lies in his lack of quality. The same inner breath, body refining martial artist spreads all over the body, or chi refining martial artist uses moves to attack. Those with high-quality inner breath can obtain higher physical strength and output power. Compared with some martial artists who practice high-level internal skills, Guyu is still far behind. The method of improvement is very simple to say the least. Change to a high-grade inner strength method to further condense your inner strength to the point where qi condensation is like liquid, and the quality of your strength will be on a higher level. Therefore, Guyu took out the earth-level internal skill Profound Water Art obtained from the Spin Turtle secret realm this time and began his own enlightenment. With his current heaven-defying comprehension, even the earth-level internal skills and mental techniques are naturally at his fingertips and can be understood easily. That's it. Profound Water Art, the inner breath circulates like running water, and when it encounters water, it can exert greater power. It is more suitable for martial artist practice with water-type physiques. This feeling of controlling water is somewhat similar to controlling the vitality of heaven and earth. Guyu stomped his steps, meditating, and came to a small waterfall in the mountain. Is it more powerful when exposed to water? Guyu's body is running Profound Water Art, inserting her palm into the pool. Suddenly, I felt that the surrounding water resonated with my inner breath. By inputting the inner breath into the water, you can control part of the water around your body just like you control the inner breath. This feeling is very similar to the way Shui Yuan sect disciples control black water. I see. Guyu waved it out casually, and the water was wrapped by internal force and blasted into the pool, causing layers of waves to explode. The power was indeed impressive. Hey, isn't this the Pei Yun palm? Guyu smiled. Congratulations! Your Profound Water Art has been completed. You have obtained a blue luck seed. Do you want to spend 1000 strands of luck to hatch it? Incubation. Now 1000 strands are just drizzled to Guyu, just use them casually. Congratulations! You got innate luck Shui Jin, blue. Zisui Jin. The speed and power of your water attribute martial arts are greatly increased. You can move more flexibly and freely in the water, and can use the power of the water to trap powerful enemies. You can hold your breath in the water for an hour. Hiss, not bad. Water attribute martial arts have been enhanced, and the ability to survive in water has been enhanced. Being able to practice Profound Water Art to perfection so quickly this time is partly due to Guyu's strong understanding. On the other hand, the principle of Profound Water Art is similar to controlling the vitality of heaven and earth. However, after it was completed, Guyu discovered the problem. The internal strength is perfect, which represents the extremely proficient and perfect operation of the exercise. It can even operate automatically anytime and anywhere without consuming thoughts to guide it. But it does not directly increase the amount and grade of internal strength. It still takes time, continuous practice, continuous condensation and compression, so that Tuan can reach a deeper level of internal strength. Gendao's internal strength and martial arts have always been like this, requiring more time and steady and continuous improvement. The longer the practice time, the better the effect. Unlike some evil sects exercises that pursue quick results, of course, there will be some side effects. At this time, you need to cooperate with some spiritual objects and evil methods to alleviate it. For example, some will need to suck human blood, which is quite terrifying. Nowadays, luck in both internal skills is not so symptomatic. We still need to find an inner strength method that can improve the quality of our inner energy. Once you practice to perfection and generate corresponding luck, you will naturally be able to take off quickly. Zongmen, Sutra Pavilion. Guyu went directly to the third floor, but was blocked by the disciple on duty, who had a slightly arrogant attitude. Only the disciples of the upper 3 grades of the inner sect can go to the third floor. Get back quickly. Ah, this? Guyu took out his pavilion master token and showed it. The disciple was stunned for a moment, then looked at Guyu's young face, and said in disbelief, Pavilion master? Impossible. Which pavilion are you a disciple of? How could you have the pavilion master's token? The Pavilion Master's order is a token unique to the Pavilion Master of the 12 Pavilions of Tianyan sect. Even some powerful elders and deacons cannot get the order from the Pavilion Master. The status of the Pavilion Master is only that of the sect master. Gu Yu was so young, and he actually showed the Pavilion Master's order. This made the disciples on duty really puzzled and completely suspected that Gu Yu was holding a fake order. Tisk, noisy. Gu Yu lightly flicked his palm out, and with the super strength and the trapped character formula of profound water art, he had already moved the disciple parallel to the passage and made way for him. Do I, a Pavilion Master, still need to explain to you? Although that disciple is also a 5th grade, Gu Yu's 5th grade has too much luck. How can an ordinary 5th grade be his opponent? How dare you? How dare you force your way into my Sutra Pavilion? When the disciple saw that the other party actually took action, he was about to get up and use his palm skills to fight against the enemy. 64. One big shot sent that boy flying. Haha, I just went to relieve myself, but I didn't expect this disciple to bump into Pavilion Master Gu. Please forgive me for being ignorant. Elder Fei, an old acquaintance, came and looked at Gu Yu with a half-smile. He had just received the news that Gu Yu had been promoted. In total, Elder Fei was only the Deacon Elder of Sutra Pavilion, which was one level lower than Gu Yu, the Pavilion Master. Although I had some friendship with Gu Yu before, some people don't miss it once they reach a high position. Oh, Elder Fei, what kind of Pavilion Master are you here to make fun of me too? If you call me like that again, then I will take back the Ziwiwulu roast chicken and fine wine I brought you. Gu Yu smiled and presented the prepared gift. How could he be stupid enough to put on airs with an old man from the Tianyan sect like Elder Fei? Hey, you kid, you learned a lot from Duan Hang. Seeing that Gu Yu's attitude was as respectful as before and he was not arrogant just because he was promoted to Pavilion Master, Elder Fei secretly praised that this boy is really calm and can be made. Then he took the food from Gu Yu with a smile and asked with a smile, why, you still come to Sutra Pavilion to pick up the missing food? Didn't Master Kongxiu give you some advice? Shen Kongxiu, who calls himself Kongxiu Daoist, said at the meeting that he would make tea and discuss swordsmanship with Gu Yu, and Elder Fei also heard it. Haha, if Chong is ill, how dare you harass him so often? He actually gave me some advice and said that my internal strength was too low, so I came to Sutra Pavilion for a walk. Looking for a secret book that can improve the level of internal strength, I also asked Elder Fei for advice. Gu Yu explained his purpose. Elder Fei examined Gu Yu's aura and sighed, Martial Dao, your level has been improved too fast, and your internal strength has really not kept up. In addition, you used to practice Yin-Yang Kung Fu, but now your physique is exuding cold air. The cold and heat conflict, so the power of the inner breath is naturally weaker. By the way, do you still want to continue practicing the 5 elements sword technique? Elder Fei deserves to have the luck of excellent perception. Although he is not as clear as a super master like Shen Kongxiu, he still clearly grasps Gu Yu's strength and problems. Gu Yu nodded and said, the 5 elements sword method is the foundation of my current combat power, so I will naturally continue to practice it. Elder Fei nodded and pointed, physique and internal strength do complement each other to a certain extent. In fact, the most suitable body type for the little 5 elements sword method is the 5 elements spirit body. Then practice 5 elements gates great 5 elements spin gong. In this way, you can master heaven levels 5 elements divine sword technique, which is so powerful that even super masters would not dare to easily defeat its edge. However, the 5 elements gate has long since disappeared, and this technique has been lost. According to legend, our Tianyan sects Yin-Yang Kung Fu and Han Jade Kung Fu are part of the techniques passed down from 5 elements gate. The two found a corner and sat down. Elder Fei sipped his wine while explaining some secrets of the world to Gu Yu. What Gu Yu lacked was the knowledge of these old people, so he naturally listened attentively. However, although there is no perfect way to practice, there are alternatives. Appreciate further details. Elder Fei took a bite of the chicken leg and said, if the exercises cannot adapt to all 5 elements of the body, then it is better to practice exercises without attributes. Although there is no bonus, it will not conflict with the physical constitution. This skill is on the 3rd floor Earth level's pinnacle internal skill and mind skill small formless skill. The internal power produced by the small phaseless skill is of high quality and has no attributes. Although it has no special bonus to various physical constitutions, it can be suitable for any physical constitution. However, there are disadvantages. It's just more difficult to practice than Zhao. It's difficult to get started every 10 or 8 years, and it's even more difficult to practice to the great accomplishment and consummation. Without 50 years of diligent accumulation, it's impossible to achieve it. When Guyu heard that the sect had this internal skill, his eyes suddenly lit up. Although there is no bonus in training speed or power, I am destined not to have only one physique in the future. When you practice Xiao Wuxiang Gong, there will be no problems of restraint and conflict. What to be afraid of? With my current understanding, I have never encountered anything that can be called difficult. Elder Fei, this disciple is not afraid of difficulties and wants to practice this internal skill. Yet, you know your stuff. Haha. Elder Fei was very satisfied when he saw that Guyu was willing to face difficulties and did not pursue the idea of quick success. He quietly said, did you know that there is a follow-up to this small Wuxiang Gong? That is heaven level's big Wuxiang Gong. Also known as Xiang Gong. Small phaseless power is an internal power without attributes. That great no-phase skill is an internal skill with all attributes. As long as you come into contact with other people's inner strength, you can understand and analyze its essence, thereby converting your own inner strength into the exact same form of the other person. With this kind of inner strength, you can adapt to any physique and practice any martial arts. If you really master it, it will be even more powerful than the great 5 elements spin kung fu. Guyu's heart suddenly moved, his eyes were shining. Let me go, is there such a good thing? This shadowless magic skill seems to be tailor-made for all-around cheating players like me, it's just a must practice. Chapter 64. Elder Fei was so excited when he spoke, he raised his head and took a sip, and then said, what a pity. The Wuxiang divine art has also been lost, and this sect does not have it. However, I heard that if you practice the small phaseless skill to the extreme, you may get clues to the phaseless magic skill. Of course, this is just a rumor. Guyu frowned for a while and lost his message again. However, Xiao Wuxiang Kung Fu should be able to hold up for a while, so you need to practice it to perfection first. Haha. Boy, I know you are impatient, so the old man has to remind you. Cultivation of internal strength will make you gain merit every day. Don't be greedy for too much, don't make rash advances, otherwise you will become a devil and the gods will not be able to save you. Thank you, Elder Fei, for being vigilant. This time I came to Sutra Pavilion, and I learned some good knowledge for nothing. Guyu is now the master of the pavilion. Naturally, he does not need to read in Sutra Pavilion as he did when he was a disciple. I directly took the secret book of Little Wuxiang Gong and went back to the small courtyard to meditate. Unexpectedly, Little Wuxiang Gong was indeed difficult. It took Guyu 3 days to reach the entry level. This has never happened before. Although the theory of this method is easy to understand and can be understood. But the difficulty is that there are too many meridians that need to be opened. It almost covers the whole body. Even with Guyu's understanding, he can't rush and can only open up and dredge the meridians bit by bit. This thing is urgent. If you accidentally injure the meridians, you may have to recuperate for a long time. After practicing for a while, Guyu also felt a little boring. If it continues like this, it won't last more than a year and a half, and it will be difficult to reach perfection. If Elder Fei heard these words, it would definitely be the boss's beta fan coming over. It takes people 10 or 8 years to get started, but you want to reach consummation in 1 year. Go crazy and explode and die. But Gu Yu has a lot of luck bonuses, so naturally he can't take the usual path. But, how to break the situation? Suddenly, Gu Yu remembered something. Time hut. According to the previous explanation, 1 hour in the time house, 150, is equivalent to 1 hour in the current world, but in many worlds it is 1 day. Then the time hut day is almost equivalent to a month in other worlds. Add in some epiphanies, and the effect of cultivation will be more than a month. It seems necessary to open a world dungeon and give it a try. With a thought in his mind, Gu Yu disappeared from the small courtyard in an instant and entered his own exclusive copy of the time cabin. On the panel, the balance of the power of luck is more than 22,800 strands. Help me find a safe, comfortable, cheap world where I can practice with peace of mind. Gu Yu tried to add query conditions, and various light curtain panels rotated. The last light curtain appeared in front of Gu Yu. True martial small world. There are no supernatural powers or superpowers here, it is purely ordinary martial Dao's small world. It only requires 10,000 strands of luck to open it. 1 hour in the time hut is equivalent to 1 day in the true martial small world. It's you. 10,000 strands of luck are not very painful. If you can achieve the effect of compressing time, it will be completely worth the price. Gu Yu first returned to his small courtyard and lit an incense burner. The incense sticks inside can burn for about an hour, that is, 2 hours. After preparing some dry food and water bags, Gu Yu entered the time cabin again. Turn on. Gu Yu felt his surroundings fall into darkness. He opened his eyes after a moment and found himself in a mountainous wilderness. The sun is shining, the greenery is abundant, and everything feels fresh and new. You have entered the world copy, true martial small world. The realm has been synchronized. Due to the incomplete rules of the world, you may have some abilities that cannot be used normally. Gu Yu glanced at his panel. Chech, level 44, world, martial saint realm. The system level has been improved after killing the weird spinning turtle before. In different worlds, because of different rules and cultivation environments, there are different hierarchical systems. The system level can be used as a rough horizontal reference. The greater the differences in the world's rules and the more incomplete the rules. Gu Yu's abilities gained by practicing using these rules will be weakened to a certain extent. However, in this small true martial world, Gu Yu feels that it is not too different from his original low martial world. The power of vitality between heaven and earth here is not too thin, and all the abilities he should have are still there. Wu Saint Realm? Don't know what level it is? But it doesn't sound like it's weak. Gu Yu tried running around and scouting. There is no human habitation at all for dozens of miles, and there are no traces of wild beasts. It feels like a paradise. Fresh and quiet, occasionally a few deer and rabbit-like animals ran by. They all looked at Gu Yu curiously, not feeling afraid at all. Gu Yu found a fairly clean cave and planned to try practicing here. Sitting in the cave, Gu Yu tried to practice for a whole day and night. Although he only used half of his mind, the other half was cautiously alert to the surroundings. But the effect of practice is very good, it feels no different from the low martial arts world. Gu Yu was not sure how to count the past day. But after a whole day, I saw a reminder in my mind. You stayed in the true martial small world for 1 day and consumed 10 luck powers. Oh, as expected, prostitution cannot be completely free. To put it into perspective, staying here for 24 days requires 240 strands of luck. A day outside is still affordable. With a thought in mind, Gu Yu returned to the time hut again and checked the incense sticks in the incense burner. It was about half burned. Everything around the courtyard is as usual, there is no difference. I shuttled between the two worlds quietly. Okay, let's try staying longer this time. This time, Gu Bao tried to stay in the true martial small world for 8 days. Just spent a night outside. I checked the hair tied on the door and window, but it was still intact. No one noticed that he disappeared all night. The disciples of the sect are all sleeping soundly. But Gu Yu actually practiced small phaseless skill for 8 days in the small world of true martial. Eat some dry food when you are hungry, drink some mountain spring water when you are thirsty. Leisurely and natural, true meditation, just like a master outside the world. This made Gu Yu's Xiaoyuxiang Gong advance very quickly, from the entry level to the proficient level, with less than half of his meridians opened. If you devote yourself to cultivating for 10 days and a half, it would be equivalent to 1 year in the true martial world. Wouldn't it be so easy to reach perfection? Gu Yu is very happy, this bug is stuck by himself. However, after all, the sect is crowded with people, many masters, the sect leader with an ambiguous attitude, and the half-dead super master Shen Kongxiu. Or Duan Hang, who came to socialize when he had nothing to do. Even Ji Qingying and Qi Yunyu might come to visit. If you see yourself absent a few more times, I'm afraid it will cause some unnecessary suspicions and misunderstandings. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to sneak out, retreat for a period of time, and make full use of the advantages of my own time house. Thinking of this, Gu Yu has made a plan. The next day, Gu Yu came to the secret pavilion. Zhuang Xiaochun hurriedly grabbed it, bowed and saluted, "Lord Pavilion Master, you are here." Gu Yu said with a smile, "Forgive me, Brother Zhuang, please call me Brother Gu from now on. You are the old man of the secret pavilion, and I, as the newly appointed acting pavilion master, will have to rely on you in the future." Zhuang Xiaokun's face blossomed with a smile, "Don't dare, you still have to be polite. Pavilion master, if you have any orders, please ask for instructions. Hey, there's no need to be so restrained. Let's sit down and talk slowly." Zhuang Xiaochun made tea, and Gu Yu invited him to sit down and asked about the basic situation of the secret pavilion, how it operates, and what performance requirements it has. Zhuang Xiaochun, answer truthfully, there are more than 100 people in the secret pavilion of Tianyan sect, but half of them are missing. The other half were scattered to dozens of surrounding counties, with only 1 or 2 people in each county. I can only keep an eye on various secret realm information and pass it back to the sect, and I have almost no ability to explore the secret realm alone. In terms of performance, there has been no newly cracked secret realm for a long time. After Gu Yu learned about it, he pondered, "Brother Zhuang, actually I have been in the sect for 10 years. I have been practicing hard before, hoping to enter the inner gate. Now I have got what I wanted, and the Huoxia New Year is about to come. I want to go back to my hometown to visit my relatives for a while and show some filial piety to my parents. Do you think it's appropriate for me to leave like this for a month or 2 and then return to the sect in the spring? In the sect, there is only 1 day of rest a week. If you need to go down the mountain for personal matters, you need to ask for leave from your palace and deacon." Now that Gu Yu has become the master of the pavilion, he can decide his own itinerary. However, when he first arrived, Gu Yu still asked the old man Zhuang Xiaochun to see if it complied with the rules. Zhuang Xiaochun did not doubt it at all and said with a smile, "Of course it is appropriate. In fact, many elders and deacons in this sect. Who doesn't just run out of the house just to discuss some affairs in the sect? In my opinion, Pavilion Master, you only need to leave a document stating how to explore a certain secret realm or receive a quest to survive. It's not a problem at all to leave for a month or 2 and then come back for business. As for the secret realm and quests, choose one near the Pavilion Master's home. This is a good method. By going on a mission to explore the secret realm, you can also go home to visit your relatives." Sure enough, this old boy Zhuang Xiaochun is of some use. Very good. My home is in Lingxian County, does Deacon Zhuang have any recommendations? Gu Yu directly queries Zhuang Xiaokun's photographic memory database. Lingxian, let me think about it. Yes, it really does. Previously, our sect had a mine near Lingxian County. I originally wanted to develop it further. However, something bad happened. There might be some kind of secret realm under the mine. Many green-skinned monsters suddenly appeared, screaming and using strange martial arts and techniques. Quite a lot. And a strange smile appeared on Zhuang Xiaokun's face. These green-skinned monsters are extremely mean. Several martial artists who went to exterminate were caught and ended up being quite miserable. Tisk, that's what, being whipped with random sticks. Later, when those martial artists were rescued, they all went crazy. It was so miserable. Puff. Guyu spit out a mouthful of tea. What the hell? Green-skinned monsters still have the habit of attacking indiscriminately? Isn't this a goblin? Chapter 65. Guyu recalled the various copies he had encountered before. Except that the gatekeeper boss of Sutra Pavilion looks like a serious human being. Others are mostly weird, including the undead snitch Yin Kang Song, who has actually turned into some kind of monster. The arrival of the dungeon, its location, environment, clearance method, and guardian boss are all relatively random, including myriad manifestations. So it's not impossible for goblins or even weirder copies to appear. Then what happened to that mine? Didn't Dao sect send experts to destroy it? Guyu asked. There are so many green-skinned monsters that all the male and female disciples in the sect are afraid of them. The masters in the sect also hate these disgusting little weird things. It was set on fire, but the opponent hid in the secret realm under the mine and couldn't be burned at all. In addition, there are some level restrictions to enter the secret realm. If you are too strong, you will not be able to enter. Therefore, they simply blew up the mine and asked the formation master to seal it. Zhuang Xiaochun explained, this task is still pending within the sect. If anyone can redevelop this mine, you can get 70% of the spirit stone output from the mine, while the clan only takes 30%. Pavilion master, don't really go. Just wander around the area, don't mess with that little green-skinned weirdo. Zhuang Xiaochun looked like his anus was tightening. He had heard someone describe in detail the condition of several disciples who had been rescued. It was so miserable. Guyu nodded, don't worry, I don't have such a hobby. Okay, Brother Zhuang, please sort out the secret realm information along the way to Lin County and give me a file. If I have time, I will stop by and take a look. Okay. Our secret pavilion hasn't produced any results for a long time, so I feel a little uneasy with the monthly salary from the clan. After packing up, Guyu visited the sect leader and Shen Kongxiu and explained his itinerary. The main hall. Hearing that Guyu was going back to his hometown to visit relatives, the sect leader readily agreed, it's okay to go back and have a look. Come, take this sword with you. The sect leader threw his sword casually, and Guyu took it carefully. Senior sister, isn't this bad? The sect leader smiled and said, there's nothing wrong with it. Is it possible that you can still run away with the sword? With your current martial Dao, you can survive the upper 3 grades. There are not that many experts near Lingxian County. Even if there are, they will give our Tianyan sect some face. But I bumped into weird an anomaly. Although you have many means, you can't deal with it as easily as this flame fairy. Don't worry, take it and return it to me on the day you return to the clan. The flame fairy sword has the power of the heavenly flame, and it is indeed easier to kill some strange things. Guyu no longer pretended to delay, cupped his fists and said, thank you, senior sister, for giving me the sword. The clan leader prepared some small gifts for Guyu's parents and let him go. Congratulations! You have made friends with a person of great luck and activated the bond of luck. Sword accompanying you, green. Baijian Banjun, where the sword is, I will be there. You can get 100 rays of luck every day. Guyu couldn't help but cover his face. I went and found it again. The bond and luck here from the sect leader are really inexhaustible. This really requires a double cultivation, and my luck just exploded. Arrive at Pianfeng Courtyard. Shen Kongxiu also gave a few brief reminders. Lingxian County is the territory of the Imperial Court. It is a large and prosperous county and is adjacent to Zhengzhou City, the capital of Zhengzhou. With elite soldiers from the Imperial Court stationed and martial arts masters guarding the place, public security is quite guaranteed. With Guyu's current strength, he can beat the average third grade in seconds, so it won't be a big problem if he keeps a low profile. Shen Kongxiu also handed over a jade talisman and said, "This is the jade talisman for communication. If there is an emergency, you can crush it immediately. There should be someone in the sect to help you." Then he handed over a dagger and said, "Here is a move that I, Martial Dao, have condensed with my true will. If you throw it out at a critical moment, even a first-grade master will not feel comfortable afterward." Chong Lao, thank you very much. Guyu took it respectfully and felt a little moved in his heart. He didn't have much dealings with Shen Kongxiu, but now he really regarded him as his apprentice to protect him. Shen Kongxiu smiled and waved his hand, "Thank you. I have gained a few extra years of life in vain because you helped me win it. Okay, let's go." After Guyu left, the sect leader came to Shen Kongxiu's small courtyard. "Chong Lao, you are really interested in him. You have given him the messenger jade talisman and the life-saving sword. Do you want to go down the mountain and personally protect him?" The sect leader asked with a half-smile. The effective range of the communication jade talisman is about 1,000 miles, but if you want to send a helping hand. Even with Shen Kongxiu's wind transformation body technique, he still needs to follow within 100 miles to arrive immediately. The trip to Lingxian is more than 100 miles away. Since Shen Kongxiu gave the jade talisman, he wanted to go down the mountain to follow. Shen Chong said with a smile, "I thought I would end my life on the mountain, but I didn't expect to live for a few more years. Then I will be a bodyguard for this guy. Such a talented young man cannot die midway. I don't think so. I just want to go out for a walk and see if there are any other opportunities." 20. Shen Kongxiu smiled and joked again, "You said I was interested. If I had known that you had given the Yanji sword and personally protected him, why would I have come out to risk my life? I might as well lie down on the mountain and relax." The sect leader blushed a little, lowered his head and remained shy. The Yanji sword is her natal spiritual sword, which is equivalent to one of her soul clones, and she has a special physique. At critical moments, he can directly cross the space and come to the past, so Shen Kongxiu said that he is personally protecting. It's just that Guyu hasn't realized yet what the true meaning of this sword with the Lord Luck is. After packing up and saying hello to Duan Hang, Guyu posted a thank you note on the door of the small courtyard. "I borrowed a fast horse from the sect. Pat the horse down the mountain and slip away. 0. After holding it in at the mountain gate for 10 years, it's time to come out and get some air. Nothing major happened on the road. I occasionally encountered a few thieves who robbed the road." Seeing that Guyu was alone on the road and was fair and handsome, he wanted to try his luck, but he was beheaded by Guyu with a sword. "You can forgive me for robbing my wealth, but you want to rob me for your S***X, damn it." In the evening, Guyu spent the night in a town inn along the way. Close the door and go directly into the time cabin and true martial small world to practice. It is safe and can save a lot of time. 1 night is equal to 8 days. Walking all the way for 5 days is equivalent to practicing for another 40 days. Guyu Xiao Wuxiang Kung Fu has reached a proficient level. On the panel, there are more than 20,300 rays of luck in full. In the past few days, Guyu, besides practicing Xiao Wuxiang Gong, also practiced several sword techniques to relieve his boredom. At this time, Guyu had just practiced a swordsmanship, and saw the prompt. "Congratulations! Your Binghuo sword technique has been perfected. Your Wutu sword technique has been perfected. You have obtained 2 green luck seeds. Do you want to consume 200 strands of luck power to hatch them? Incubation. Congratulations! You have obtained innate luck sword and fire burning prairie, green, sword and shield like mountain, green. Sword fire starts a prairie fire, your sword intent rushes like a raging fire, with the potential to start a prairie fire. Superimpose the fire attribute sword technique, and the power is greatly increased. Sword and shield are as strong as a mountain, your sword intent is as immovable as a mountain, with the ability to fall to the ground, and can easily defend against attacks from heavy weapons. Okay, it's all luck related to sword intent. In this way, the 5 sets of sword styles of the small 5 elements sword have all reached the perfect state. Chapter 66. Guyu held the sword and held his chin as he pondered, feeling in his heart, so that's it. Sword intent is as long as water, hidden swords are like forests, swords are like fire, and swords and shields are like mountains. Fenglin Huo finally transformed into a sharp intention, which was the sword energy. In the small world of true martial, Guyu dances his sword casually, and the sword intent creates a continuous transformation of the 5 elements. It turns out that the limit of the 5 elements sword style is not 5 or 7 consecutive rounds, but infinite consecutive rounds. As long as the sword intent continues, the power of each sword can be continuously increased. Each sword can produce the next sword. Even a master of the upper 3 grades can't find a way to counterattack and interrupt his own combo. He will also be in a state of being continuously passively beaten, and fall into an increasingly unfavorable sword net dilemma. Although there is no corresponding internal force of 5 elements attributes to increase the power. But Guyu's earth-level small 5 elements sword method has been practiced to the extreme. Congratulations! Your little 5 elements sword method has been completed, and you have obtained a blue luck seed. Incubation. Congratulations! You got innate luck, sword Deo natural, blue. Sword Deo naturally, you have mastered the 5 elements sword meaning of the perfect state, understood the law of transformation of the 5 elements into 8, 7, 7, and the sword intent is perfect. With a casual sword, you coincide with the way of nature. Not only can you take advantage of the force of nature, but you also have no flaws. Good. Guyu feels that his swordsmanship has improved to a new level. I looked at my own dashboard and saw that I already had a lot of luck in swordsmanship. In addition to the blue sword Qi Zongheng and sword Deo natural. Fenglin Huoshan has 4 green sword intent luck, and a green sword Deo genius. When I changed jobs before, a new system ability was enabled, which allowed me to fuse luck of the same color. There was nothing to do at this time, so Guyu came to try his luck. He first consumed 1000 strands of luck to upgrade sword Deo genius, green, to sword Deo genius, blue. It also increases the understanding and learning ability of sword Deo, and increases the power of sword moves somewhat. Guyu also selected 3 blue lucks, Jiankai Zongheng, sword Deo natural, and sword Deo wizard. Try clicking upgrade. Do you want to consume 3000 strands of luck to fuse and upgrade? Oh, it's much cheaper than upgrading a purple color separately. Upgrade. Congratulations! The fusion is successful, you have obtained innate luck, transparent sword heart, purple. Transparent sword heart, there are no secrets in any sword technique or sword move before your eyes. You can learn other people's sword techniques just by looking at them. Genius is no longer enough to describe you, you are simply a peerless genius in sword Deo. Seems okay. 3 blues merge into 1 purple, and it only takes 3000 strands of luck. Wouldn't it only take 30,000 strands of luck to fuse those 3 purples into 1 golden one? This is much more cost-effective than the original 100,000 strands of purple upgraded to gold. There are so many swordsmanships that you can learn, and you will know them at a glance now. If you use more luck in swordsmanship, wouldn't it be possible to combine them into gold soon? And according to the system's instructions, the synthesis of luck will not affect the existing luck effects. It can be decomposed and resynthesized without loss by consuming a little luck. That way, there's nothing to worry about, just have fun. In the afternoon of this day, Gu Yu had arrived at Longwu County, the easternmost county under the jurisdiction of Tianyan sect. After leaving the county seat, we walked eastward for a day and a night, crossed Longqiu and arrived at the boundary of Lingxian County. Seeing that it was still early, Gu Yu prepared to hurry up. Just as he was about to leave the city, he was stopped by the soldiers guarding the city. The veteran leader kindly advised, "Young man, don't go forward. Stay one night and leave tomorrow." "Old sergeant, it's still early, why can't we leave?" Gu Yu knew that these soldiers were military service personnel of the sect, similar to handymen, so he asked politely. "Hey, you don't know something? There is an anomaly in Tokaikyu in front of you. There are several young and handsome scholars like you who are rushing to take the exam." He stayed in the mountains at night and was later found dead in a ruined temple. Everyone still has an anomaly smile on their face, as if they died happily. It is said that the yang energy has been sucked dry. Nowadays no one dares to go to Tokaikyu at night. The old soldier said half-jokingly, "It's better to stay one night and follow the large group of people to pass through early tomorrow morning. There are so many people and the yang energy is strong, an anomaly can't even breathe. It's much safer." A rough guy collecting firewood passed by and sneered, "Why have I gone up the mountain so many times and never met anomaly?" The veteran scolded, "Why don't you take a pee and take a picture of yourself? The hair on your nose is sticking out of your mouth, and your teeth are blacker than charcoal. No anomaly can eat something like you. Get out of here. Hey, my tendons are much more chewy than this pretty boy." Zaehun picked his nose and left the city. Gu Yu smiled, it didn't matter even if there was an anomaly, he could just use the flame fairy sword to eliminate harm to the people. What's more, if something really happens, if you hide in the time cabin, you won't be able to do anything about it when a super master comes, you're afraid of a ball. Thanks for the reminder. I'm going to find this anomaly and try the sword. Gu Yu took out the token of the secret pavilion and flashed it. The veteran was startled, and he quickly stood up straight and saluted with several of his subordinates. "I didn't expect it was someone from the sect. I'm rude. No courtesy, I'll go." Gu Yu rode out of the city and saw several young soldiers with envious faces. The young elites of the sect are so handsome. Wearing bright clothes, angry horses, and walking with swords, this is what a hero should look like. Only the veteran leader was still pondering, what kind of token is that? It's from the secret pavilion, I guess, it seems to be the pavilion master's order? How is this possible? Since when did our Tianyan sect have such a young pavilion master? Gu Yu rode his horse for a while, and the mountain gradually became steeper. We can only dismount, lead the horse, and slowly climb up along the trail made by passing passengers. When we went up the mountain, the sun suddenly became overcast and the temperature dropped a lot. Thin, moist mist began to fill the entire mountain forest. Gradually, the weather became more and more gloomy, and it was about to rain. Gu Yu groaned secretly that he was unlucky. There was no place to take shelter from the rain around, so why not just spend the night in the time hut? But what to do with this horse? After walking for a while, a somewhat dilapidated temple appeared not far away. "Hey! I'm afraid something might happen tonight." The horse was tied up in the front yard, and the heavy rain was already falling. "I don't know what this temple was dedicated to before, but now the statue is in dilapidated condition and covered with all kinds of cobwebs." Gu Yu got some firewood, built a fire with fire folding sticks, and ate some dry food by the way. Not long after, there was a noise outside the courtyard. It seemed that a group of businessmen were also trapped here by the heavy rain. "There's a horse here. Is there anyone in there?" There was a businessman guard with thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a big knife hanging on his waist. He poked his head in and took a look. I found that there was only Gu Yu, a young and handsome single traveler, who seemed to pose no threat, so I went back and reported a few words to the leader. The leader was a middle-aged man with a square face and a goatee. He stood at the door of the ruined temple. He clasped his fists politely and said, "Sir, a heavy rain has come suddenly. I have no place to go. Can you please go into the temple and disturb me? Late? We are serious businessmen from Linxian County." Guyu responded, "I am not the owner of this ruined temple, I am just a tourist. Come in." "Thank you." A square-faced middle-aged man came in with 5 or 6 companions. At the other end of the temple, far away from Guyu, a fire was lit. Guyu quietly glanced at their dashboards and found that they were indeed just passers-by. There was nothing too outrageous about them, so he stopped paying attention to them. Although there are a few people with weapons, their grades are only 9th grade. It's okay to deal with low-level gangsters, but for Guyu, there is no threat at all. After a while, another group of people broke into the ruined temple. This group of people is a lot more rough. When I came in to take a look, I may not understand the origin of Guyu, who is alone in 1.3. So he drove the caravan people to another place with broken windows, occupied a corner by himself, and chatted around the fire. Judging from their appearance, they should be officials of the imperial court in Zhangzhou City. As for whether they are patrol officers or have other duties, Guyu can't tell for the time being. But it depends on their luck and grade. The 2 leaders are at 6th grade level, and the other followers are only at 7th grade level. In the ordinary arena, they can be considered a group of elites. Guyu scratched his head a little. The yang energy is so strong now, will the anomaly come yet? Just as he was thinking about it, Guyu had already noticed something was wrong. His supernatural sense had smelled something. It is slowly spreading in this ruined temple. Is this the incense? Although it can be considered colorless and odorless, it is still a bit worse than the one produced by toxic Lao Dao. Guyu does not need to take antidote, his frozen mysterious body is enough to deal with this level of incense. It's impossible for anomaly to still use incense, right? It seems that someone is pretending to be a ghost. Guyu didn't cry out, so he squinted his eyes first, tilted his head, and pretended to be hit. Let's fish out the real owner first. Chapter 67. After a while, the smell of the incense seemed to be stronger. Only then did the group of officers realize that something was wrong. The leading flag officer, named Bao Taiyang, exclaimed, "No! I've been hit. My body is a little weak. Hurry and copy the guy." Several other people hurriedly drew their sabers, but found that their legs and feet were weak and it was difficult to even stand up. Only 2 6th graders were barely able to fight, and the other 7th graders were all reduced to soft-footed shrimps. As for the group of businessmen next to them, several of them have completely fallen asleep. Only 2 guards were left staring, but unable to move. A look of horror. "Ha ha ha! I only realized it now, it's already too late." A burst of sinister and sharp female laughter rang out, and a dozen women in gorgeous palace clothes emerged from behind the half-shaped statue. There are quite a lot of them, with a bit of cold air and greyish color. All of them looked very handsome, with thick powder and blush on their faces. Fragrant and soft as if there were no bones, but it doesn't look like a normal human being. "Gentlemen, the weather is unbearably cold, and the little ladies need warmth. The master's arms seem to be very warm. Come and give us a hug. Come on, be happy." The women had no scruples, laughed and moved lightly, and had already arrived in front of several groups of people. Guyu quietly looked at the panels of these guys. Name, Phantom of the Red Dust. Level 35, World, Quasi 6th grade. Introduction: the woman captured by the Red Dust Shadow Cave dungeon has been controlled by the dungeon boss and has become a life-threatening anomaly. It can only appear at night, please do not approach men. Note: ordinary physical attacks are invalid. There are actually anomaly, there are so many. At this time, several phantoms were lying next to a few businessmen 27, laughing and saying to each other, "Let us eat a few bites first, and there won't be much left after grandma eats it." After taking a deep breath, the faces of several businessmen appeared intoxicated, but their faces were much pale, and a lot of life force had been sucked away. Another phantom smiled and said, "It's okay for these ordinary people to eat less. You are not allowed to touch that handsome young man over there. You can only keep it for grandma, otherwise you will be punished again. Zayadi, you are the most honest, go and see, stay focused." Hiss, I've become a top-notch dish? Guyu thought to himself, it seems that this copy is near this ruined temple, and there may be a gatekeeper named Lao Lao inside. We have no choice but to take action, otherwise those businessmen may not be able to hold on for long. Guyu was about to get up when a faint voice came from beside him, "Master? You are still awake, don't move. If there is a fight later, you can escape from the back door of the ruined temple and run all the way down the mountain. If you are lucky, you will be fine if you get out of Tokaikyou." Hearing this, Guyu was also a little surprised. This Zayadi who was responsible for staring at him was fishing, or was he really kindly reminding me? But no matter what, the strength of these phantom anomalies still poses no threat to Guyu. Sure enough, with the flame fairy sword by my side, I feel more confident. Otherwise, relying solely on Guyu's strength, it would really take a lot of effort to deal with these anomalies. Guyu opened his eyes and glanced to the side. I saw a petite, cute-faced young woman in white clothes, with a pair of big eyes staring at me worriedly. But looking at her faceplate, it still shows that she is a mortal phantom, not a normal person. Seeing Guyu secretly looking at herself, Zayadi continued in a low voice, "Wait a moment, those gentlemen seem to have some tricks up their sleeves. Remember to run quickly. If other sisters come to chase you, I will help you block them." Guyu also quietly took a look at the situation nearby. The other anomaly were surrounding the merchants to eat. Others vaguely surrounded the group of men, who formed a circle with knives and faced off against several phantoms. The two leading 6th graders were hiding behind their companions, seemingly planning something. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Guyu asked curiously, "Why do you want to help me?" Zayadi said sadly, "I also entered the devil's cave by mistake, and became like this, neither human nor ghost. If you can escape, sir, you can return this token to the Shadow Wing Tower in the future, and the young master will receive a heavy reward, and naturally someone will come to eradicate this place." Guyu took the token and looked at it. He saw a pair of golden outline wings engraved on the dark token. I didn't see anything unusual, so I stuffed it into my belt. What kind of organization is Ying-I Tower? Guyu has never heard of it. It seems that this woman named Zayadi is also a member of Martial Dao. She came to explore the secret realm, but she ended up getting stuck here. There is no need for a heavy reward. Someone will eradicate this devil's cave today. Guyu sighed and prepared to take action. But when they heard a shout from the group of men, everyone suddenly stood up and slashed at the anomaly with their swords. It seemed that their fighting strength had been restored. Ah 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 ah! Several anomaly were hit, screaming, and black smoke began to emit from their bodies, and they were actually hurt. It's useful. Quick, spread it all out. Several men frantically splashed some kind of black blood on anomaly, and then smeared the rest on the blade of the knife, causing anomaly to jump wildly. These extraordinary policemen came here, and they also carried special spiritual objects and detoxification drugs to deal with anomaly. That's why he was able to regain his combat effectiveness so quickly. Seeing the chaos here, Zayadi said quickly, "Master, run away now." Guyu pretended to smile bitterly and said, "Oh, my feet are weak and I can't run." Zayadi almost rolled her eyes in anxiety, "Why is it so useless at the critical moment? You dandy boys are so worthless, and you only have a pair of beautiful skins and a silver-like spearhead. Oh, if I help you, you won't be able to leave if it's too late." Zayadi knew that if she helped like this, she would definitely be severely punished by her grandma when she went back, but to save people, she had to fight to the end. Zayadi desperately tried to help Guyu up, but found that Guyu was extremely heavy, and her figure was a little blurred, so she couldn't help her at all. Seeing that the great opportunity was about to be wasted, Zayadi was so anxious that she almost cried. Instead, Guyu smiled calmly and persuaded, "It's okay, life and death are fate. In the worst case, how about I stay with you and become this anomaly together?" Zayadi cried and laughed, "You silly bird, we don't want men here, all the men have been eaten, and only the women are left to become anomaly. What's the use of you staying?" Guyu deliberately teased her, "If you can't run the ball, then come and eat me. It's better for you to eat than for that grandma to eat. I heard that some scholars look so happy, let me experience it too." Zayadi was completely speechless. "Bah! What kind of person is this? You kindly sacrificed yourself to save others today, what kind of rogue did you save? You still say these nasty things at a critical moment." On the other side, several men were already killing each other. These phantom anomalies were originally transformed by ordinary women. Combat effectiveness relies purely on physical damage avoidance. Once you encounter a martial artist that can cause damage to it, you will almost only be beaten. All kinds of people were crying and running around, and the temple was in chaos. The leading man also sneered and said, "Little anomaly, you dare to play tricks in front of our patrol department? Kill! I'll cut them all off." Guyu immediately understood where these people were coming from. The patrol department was one of the special agencies of the imperial court. In fact, it is somewhat similar to the secret pavilion. It is also responsible for exploring and finding various secret realms, but it has the added responsibility of eradicating weirdness and anomaly. That's why I carry a special black-blooded spiritual object with me, which can anomaly cause real damage to the extreme rope. At this time, Zayadi did not show joy on her face, but worriedly said, "The tiger head is coming. Dong 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 dong. I just heard heavy footsteps outside the courtyard. Boom. A figure breaks through the door. I saw a bare-chested strong man breaking into the temple. He was extremely strong, holding a huge hatchet in each hand, and had a huge tiger head on his head. But if you look closely, you can see that after killing the tiger head is pickled with special medicine and then worn on the head like a helmet." When Guyu saw it, he was a little surprised. It turned out to be him. He didn't expect that he had also missed it. "Kill, kill, kill." The tiger head's eyes were red, and it rushed forward, waving its hatchets wildly. 2 7th-grade patrol officers rushed forward to stop them, but one of them was knocked away with a knife. Fortunately, he blocked it with a weapon, otherwise he would have been seriously injured. Seeing that the person's sword skills were so fierce, Flag Officer Dong Hui, another leader of the patrol division, rushed forward. "Suffer death." The long knife in Dong Hui's hand struck hard at the tiger's neck. As a 6th-grade body-refining martial artist, this knife is quite powerful. The elite 6th grade of the Imperial Court are even more powerful than the 6th grade disciples of Tianyan sect. Hey hey! Unexpectedly, the tiger head sword technique was extremely fast. He lifted the hatchet in his left hand, and with a crisp sound, he easily and accurately swung away Dong Hui's knife. The hatchet in his right hand slashed diagonally, slashing Dong Hui's calf 197 times. "Go down." The speed of this sword is extremely fast, far beyond the level of 6th grade martial artist. The leader, Bao Taiyang, was also frightened and exclaimed, "Not good." This knife was so fast that Dong Hui couldn't react at all, and he was about to be cut off by his calves, like a crop. When there was a crisp sound, and a white projectile flashed away and hit the hatchet accurately. The tiger head only felt a huge force that pushed his knife to one side and struck the ground with a bang, making a hole in the boss. Dong Hui jumped away in a panic, feeling frightened. He almost became shorter. Hutu picked up his hatchet and looked at it. He seemed a little confused as to what force caused the force of his knife to deflect. However, there were two people present who saw the situation clearly. One was the flag officer Befriending, and the other was the white-clothed phantom Xiadi. I saw Guyu, who just now said his legs were too weak to stand up, was standing proudly with his hands behind his back. Seeing that Hu Tiaoyu's knife was going to make Dong Hui shorter by several inches on the spot, he came to help and used a finger flick divine ability. This earth-level qi refining martial art is very powerful. Guyu's internal energy is now very strong, and his spiritual thoughts are also at the earth level. It is also quite easy to use. Befriending was shocked. Qi refining martial artist? What was just a finger snap? It was so strong. He was a master. Fortunately, I didn't provoke him before, otherwise I would have died before Anomaly came out. Xiadi was even more surprised, with all kinds of emotions in her heart. He is actually so strong. She also thought he had a handsome face for nothing, but she didn't expect that he was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He is really a liar. It makes me worry. In one scene, I will eat your XX. XX your old XX. All in all, he was scolding someone very dirty. She originally had a good martial Dao realm, but after becoming like this, she has lost her normal perception ability, and Guyu can act again. She really didn't realize that Guyu is a master. Master, please take the others away first. Xiadi, give them some direction. I'm here to support them. Guyu raised his hand repeatedly, and a stream of condensed inner breath popped out from his fingertips, hitting the tiger's eyes, throat, and other vital parts like a barrage of cannons. Chapter 68. Guyu's output was like a storm. The tiger had growled lowly and protected his face with a pair of hatchets. The hatchet was clanged by the condensed inner energy, and blood holes burst out on his arms. He couldn't bear the wave of damage, so he flew backwards and jumped out of the ruined temple. The yard outside is wider, and it is more convenient to avoid Guyu's long-range attacks. Seeing that Guyu had opened the escape space, Befriending quickly ordered several of his men to help the businessman out and escape from the side. However, Befriending was still a little brave, so he stayed with two capable men and stood aside to let Guyu raid the formation. Guyu stepped out of the temple gate and entered the courtyard. It was still pouring rain outside, but when the raindrops flowed to Guyu's side, it seemed as if there was a human-shaped glass cover that blocked all the water. What's even stranger is that these raindrops keep hovering next to Guyu. Profound water art. More powerful when exposed to water. Unexpectedly, the characteristics of this internal skill match perfectly with finger flick divine ability. Guyu pointed like an orchid, and quickly popped out a few bursts of energy, and her inner breath blended with the rain. Like a bullet, it drew long traces in the rain and hit the tiger's head again. Guyu's understanding of qi refining martial arts is also improving rapidly. It won't take long for this earth-level finger divine ability to be perfected. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The huge body of the tiger head is very flexible, jumping left and right quickly, avoiding Guyu's fingers. When he couldn't escape, he would use the hatchet in his hand to chop it open. Guyu could tell that this guy had no body skills or footwork at all, and relied purely on instinctive reactions and body agility to dodge. He can rival the 5th grade body refining martial artist just by relying on his physical fitness. What a monster! Guyu took a look at the tiger head panel. Name, Xiao Huzi. Age, 21 years old. Level, Level 50, World, Quasi 5th grade peak. Innate luck, Natural dominance, Purple, Hannibal, Black and Blue, Fighting Genius, Blue. Natural overlord, born with a powerful body like an overlord, physical fitness, strength, agility, etc. are all top choices. If you join the army, you will definitely be able to make achievements. If you practice martial arts, you will definitely become a body refining grandmaster. Hannibal, the same kind of vitality can make you more powerful, but it will inevitably be counterattacked by the law of heaven. Combat genius, born to be good at fighting. Even without learning any martial arts moves, he can learn simple and effective fighting skills. Gu Yu shook his head in his heart. Alas, what a pity. He was originally a good seedling, but he didn't encounter good opportunities and guidance. He neither joined the army nor practiced martial arts, but instead turned into this monster. I'm afraid this is also the backlash of heaven. In this case, I will do justice for heaven here. Gu Yu said while beating, "Are you, the guy who collects firewood?" It turns out that this tiger head is the rough guy who collected firewood that Gu Yu met at the gate of Longwu County. At that time, Gu Yu really didn't see anything unusual about him, and wasn't even interested in taking a look at his panel. I thought he was so strong because he had been doing manual labor all year round. Unexpectedly, he is a lover of similar ingredients. However, it seems that he is still a human being, so how can he get involved with these phantom anomalies? But that's not important. No matter what the reason is, it needs to be cleared. You actually remember me. Under the tiger's head, the rough and ugly face, as if the creator was lazy and casually arranged the facial features, was a little excited, and said with a strange smile, "Then I will let you die faster. I didn't expect that you, with your delicate skin and tender flesh, could actually be a martial artist. It is definitely much more interesting than those scholars. By the way, Grandma said that a chi-refining martial artist like you is most afraid of close combat. It just so happens that wrestling with beasts is my favorite thing." The tiger bowed his head and punched the ground with his fist, lying on the ground like a wild beast. The two huge hatchets were still held tightly and became his sharp claws. His body seemed to be somewhat alienated, becoming thicker and even growing fine black hair. Ouch! The tiger head roared and rushed forward. The strength of the whole body is stretched to the extreme, and the speed is several times faster than the 5th-grade martial artist. It is really weird. The hatchet in his hand greeted Gu Yu like a whirlwind. Although he had no internal strength, his strength and speed were far beyond that of the body-refining martial artist of the same level. Chop wood! Chop wood! The tiger's head is slashed horizontally with one hand and vertically with the other hand, just 2 moves back and forth. But it is very simple and practical, and has a feeling of returning to nature. When the basic attributes are maxed out, even this basic attack is extremely powerful. Gu Yu did not panic and learned the fighting style of chi-refining martial artist. Continuously use your body skills to open a certain distance, and keep exerting force with the snap of your fingers. The tiger head reacted extremely quickly. As it kept charging forward, the tiger head turned into several afterimages and easily dodged Gu Bao's long-range attacks. If you can't escape, just protect your face and grit your teeth. Although there were many bloody holes in his body, they healed very quickly. It can be seen that his body contains extremely high vitality and is in a state of crazy explosion of vitality. Bao Taiyang, who was scheming the formation at the side, felt his back numb and his hands sweating. It's over, this weird tiger head is a natural body refining martial artist. The reaction and speed are very amazing. He keeps shortening the distance with Gu Yu and wants to attack personally. Chi-refining martial artist is most afraid of this type of opponent. He can't hit or throw him away. Once he gets close, something might go wrong. However, Bao Taiyang didn't dare to rush up to help. He knew that his speed couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the two of them, and he would be nothing more than a burden. Xiadi became nervous when she saw this. Oops, the young master's internal energy level seems not high enough and he can't penetrate the tiger head's strong body defense. What should we do? Now she has become a phantom with little fighting power, and as soon as Grandma comes out, she can be easily suppressed and will not be able to play any role at all. At this time, the tiger rushed forward with its head pressed to the ground and was in front of Gu Yu in the blink of an eye. The two hatchets used horizontal chops at the same time, preparing to twist Gu Yu into several pieces. However, a joking smile appeared on Gu Yu's face. "Hey? Who told you that I am a chi-refining martial artist?" "Brush. A black shadow rises into the sky, the giant sword Han's Han. This sword is extremely huge, and Guyu usually keeps it in the time cabin. This is one of the uses of the time cabin developed by Guyu. It can be used as a huge storage space. If you want something, you don't need to go in with your body. You can just reach in and grab it as soon as your mind moves. It's quite convenient. At this time, Guyu's sword cannot be blocked by 5th grade like Hutu who relies solely on basic attributes. Wow! A black shadow flashed past, and the tiger's huge body had been split in half from bottom to top. Before, Guyu only used him to practice finger flick divine ability, but if he got serious, of course he could kill him with just one sword strike. Could it be that this tiger's head is harder than that of a tortoise? Bao Taiyang and several other officials were stunned. What's going on? Isn't he a chi refining martial artist? Why does the melee ability look even more terrifying? I can't see clearly the sword technique at all. Moreover, the power and speed at that moment were several times stronger than that of the tiger head. Hiss! He's not a master of the upper 3 grades, is he? Such a young upper 3 grades. This is too fierce. Xiaodi's eyes widened when she saw it. This time it was really off the mark. She was completely wrong. I thought he was a soft-footed shrimp boy who was so scared that his legs were weak, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. With one sword, he chopped off that weird tiger head. Maybe this time, I can really be freed. Seeing the tiger's head being cut off in seconds, those strange phantoms screamed and fled behind the statue of the god in seconds. It's not good. Grandma! Mr. Tiger has been killed. Grandma, help me! Guyu controlled the rain to wipe away the blood on the Han's Han giant's sword, and threw it into the time cabin again. Walking back to the ruined temple, he asked Xiaodi, "Is there a secret realm under the statue?" Xiaodi nodded sadly, "Yes." "Master, can you throw it away? Grandma's strength is even stronger than this tiger's head, and ordinary methods have no effect on her. We need spiritual beings that can deal with anomaly." Bao Taiyang also advised, "Young master is brave, but this anomaly cannot be killed by ordinary martial arts. Now the refined black dog blood we carry has been used up. It's better to retreat quickly before the old one comes out. Go back and report to the patrol department, and we will send out experts tomorrow to make full preparations, and we can wipe out this devil's cave in one fell swoop." Guyu shook his head gently and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter, I have my own means. Besides, if we leave now, I'm afraid this girl Xiaodi will be tortured a little." Xiaodi had tears in her eyes. "Young master, don't worry about me. I've already lost the thought of living like this. The young master will come back to sweep this devil's cave in a while, and by the way, he can burn some paper for me and give me a few coins to pay for the boat fare to the underworld." Xiaodi knew that if Guyu and others left, she would naturally suffer all kinds of torture from her grandma if she went back. She has been bound by the secret realm, and it is impossible to escape from this ruined temple. If you don't return to secret realm, you will also end up in ashes when dawn comes. It seems that this is more pleasant. She and Guyu just met by chance, and she didn't expect Guyu to risk his life to save her. However, Guyu smiled calmly and said, "You were determined to save me just now, but now my legs don't seem to be weak anymore. Lead the way and let me see what this grandma has in store." Seeing Guyu's confident look, Bao Taiyang and others did not give up at all and said in unison, "I am willing to follow the young master." Guyu and others followed Xiaodi and got into a tunnel from under the dilapidated statue. This tunnel seems to have been built by the original owner of the ruined temple to do some weird things. There are also futons and dusty large wooden beds in Wang's palace. There are such things under the temple, and their purpose is unknown. The secret realm is ahead. Xiaodi crashed into a low secret passage like a dog hole and disappeared. Guyu and others followed closely. "You have entered the level 60 copy, Hongchen Films." Suddenly his eyes lit up, and it turned out to be an attic lit with many dark red lanterns. It's a bit like a female performer's Gulen, but it's very sinister and feels a bit spooky. Guyu looked at the prompt. Introduction to the copy, they are all shadows in the world of mortals, how can they be interested in someone? Gold is sold elsewhere, but souls are ecstasy here. Enter with caution, enter with caution. Kill the boss grandma and the tiger head guard to pass the level. Copy reward, your normal attack power can be increased by 100%. Your damage to anomaly and non-entity enemies can be increased by 50%. You can gain a control skill that completely dominates a non-entity unit. This reward seems to be a big job. Is it rare because there are 2 bosses, so the rewards are more? The power of the basic attack is doubled. If it is amplified by one's own Ze Bei King Sheng, wouldn't it mean that the power of the basic attack is tripled? And there are other rewards too. Guyu suddenly became excited and couldn't wait to rush into the attic lobby. He shouted loudly, "Grandma! Where is Grandma? Come quickly! Come and be happy!" Bao Taiyang and others were all shocked. "I'm going to sneak in secretly, right? Why are you shouting? Young master, are you serious about eating fried cakes?"